enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Vinci.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast.
Asia Pacific is where the battle of three regions began: Southeast Asia, South Asia, and Oceania. As they start their games in a clean slate here in the knockout stage, the rivalry between the team is definitely growing. As all of them thrive and all of them as they push the throttle each and every day, the competition just gets better. 12 teams have left us here and the top 8 dogs remain, but only 2 will make it to Masters Reykjavik. Will it be the underdogs of this competition or will it be the veterans of the international stage? Let's find out as we welcome you to VCT Asia Pacific Knockouts.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring allowed, but then Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Does get Dylan out of the way, immediately clears out.
He wanted to double back to control onto Phil's here, but this Judd, don't see that too often. He has to play that Sentinel role, but it has worked out easy peasy. Seeker's getting so just keep pushing forward. Nobody from the side of the other team is just expecting it.
That's an ace! That's an ace! It's just so huge, but for now, Blast in the back, he gets one. Will it be a double? Not quite. Could be 3-piece for him. Are you kidding me? But look at that, there's lead on the side there. There you go. No one following up from the side. Look at that, Jade will be fighting back. Darion, are you kidding me? Gets a double out of that.
Dash spots out one, but Vibhor is holding on true. They're pushing through the smoke too aggressively here, Dax, and they might have actually lost this one a little bit too preemptive as Vibhor hits a 3K. He does absolutely nothing. I love the utility. Blur, wait, where did he come from? Oh my goodness, Blur has hit the flank of the century, maybe even of the APAC Challengers. Taking that got picked off. I thought he was the one that got picked off, and maybe, just maybe he can get the kills. The Valorant ultimate already forces him right, which does absolutely nothing, and BMB is just one bullet away.
Pushes on, Severin though, taking a chunk of damage. Blurred now, bringing the pain to 2. Make that a 3rd. This angle here seems like the glasses are fogging on up. Is this gonna be an ace here from the Jet? Yes, it is. Now what they're doing here, as they go for a push, but flips it there, it's right there. And you say access, but I say restriction here from both, because flips it there, will stop.
He left Amy right for SBE. They just have to look at one.
What? Oh, what the hell? No, man, where did you even get that? How is he even allowed to get that close? He found another 3 kills!
Out of nowhere so quickly. Nods though will have to make amends, and the showstopper will get 2. Perfect package delivered there.
to the side here. Poppy Chulo playing from the side. He can't see because of the cover coming in from the other side, but he is good for 2, good for 3, big and 4. Oh my god, Poppy Chulo!
See what they can do. It's going to be Nomad that can get that pick off here. Before that lockdown does disperse, but it's going to be a nice couple of kills here. 10 seconds to go plant the spike. No time, but help. Looking for the ace right now. Can he get it? 1v1, low HP on Chimay. Very doable, and he hits the headshot with the ace.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone in between, my name is Terrar here, and joining me today are these amazing panelists that I have as I welcome you to the Terrar Multiverse. We have Raf and Asarai here. Did you see what I do with my shirt, Raf? They finally put me beside you. No reaction?
I'm trying to react to this, okay? Because I'm looking at Asarai. He has a very, very interesting choice
like
for
a
hairstyle this
dude.
morning. Yeah. Oh, no. It's like, oh, yeah, that's how you spin me up, ladies and gents. But yes, I love your shirt. I absolutely love being here with everybody who's trying to confuse me at this time of the morning.
At 11 in the morning,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Raf is already confused. We haven't started panel yet, and everyone is just here like a whale right now. Asarai with the hair, I love it. I love it. And of course, Raf looking really cool with his shirt. It's the summer heat right now here in the Philippines, but here we are bringing the heat in the Asia Pacific stage as well, as we talk about what happened last week and everything else because of how hot it was last week. This time around, this is the top 8. As I said in my intro, 12 teams have left us, and we are finally down to the drain, and we are gonna just dive into the recap. What were your favorite matches from last week, Raf and Asarai?
Well, Boom. It's right there. Match with Boom, I absolutely adored. Because the way that Boom handled every single playstyle thrown at them, it's honestly so consistent. They have this way of deceiving you, having a 4-round lead, but somehow that 4-3 rounds, they never get reduced to anything less.
For me, on my end, I will probably be talking about Bonkers and the Persija rivalry that has stemmed in their specific group. Let it be known that we love our brothers from the Oceania region. I really enjoyed how these two teams played because it feels like they just made each other way better. Like Persija were struggling on the first series, whether it's because they were just fighting a different region, similar with what Bonkers was experiencing. But at the end, at the final bout to see who would be qualified coming out from that Group E match, we saw them push it into, what, 3 overtimes in 3 games, which was incredible to say at the least. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing the next time we see Bonkers come into the APAC scene.
Yeah, probably one of the longest games that we actually witnessed here at Stage as well. So many overtimes and 3 match series as we call it. But aside from that, for me, it's going to be Full Sense and Velocity Gaming. It's just seemed like a VLP during the time that we were playing against Full Sense. During the first half or the first game against Full Sense last time, they really stepped on the gas and made Full Sense like they are a weaker team like that. But it's just so nice to see how Full Sense actually bounced back all the way from what happened to them, and it just goes to show that Full Sense is ready to step in here to our top 8 and just go in full throttle and in full mode and step on the gas continuously against the other teams that we are going to be having. But aside from that, what would you say would be the team that you actually miss the most heading to the top 8 teams? I know this is the most powerful teams that we have right now in the top 8, but who will you be missing actually? Raf, you first. I know you're thinking already and you're like, you have 12 choices, man.
Honestly, if I had to narrow it down to 2, I would have loved to see Onyx really play inner knockout. I would have loved to watch Bonkers evolve even more, especially with that amount of personality and flexibility on that team. Again, Oceania looking so good for the future. And I have to say, despite not making it to our playoff stage here, I can only be so hopeful for everybody who's competed, who's really shown up. One team that we also have to take note of is Oblivion Force. They have so much raw talent that people have to keep track of HKT dubs a little bit more now.
Through that, that's one of the teams that I actually like the most too. But other than that, how about you, Asarai? Do you miss any team that we are looking at here that are out already of the equation for Asia Pacific knockouts?
Well, since they're from the Philippines and we've seen their
oh no,
their journey, I gotta give it to MiTH Esports.
Ouch.
Yeah, it was their first showing in the international scene, and they did, I think, as good as they can, considering that they went up against a team like Bleed Esports and Onyx G, who we touted as really strong powerhouses from their specific respective regions. And that being said, there's just more for them to learn, but it really is sad that we couldn't see them get further and maybe even qualify for the knockout stages.
Put analysis to it, and I was about to say, like, my favorite team that I would like to see is Bonkers. I just miss seeing logos on the screens, you know? That's the only thing. That's why I miss them. But let's check out the team's code itinerary towards the main goal of the week, to fly to Iceland for the Masters. Let's go ahead and check out the tournament format.
Something like this, though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and Bekai comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
There you have it, the itinerary, or as we call it, the flight towards Iceland, as we know. And Raph is already saying in the background, like, oh, you know a thing or two about traveling.
Wow.
Yeah, man, I've been stuck in a country because of it.
Flexing the Europe trip. Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Nah. But moving forward, we saw the tournament format right there, and I just love how it's double elimination for each stage, because it just goes to show like how we filter out the teams that we have right here. But moving forward, as we look at the match schedule here on the screens later on, we are going to be seeing who are the teams that will be fighting it out for today. And I'm very excited to show you guys, of course, definitely the first series for today. I'm already excited to talk about it. But looking at the Group A, Day 1, this is the schedule of what we are talking about. I already asked you guys a while ago, and we were talking about it and chatting a while ago, that if you were, I asked you, what were the teams that you were missing and you enjoyed last week? What about the matches that you are actually looking forward to seeing today, Raph?
I mean, again, just to go back to what Asarai said, we've all enjoyed our fair share of nows. We would have loved to see more of them. But right now, if you're looking into our opener for our knockouts, I am honestly so excited how Boom Esports can continue this momentum against a team like XERXIA. I don't think that Boom Esports has really gone head-to-head with a team of that degree. Again, this is not to discredit anybody, going into our day. But Boom, they've just been so convincing. It's been so hard to doubt them, to really tout that are they gonna perform?
That's honestly true. Like there's so many things right now, because before we were talking about how Indonesia seems to be the strongest region coming into APAC Challengers, but Thailand is the rising tide once again. That being said, my matchup for today doesn't even have Thailand or Indonesia. It has to be PaperX and Southbuilt Esports. Not because we're Filipinos, but I feel like
nobody ever said anything. Whoa.
And no one is saying anything
Bias?
after, right? I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Just continue, man.
Okay, my slight bias, all right, is in this match because there is a heavy underdog story for Southbuilt here. And PaperX definitely is probably the strongest team that we have right now in APAC. And this is gonna be such a David and Goliath matchup coming into that last series.
It is true. Finally the storyline of the underdogs versus the veterans here in the Asia Pacific stage. I would also say the same in here. When it comes to PaperX, they're one of the teams that are actually consistent and moving forward throughout Masters or throughout SEA Challengers even, and in their own specific region. Obviously, they are one of the strongest teams right here. But I would say the most exciting match for me today is gonna be the first match, which is gonna be between Full Sense versus Persija. And we were talking about it behind the scenes a while ago, how Thailand and Indonesia are trying to fight for the right, to actually say that I'm better here in the FPS scene. I'm better when it comes to Valorant, because this is such a good matchup that we are looking at. And as we move forward and take a look on the teams that we have right here, of course, Full Sense, we've seen them time and time again. And Persija, known as Boys with Love before, are now stepping here onto the stage. But these are familiar names for us too. They have Eeyore, they have other team members that are very familiar to us, like Asterisk as well. But as we move forward, let's take a look on the lineup and what team we are looking forward. Let's start with Full Sense.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like yeah. All of those dark nights I got then breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy, I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, putting on for my city like OAG.
That was Full Sense, ladies and gents. And as we look and stare into the screen and see what the actual roster is, we have Chalala, John Olsen, Lamy Snacks, PTC, and the Love Family. Now, a very interesting lineup that we are seeing here. We talked about it from the previous panel before. And as we look into Full Sense here, I would like to ask Asarai, of course, what are the winning conditions when it comes to Full Sense? Like moving forward versus Persija, obviously, what can they have or bring to the table that are different or that is different from the previous weeks that we've seen them?
I think, I'm not sure if Raph is gonna agree to this because I value his opinion very much.
I want you guys to fight here in panel.
Oh, okay, so all right, you're gonna pin me against him. This is fine, totally fine. But yeah, I think for Full Sense, specifically in this matchup, one thing that they can really focus on to beat the opposition, which is Persija, is that I feel like Full Sense is a team that can be designed to outlast aggression. You know, they can dish it out themselves, but I really feel like they can stretch out around for as long as possible, save key utilities, and still be able to fight each and every interval that Persija might push against them. That being said, the point of aggression that I did talk about is John Olsen, where from time to time he does tend to overheat a lot and actually cost a very valuable player for Full Sense being knocked off too early in the round, which forces PTC and the remaining other 3 members of Full Sense to kind of deal with what John Olsen has done, but he's been very controlled as of recent.
Oh my god. Look at Raph. He's mad already. He likes, okay, I hear something. I'm gonna fight Asarai later on. But moving forward, Full Sense is gonna go up against another team for today. You already said the winning conditions of the team, but let's talk about the other team, which is Persija. Let's take a look at their roster right now.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Hello. Yeah. Nights I got them breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well, a penny for yourself, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad at son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, putting on for my city like all ages.
That was Persija, also known as Boys Will Love, before they step here in the knockouts or in the group stage. But this team consists of Asterisk, Eeyore, Famous, Flinch, Roastify. If we actually watch the videos from the previous matches where we actually asked the other teams if they can build a perfect team for their own specific team, who will they put? They say Famous, Flinch, and other players as well for Persija Esports. But I would like to ask Raph here, what would be the winning condition right now for Persija Esports?
Very good question, especially that Asarai brought up John Olsen earlier. Now, it's not that I disagree with Asarai. John Olsen has been a pivotal player for Full Sense and is a definite target for Persija, but to say that the other members are kind of have to, or rather forced to deal with whatever John Olsen does, I don't believe that's the actual play there, because everybody, Slammy, Snacks, Chalala, they all have amazing clutching power and already amazing fragging power, so it just kind of pales in comparison to John. But now let's put our perspective towards Persija here. At this point in time, they all have the trademarks to be a great prototypical Indonesian powerhouse, but for them to convincingly topple Full Sense, they need to be a little more complete. In reference, the last team that gave FS the L was Onyx. The most obvious difference between Onyx tenure and strategic depth, all honesty, put on the table. With Flinch being such a literal hit or miss player, Famous has been the perfect complementary teammate. We really can't ignore the fact that he's been so stable. His stock has been on the rise, both in play and in, honestly, interest from everybody. Now, everybody on both sides, as I've mentioned, contributes in bunches, but Persija's ironclad defense will be tested against Full Sense bend or break offense. We know how both these teams operate, and the stark contrast is going to be fireworks.
So you would say that the cue here, or basically the momentum for Team Persija right now, is not to stop just John Olsen? What?
Everybody.
Everybody?
Yes.
Oh man, that's a problem. But let's take a look at the head-to-head right here, since we were talking about the players anyway. And I think Asarai has a violent reaction towards that.
Yeah, let it be known that it's not the thing that makes Full Sense that John Olsen thing. That was just a occurrence that could happen. That being said, this head-to-head is really, I think, what encompasses this entire match is the John Olsen versus Flinch 1v1. Is that John Olsen can do so much with what is little given to him, but Flinch, on the other hand, it feels like he needs setups. He's been the hot and cold for the Persija roster, and we did see that multiple times when Persija went up against Paper Rex. He was just hitting left and right shots with the operator. I believe at one moment in like Icebox, he got like 16 sniper kills, and then when they went up against Bonkers, he just couldn't find anything to get things started. So there really is going to be some point of pressure here specifically on Flinch, because I feel like Persija does rely a lot on Flinch and Famous, as you were describing there, Raph.
Like, yeah, go ahead, Raph.
No. Kidding. I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, if you were gonna say something, go ahead.
No, as I was saying here, the stats are being shown already, and obviously it's in the side of John Olsen. But I honestly feel like when it comes to Full Sense, whenever they play out their matches right here, if John Olsen is popping off, then why not play around him? That's the mindset right now for Full Sense. Like if John Olsen is performing and it's working out for the rest of the team, then why not keep doing it? That's why I really think that John Olsen is one of the factors or one of the winning conditions here for the team of Full Sense. On the other hand, for the side of Persija, we have Flinch, like you said, Asarai, who's not really that hot and a cold rather type of situation for him, but with the other team members of Persija moving forward, standing up and standing to the ground and holding the fort down for the rest of the team, it still works out in the end.
Yeah, it really does work out for Persija, but the thing about Full Sense as well is, you know, we always talk about John Olsen and how he creates so much tempo. What if he's not there? We've seen as well other players step up, most specifically there was, I think, a match in Haven where he was just entry fragging because he was left to actually make things work, and he did that on a non-duelist agent. He did that on a chamber where it just relies on how well he can react to the situation, and boy did he definitely react to it succeedingly.
So I'm glad that you brought up tempo, because I feel like that is going to be dictated completely by the maps we're about to pick. But before we jump into that, we're going to let that marinate a little. Like I said, right, the prototypical Indonesian powerhouse is Persija. If anything that they can take away from that Onyx versus Full Sense matchup, we are going to see the fruits of it when it comes to our head-to-head here. Okay, Persija taking split away, that makes a lot of sense. Full Sense have been super strong here. Again, this has been the bread and butter for Full Sense, at least at our group stage, and it does look like Persija is going to deny them of that chance to open up strong.
I would just say that for the opening match, if it was split, it can go 50-50 in any way, shape, and form for the side of Persija and Full Sense. And I honestly think that Persija can go up against Full Sense. I actually haven't asked you guys, Asarai, if we talked about the winning conditions of the team, let's also talk about like how will they have a hard time, in what shape or form will they have a hard time, or as we call it here, they're losing conditions right now for Full Sense, would you say?
For Full Sense, honestly, I feel like in this specific matchup they don't really have that many losing conditions, which doesn't really put a lot of pressure on them. I think the only real thing is if you look at Persija, it's always going to be the condition of Persija, because Persija, I feel like, doesn't have the best follow through as a team, and that's where, again, I mentioned a while ago that Full Sense just can create tempo in every single point of the round, where Persija does not. So Persija, I feel like, is the losing condition for Full Sense if they can actually bring their A game to the table today.
Ooh, interesting choice right there of words, Asarai. How about you, Rav, when it comes to the teams that we have here? And we are looking at, actually, the first map is going to be Haven. And it's chosen by Persija right here. Any reactions to that?
Well, Full Sense, they've been very strong on Bind. Haven as well for Persija. We've seen them perform, but I also kind of want to go back on what Asarai said. He said that Persija is like not the team to create the tempo, and honestly I have to agree, but I feel like that's what sets them apart. That's what makes them so strong, because Full Sense, they're the type of team to create the waves in the water, right? But Persija, they're the calmness, the stillness underneath all of that, if that makes any sense. But yeah, Persija, once again, I've touted them to be such an Iron Man like team that they really hang on as well as they can. It doesn't seem like they are bothered at all by all that rhythm change, all that intensive tempo, how do I put this, tempo control on the side of Full Sense. So once again, this is gonna be interesting to see. Persija taking that ascent away is only kind of telling me that, yeah, we still don't want to deal with that mid pressure. And Icebox moving forward, all right.
Okay, I like this. This is maps that I feel like there will be some really good rounds for Persija here. Even that second map on Bind, we have seen Persija really explode quite well on that. When they went up against Bonkers, I believe they've used Neon, they've used Raze on it as their primary duelist, and Famous was actually playing that Raze. So I think it's still a map pool that will be comfortable for Persija. Again, we always have to keep talking about Persija here because I feel like Full Sense still have that enormous amount of advantage. You mentioned, Raf, how Persija feels a bit calmer, but I feel like it might not really be the case when you think about Eeyore and Rosify trying to clutch by themselves against Full Sense. It might have worked against Bonkers, but against Full Sense, I don't think it's going to be the same outcome that we're going to be looking at.
So these are the 3 maps that we are looking at, and the last or deciding map is actually Raph and I were dressed for the occasion already. It's gonna be Breeze for the deciding map that we have right here. But in any case, we have to ask the panelists. We are the panel, and we have to decide for our predictions right now. It's time to lock in, boys. So for you, Raph, if you were to predict, is it gonna be a 3-map series? Is it gonna be a 2-0? And which side are you on?
I really think this is going to be a 3-map series. We know that Persija is a team that won't give up. Like I said, they're sturdy, they persevere quite a bit. But I've been talking about them, I've been highlighting them, but only because I feel like they're the ones that really need to step up. They're the ones that can't overextend. So I'm going with Full Sense 2-1.
Full Sense 2-1. Aserai?
I'm gonna go Full Sense 2-0, and I really do want to go for Persija here because their journey has been incredibly satisfying to watch, and their performance as well. But Full Sense just feel like a more complete team coming into this series.
What? I could have changed my predictions, but it's already locked. All right. Okay. It's going to be Full Sense for me as well. And I honestly think it's going to be a 3-map series here. So all aboard for the Full Sense board here in the panel right now. And did you say, Raph, a while ago, was it going to be 3 games for you, you think?
I think so. And
yeah, we are the same. Yeah, we are twins. We are definitely twins right here, ladies and gents. If I just remove my glasses, it's still the same. It's me and Raph are twins. But in any way, we have to move forward as we head in to the first map or first match of the day. It's going to be Full Sense versus Persija. Passing you to the casters right now to game, or finally to the start of map number 1.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
Good morning and hello everyone. Welcome back. Today is the VCT APAC 2022. I'm Tashma, your cast today alongside Aserai. This is gonna be a bumpy ride. I was just talking with Aserai this morning about how excited I am for this match in particular because these are 2 very big teams here in Asia Pacific.
Yeah, I actually did not expect Persija, formerly Boys with Love, to actually be picked up by the Persija roster. For how I can tell this, it's a football organization, like a really big.
It is
right? So
a really big.
Yeah, I'm not really
it's
into regular
national
sports, so I'm just
football.
like excited to actually have seen them get that, because it's always nice to have a team that has no organization be picked up by a huge entity like Persija. Exactly.
Right, so the lineup for today for Full Sense, we're gonna see Chalala, John Olsen, PTC, Lammy Snacks as well, the Love Famil, I think that's how you say it.
Yeah, we just call him Z.
So what?
So it's totally fine.
The.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm very familiar with Persija, but Jay, can you tell me a little bit about this lineup particularly? Because I know they have another 2 more players.
I'm actually surprised that Persija will be going for the double duelist. Now, I'm not entirely certain if they used this before, but this is a lineup that they can double down on. The thing about this particular roster is pushes Famous and Lynch to work together as they push into the sites. And I do like how Famous is more of a Raze than a Reyna, because the utility of Raze does make her into a very viable option to be aggressive, but also objective-centric as a duelist, which I think
Persija lacks in some aspects. That being said, this is a nice little mix-up. If you're having troubles or don't really know what to go against your opponent, sometimes a double duelist is just what the doctor ordered, but there will be a lot of risk to this pickup, but the risk, I think, would outweigh anything if it works out for them.
Well, seeing the lineups are almost very similar in terms of strats, I did listen to the panel earlier, and you guys were talking about how Full Sense is gonna be, you know, spearheading this match with more in terms of tempo control, but Persija is more of like go with the flow and you know, more of reactive than adaptive. So since everyone is kind of like putting all their eggs into the basket for Full Sense, what do you think Persija can do to kind of equalize what they have?
Yeah, so we talked about this in the panel as well, right? Where Persija just feels like a team that doesn't have that aggressive follow-through. I feel like if Indonesian fans heard that, they'll say, no, what are you talking about? When they did that bonkers match, it was Asterisk, it was Eeyore that were clutching these follow-up on the rounds, but that is up against a team that isn't as aggressive as Full Sense, and I feel like the speed of Full Sense might be just a bit too much for Persija to handle here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Either way, this is going to be really exciting, and I'm really excited to see how this goes. But look how aggressive they are so early already. They are taking the initiative to go forward, and oh my god, that jump peak tags Asterisk, and immediately he gets the information he needs. I think they're just gonna be playing tag here.
Yeah, just immediately scram from the site. That might actually give the go signal for Persija just to charge in onto A. There you have it already. Lamsex's been spotted out. This is gonna leave John Olsen to his own devices as he hunkers down onto the A site. Look, A short rather. He's getting hunted here already, but he does get some value as he does take the trade-off onto Rosify. The numbers not too over-manageable here for Full Sense as they come in, and they're still pretty healthy. They still also have the flash from PTC, but again, the follow-up savior for Full Sense equalizes 3-3.
I really like how fast this first round is compared to the other match that we've actually casted. And I don't blame them because this is a kind of situation, or rather when in gunfights, gun rounds, where you don't really have a lot to lose. Just go crazy if you want to. It's always going to be a 50-50 at this point. But winning it, of course, does give you that momentum. But don't forget, if you can actually win round 2 over the team with the guns, it gives you a bit more advantage over the rest.
Oh yeah.
While Persija does have what you say, like they don't really control the flow. I mean, you saw what happened just now in terms of like how they went to C, the immediate push toward E, or immediately you saw a scramble toward A, and I really like how they do that.
It was just the natural call, to be honest, right there for
natural call of nature.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a Valorant player. I'm just playing.
You don't have to go to the bathroom if it's the natural call of nature in Valorant. You just have to go to the other site.
yeah, actually. But now that you've seen that happen, did you see a sudden shift in both teams as well? Now that they've kind of had that surprise meet in the front there, it was a little bit like a surprise. I was expecting you here, but I also did not expect you to go here.
What?
I don't know how to explain it. But I'm trying to say is that I think they weren't expecting to see. I mean, ER was expected to see them go aggressive that fast. I mean, you saw what happened just now. But look at that. Immediately, like, I see Persija is just not just like in a way they're not trying to like figure out where they want to go. Rather, they want to see them get picked first before they do anything. But oh my God, John Olsen, 56 HP left, skipping by the skin of his teeth. He doesn't know there's someone on the side.
I think he might.
Does he know?
He's just checking. I don't think he knows actually that there's someone there.
Ooh.
Damage is so good for Full Sense here. I think Persija just 30 seconds. They already got aiming control, but they took so long just to actually start running in onto the site. And Persija, they dropped the lead here. Rosify can't really handle too much. Trapped inside the site itself while everybody's corralling all around him.
That was very chaotic, actually.
It really was. I think Persija just, what's the word here? Hesitated to just commit to the site already.
Yeah, that's very interesting because it looked like they had the tempo. They actually pushed John Olsen from his position onto the site, which I think it was already pretty fast enough for them to get in. But when John Olsen put himself in front of Sewers, that's where I think everything went downhill. There was like, I don't know, there was like a pause there. And then suddenly, Full Sense just made the full rotation and suddenly the site was gone again. Persija, one thing, if they manage to get on the site, their post plans are actually pretty amazing.
They are. The struggle is how quickly can they get into this site. Yeah, ER got stunned by the doggo. And Shah here Now looking for more aggressive mid control. That nade might soften him up just a little bit, but it stops him from actually going overcommitting outside of garage doors. As the dust settles, though, you can already see Full Sense coming back into the swing, taking down opponents left and right. Flinch does have the Marshall here, but he doesn't have any angles or opponents that when he peeks out, he will have that quick little challenge, as he still has that dash to maybe make a very aggressive angle here to look at.
Yep, that's right. Lami's next here just chilling. Look at his little, what do you call that, man bun? Plants on his head, rather. He's just taking it real slow, but for now, Love Fam, he does find Rosify. And Lami's next will find Flinch as well. I really like the tempo they're going for. Now it's 2-1 for Persija. I think what's really great about this is that when you see them make that first contact, it's not a one pick. It just suddenly goes full speed ahead. It goes from 0 to 100 ASAP. But what's more interesting is how spread out thin Persija is on this round, and how Full Sense is just able to know, okay, we saw one pick here. I have a feeling they're going to be separated. Just pick them off one by one by one.
It's just allowed because Full Sense knew that, you know, Persija just don't really have the firepower. Now they do. Also, off topic, I'm also racking a man bun. So Lami's got that man bun buff right there. Shout outs to you, man bun, brother.
For real. Oh man, I mean the tempo of the game is, how do I say this? It's so fast, but yet so slow at the same time. This is definitely a type of team, both teams rather, is type of teams that can really hit the brakes at any time. You won't see a change in tempo at the start of the match, but rather as the matches is going on. Right now, John Olsen finds his counterpart as well, and immediately the trades are happening. ER taking Love Family out of the way, which gives them that breathing room from the chamber, because, you know, the trademark is annoying to deal with.
They're still not getting the value I think that they want from Flinch and Famous. Yes, they do get the sight, but they're losing their heavy hitters as soon as. And I mentioned again that Full Sense can really rock the floor here. The double swing, PTC still in the corner here. I'm not sure if ER actually knows about this, and he will get overwhelmed. Now has the Seekers as well. This will expose Rosify and Asteris's position as Lamisnax comes in for the lurk, although he doesn't know that Rosify is already here.
Nice.
But he doesn't catch him on the drop. Oh, this might have actually left Rosify too. Oh, never mind. Okay, that catch onto PTC was huge. So Lamisnax in a very, very awkward position where one is at top, one is down below. He isolates the fight though,
that was a
and he can actually start having the spike. Shock dart. Perfect.
Oh no!
Nice.
Look at that lineup. I love a good lineup.
And you can save the weapon. Good stuff.
I know. This is why Sova mains are the actual best. You can just never tell what kind of lineup will be happening. Have you heard of the 18-second lineup?
What? Is that like
yeah,
where you just bounce the dart from like where you're at and you double bounce it and shoot up top?
Yeah.
So it's just like an 18 seconds.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so crazy how it actually takes 18 seconds to go through it. But honestly, those kind of lineups, while it's cool, I still really like these kind of simple lineups that you cannot expect because you think you're safe, but it's not. It gives you that false sense of security that just really messes with your head. However, going back to the game here, you can see that spike dropped over on main. It looks like what Persija wants to do is kind of like figure out what exactly is ticking through the minds of Full Sense right over here. They know that Full Sense is the type of team to defensively push. They get some information, they go back, but Eeyore will be the one to get Don Olsen's head out, gunning him. And here comes the ultimate from Killjoy. For now, look at that. Full Sense, they don't have to really worry. Well, it does cover a huge portion of B. What they do is just wait outside. It's no big deal. Because after all, I don't think they want to commit just yet. It's just more of like clearing the sites. But Love Family, will find Flinch and Eeyore. Are you serious right now? Through the smoke?
We need his perspective, his POV straight up. That was huge. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That lockdown from Eeyore was more just to kind of spread out the entire map. Full Sense actually, I think, snuffed it out. That's why you saw them not really panicking and just holding their angles. Because if they did try to stop anything on B, they still wouldn't have been able to break the lockdown since Eeyore put it in a spot where it actually was very awkward for defenders to destroy it. That being said, though, Famous, if it rips one out...
Anyone?
Okay, no, never mind.
It's fine.
Oh, I just saw that there was a little bit of a, I don't know if it's a bug or if it's intentional, where the Raze ultimate doesn't pull out ASAP, but love those crispy hits, and that will be PTC out of the game. Still a 2 versus 2 situation here. Lami's next from the back, there 2 on the back. They have all the information they need. Asterisk with a great swing from the side here, and here comes the lineup Larry's, but they didn't plant it there, but great reaction time. Asterisk will be getting a 3K out of that.
Persija is coming into
Doing
this
so well.
with such vigor. This is so clean, to be honest, from Persija.
I really like the fact that Panel was saying that Persija is not the one to control the tempo, but they control the tempo in a way that is kind of like when it matters after the post plant coming onto site. They don't have to worry too much about it early because they know that the one will be super aggressive pushing, getting the picks will be Full Sense. But once Full Sense makes a mistake, they immediately capitalize and suddenly all the tempo is back in their hands.
Absolutely. The timing for Persija here has been clean. Yeah, they do have to go for trades, but I think you should expect that when you're fighting against how Full Sense actually play. So, that being said, it's still round per round that they're getting the dubs, so not really bad. The only thing that's probably hurtful here for Persija is their economy might be a bit in tatters, as you can see with their purchase power right now, but it hasn't really affected them ultimately in the rounds.
The trades have been very interesting here because it's very rare that they actually go through a round without actually winning anything. But here comes the Hunter's Fury. Lula Fami. Flinch got baited there. Did not expect that swing. Or even someone there, but Famous trying to jump out, but Chalala straight in the head. We love those kind of shots, rather. But here we are, PTC with the Hawk trying to get all that information that he can, but he doesn't realize there's 2 people there.
And they're bringing their A game right now in terms of the trades. And always, again and again, it's a 2 versus 2. The speed, though, from the Lurk of Thee, as he comes in for the swing. Rosify now knows he's exposed to the elements. The shock starts making things even worse here, Tash. And he can wiggle his way out of this one. 1 in the front, 1 in the back. And that is Full Sense, bringing it all the way to 3-3.
I am just... The shock darts that you don't expect to come at you just comes at you, and it's hard to predict where it's coming from. And on top of that, someone right in front of you, it's hard to figure that out. But look at this. He was so distracted by that Hunter's Fury. It gave him so much situation. And that's what we talked about last time before, about the usage of building more than just kind of like getting kills, more than just getting information, getting flashes. When you walk with those abilities, or rather kind of use that distraction against them, it really gets those unexpected kills that you want.
And it works fantastically well for them, and I love to see this. It just when it works, and when it does, it looks so fluid. Speaking of fluid, holy guacamole!
Are you serious?
PTC! Oh, just give them the ace, why don't you? They already spotted Rosify, and look already, PTC is vibing right now. Everybody from Full Sense is just making sure that they can actually have a sideline of Rosify here. John Olsen, don't be like that. Ah, no.
The ace stealer, John Olsen, you have been marked. Change your name, John Olsen. Change it to John the ace stealer, rather. Oh man, but when you think about it, he didn't really had no choice, because when you think about it, he got a kill onto his teammate as well. And we don't really want to go into the next round with this tattered economy. But oh man, this was really, really unexpected. They really lined up for him.
Yeah, and PTC just, I like how, and this is just minute, but it does help. He tags his opponent first so they can get back into cover, and he hits the headshots. And while doing that, he also strafes. So all of those things mixed up create such a potent mix for PTC that PSJ couldn't really do much. That being said as well,
there's no countering that, man.
I get it that the ace was stolen, but it was because PTC already had full charge on his Seekers. So on an economic standpoint, you know, it just didn't make sense.
Listen, it's not all about the ace. It's about teamwork, okay?
And giving one charge to John Olsen because you already have your Seekers.
For real, what Famous is here, love family. A gift. Gonna be happy with that. Sorry, I got excited.
Yeah, totally. Makes sense, makes sense. That was the make or break for the site.
Oh, for real, for real. But you see that how much zone control their Astra is giving for them. And for now, I think that's not going to be a problem right now. But they don't know that John Olsen is coming from the back here. They should be able to hear the footsteps. But John Olsen is just faster. Lamy Stacks from the back gets the shock dart kill onto Asterix as well. PGC getting flinched out of the way by Eeyore with the double. And a turret kill as well. Dang. But the one on top will be Chalala.
Damn, Eeyore, he almost explodes. Because FullSense already gave up the sight. They started just coming in from right behind. And Persija were about to trip up, but Eeyore just... PVC last round, Eeyore almost this round. Oh my goodness, everybody
PTC,
is just
the Dream Smasher. You don't want to have PTC going against you. He will steal your hopes and dreams. You get a turret kill, doesn't matter. He says, you get a turret kill, I steal your game.
Let's get out
but look at that. You really look at that. I like that crouch movement from him, but it's just that Chalala knew the right moment to swing out because he knew that Eeyore wasn't ready. He wasn't even looking his way.
I will counter that. He was, but it wasn't fast enough that he could have gotten the headshot. And
oh yeah.
Yeah. The trades was, I think, is faster for FullSense. Speaking of trades, you mentioned how FullSense just love to go for this aggressive stance, and boy, it is there. Famous is right in the corner. Oh,
how? He had advantage!
Yeah, well, he got like kill with the nade and the mid one. I think he wasn't even paying attention to John Olsen was already peeked out. Yeah, it showed there in kill feed. Dude, this is...
Dang, it was just so fast. This is too fast.
Exactly. Blink and Elnio missed. To be honest, anybody could actually just miss what just happened there. There was just so much.
Yeah, this is those situations where sometimes you won't even get onto site. These games have been super fast. I feel like it's just about a minute or so that we already see the rounds wrapped up. And even if, this is what you guys were talking about in panel, about how FullSense is able to control that tempo. FullSense wants it fast. That's why they're pushing aggressively, even on defense. And what's even worse is the fact that they are actually, they're actually rewarded for it. Because Persija can't seem to figure out how do we counteract this sort of play.
It feels like they're just not expecting the quick peaks for FullSense here, right? And FullSense, it doesn't feel like, at least specifically with the agent selection, they don't really have to do that. It's supposed to be Persija on the other end, but FullSense, they still love to make it happen. Again, with John Olsen at the helm here. That being said, Persija needs to start putting more bodies, I think, into one specific angle, see what happens, and then just not be afraid of the lurk, because it feels like FullSense only lurk when Persija start to commit to one of these sites.
Oh yeah, have to agree as well. But on top of that, but we saw when Persija actually really commits, gets the site, they're able to hold it really well. But the problem is, I don't know if they're worried or if they're scared, but right now, all tempo, all momentum is actually in FullSense hands. And look at that, he got the drone out of the way, but not the players. Flinch taking his time here. He's playing the sneaky on the side. They learned the hard way. Look at that, they're like fully checking first. They don't want another PTC moment with a 4K in that round. But right now, here comes the party. Will it actually get anyone? Eeyore does find Lofami in the backside there, but look at that again. There's Famous. He's not able to get that frag. And I mentioned before that this might be a bug or a change rather to the ultimate of Raze.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if it came out in 4.04 or if it's gonna come out for 0.405, but regardless, I think it was just a miss sequence there from Famous. Yeah, there's the Cosmic Divide. That's gonna even add up the power of the crossfire here for Persija. John Olsen just dashes right in, but there's so many already at the close swing. The body block from Famous, they're trying to stab him out, but now it's just the two remaining on the spawn entrance itself. Famous is still trying to go for it, but for more cases than not, this should already be the win for Persija. All FullSense can now do is play the exits, and you can already see PTC making that happen. Can he get out with his life as the spike is about to explode? I think just barely. And there you go.
What is life? He says, as the bomb explodes right beside him. And honestly, that is the momentum I wanted to see from Persija. See, when I mentioned before, once Persija actually gets onto site and commits, they're able to really hold it. And I think even without that Cosmic Divide, I think they'll be just fine.
That is, yeah, absolutely true. They just wanted to make sure.
It's to make sure, yeah. But I'm just saying, I don't want it to be like, I don't want Persija to be having this moment where they have to rely on Asterisk's ultimate in order to be able to secure a round.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they were just. I feel like it's just more of a respect to Full Sense, and there's not really a lot of opportunities here that they might be able to use the Cosmic Divide anything else, but I love this. Yeah, this is what I was kind of wondering a while ago. When are we going to be seeing just the full commit, the full send from Persija onto these sites? Because their trading really has lacked a while, just a little bit, because they're so separated. But if they can just go for this full swing as a whole unit, you see how quickly they can actually, what's the word here, bring back what their teammates might have lost. John Olsen does have the blades and his operator, but his teammates have fallen all around him. Olsen just cannot find anything. And a late lurk coming in through Garage might be just what the doctor ordered. John Olsen still gets away with bloody murder. Right in front of him is Famous, who reads where he was actually going to go out as he was just about to lurk through Garage. Stops it out. There's the expensive operator, and Full Sense back to the drawing board once again.
Yeah, that's great for them because Persija really not only that momentum, they needed that out of his hands as well, John Olsen's to be exact. But if you looked at that, how Persija played it, the double swings are coming in. This is what we talked about as well. But Eeyore, he really was the heavy hitter here because his control of Garage gave no space at all to Full Sense to even get onto the site. Yes, they may have an up, but because they didn't overcommit, or didn't swing, and didn't peek when they didn't have to, now Flinch has the op and PTC is at the receiving end.
Last round, so he can just buy up a rifle and go back if he wants, or even just use the blades if he deems it so to be.
You should
But John Olsen just ferocious. Like, they thought that they already gotten control of that angle, and he just doubles down and like, I'm gonna get a trade here, which he does.
Yeah, that's how you want to go down.
Yeah, exactly. Right here, and it's smart because I don't think Persija were actually expecting that to happen.
If I go down, you go down with me.
I trade you, you trade me.
That's the word, huh? For now, Chalala, 30 HP left. Famous on the aggressive here does get tagged. Is gonna have to move away. But here comes the Hunter, or Hunter's Fury rather. That's a nice dodge. I wish I can do that, even if he got tagged out of that. But Love Fami is gonna be taken away from Famous here. Famous is just doing so much work, being a distraction. Gonna play on a very aggressive angle. And we know Famous, when you take the leash off Famous, he can do so many amazing things. And this time it's going to be on Raze. For now, Chalala, so little HP. Will they fight him? Yes, he will. Asterisk with the crossfire here. John Olsen does have the blades. Here are the paint shells. Misses him. Asterisk on the side here will be spotted out, but he misses. And Asterisk will be ending the round with a win.
Yeah, there's not a lot of angles where John Olsen was that you can crouch and not be spotted on the person standing on top of logs. You have to be just really in that corner and crouch, but even then you can get like wall banged and stuff. So because he whiffed that blades, there was absolutely no chance for him to have won if his opponent did not whiff, which he did not. So yeah, look at this. I'm loving Persija actually being more comfortable challenging Full Sense here, because they're expecting Full Sense to always be at these specific intervals, but Full Sense just plays so many off angles and love to challenge that Persija is doing the same thing, and it's working in Persia's favor because, as you mentioned perfectly, Famous is starting to heat up.
Yep, and we all know what Famous can do. Famous can do famous things because, as we know, as a Raze, you have so much utility to get those kills. And on top of that, you also have an escape with your satchels. And Flinch, being a Jet, he needs to make space and he can play with a team. And I think this has always been the composition that they go for. You put Famous with like a Sky or even a Raze, he can just play on his own. He doesn't have to really rely on his team for those setups.
And he just charges right through.
He's an unstoppable bull. He sees red all the time. He isn't heating up. He just sees red. For now, I think in terms of... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that maybe he needs to go to the hospital if he keeps seeing all red. That's not...
Oh, man. This is the halftime pause right now. And I have to say, this is one of the fastest rounds or early halftimes I've seen. Usually, if the games that we've casted together is a little bit more slow in terms of tempo, especially from one side, especially going from defense. But seeing how aggressive Full Sense is just gives a different sort of perspective as to how aggressive the playstyle from the Thai teams are. They're very aggressive. They want to go fast, and the idea of catching the enemy off guard is, I think, the name of the game for them.
It has allowed again these
rounds to favor more Persija, but as we change the sides here, I feel like so does the play style that Persija have to adjust to.
For real.
Yeah, now they can't like group up as an entire team and expect that they can win against Full Sense, because they need to make sure that Full Sense isn't going to any of these 3 sites. It's 1/3 of each map, right? It's not like the half to like any other side, any other map in Valorant. But anyways, that's not the name of the game anymore, as John Olsen just charges right out. Immediately Eagles backs away. The timing for Asterisk is so good. He baited his own teammate, not losing said teammate, and gets the pick off onto John Olsen.
Yeah, that's right. However, Full Sense gonna be getting the plant here. Oh, look at that. Love Fami. Not sure where everyone is, but Eeyore tries to rush in, but is gonna be punished for that. And look at that. Chalala with the double. And suddenly, PSG fell apart. They were just a little bit too aggressive for their own good. But if you look at the other side, the PTC and Lamy barely alive, but it's with the teeth.
Yeah, still alive, but they're barely breathing.
Still alive. What's the song for that?
I can't remember. I just like it went and popped into my head. We need the vision of Lammy Snacks, to be honest, because like they were already coming out, and I love how PTC was able to hold this. But this timing on Lammy Snacks, yeah, he waited for the right time to strike, because all eyes were already committed to PTC, and his ability to quote unquote like use his teammate as a bait, you know, just to avert the attention of the defenders there and peek out so his teammate will actually not be traded, is the winning factor for that specific pistol.
I'm not sure why Eeyore kind of like committed to getting that kill, because there were 3 people there when you think about it, but John Olsen through the gravity well gets Asterisk. Very, very good shot, but Love Family will be fine flinch with that Bulldog. And they're probably really, really happy, because right now Persija looks like they spread out real thin, and suddenly they have lost 3 players. Famous taking a lot of damage here, moves away, barely takes some damage here. From the back is just Olsen. Does Famous? No! Yes, he does. He does have some backup from his teammate here, but there's so many people in the garage, making it so hard for them to actually do anything.
Smart. They immediately knew they had the round already, so why give a chance for Persija to pick up John Olsen's weapon? And they still knew that they're probably still there. If not, they could at least clear out the certain angle while their teammate is planting the spike. So, Full Sense not leaving anything to the imagination, not just by clearing, but also making sure that they can get trades and not let the opponents pick up said weapons. That being said, Persija now have their gun round. Full Sense seems like they're just gonna go again for another C hit here, and it makes sense because they don't really have the biggest weapons to fight the long distance, and it being Haven, it just works.
Yep, for now, Persija gonna go aggressive at flinch. His angle just so amazing. Oh my god, to the Fizz. PTC, 5 HP left. But we all know how great the feeling is when you get that double barrel to the face. John Olsen coming in from the back here. Trying to see him get some stragglers here. Eeyore will be coming in from the back, but the idea is who's gonna be getting the first contact. And it'll be Eeyore going down. They thought he got a gun out of that, but not really, because there's gonna be a trade here. Labistax has his teammates back. Another one, round 15, will be taken by Full Sense.
That was so smart. So
that really was. I was not expecting that that wraparound.
Yeah, the reason why that wraparound was successful, John Olsen, because PTC actually spotted out 2 here. He got the kill already with the shotgun on the one guy coming out from garage, and he flashed 1 on mid, but his Trailblazer actually spotted 2 on the B site, and that gave John Olsen just enough information that he can start pushing on maybe the spawn and only maybe hit the lurk onto Eeyore, and it worked out. So Full Sense making use of every bit of information that they get, and it is so damn efficient here, Tash.
Really, and it also really just also shows how much game sense they have. Just now, Eeyore was not at all expecting that there was anyone going to be that far. And again, here's Eeyore meeting again with John Olsen with that first contact. But for now, Famous tried to be aggressive here, trying to get that thing, but Lammy Stacks will be on the aggressive flinch coming in from the back. He does have the blades, but has to walk away. If Chalala pushes out, he'll be catching flinch with his hands. on his knife actually, but looks like that's not going to be happening. Trailblazer does not get the information, and we can see there Chalala getting the shot from the back. He whiffs all of his knives actually, and look at that, Chalala with another one gets his counterpart, and Rosify suddenly he's all alone.
Yeah, I don't think Rosify is gonna win this. However,
No,
that
he
happens.
does not have. Yeah, because
Yeah.
one thing about the Sheriff is that if you get the initial contact, that one tap, sure, you win. But if you whiff once, it's a the chances of you getting the kill gets lower and lower, especially against a rifle.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Also, full sense, I'm just gonna lay it on here. From the second half on forward, their attacking side just has so many layers that I think Persija aren't really expecting. You saw that Flinch destroyed the trap, and he expected nobody to actually push out, right? But as Full Sense was trying to move onto Garage, Asterisk creates that tempo. Flinch just didn't expect that there was going to be a second swing out from them. So Persija here kind of losing some of these rounds just because they don't really read the situation correctly. But Flinch, he brings it all the way back. Yeah, this operator is giving a fighting chance for Persija.
Yep, that's right. John Olsen trying to go forward, but the one that'll be going forward will be John Olsen, not Flinch. And now suddenly he thought he had a free op here, but Rosify will be making sure his teammate will not lose that. However, Chalala coming in from the mid side here, he is all alone. 1 versus 4, and suddenly the tables have turned, and Persija finding themselves on the winning side of the team.
Still not the round
He spotted it! Oh!
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry about that. He saw his gun barrel actually.
Yeah, totally fine. That angle is actually not as hidden as you think. So usually what players
feel
would
it
do...
is.
Yeah, it's too shallow. So what happens is if you have a really long range or a really long barreled weapon like an op or maybe a vandal, if you don't what's the word here, use like your knife out or hug the corner to the right of you to hide the barrel, it actually gets spotted by your opponent.
Ooh, but Asterisk will be happy with that pick. And here we go. Famous got the op, will be generously given to Flinch. I really gotta say, Flinch and the op has been very, very impressive. Much more impressive than John Olsen. Actually, look at this. They actually line up here. That's 1 and 2, and suddenly almost gets a 3rd because of that contact from John Olsen over there. But if you look at this corner here, he thought he was looking at Famous, but the other side there was actually Chalala. There was just so many cross angles to the point that if you are in a situation where you are undermanned, Persija will totally mow you down.
Oh yeah. Oh, he still has the op. I think the timing might be enough. Ah, yes, lovely. Flinch.
I've got your
I love how fast he moves with that.
Yeah. Don't flinch, you'll miss it. Hey.
Aha, I see what you did there. But for now, John Olsen with the sprays finds Eorb on the backside here. Recon Dart is there, but he'll be staying hidden, no problem at all. But for now, look at all of those. Flinch tried to kill him with that short in the backside. That does not happen. You can see there, Hunter's Fury coming forward. Chalala does get tagged after all. Rosify, he is the only one still alive. The plant will be happening. But he doesn't have enough information, at least for the other member. But Lamisex from the side there. He reacts, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, Lamisex knew where Rosify brought out the drone. So he wanted to get the catch onto Rosify before Rosify could do anything. And I love how he was just outside of garage window. You'd think that it's safer just to wait, but it actually works that he pressed on forward because already you saw there the Astra for Full Sense started pushing in with him, so they would have crossfire pretty soon. Excuse me. And if not, you saw just how not expectant Rosify was, that Lamisex was already up in his face.
He saw his reaction. He was just like, oh, he was already here.
I messed up.
I think in terms of timing, I mean, if you think about it, I think it does make sense because he did have the drone out, so he was trying to catch him right as he ended. But for now, PTC does get tagged there. He's gonna have to reposition himself. But look at how aggressive all these are. Flinch from the side here. Does he know? Yes, he does. Thought he's gonna miss it. But right there, Famous already pretty much very, very aware of where he is gonna be. He's gonna be moving out of the way, and he's gonna be waiting for his teammates instead. But look at that, C is still anchored by Asterisk as well as B by Eorb. They're not gonna fully commit until they fully know that it's gonna be happening. Chalala gonna be using the stars out of here. Famous from the side there does get the one tap straight to the head, but Olsen says, I got an op, I'm better.
It gut punches him. It just with the operator got close range. Anyways, yeah, he's absolutely better in that aspect. I think Famous just did not know. Wallbang for days. V, good on the shot.
And look at that. My statement reigns true here. The layers at which Full Sense have in this attack, not really as read by Persija. 12-7, maybe even the 13-7 will happen right here and now, Tash.
Oh, that's right. I really think so. But I really gotta say, just now I was very, very worried for Lam because he looked away and I thought, oh, are you sure you cleared that? And suddenly it's as though he was telepathically connected to my brain or something. Just kidding. But no, for real, I think he already knew, but he was trying to make sure that no one there was the crossfire, which was honestly very, very smart in terms of game sense. Eeyore has his lineups up, but the thing is, I rarely got to see Eeyore actually using his lineups because of how fast these rounds are going. Here comes the shark that clears out Garage, giving them all that space. PTC coming in from B.
Man, I would have loved seeing John Olsen just like maybe felt a shot through the wall, and that would have caught Eeyore. That would have been the absolute vacuum shot of this entire tournament if he did. I would have just loved to see that.
There is some information for Olsen at least. They do know that drone is coming in from A-Link here, but it doesn't seem that they are going to be fully committing. They're just trying to figure out if they want to go to C or if they want to go to B. And this is what you talked about earlier about how loose some of these players are in terms of how they want to play around it. Either way is fine for them, but Lamisnax also will know. And here comes the Hunter's Fury once again. PTC does get a kill onto Eeyore right over here. But as for the Hunter's Fury tags, no one famous trying to see if we can get anyone, but no one actually is on site just yet. Both teams are not, Full Sense not committing move side by side, but look at that crossfire, making sure that everyone stays safe. Asterisk gonna go for it. But to look at the jump shot. Can't just seem like a jack in a box.
Did I just hear you? Okay. Yeah, that
caught me off guard too.
Yeah, that was the absolute moment to actually do that because it also just felt like such an awkward time for them. All right, both Astros using the Cosmic Divide. It's absolutely the multiverse of madness here right in front of us. As you know, Full Sense hasn't just charged right out. Lamisnax, this free firing actually working. And Shaw here in a 1 versus 3 has to rummage through the smokes and hope that he can find the necessary picks, which absolutely will not happen. Persija still holds on, but that was incredibly silly round. Silly, but fruitful for Persija for sure.
But you know who else is a jack in a box? Freaking Flinch with his double barrel Shardy just walks in, gets a kill, walks out, and you know how annoying that gun can be with the Astra Cosmic Divide because you want to just go in and get those heavy hits to the face, move out of the way, and again, it just really, really works out for them. And on top of that, another reason why it worked was because of that recon there as well, giving so much information. I love the reaction that Persija has whenever they get the information they need, especially from recon dart.
Okay, now coming into this follow-up round. Flinch has got himself back the operator, which is a huge, huge help for them. And I think Full Sense know about this. That's why they're taking it at a much slower pace. They don't want to over-aggress. They don't want to give Flinch those 1 to 2 kills because that's where Flinch gets his big value. I mentioned how he got so many op kills when they went up against Paper Rex, and a lot of those op kills actually got strung with another follow-up kill coming in for him. So I think here, Full Sense just playing the safe game. Yeah, that's a nice little bait peek out from John Olsen. Doesn't get the value though. And as D wants to go for the pinch on the other side to maybe create space, Persija don't flinch at all and start committing to the fights here. And now they've got themselves a really strong defending side built up.
Oh, I don't think PTC was expecting that double peek again, at least from the side of Flinch here. Flinch already repositioned for Sewers, just really waiting which head will be the one he wants to pop. But look at that, rotation's already slowly coming up to this side, as they are not coming up, but leaving onto this side. But look at that, Rosafy was pretty much ready for John Olsen here. Chalala from the side of A main gets killed, but Flinch with the double shorty straight to Lamisnax's face.
Again, more opportunities here for Persija to build up a case to push into overtime.
Opportunity. Because he's starting to win because he got the op.
It's okay. I haven't heard that for like the 69th time, Tash.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow. But I really gotta say, this comes... God dang it, Azrai!
Yeah, people might think I'm mean to you. No, guys. We've been longtime friends. It's all good.
We've been friends since 2016. But I gotta say, 12-9 is the number. But you know, while it is only 3 rounds away, no mistake can be made by Persija at all. As I said, sometimes when it comes to this round, it might be too little too late. For now, Eeyore just making that aggressive kind of shots there from inside of the smokes. Again, Hunter's Fury. Look how many times they already have this. They're just farming orbs at this point.
They are...
Oh my god. Oh!
Yeah, you got this. Keep going. Ooh.
It's okay. I got caught off guard.
Deploying drone.
Okay, we slow down the pace just a little bit here, as it seems like Full Sends are out in no man's land. Now they spot out Eeyore. Spike will have to be planted by John Olsen, but PSJ know about this. There it is. That's going to flush him out from the entirety of the site. Well, the pinch comes in from Rosify here. They really are mouse in a trap, but they have the swing, and the active swing actually works out in their favor now. No, John Olsen, he doesn't break it. And you actually know where he is to stab him. Yeah, there it is. Disrespect for days. And PSJ get their 10th round, and maybe even more momentum as they get a beautiful, beautiful retake on this one.
Oh yeah, I have to agree. That's a really good retake, but I gotta say, Asterisk, you pulled your gun out. You switched your knife in front of his face with a double hit. You know you can drop him with one knife. That was rude. Either way, I'm really liking this momentum here from Persija to the point that they have to push Full Sense into this timeout. Let's look at that again. Brings up the knife, gets 1, gets 2, and you know how terrifying it is, how you can't react, and all you can do is just stare at your stabber in front of your own 2 eyes in first-person view.
This is what I live for, you know, just analyzing knife fights in Valorant. Yeah, I get paid the big bucks just to talk about, oh, guys, you got stabbed and you can't really do anything, you know. And
are you talking about me? Are you talking about me?
No, it's me. Totally. Yeah.
But I really want to ask you a question here. Is this for what Full Sense is going on here, do you think this is a moment where Full Sense is kind of hitting a brick wall just because they're just too greedy to end the game?
I go the other opposite direction here, that PSJ are just starting to find tighter timings, and their peaks have been all them getting the actually first kills. Like, if you think about it,
because of flinch and the op, right?
Exactly. So the span of these, let's say, 3 to 4 rounds that they strung together, first kills have been flinch almost every single time, and Full Sense just can't find a way to break through that. Now, I think that's the biggest factor for them, but it's also PSJ just starting to get the value off of Flinch's sniping skills.
Yep, that's right. John Olsen, if you look at him, he actually has the mini Spectre, or rather the Frenzy here. The Lafami rather, will be finding the KJ ults, but KJ will be the one falling down here by the knives. And John Olsen gonna be aggressively pushing forward, but Asterisk find Fami. Instead, PTC will be getting the trade onto that at least, and the plant will be happening. Here comes the Feign Shells, will be stopping the plant rather. Right now, they're gonna have to reposition themselves, and finally, Astra gonna find some time here. But look at that shock dart, just kind of like giving them so much problems. Had to do that, but on Olsen with the double knives. Are you serious right now?
Oh, he even committed his 2 blades just to break the boom bot, and he was like, "Don't worry, I got this."
Oh my god. I don't know what happened during that time off, but I really think that thing really killed the momentum for Persija as well. Well, it looked like they had a solid defense, but we always talked about how flinch was just the momentum killer for Persija. But you have to say, John Olsen is not the momentum killer. He's just literally a killer in his own right.
He's the spark that ignites the Full Sense squad. That's why their logo looks like a flame, at least to me.
Flame.
Because, yeah, exactly.
It really does look like a flame. But let's have a look at the post-game stats here for a little bit. Flinch and PTC head-to-head. Honestly, at this point, I'm not surprised seeing Sky is up there.
He gets the setups, he gets everything. And to be honest, like, I think for the first couple of rounds for Full Sense as well, it feels like he's gotten his Seekers more times than not. Which,
oh yeah.
Yeah,
definitely the rest of Full Sense was able to utilize to get as much value as they definitely can. And again, we keep singing the name of John Olsen, but Z and PTC, I feel like, are such great additions to this explosive roster that Full Sense has.
Oh yeah, and I also want to say that while we did talk about, for real, I think that I think Eeyore was a little bit, KJ I think is a great agent for this map, but I think Eeyore would better utilize other agents that we've seen on him before. And on top of that, I'm not too sure about Famous's performance this morning. He wasn't really as shining as he was in his previous matches. We always talked about how Famous is able to go absolutely crazy, just got those top frags. But right now, as on a race, I'm not too sure why, but I think he's just not able to reach his full potential because of how much control, or rather momentum, that Full Sense has onto all of these matches.
I think there's just a disconnect between Famous and Flinch's synergy when they try to do contact together. For some reason, on paper, it should work. It should look good. But it hasn't really as much if you keep seeing that. Like, they don't really get the proper trades. When they try to push in, it feels like the satchel actually hitting Flinch, so they can't really follow up quickly or properly.
They can't work together, yeah.
Exactly. It feels like they're just butting heads as they try to reach into these sites. The more that they actually separate, the better it actually looks. Or the more that they just walk together, the better it actually looks.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. Remember last time we talked about how when we saw Famous playing Jet, he wasn't able to really make the space for his team. There's a little bit of disconnect in terms of his speed and his team's speed, rather. So when they actually took Famous off the Jet, gave it to Flinch, and once Famous was actually running a Sky and just doing Famous things in the back, getting those flashes, getting those informations, the way he plays Sky isn't the same as how Full Sense plays Sky. It's more selfish than anything, but it does get those picks that the teams really, really need. So when you give a situation like that to Famous, he's able to really, really shine.
I guess it's just because he's such an oppressor that he needs that flash type of agent to work out. And speaking of which, they didn't have a flash agent in this series at all. So I do tend to forget that, specifically for Haven. Flash just makes everything so much easier. Before that, oh yeah, that's just a satisfying highlight.
It's like ASMR, the shing-shings that come out. I mean, like, when you have like a top sounds or ASMR sounds, I really gotta say, is the glitch pop pull-out gun sound, which is really, really good.
True.
And then another one that's really, really ASMR is if those knives actually hit someone.
Very, very true. Well, ASMR aside, the sounds that we like to hear is Full Sense winning, and maybe Persija also getting that second game. We'll be coming back after a break to see what happens in the next game. So guys, don't go anywhere.
Really real, I am the boss, I am the Don, I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith. What brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT APAC 2022. I'm Tash Buddy, your caster today alongside Azurai, where we just saw one of the fastest first series we've ever seen in this tournament, and honestly, once again, this feels like a grand final.
It does feel like that. There's so much explosive stuff happening between either side, and there was that portion where we saw Persija almost bring it all the way back to maybe even overtime, but
oh yeah,
Full Sense just is a team that never stops, never gives you time to build that momentum. Yeah, exactly. Even if like Flinch was starting to heat up, he was hitting some very nice sniper kills that ignites rounds for Persija here. Full Sense, as I mentioned, just can do the same thing, but even better. And we saw that in the last round with John Olsen and those gratifying Bladestorm kills that he had on the Jet.
I really am so shocked at how much the tempo is just controlled by Full Sense. When you think that you have full control, suddenly Full Sense says, okay, it's time for a timeout. Y'all are just gonna cool down. And when we come back, you're not gonna have that tempo anymore. And that's how dominating it is, Full Sense, compared to the Indonesian Persija team. Persija able, what I really want to comment about Persija is that they do manage to keep up in the end. But as I mentioned before, it's too little too late. Once you only hit your heat at round number, when they hit 12 points, it's gonna be a little bit hard because it gives zero room for error. Yes, they got so many rounds, but how many rounds can you go before you finally slip up?
Well, they really didn't have any more slip-up rounds because, again, it was that 12 to... what was it? I believe that was 12 to 10.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anything other than perfection was just not going to be enough against Full Sense. And perfection was what we got from them as well. To be honest, the kills overall from either side were actually pretty... what's the word here? Almost
very even.
Even, exactly. But I do have to say as well that the trades, as well as the overall positive kill score, was heavily in the favor of Full Sense. I mean, Full Sense just got more kills than deaths, but Persija had more deaths than they got kills on basically all of their players, except for Flinch, that was hitting some nasty operator shots.
Yeah, that's right. It felt like, as I mentioned, as we talked about before, there's a little bit of disconnect from the teammates in Persija as well, it seemed like they weren't exactly on the same page, especially if you look at Famous as well as Flinch. We did talk about this a few times. When you give Famous the ability to play alone, he can absolutely go crazy. But if you put him in a position where he relies on the support of his teammates to set up those kills, he won't be able to play with you together. Moving in with Flinch as well felt like there was a little bit of they were in each other's way, I felt, when you think about it, rather. So in a way, I would really like to see Famous just go be Famous, go take Sky, go crazy on the other side, try and get as many picks as possible, because what I feel that Famous can do, to at least full sense, is get those picks to really kind of like slow down that momentum or the cogs in the wheel, which is rather the machine called full sense.
Well, the next map is going to be Bind, so we might be seeing Famous still pick up the Raze, but this time I'm expecting Flinch to maybe get himself the Breach, because double duelist on Bind for Persija specifically, even though it might make sense, they might still need a bit of that pinch power. It's only grayed out, it's not yet highlighted, but it seems like Persija will double down on the double duelist. I'm not sure about this risk that they're willing to take, because again, they will be playing a match without an initiator that has a flash ability.
Yeah, that's right. They do have a Brimstone, but Brimstone can only provide smokes. But you know, with Brimmy the Stimmy, I'm not too sure if the match today will be using the new patch, because I do know that the Brimmy the Stimmy not
it still
yet,
should
right?
be 4.04 because they are playing elsewhere. That's not on the
yeah,
roster.
it's not yet. So that's not yet. So at least there's gonna be a double stim for sure for one round. What they can do, at least for attack, it does give them the speed they need to get onto the site, because just now I felt like Persija wasn't having that speed, at least in the beginning. So I think they want to counteract what they made a mistake just now with the Brimstone.
I don't know what to say about this particular match again, other than the fact that it really is going to rely heavily again to the contact success of Flinch as well as Famous, because now they can't really rely on, as I mentioned, breach utility or even just maybe a Sky to flash in onto these sides. Famous has a really good Sky. You mentioned it, you know, when we were talking about that post-match on game number 1, but not having it here. Yes, I know that Raze is the queen of Bind, but not having that initiator, that Seekers, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't give Persija so many options to back away. It feels like they're just putting themselves in a corner that they have to always commit to these fights. They always have to rely on Famous and Flinch, and that could happen in a couple of these rounds, but the inconsistency of these two players might be the downfall of Persija here and now.
Okay, what do you think of their choice of having a chamber in their team here for the side of Eeyore? Just now we did talk about how, you know, how do I say this? About how just now KJ felt like it wasn't really a big impact. Do you think Eeyore will be able to do an impact with a chamber this time round?
Oh yeah, Eeyore, I think, I don't say his name or talk about him too much for Persija, because I do like to put that the emphasis on the double duelist, but Eeyore definitely has created waves here for the Persija roster. That being said though, because he's a Sentinel, because Eeyore likes to play a lot more of the anchor at the back of the site rather than charging forward, compared to like the, if he plays the chamber, which actually is right now, you really will see Eeyore get those kills once their rounds have been dismantled already by Full Sense, which doesn't really put much confidence in him, because that means that he has to clutch each and every single time.
Yeah, that's right. Now the question is, how are they going to be playing this? Because I do like Full Sense taking aggressively 2 ways in, but John Olsen straight to the head, he says, will be the one finding Eeyore. Asters will be getting one in turn, but Chala Lao is ready to get a double here with the help of his teammates. One teammate down is no problem at all.
Yeah. That was almost, I think if Persija had just gotten that kill onto Showers or Bats, they might have been able to at least have a very great argument of being able to just pinch out while they wait for Flinch to come in through short here. But now I think he's exposed, just absolutely exposed. Nothing he could have done there unless he maybe got the quick kill onto PPC. But Full Sense started off with, again, this fervor and ferocity on the pistol.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of that, they got so much information from Sky as well, which is also such a great thing to have. While Chalala as well, he's just a little bit better with the gunplay compared to the other two. And right now, you saw they could have swung out together, but instead, you didn't see that double swing.
It's as best as they can try to do. I mean, they were already pretty afraid of what happened in the site because they lost Eeyore so quickly. Against John Olsen. Told you he does like to play that back anchor angle, but against John Olsen, his moments to actually survive are very slim.
Yeah, that's right. Here comes a shock dart to clear out those angles. I really gotta ask you though, between Lammy and Rosafy, who has the more lethal shock darts? Oh, but speaking of that, lethal will be John Olsen with a sniper.
I think I'll give it to Lammy, but Rosafy does have really good utility usage with his Sova. So it's a in terms of like being a Sova player, not just somebody who aims. Both of them are pretty solid, I'd say.
Yep, that's right. I really like all these Sova utils I'm seeing for the two. We are seeing a sort of slower pace this time round for both of the teams. But look at that 2-for-1 trade. Make that 3 will be Eeyore. Suddenly it's only 2 players left. Make that 1. Famous all alone here. He does have the Marshall. It's gonna be really hard for him, but thankfully, look at that timing. We're gonna get the information at least for that blind, but for now he's gonna try to keep it out at least. But look at John Olsen. He has that really high angle. You will not expect it.
Again, just 2 clean rounds to get things started for
John Olsen. What the heck?
Sense. Yeah, no, he's that kind of player. He's absolutely the person.
Can he change his name to Jet Olsen? Because he literally is a jet.
I will go against the grain here and say that John Olsen sounds really cool because it isn't. I don't know if it's like his real name, probably not. But it may when I first saw him, I thought like, wait, does Full Sense have a foreigner in their roster?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I thought about that. But right now, look at how many shots are just coming in there. It's so aggressive. You hear that, you're so scared. But PTC will be the one to get killed first, and that is onto Eeyore. Asterisk here does get the idea that something's coming inside. He does get flash drive, not before throwing the molly. Flinch follows up and barely misses that shock right here, but from the back will be Famous, gets it to the head and snacks from the side there. Suddenly just PTC and him make that just PTC. PTC coming in from hookah. Rosafy is already waiting. He'll be getting the plant. Will he? Rosafy slowly come back up, immediately spots the head, and suddenly Persija finds a little bit of momentum back.
Yeah, they don't lose too many, as that was a very crucial round for them. Okay, that one was the high above angle that you mentioned, but yeah, Persija, good double up stacks on A. Nothing really out of the ordinary for that, and this is where their challenge also meets Full Sense. They already know that Persija do like to commit a lot to the rotation, so they might be testing out the waters here as John Olsen looks to jiggle through onto Hookah here by himself. Maybe actually just wait for the lurk first as Full Sense take a slower approach to these sites.
Well, now he knows though that there's someone there because of the boombot. They know that Famous was there at least. But I do like that Famous was like, okay, I'm gonna drop this boombot and immediately find another area. Don't want to be too aggressive or not reposition ourselves. But look at that. I like this Full Sense sort of way where the kind of just goes from 0 to 100 in less than 2 seconds. Immediately after that first contact happens. Asterisk and his teammate Flinch will be the one taking care of showers here. But Rosafy trying to get some information, and finally D will be the one that will be tagged first, but no follow-ups for that.
At least they've scouted out that it's Famous and V just from the utilities. Now they're gonna make sure that, or now they're just about to commit to the push. They've actually saved up a lot of utility as well for Full Sense here. Lammy Snacks as well as PTC, both initiators coming in from 2 angles. This will leave nothing left to the imagination here, Tash. And since they've saved up the Seekers,
30 seconds
slowly but surely it's going to be coming right in. It's all full contact for Famous here. He's into the corner, spotted out by the Recon. Unfortunately, gets straightened out. Still time to rotate back, but PTC says no. Let's commit to the site already. The fight is here. Lammy Snacks catches the rotating Flinch, not even expecting anything. and Full Sense is battering their heads onto B. It works out, and they plant themselves not just the tree, but the round.
Oh my god, Lammy was just so sneaky. You will not expect anyone there, at least in the chaos. But look at that. This is what I was talking about just now, about how Full Sense was able to go full out if they want to when the first contact happens. Yes, it takes about like, what, maybe 20 to 30 seconds before we see any full activity, even with some utils. But once you have they have everything they need. Once they just release out maybe the Trailblazer or even the Guiding Light, suddenly everything was just going crazy. Flinch does have his knives here. PTC from the side, but Chalala has his teammates back, cleanly saves him. Doesn't take any damage at all as well. And Chalala will be clearing out Asterisk as well. And in a way, that smoke was a double-edged sword, and it'll be used against them by Full Sense. And John also gets one as well.
And they already know that Eeyore has come through onto the corner here. PTC hears the reload, tries to run out for dear life, and actually survives.
I can't believe
with a sliver.
He did not get punished for that.
Is he gonna know he's on bench? He might not even check this. Never mind, he does.
Oh,
But, oh wow.
PTC just a little bit better with that first contact.
This is dangerous for Persija. A while ago, it was back and forth, but now Full Sense are getting stacks and stacks on these rounds.
Yeah, and I think the reason why is because they just really don't want to bring it to a game 3. There are some players that just want to wrap it up real fast, and especially against a team like Persija, you really don't want to give them any momentum. Some games, while it does look really weak for game number 1, we've seen so many of those where game number 1 was a total domination from another team, and suddenly game 2 and 3 was the reverse. It's because of that warm-up or the heat that's coming for. But Full Sense, they were pretty much already on heat. They don't want anyone to keep up to their momentum, I believe.
To maybe quell the momentum, the double operator comes out from both Eeyore and Flinch. This is
I can't believe this.
I mean, they
That's
give it to the
expensive.
2 players of Persija that can actually make it work, but seems like Flinch doesn't have anybody to double up with him. Where is the defense that this man needs? Where is the follow-up from Famous? He's a little bit too late to the bar. He might actually get traded out here, but now he's got his ultimate. He will try to challenge. Doesn't know that one is right behind him. Shot decimates him. There's the ultimate coming through. Okay, as dust settles, it turns into the 1 versus 1. Lamisak should know that Asterisk is somewhere around the corner, but he does have time to at least flush out certain intervals here. They can even play Ring Around the Rosie. He doesn't even need to pick up the spike, and he can just play actively this game of cat and mouse, this game of hide and seek. I don't know if he'll check for elbow here, but
30 seconds
wow,
left.
The timing is gonna be good.
Oh, that Ring Around
Very
the
close.
Rosie, but the recon is coming out. Will he get spotted out? No, he does not.
20.
He's still waiting here. Wait, look at that. He is gonna go for the spike here. Gotta be planting. Asterisk just playing for time. He tried to bait that out, but Asterisk knows better. Oh my gosh, he knows. Comes out, and Asterisk with the 3Ks at least salvages one of the ops.
Almost for Lamy, but absolutely beautiful trigger discipline from the Brimstone. That was so close, to be honest. Like, I thought that it should have been the round for Full Sense, but the delay on Flinch and Famous that they did has allowed the rest of Persija just to kind of rotate well enough that all players of Persija were already looking to trade, and it just worked out swimmingly for them.
Yep, that's right. Flinch here will be going to go up on this area because they are very familiar that there will be at least one straggler on this side. John Olsen again playing in front of Hookah, Famous, and Rosify here together to have each other's backs. But, you know, this is what's really interesting is that we're not seeing that crossfire we saw from them in previous games. Pain Shells will be traded out for the Trailblazer here, but Famous is actually in a very aggressive angle, but John Olsen catches him as he's satcheling out. And right now, Rosify all alone, and he does have the angle, but look at that Guiding Light. Will be the one to stop him from moving forward and gives that John Olsen a little bit of that advantage over there.
Oh, that was brutal. Did Shaw actually just refund the smoke to bait out Rosify, thinking that he can play inside it? Because he didn't know if it was the fake smoke or the real smoke?
Yep.
Wow.
That was brilliant.
That's dirty, Cha,
It
you madman.
is. And suddenly he was caught with his pants on. He was probably like, wait a minute.
Why'd you find it?
The great
30
debate
seconds
mate. Wow, absolutely diabolical.
Yeah, for now, here comes the Cosmic Divide. Eeyore on the side will get one out of that. Brutally to the face. Flinches get one too, but Eeyore will be well traded out right now. But Flinch finds D. And will he get one more? Question is yes. That's a 3K. He's going to be very happy with that. Still one more, but John Olsen with the 4K instead. I am just so amazed. These two Jets are just both on the same level.
Immediately used his dash as he was very, very afraid of what about is to come. Oh, so
Asterisk is the clutch master.
Stim beacon down. Good stuff. He heard the dash already. He knew that John Olsen would have to be somewhere near and not really have that reposition tool in the 1v1. But the real, at least for me, the real MVP here would have to be that tandem with Eeyore and Flinch. I didn't give too much praises to Eeyore, but this map is looking so hot for snipers right now. Look at that. Like, coming out left and right with snipes. It is crazy good.
I think that's what they wanted to do just now. 2 snipers for Crossfire, and look at that. It's going to be 2 instant picks if they manage to. But the problem is, when you don't have someone watching your back for the backup, that's where the problem happens. But now that they've managed to reposition themselves and find themselves at a nice little corner, especially with that Cosmic Divide, gives them so much opportunity, I think, to be able to do that.
Because Eeyore hits those shots on that tour de force, it really just ruins the time for them. V now, it's his chance to make this ultimate work. But again, for some reason, this has turned into a sniper battle, into, I don't know, Sniper Elite version Valorant.
Yeah, that's right. But the fact is, looks like everyone is gonna be hitting their shots here. John Olsen making sure that he can play the sneaky deaky. But look where Flinch is. If they move even wrong, that's gonna be a problem. Seeker's gonna be coming out, and it's gonna find out Flinch. Flinch has to reposition, running for his life right now. D will be moving forward, but John Olsen going on the aggressive. He already has a side. Flinch coming from the back here. And look at those sprays from John Olsen. Takes so much damage from the boombot. Here comes the Hunter's Fury as well as PTC and D come inside. And look at that. Suddenly everything just falls apart from the side of Persija. And suddenly Rosify is all alone.
Rosify.
Those sprays.
Fires. Yeah.
Yeah, it just gives up so much information. Let's have a look at that again. That was really, really nasty when you think about it. Look at those sprays. John Olsen not only makes so much space for the team, but he ties up any loose ends. This guy is not only a madman, but he's fearless.
That's what he brings to the table.
I'm scared of him.
I'm sure he's a nice guy. You know, you can probably meet him.
I mean, I'm only scared of his jet.
Okay. All right, going back into that round as well, you do see that Full Sands aren't as phased by the double op as much as you saw with their setups and everything. And again, one big counter tash to op play is flashes. If you can flash properly, where you know operas usually have their ground,
you can take advantage of that.
Yeah, exactly. And they kind of supplement that with Cha's Astra Smokes, that they put it on positions where they might expect operators to be cheeky. If operators tend to go for those off angles that are much far forward, yes, they can always just maybe dash away and TP back, but the chance of you being able to punish that gets higher. So even though there is still the risk, it is much easier for you to trade if you put those conditions to force Persija out, which they did. And you've sung the praises. We've talked about him already. John Olsen beautifully follows through on that.
Yep, that's right. And this is what we talked about in terms of setup as well. The problem is Flinch is not getting those setups that he needs. Famous with the Sheriff, who will be throwing out the Trailblazer. Suddenly he's going to be moving away. Does get concussed right now. He is stuck inside of that gravity well and moves forward. But John Olsen, I just gotta say, his first contact is absolutely beautiful.
Spike down B.
There it is. Oh, Rosify. Double swing maybe to save him? Not even. John Olsen.
Serious?
Yeah, he was feeling it. He immediately knew, and now we're finally gonna get the ace.
Yeah, we really want to see an ace. I haven't seen an ace since can't remember which team it was. Either way, John Olsen coming inside, but he does not realize Flinch will be trying to steal that away. Will be getting the kill, but Flinch this time I gotta say, we gotta give 2 people the the awards for ace destroyers.
I was gonna say a pun, but I feel like it's too much near something of a downward, bad word, so probably not.
Yeah, probably shouldn't be doing that. But
Exactly.
I just gotta say, John Olsen is a one-man army.
To be fair though, his teammates have set up for him that allows him to do this one-man army type of deal. You know, it's it's the power of friendship. You know, that has allowed you know, Yugi Moto, Naruto, who else?
Sora
Luffy,
and friends from
Sora
Kingdom
and
Hearts.
friends. Yeah, exactly. Too, even though they're the protagonists of the story, they have their friends to help them.
Yeah,
That's what happens here. It's John Olsen and friends, but that's not the team. That's full sense.
Yep, that's full sense. He is the main character for sure. They must try to throw in some shots here. He with only 40 HP left. If you can see it over there, John Olsen immediately reacts to that famous will be fighting Chalala as well. This is a double out of that Rosify. Will begin fighting Lemmy Sexton gets a double as well. And suddenly we are seeing trades on both sides. And looks like Persija will be coming out on top right now. D does find a new gun here. Will be playing it real safe. He does have an idea that Asterisk may be coming out of hookah. Asterisk playing it slow. Wants to throw out that Molly, but I think he changed his mind. Phantom One Tap will be the name of the game.
I love the movement for D. That he was so afraid to actually get tagged by the Sova drone.
Yeah.
Getting tagged would mean absolute death for him. So he just tries to run away as fast as he can. All right, these shots from Full Sense finally picked up by Persija. They got a bit too antsy, and they still have yet to really fully realize that Famous is a credible threat as he picks up a couple of kills there that really solidify the defensive site for PSJ. Usually you'd see John Olsen get the initial pick, but he was actually taking a good amount of seconds, good amount of time to even get the first pick off, and just not what Full Sense were kind of hoping to witness.
Yep, that's right. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Will be moving Flinch out of the way, and look at that. That's the flashes that you were talking about. And suddenly Flinch has to give up so much space for the team. He will be changing his attention to hookah though. But look at that. That's Chalala's smoke giving him the problem to be able to see. But Lammy gonna be taking his time as well. And suddenly Full Sense says, hit the brakes! We gotta reposition and catch them off guard.
They're 4-stacking on B long, so if this doesn't work, they can always TP. But Persija have a really good counter to that. They have Famous, who still has his paint shells. If they try to run through onto Bats here with very little time, that paint shells is going to buy them even more time for Persija, and maybe even tag multiple members of Full Sense if they're feeling that they need to full commit to this. That being said, still, the cut of noise is actually really smart.
It really is. It just keeps you wondering, did they teleport? Are they still there? Are they going? It just really messes with your mind. And this is a whole nother layer in this game that I don't think we talked about. For now, here comes the smokes. Gonna give them so much more problems to get onto the site. 14 seconds left. They have no choice but to commit here. And look at Rosify's face. He's excited. He's just saying, yeah, we got them, boys.
No, wait. Okay, this round is... There's some issue for sure. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody pushes with 15 seconds on the clock. It has to be like...
That's why I said. That's like, why are they not moving? What's happening here?
Before the switch.
But either way, let's kind of figure out what... Before they try to figure that out, let's figure out what exactly what they were trying to do. Were they not moving just to cut the noise? Was that intentional? Or was something happening?
I can't actually tell, but all the scenarios you've already mentioned are all really good like scenarios. So we might be looking to reset the round once again, but we'll get more information from the tournament organizers as we do have this this TP, this not teleport, but this technical pause, or not toilet paper, but yeah, this technical pause. There's so many words that actually get abbreviated by TP. It is quite entertaining to figure out.
Toilet paper, toothpaste.
No, nice.
Teleport.
Yeah.
The Persija. I'm just kidding.
The Persija.
A lot of words, man.
Terry the platypus. Okay, there you go.
Technical pause.
Yes, obviously the one in front of us.
Yeah, but
yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about what Persija is missing on this round. Like, I mean, from what it looks like in terms of the score, yes, it looks like it's so close. But personally, for me, I think that Full Sense has everything they need in their hands. Momentum is still in their hands. Playstyle they have in their hands. What is Persija missing other than flashes?
Utility that can actually stop Full Sense, and it's not just the flashes. They don't really have anything to really stop them if you think about it, because on the other hand, Full Sense has an Astra that has, if you just have like 2 smokes, that's totally fine. You can use the 2 other stars to gravity well certain corners and whatnot. But for PSJ, they on defense, it's not really that clean. If you think about it, they can't really use the shock dart as opponents are coming in, because Full Sense can rush faster than being hit by the shock dart, unless it's like extremely perfectly timed by Rosify every single round. If you think about the trademark, unless it doesn't get broken by John Olsen, which almost always
he always sees it. Yeah,
exactly. It's not gonna get that value. So the only real effective utility that Persija can really rely on to delay at least members of Full Sense, that's not them just focusing on gunplay, would have to be Famous's overall utility. But even then, it's only very temporary, just a couple of seconds, maybe even less, and then Full Sense starts swinging. So with that being said, it's all Persija focusing more again on the gunplay and maybe the supplementary utility that helps them make that gunplay even more advantageous to their end, which is the recon dart and the smokes.
Yeah. Either way, looks like we'll be just coming back to us for now. But for now, we're gonna be going for a quick break, and when we come back, will Full Sense take this to a 2-0, or will we be seeing a map 3? That is the question of the day. I'm Tash, buddy, alongside Astra. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hit list. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
While Full Sense had a dominating play in game number 1, Persija didn't show at all that they are willing to lose this, catching up with Full Sense, who are going full steam ahead in game number 2 as well. However, I'm Tash Buddy alongside Astro. We're your casters for this first series of the day between Full Sense and Persija Esports. We're in the middle of match number 2, and it's looking really spicy for both teams.
Oh yeah, it's the back and forth right now, and we were talking pretty in-depth when we were kind of halted by that technical pause as to what the issues were that could really hamper Persija's defense here. Even though we are just 2 more rounds before the end of the first half, these are crucial rounds that Persija would really love to bring it back, especially when we know that the defense for Full Sense would probably be incredibly stifling. But yeah, it just seems like they do have that lack of utility that doesn't really allow for helping to stop the Full Sense push. It's always just maybe the smokes, the recon dart, and the specific utility of Raze that can help out. And even though that seems like a lot, it's not really long-term stopping power. It's more of just it's just there. You could maybe argue that, oh, but Aserai, you know, smokes blot out vision for Full Sense, and that doesn't, you know, when I experience that, smokes are super effective. But this is a team that is so well tuned, is so well organized that smokes don't really hamper Full Sense that often. Maybe sometimes, but not often.
Yep, that's right. But we're going to go straight back into the game now. But coming back to your point here, we've seen what PTC can offer to the team. As soon as the guiding light comes out, immediately you see Flinch move away and reposition himself, and Eeyore as well. Exactly, it's giving up so much space as well. And not only that, because PTC's flash is also used for information, they get so much value out of it, which is why I'm questioning Persija. Why are they not running with a flash?
I don't know. I guess they just want always the dry peek, you know. No need to soften the blow about everything. They just want to go in fast and hard. And even though that's fine in some regards, it's might not be fine here. As you know, Full Sense, they're always one step ahead.
Yeah, it seems that's right. That jump peak was just so good. They got so much information where exactly Flinch is, and it gives them so much value as well, because now they know all they have to worry about is just Flinch. They know either that, or if they want to find a different way in, it's also okay. But the thing is, they have PTC. Do they really have to worry about it? Is the question. Here comes the Trailblazer immediately pushed out, and Flinch has to move away right now. Look, this is what I was talking about exactly when it comes to him. And again, he has to reposition one more time. That's the most annoying thing ever about dealing with this guy.
Use all of his cloud bursts. Not the dash though, so he can go for that aggressive peek later on. John Olsen This is so sneaky. They've actually put the recon there inside the smoke so he can sneak one through. I think Eeyore felt it as well and just wanted to make sure that he can get the trades off. Beautiful trades here coming in from Persija, and they've equalized the numbers. Actually, even gotten the advantage. Lammy Snacks will have to at least try to go for this heavy clutch. Isn't gonna work out, but that was so good. Eeyore,
last round
his
in the
ability to read, perfect to get that round.
Yeah, I really gotta say that round was definitely Eeyore's round. I like how he reacted to that. And if you saw, as soon as he saw his teammate fell, immediately John Olsen fell as well. And that's how fast the reaction time we're gonna be seeing from Eeyore. And on top of that, we saw how he cleared all the corners properly as well while he did fall. And then Lammy Snacks was the one who stopped his rampage. But we are gonna be seeing as well that his teammates already had all the information they need because they were already there. If you see, Eeyore does have his ultimate ready. You are going to be seeing 2 ops at least from that side. You can already hear in terms of the ult taking as well that they are going to be there. But here comes the Blade Storm. In a very precarious position. But he doesn't care because John Olsen will be the one finding Flinch.
They were so waiting for that. They already knew that Flinch was actively trying to look for that forward peek, for that forward lurk every time. And they just baited him in it. And again, even though Flinch can be a mastermind, can get these picks here and there, how do you say this? It's anticipated by Full Sense, and if they can get the punish, it really ruins a lot of the things that they want to do. There it is. Famous ripping one out. It's not stinky. It's actually quite beautiful.
It really was, but Chalala from the back there. Plus spot 1, but Roseby will be getting at least 1 tag onto I love Fami and his teammate, but Eeyore with his tour de force will be saying, nah, I'm gonna stop this now. Very close game.
Yeah. Persija is still holding the fort, and I did mention this with how Persija have to clean as many of these rounds, because I really do feel that even though they do have the double duelist, it will be very, very difficult for... that's lovely. It will be very, very difficult for them to get on the attack, because even though Famous and Flinch can play again that Raze and Jet quite well, the reason is because Shaw has brought out the Astra. Even through the nerfs, it's still a direct counter to duelists trying to dash into certain locations, especially with that gravity well.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes there are moments where Persija will be using or weaponizing the utilities against Full Sense, but that rarely ever happens because when you think about it, Full Sense also knows how to play around that utility as well. Chalala's weaponization of the smoke recall, star recall rather, has been beautiful. We saw how that worked out. And I think those are kind of those situations where you can use it once or twice, but not too many times, because now we're not really seeing them play inside of the Astra smokes anymore. But anyway, Famous being Famous 10-10, I still think that he is doing Famous things, still getting those frags that he needs. And Flinch, I feel like Flinch on the op, while it's really, really good, there's still one more problem with it, is that Flinch is not able to play as aggressively as he wants. That's why we talked about how sometimes oppers, if they're not able to get those picks that they need, they immediately become very irrelevant.
Oh, absolutely. Oh my gosh, I just noticed John Olsen has got 20 kills already.
20 bomb, more than double than his other teammates. He's single-handedly just taking advantage of all the setups that's there. You have Lammy Snacks's recons. You have the trademark from the side of, you know, the Love family, and then you have Chalala's smokes as well, and PTC's flashes. It's just so much information for him, and he's just like, he's probably loving it. He's like, thank you guys for all this info. All I gotta do is just hit my shots.
Well, let's see if he can do that more here, as it really has allowed Full Sense for so much. The score is 6-6, as Full Sense are now on the defending side. Yes, this is the second half pistol already, so we're fixing the overall score there, guys. So even though it's confused, just, you know, if I'm not muted by you guys, at least you know. Anyways, Full Sense now know that the site being taken is the A already. It's not going to be where the spike will be finding on triple, though, but they are bringing it here right now, but all these delays, all these no smokes is going to make it very easy for Full Sense to charge right in and start making things happen. Unless Flinch finds some frags, and there he goes. Ignites the start against John Olsen.
Yep, that's right. Gonna be smoking out that area. Flinch does get 3K before finally PTC says no. Chalala finds Famous in return. For now, PTC gonna be trying to play and find out where exactly the other two are. But Eeyore a little bit faster there, gets one tag onto PTC immediately. Goes around for a teleport coming from the side here. Chalala does not miss, straight to the head. 12 HP left. Just has to play for time, which is so complicated. Does come with the tap, but Rosify doesn't have to worry too much. One sneeze at you, and God bless you. Good night for that round.
Persija, let's get it. That is one of the ways to really give them a nice little boost here. Again, it can't be understated how pivotal it is to get the pistol on the attacking side on bind and split. I would say it's the most important things because, again, of how fickle the rounds can really turn out. Rosify and Eeyore, I wasn't really expecting the back end, the follow through for Persija to be good, but these guys have really brought out something different in this series. They know that they can make a statement play against one of the top teams already in Southeast Asia and APAC, mind you, Tash, but
yeah,
they're really setting the pace right now.
Yep, that's right. Right now on 7, which is really what they want. Eeyore trying to get that jump peek forward, but look at the not even reacting. He's just gonna wait as long as he can. We're gonna be seeing a Chamber versus Chamber anime moment here, but Famous will be the one found first, but Eeyore will be trading it out. The sprays come out from that side. Flinch finds Lammy Snacks as well, and Chalala will be finding Eeyore in turn. Flinch gonna be making sure to get some other weapon, right? So it's really the Mini Spectre will be the weapon of choice here. We have seen how much damage he will be able to do with that. John Olsen does have a Marshall. All he needs is a head to pop. He does have an idea where one of the players are right now. PTC gonna try and peek that out, trying to lure him out if possible to help his teammate get that. But Asterisk from the side finds John Olsen and Chalala as well, as Flinch tries to help out as well. But Asterisk with the 3K gonna be running away with this one with 8 points.
There you go. All right, so they've already gotten a good solid foundation of rounds here for Persija. We'll see how Full Sense now on their bye will adjust to this. Again, one of the things that I mentioned will be a very venerable thorn for Persija to kind of just break is gonna have to be Cha's utility. That is such the biggest thing that will be hindering Persija from moving things forward in this second half. And Full Sense, I think they know this. They want to make sure that they can iron out certain details as to why they called out this timeout.
Yeah, that's right. Because right now, suddenly, this is not something they want to see at all. Because when we talk about momentum, Full Sense always want to be in the control. They want to control the momentum and the flow of the game. And now Persija is just holding everything in their hands. When you think about it as well, just now, as we got to the middle, it was still very fair as well. They didn't have the lead before the switch. Now, when you think about it as well, I really liked seeing Asterisk with the Spectre. You saw how he took advantage of the Brimmy with the Stimmy situation. Really got like, what, 3K from that? Very worth it.
Still gets that value. I wonder what's going to happen when Brim actually only has the one Stim Beacon now. But honestly,
it matters when you use it and where you use it.
Yeah, that's true. Because again, you still do have that lingering effect of the 5 seconds that you still get the speed boost. So unless they change that, I don't think Brim will actually see lesser play, because his smokes are faster. His smokes are, I think, bigger or same size. I'm not sure, but
it's
anyways,
a little bigger.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that beautiful trade coming in for Full Sense. You really gotta give it to them. Eeyore from the back, he does find the spike, but right now Famous gonna try to get any picks there. At least with the pain shell's gonna clear out that area, but Eeyore finds John Olsen. That's one big thorn. Their side moved out of the way. Eeyore with 70 HP gonna be finding the area coming in through the A main area, but Lammy's actually trying to get some information. Here comes the guiding light. Does not actually give them that space they want, but Lammy's actually be faster, and PTC with the 3K salvages the round, and finally they got their momentum back.
I love that play for defenders when they just double down on the aggressive peek outside teleporter here on B long.
Yeah.
Yeah, because defenders would, or attackers would always be so focused on showers that they don't really expect TP to be used that often. But now actively defenders have been using, especially if they figure out that you're 3 committing to showers.
Yeah.
They can't really get out because there's no form of cover for attackers once defenders come out from TP. So you're really screwed unless you can just punish with your better aim. It's not really going to work out.
Yep, that's right. Now Persija trying to find another way inside. You can see that only one person has been stationed for showers this time, and that's actually Rosify. He love Fami. Gonna try find to see an angle that he can use to abuse the. And in terms of buy, look at what they have right now. The only team that has full buy is Persija. You see their location will be revealed thanks to the recon. Fami, he does have a judge here, walks in front, but he gets it Eeyore straight to the face, and he's gonna be very, very happy with that. He does have a teammate behind him. Will he get double on that? Flinch playing it real safe, and he does not get the double right now. But oh, actually he does. How is he? Oh my god!
It's gonna swing them out, but that's not the least of the worries of Persija. They thought it was gonna be cheeky. They thought it was gonna clear out necessary positions. But LamiSnax was on the corner.
He was already waiting. He knew it was exactly going to happen when it comes with the orbital strike. I am just so in awe of how Full Sense manages to bring all that control back in their hands. It feels like every single round they said, okay, they're playing through showers, this is what we can do this time. They're playing through here, this is what we can do this time. And Persija, like it or not, they're gonna after every single round, they're gonna have to figure out a different way of playing every single time they come inside of sight. Because look at how Full Sense is playing. They already know.
As long as Cha doesn't die early, Persija will have to fight for commitments here, or even bait utility at least. That's the only thing that I'm seeing right now that would help them out because it just doesn't work. Also, John Olsen's lurk is very easily done. So if you know that you have a chamber as an opponent, you can actually figure out where he usually throws out his, he puts his trademark, smoke it out with your Cloudburst, and get through and get a kill. Oh, this is gonna be so good.
Oh my god, that guiding light just caught Rosify off guard, and on top of that, he was actually in the drone. For now, they are gonna be getting the plant, but Asterisk will be tagged once and twice, and he is now out of the game. Suddenly, there's only 2 people left to watch the bomb against 4 people from Full Sense. It is an 8-8 score after all. PTC trying to find a way inside, but Famous has the corner here. Will be using the guiding light. Does get a flash in suddenly.
Wow.
This gets them at the same time. That's beautiful timing from both of the players.
Clean reads. I thought that Shaw was actually going to double push with PTC, but they wanted to make sure that nobody is actually on hookah there. So maybe Famous could have had a chance to pick up a weapon, but PTC waited long enough that that wouldn't have been the possibility, because even if he died outside of B long, his teammates would have been there to already catch the swing onto Famous. So regardless if he won or lost this fight, Famous would not have a chance to really get the fight in the end.
Yeah, that's right. On top of that, Chalala did that smoke recall thing again, which punished Rosify once again. He thought he was safe there, but no, immediately they just swing out. Rosify was probably really, really surprised at what happened there. But John Olsen, he's ready. Don't want to peek that if we know. Either way, though, it looks like they're going to be changing their mind. They're not going to be coming through here, but Rosify going to be meeting Eeyore up on A main. And right now, it's just so complicated to play all these difficult corners, because the problem is they don't know where D is going to be. They don't know where John Olsen is going to be as well. So right now, all they can do is just do these really aggressive jump peeks to get some information. But look at that. Immediately, they have an idea where they are. They smoke off hookah, and more aggressive positioning is seen from Full Sense.
Because again, they can't really rely on Shaw to keep delaying with his own utility, so they can only maybe use one, at max 2 smokes to make something happen. So if Persija figure this out, they can do just that. Still, the trade's not really perfect in their favor. It's still 2-2. Flinch now just gets spotted at the back of the site, so I think Shaw or LamiSnax would know about this. But this isn't the big problem. The problem is John Olsen is taking a very long time to actually go for the lure because he has no information whatsoever from his own teammate. So Lammy Snacks will have to actually push faster so that he can help clear out, so that John Olsen's swing would also be more efficient. But this is going to be awkward because Persija just actually just hunkered down onto the site itself and still haven't spotted out anybody. And Lammy Snacks is panicking a little bit here, now wanting somebody to actually peek him out. They do get the first. There's Flinch, and he reacts beautifully to it. Maybe picking up the operator for attack, but not really necessary in the meet.
Yeah, that's right. I really liked how that's played. It looked like they would have had that round, honestly, when it comes to Full Sense's site. But when you look at it again, let's see that this is what we talked about in terms of Persija actually committing onto a site. They can really take it and actually hold it. Then surprisingly, from the side of Full Sense, at least John Olsen, usually we see them go more of a fast rotation, but for the first time, I think they just really wanted to play it safe. And suddenly, because of how close the scoreline is and how Persija is able to actually, how do I say this? How they're actually able to catch up with Persija, it does give a sort of like insecurity to the side of Full Sense and not able to really fully commit as they do with the whole team. However, technical pause once again. Let's talk about the both teams' play style. You can see Full Sense always go, fast. But how is Persija reacting to that?
Oh, sorry, my mic was off, but you know who's not off? Persija. They're definitely on.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. No, okay.
I really...
anyways.
Why are you...
No, I was like making a super...
Are you laughing at your own pun?
Yes, because nobody will laugh at it, so I have to laugh at it on my own. You know, I'm a strong, independent punner.
Who needs no friends?
Yes, exactly. Anyways.
Who needs no friends or has no friends? That's the question.
Why not both?
Oof.
Okay, anyways. You mentioned how, Full Sense are always on the go. The thing that has changed up here from Persija is they're just, I think now, what's the word here? Just executing together rather than really creating any waves throughout the entirety of the map. And it has worked swimmingly in their favor because, again, they have this shock and awe comp that worked so well if they pour a lot of the utilities at the very start. They can't really follow up after that in terms of at least the utilities that they have on hand. So being able to just run right in as a three-man squad actually works because they have three mobility agents. They got that Jet, they got that Raze. Even Eeyore on the chamber does have some mobility if he puts his rendezvous where he actually drops right into the site. And even then, at least they have their right now top three fraggers making it work, and it overwhelms Full Sense enough in a certain particular site, especially on that B, that it has really messed up the Full Sense how do you mention this, the Full Sense style of defense. That being said, there is that question now that Full Sense still has utility that can answer this back. Maybe they put V on the site itself. There's no suppress on Persija. They can have him put all of his trademarks on the B site, and that will honestly slow down Persija enough. And if it gets too dicey for him, he can always just TP out. These are some things that you might see Full Sense actually do in order to adjust to the B if Persija still keep actually pressing on that B site.
Yep, that's right. I really have to agree with you on that. And I just really gotta say that in terms of flinch, I mean, it's actually quite surprising because when you look at Persija before on other teams, you can see like this is really flashy big plays. But you can see now Persija has taken a sort of like a backseat in terms of their flashy plays, gone down to something more safe or rather more rational, I suppose, because they are going against a team like Full Sense. In terms of how these two teams work, very different play styles. But when you look at Full Sense, more fast-paced, and I do like to go back to what you said during panel just now, where you said that Persija is just kind of going with the flow. They're just kind of letting Full Sense rock them and just seeing how each round turns out before they start actively reacting to it.
I don't know how long it is gonna work, but again, when we started this cast, I've always felt that it should be the Full Sense team to win. And
I think all the panel said it. They all wanted
exactly,
Full
right?
Sense. Yeah.
It's not really biased per se. It's more of, again, just how we've seen Full Sends really do destroy their oppositions. That being said, though, Persija has done a really fantastic job, I think, at evolving and understanding how the APAC scene works all together. Because the thing with Persija is, even though they've taken down opponents left, right, and center when they were playing on VCT Indonesia, right? And they actually have I think, almost a undefeated win record in their own region. Their previous results, when we talk about Southeast Asia, hasn't really mirrored that. So them being able to match up against Full Sense right now is actually a real upturn for the Persija roster.
Oh yeah, I have to agree with you also on that. It's just so interesting as well. I mean, when we talk about certain teams from certain countries, they can play certain play styles, but once they go into like a bigger scene, that's when a problem's gonna hit. I think I can say the same thing about my own region, which is Malaysia, Singapore. We do have some Singaporean teams that are very adaptable, like say Bleed or even no-namers, very adaptable.
Yeah.
But then sometimes you have some players like Kingsman. We are just seeing them so set in the way they're playing, very, very slow pace, wants to be so technical. But sometimes when a game like Valorant, it's more, sometimes it comes down to instinct. Sometimes it doesn't have to be by the book, you know. And I think Persija is able, I mean, while we talked about Persija before, I did say that they're very mechanical. They know what each player is supposed to do to help in terms of the team. But I think when you have a dynamic like Flinch and Famous, there are more, they kind of remind you of like Forsaken and Jing, right?
Yeah.
A little bit. But right now, I'm not seeing the gel yet, like Forsaken and Jing, in terms of Flinch and Famous compared to PaperX. But in a way, it's very different, because when you look at Famous, he wants to do his own famous things. He wants to play on the side. He doesn't really necessarily wants to play with his team. But Flinch, however, he's trying to make that space and get those picks however he needs. Now, from the side of Full Sense, it's a very different style as well. When you think about this speed, is because all this setup has to be done in a very certain way to allow John Olsen to get all of these picks. So in a way as well, they are by the book, but they are, how do I say this? They play by the book, but it's just so clean and so well as well. It has very little to no error in that game style or gameplay.
I will say, though, that specifically for Persija, Flinch has been very flexible with how he plays. I think I mentioned this when we, I think at the start of our cast and during with the panel, that again, Flinch isn't your explosive duelist entry fragger, but what he does excel at is his ability to pre-aim and figure out where his opponents will be coming from. His timing and I think his instincts have really helped him get the better of opponents with the rifle. At least with his op, his flicks are really, really good. But when he needs to entry frag with the rifle, that's when I think you really
Flinch
see
really
his
plays.
other aspects as an entry.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this as well, about how certain players, when they get great kills with op, great, they can just steamroll from there. But there are some situations like Red Neville, remember we talked about him as well, where how he's always the star for his team, always making those explosive entries and plays, but suddenly he's in a situation where he's on the op and he's not able to get those picks, and suddenly he's so irrelevant to his team. And that's where you got to figure out, am I really having a good day with the op, or should I be picking up a rifle instead to make those explosive fast plays for my teammates? But coming back to that, you know, and right now I think that Flinch is doing all right with both the rifle and the op.
Oh, yeah.
But I just really feel bad for Flinch, because he's put in a situation where he has to go up against a Sky, against an Estra. It's really, really hard for him to really, really hold his position. He has to give up so much space as well every time that happens.
Yeah, and again, the window for error for Flinch, because of all of those things that you just mentioned, just makes it even so damn difficult. Now look at this. There's a 3-man flank coming in. I'm not sure if they might need to smoke the left here. You see John Olsen actively looking for the trap. But if he does spot it on the side, okay, never mind.
He immediately reacts to it. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's so rare. But Famous is the one who actually walks into the trap, has to go further, but D will be punishing Flinch out of that as well. John Olsen finds Eeyore, Chalala, onto Rosify.
Okay, I was wondering why he didn't just go all the way around, but that would have meant that they actually would have taken the longer path to actually react to the A onslaught of PSJ. So they just committed to it. They have the 3-man body. Wall bangs onto Famous. He is trapped.
Look
Rat in
where
a cage.
Asterisk is.
Yeah, he had to leave his teammate. He had to go for the TP, and now he's very unfavorable position, to be honest. A 4 TP. Okay, he's gonna get screwed here.
At least he has the money from the plant, but look at that, 4 people up there immediately sprays out. They were all just running out like a waterfall full of bullets running for his head. That's a very terrifying image, by the way. Imagine seeing so many players just jumping out of hookah onto you. He's so right underneath it.
Love that. It's the waterfall. I don't know what to call it though. Like you can call it waterfall, but I kind of want to make it sound something snazzy. You know, if you have that 5-man Sage boost, the Avengers.
Oh yeah.
What's the one here where you get smoked off and drop as a full 5-man if ever?
One enemy remaining.
Look at that. Woo!
Nice. All right.
We gotta figure out a name for that. Avengers
Yeah.
Jump. Iron Man. Oh, you know what? Iron Man. They just like land together.
Okay. I will think about this. I will very much think about this. But you know who
Yeah.
also is thinking about this is Persija. They've called the timeout already. So
Yeah. I think Asterisk probably has PTSD from the last play and needs to take a break. It's probably just like, oh my god. I probably had a heart attack from that 4-man jump all the way from hookah. Did not expect every single one of them to be up there. Either way though, John Olsen does have an op still. I really am waiting for the time he gets at least like a straight 2-man, 3-man, just like everyone line up for him. That would be sick. But it won't be sick for Persija though if that happens. So I don't want to curse the team. So I don't want to say that again.
Don't want to activate the caster's curse.
Yeah, I don't want to activate my trap card by accident, man. Either way, 9-10, still a very close match. Persija is just trying to make sure that Full Sense doesn't keep steamrolling them, and we are seeing this back and forth between the two teams, which really just shows how much Persija is able to just follow at least the way that is played, the tempo that is put down by Full Sense.
Very fast from PDC to clear out V-Long with his flash that stops anything of a pinch coming out from PSJ. John Olsen.
Famous.
Yeah, there's no way. Very nice from John Olsen.
Very nice, John Olsen. Love you for that. No, I'm just kidding. Pachalala. We'll be finding Flinch. That's the guy they really need to get onto the site. And if you notice, a lot of the times, these kills are not even on the site. Sometimes it's happening even before because of how aggressive Full Sense can be. Rosafy is suddenly in a situation where he and Asterisk, the only one alone, but if you look at in terms of their economy, they don't really have much. They only have a Sheriff. They only have a Frenzy, and look at what the other team has. They didn't even make a dent onto that 3K for John Olsen. Asterisk gonna try and find another way in. He will be crouching there to make sure that his hat doesn't peek on top of the boxes. Doesn't want to be shut out. He's like, yeah, I changed my mind. I'm gonna be finding another way. Oh, never mind. He's coming back inside. He's gonna try to do a double back here. But as I was saying, if you're in a situation where you're playing an eco round, it's definitely very, very worth it when you at least get one out of the win. It does damage them a little. And John Olsen with the 4K, he's very happy. No ace, no bueno yet.
But he still gets a lot of nom-noms with that operator. Off topic, just really quickly. Does Rosafy have a dynamic crosshair? And by that I mean it moves when he shoots. It's not like your typical one that's huge that looks incredibly awkward, but it's just slightly there that I think you can see it. So we'll probably see that later when he has another rifle in hand.
I did not notice that.
Yeah.
Good eye.
Yeah. I was just wondering. Wait, it's a little bit blurry on my end, but I think it is. And I have used like dynamic crosshair before. It's actually pretty nice if you get used to it because it gives you somewhat of an accurate spell if your if the recoil is just too unmanageable, and I don't know, it just makes it fun to kind of spray with dynamic crosshair, to be honest.
Yep, that's right. Flinch immediately gonna be coming inside, but PTC was ready for him. Oh my god, he does get tagged by the Hunter's Fury as well as the sprays. Eeyore wasn't able to get anything, but there is the orbital strike coming in from above. Lammy will be the one taken down by Asterisk. But Rosafy will be getting Chalala in return. Rosafy looking real good right now, trying to get some information the back of sight with his recon. But it's still Olsen back in the back there. He still has the op, has to be careful. D is just so low. Eeyore will be found 3 HP. Just a sneeze is all everyone needs to find him. But don't peek, my friend. B coming from the back. No one was aware.
Observers were spotted out just in the nick of the time. I wasn't expecting Z to be just slow peeking everything, but
yeah.
I mean, yeah, they probably thought that he was already incredibly low, so he used
match point,
turned into the info gatherer for John Olsen. That being said, though,
look at that reaction time from PTC. Did you see that?
They just love to disrupt the tempo here for PSG. You already saw PSG was already running, expecting that nobody should be playing on.
And then they just stick their leg out and trip him.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Really good punish play for them. Also, quick update. As we can already see here, I don't really pay too much attention on the kills, but you got to do it now. 28 bomber for John Olsen in this second game.
Not surprised. He's probably feeling real happy for himself and his teammates. Yeah, let's go, main character. You do your thing, yo, John Olsen.
Main character, I love it.
Main character is John Olsen for sure. He has the name as well. The playing a more aggressive area here, and this is exactly how we like seeing the more aggressive plays from the style of Chamber. But no one will be over peeking. They did spot him out from the side of Rosafy, but he doesn't get concussed, which is really, really nice. Rosafy trying to get some information here, will be able to spot out at least one. Immediately the drone gets deleted there. Here comes a shock dart just to clear out that area, but look at the dedication there. He's been like jiggle peeking here for quite a while now.
They can't, I mean, he has been, because he's just very afraid that maybe Full Sense will go for that swing once again. Full Sense, they're just fine to just wait for it, because if it is going to be that B play, it can be V as well as John Olsen just using the TP.
That was an ADS kill from Famous, actually.
Yeah. Finally a starter for Famous here. PTC will have to wait because he is going to be alone on an island, but he actually want to double down into this one. Always good for the first kill, but now PSG have broken through, all with the help of Famous with that initial ADS pick, as you were mentioning. Now, Full Sense couldn't have gone to the TP because it would have just been awkward for them. And you can see that it is going to be that 3 versus 4 on the retake.
I wouldn't be surprised if Full Sense will be able to cover this, because we have seen them actually come out on top even with little numbers. Just comes down to whether you're able to isolate and play around it. But here comes the Astra ultimate, but B with the double. Asterisk will trade it out right now. So the Asterisk and Eeyore, he gets to trade each other. But for now, they'll be actually surviving another day to make it to to make it to 10 points.
V is always so damn good.
Is he able to flick like that? That's just insane. Is it
30 seconds left?
Wait, would you call that a hospital flick?
Probably not.
Look at that! Look at that!
The hospital flick is the one that you like. It is just off screen. It just still flick and hit his head. But
yeah,
I gotta say, V is still hella clean.
Okay, I'll call that a clinic.
Okay,
clinic
there you
flick.
go. There you go.
Yeah, it's one step down. Oh man, so close. 10-12. Just now was about 10-12 as well, I believe. So like it or not, they need to wrap it up, because Persija is one of those teams, once they run, they're super running until they stick their leggy out, and then you finally stop their momentum. Again, Rosafy with the same lineups as before, trying to clear out B main, just kind of bait out any of their utilities, or at least move them away from the area. Famous gonna be clearing it out with the pain shells, as well as smokes all coming out immediately. D does get one, but look at that from the side there. There will be some trades, but Chalala finds Famous in return. Orbital Strike will be able to clear out at least the middle side here, as well as part of the lamps. Flinch will be finding Chalala in return, which is huge, because now they don't have that smoke utility that they need. PTC playing Ring Around Rosie, but Flinch coming out on top here. Olsen is still around. They don't have to. He is all alone, actually. No setups for you, my friend. At least not from your teammates. And all he has is an op.
Well, he does have the blades as well. So if he can get that first pick off.
Oh, yes, he does. Let's go. Let's see. Can he get the
it's John
double?
Olsen once again with the jiggle.
Oh, he switches.
Does he have time though? It's clicking. Oh, okay. He's gonna have to go out in the open to fight this. One in the left, one in the right here, Tash.
No, that's a
Olsen
crossfire there.
Waiting for the contact. He spotted one already, but can't react to Rosify, who swings just in the nick of things. And PSJ need one more. But John Olsen, what a mad lad. I honestly thought he could do it.
Oh my god, it was actually really so close, but let's have a look at that again. There were so many crossfires from Persija, made it so hard, and the way they came inside was just so fast to the point that FS wasn't able to actually really keep up with them, where they had to come in a bit later. While John Olsen did get one, I think the fact that he actually got Flinch out of the way is also pretty telling as well in terms of how much skill he has. But he still has the blades, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he saved it up because he picked up the rifle to maybe go for that 1 versus 2. Speaking of blades,
ooh, he nearly messed that up, but
don't get that sushi precision.
over here. Yep, but he does get Famous out of the way, as well as a good heal from his teammate as well, which is really, really good. The Guiding Light will be moving forward. Sees the area fountain is clear, and immediately I think we're going to be seeing a rotate. Look at that, they're immediately running. And look at that, the song Into the Thick of It will be the one playing here onto A side. Flinch coming in first, trying to get an angle, trying to see if it's clear. Immediately repositions himself at an aggressive angle and pulls out the shorty.
Cha, he's not gonna know this. He's not even looking actively to where Eeyore is about to hold the lurk. The timing.
Whoa, he does get him though.
I don't know if he heard it or he just like felt it, but regardless of, oh, this is again the one-way smoke. Not gonna happen. Not gonna work this time for Flinch. An asterisk turn into an exclamation point that finishes off this series. This Defenders win between FULSENSE and Persija, and Thailand shows to us they got what it takes to be on top once again in Southeast Asia.
I just gotta say, last two matches, while it is a 2-0, it was still pretty so close in terms of score when you think about it as well. Just so deadly. And if you saw what the PTC did to Flinch just now, was exactly why we said that yes, flashes matter. PTC bullied him, the poor man.
Yeah, it's again the bare bones comp here for Persija. They still push it to 13-11.
Yeah.
Right, so maybe going away from the utility itself, because we talked about that so much already. It really has gone to Persija putting a lot of emphasis on their top tier fraggers, Famous, Flinch, and Eeyore, to create this triple tandem that we haven't really seen before, where they actually go in 3-man and start getting waves into the site, especially on the attacking end. When they were on the attacking side, it really was so crucial for Persija there. But it can only go as far as, because again, if they didn't make that work, there really is nothing else that they can fall back on. But I think they knew this, and it was as best as they can make, and that is why it was close as it can get.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of that, Persija, sometimes they do find their momentum, but FULSENSE is just able to just take it back. Whenever they get 1 or 2 rounds, suddenly FULSENSE will come back and just take 3 to 4 back in return. When you look at frag wins as well, Persija just has, I think in terms of gunplay, Persija maybe a little bit up there, but FULSENSE knows how when you complement those gunplay with great utility usage, especially from PTC, you can see how much of an impact it makes to the games. Looking back at the highlights here, as I mentioned before, a lot of fights here are not even happening on site. It's actually right in front of site, it's at Hookah, it's at V-Long.
Okay, oh yeah. I was just looking at the highlights again. I just saw that filthy setup from Cha.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of got me a little bit dumbfounded, but that was...
I never thought to use you know, the utility like that very sneakily. Like, I know you can use it as a temporary smoke, but not to kind of that bamboozle someone into this false security. And I think that's also another thing as well. It's just that they know how to create this false security.
That's why they're the pros and we're just casters, because their brains be big.
And we can only follow them and hope that we can do the same. But the fact is, D as well was also one of the heaviest impact makers for Full Sense as well. His plays were just so phenomenal. There are so many moments where he would just teleport out and immediately get another kill as well. And talk about timing, I think D had everything already pretty much scripted by the book already in terms of when he wants to teleport, who we might be expecting from that teleport as well.
And it's really come into his own for playing this chamber, because I remember V was, I think before he joined Full Sense on his previous team, he was the dedicated duelist or even secondary duelist. And it does take some time to adjust going as the chamber. But if you do, what you lose from being a dedicated or a primary duelist, you pick up for having so much more map control. And V just showcases that a lot. He doesn't die too early, so his utility gets so much more value in the later rounds. With that being said, though, it's Full Sense still winning the overall series. We'll see how they go moving forward, and we're just going to go on a break. When we come back, it's the panel, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a bit.
You know my slimes, they come from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. No matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back to the panel. Still here, Terror, and of course the Terror Multiverse with Raph, and finally a new guy. Hello there, hello. I actually removed my glasses just to check if John Olsen is a real guy, if it's a person, or is it a robot playing. Because that map that we just saw John Olsen perform on those two maps, that was mad crazy. But let's talk about the game and what happened. And coming right at you, first off, we have the first map. Course, we have Haven, and this was actually a map pick or map selection coming in from PSJ, but they actually stumbled upon Full Sense, giving them a very difficult time. Now, Raph, when it comes to this positioning from Full Sense and coming from PSJ as well, when you actually see PTC is performing on this specific map, he has always been on point with utility plays, very aggressive defense from Full Sense as well, and it definitely worked out. How did PSG work around this, the aggression that they showed?
Remaining. Wow, actually very intelligent points from our panel host, something that I have to get used to here. But moving on to Haven, right, as you mentioned, PTC has always been a contributor, whether it has been on utility presence or just map control. But this time around, he's been showing his ability to frag. Quite honestly though, Persija, they did have a bit of a plan in mind in Haven. They occupied quite a lot of forward positions to cut off those retakes, at least on their attacker's side. But my goodness, weathering the storm is truly the primary plan against Full Sense, because their offense just comes in spades. If it's not John Olsen, it's literally everybody else, and it's been such a big problem.
And taking forward positions, that was something kind of a plan that they also did on Bind on the defensive side, at least for Persija.
Definitely true. Aside from that, we were talking about a while ago, we were watching the game, and there are different layers when it comes to Full Sense attacking side. And we can touch upon this team, specifically with you, Raph, knowing that, of course, if you actually hop into the match, and Asurai mentioned this, that there are different kinds of attacking side for Full Sense. It seems like there are two different teams when we look at them. They have this passive-aggressive movements, they have the aggressiveness, or sometimes they just know when to battle it out, right?
Definitely, that's something that you see, I guess, from both of these sides, that it just is kind of that back and forth when it comes to the duels. Obviously, Full Sense, that's kind of what they want. Persija, they really kind of played into the hand of Full Sense. I think they pretty much gave Full Sense what Full Sense were expecting to play with.
100%. I mean, Full Sense just took it to a 2-0 in a very clean 2-0 fashion. But actually, once the operator also was on the hands of Flinch during that first map that we saw a while ago, it seems like they were also holding the fort really good. But the scoreline was really just in a match point where they had no opportunity to make mistakes for the side of Persija. But moving forward, in this second map, it was actually chosen by Full Sense. Now, John Olsen's performance just shows that the Jet doesn't own him. Valorant doesn't own him. He basically owns Jet and Valorant at this point. Full Sense knew their battles this time around. They knew how to play out the map. They were focused on the objectives, not only the kills. And the defense of PSJ just seemed to crumble in this second map that we were looking at, Raph. And looking at it, it just seems like PSJ, they are really having a hard time in this specific series, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, we talked about it with Black and Blue 2 backstage, about how they have all these great ideas in their head, but the execution is just floundering just a tiny bit. I think one of the reasons why Bind was a little more wayward when it came to the side swap was because I think Persija was really anticipating that double up setup that Full Sense have been pretty much known for. So there were a lot of times they're walking into open sites but getting caught. They were getting caught by those retakes and just the clogged side lanes, basically.
100% also, like, looking at it for the time being for this specific matchup before we move forward to the next series. One of the factors that made Full Sense resilient is having the utilities from PTC as well. They might lose HP from time to time, but with the slow plays coming in from PSJ, the regrowth or the healing capability, and even the guiding light coming in from PTC, just make sure that the information is intact, and they have made Full Sense intact, or maybe just went through and through. If we must say, basically. But moving forward for the next series here, we are going to be having VCT Esports versus MiTH. time for the hot takes. Time for the hot takes here, ladies and gentlemen, because I have a question for the two panelists that we have right here. Now, the time being, they had a matchup between XERXIA last time. I would like to ask for your opinions, gentlemen. Do you think Black and Blue, if it was a map or actually a game that went through and pushed through for Bleed and XERXIA, it would be a different result?
Unfortunately, I do have to agree and think so. I do think if it went to that way, for the most part, it might have even been a 2-0 in XERXIA's favor. They could extend it to a third series. Bleed, yes, they do have really high highs and they have lots of potential, but I don't think that kind of standard performance is what we expect from them just yet. They are kind of wavery sometimes, and I think it could have almost definitely been kind of XERXIA going in as the upper seeded team from their group and potentially either Bleed or Onyx making it through. So they did get fortunate in that one, but it is the nature of the beast, and I still do think they're very deserving of the spot that they're in right now.
How about you, Raph?
You know, if we were to recall our predictions, I think both me and Black and Blue did pick XERXIA over Bleed, because once again, we both agree that XERXIA, they have this potential, the ceiling they have to reach, but we have to watch them actually make a good baseline, and I feel like that matchup could have been their footing, could have been their statement game on, hey, this is where we belong, because truth be told, like we said, we thought Onyx would have made it through, we thought a lot of those teams would make it through. Didn't help, they were in the group of death, but other than that, with the mix of playstyle that Bleed have, they do make for an interesting dynamic playing against their fellow C teams.
I mean, it's true also. Like, expect the unexpected when it comes to the Asia Pacific stage. There are teams that really stood tall and stood up for their own sakes, and especially in this series, in the top 8 contenders right now for the rest of the teams here in Asia Pacific. This is the battle of the best teams out here, and of course they're battling out their flight towards Masters Reykjavik. But these two teams, aside from that, of course, moving forward, this is a totally different matchup that we are seeing. It's done and over with for Bleed Esports versus XERXIA. This time around, it's gonna be Bleed Esports versus MiTH. So let's take a look on the roster of Bleed Esports.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your stuff and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAG.
This is Bleed Esports. I saw their tweet and said it's not the way they like to win the game against X10, or rather XERXIA, last time, but this is now their chance to actually show what they are capable of. Darion, Lene, or Lexi, Maxi, and Pith, 2 players right here, Black and Blue, are actually from the previous roster of G2. I just wanted to ask, like, what do you think? How is the EU strat book coming into play here in Asia Pacific stage?
I do think, actually, you know what? I'm going to counteract that. I think a lot of people are looking at this team. You know, obviously you got Maxi, you got Pith, which are very huge names, but a lot of people look at this team and see, like, you know, how can they kind of incorporate the EU style of play into, I guess, an Asian team, where I've been seeing the exact opposite. It's more like how they incorporate EU players into the Asian style of play instead, and I think that's really where they've been trying to make their mark for it. They want to play the APAC style, they want to play the C style, and you're trying to look how they convert, or rather how they incorporate these players who came from a different region. I think in that aspect, they're doing really good in that. Obviously, they're the second seed. There is PPGL, but they've had more tenure in that. But you look at the team that this entire roster has. You look like players from Lenny, who came from Louvre, another big, I guess, very high-performing team off of the official circuit during the break, and you look at Lexi, who came from Ubu. So basically, this is like an all-star matchup of every best Singaporean / Malaysian player who wasn't already part of PPGL, and I think that combined with the I guess foreign talent that they got is really a big testament to how well these teams have already kind of worked together with.
I mean, if we actually take a look, you actually changed my mind, Black and Blue. At first, I was looking at it and just staring into the screen like, how can they incorporate? But you're actually right, and I totally agree with you. How can they incorporate, or rather, as a team, as a whole team, playing in Asia Pacific? Because this is not the EU stage, and you're totally right about that. You changed my mind. But will the players, or rather the viewers, change their mind too when it comes to certain predictions? But as we look into the second series for today, of course they're gonna have opponents. Let's take a look at Made in Thailand.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAG.
Bleed Esports and MiTH. This is the second team that we have here, Made in Thailand. And we are looking at the roster right now. Alone fills the land, Kadum, Congared, and Wanna Fly. We were joking on the Tagalog stream that Congared is like the 10th version here in Asia Pacific. Maybe they kind of look alike or something like that. But moving forward, MiTH right here, Raph. What are your thoughts about this team? How are they performing for the past weeks as well?
Truth be told, Made in Thailand, they've honestly exceeded quite a number of expectations because we probably thought that they'd be a bit of a meddling team when it came to the group stages, but they've had their W's, they've had, honestly, results that are true to such a fabled name. Now, stacking up towards Bleed, though, I think this is going to be interesting because both these teams are incredibly default heavy. The fluidity is going to be there, so at any given moment, those playstyles, they could honestly devolve into a crescendo of violence. But Made in Thailand, we've seen them be as cool and composed as they have been all throughout their run. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Well, they might be named MiTH, but they're very real here and have showed us that they're very capable of claiming that title, especially in such a tightly contested region as is the Thailand scene, maybe arguably the most close region, maybe in terms of the skill gap between the top and the maybe second, third seed, as compared to like Indonesia as well, which is also very tight. So for them to be able to really claim the slot is already a big crowning achievement for this roster.
I mean, we also have, or we are looking at the roster. We're going to be having the head-to-head really soon, and I'm excited to see who are the players to look out for here on this team. But if you were to say for the specifics right now of Bleed versus MiTH Esports, because I remember MiTH Kadum had a difficult time finding the kills or even entry frags when it comes to their matchup between Boom Esports. But as we know, this time around, they're facing Bleed, and this is a completely different team that we are looking at right now. Do you think, Raph, that Kadum is a hot or cold player type of guy, or is it more of it's just Boom Esports just dominating the match?
Well, it's Boom, so it's really hard to gauge at times. But Kadum, if I'm not mistaken, he joined the core of an already existing Bleed. So once again, or not Bleed rather, Made in Thailand, getting confused here, getting a little bit of information overflow. But yeah, that being said, putting any team against Boom makes it incredibly difficult. I feel like this is a much closer matchup. Like I mentioned, the defaults, they are going to be much more free-flowing. And I feel like if they're going to field Darion today, it could prove to be a little bit of a problem.
But if that is true, I'm sorry, Nico, but if that's true, that means we are expecting a very slow play coming into these teams, right? Black and Blue.
Yeah. All I wanted to say is, once again, I agree with Raph wholeheartedly. That was pretty much totally fine. Like, I think he hit it right on the money. These teams, they do play quite similar in lots of ways. Their defaults, good, not great, but good enough to get them this far. And I think that's kind of what we're going to see. And that's why we're going to expect a very intense matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, let's take a look at the head-to-head, by the way. We were talking about the players anyway, but let's take a look at the head-to-head of the two players coming in from the respective teams as well. As we are looking, it is actually Darion and Kadum right here, not too far off when it comes to stats. And we talked about Kadum a while ago if he's a hot and cold type of player, but you said it's just basically Boom Esports dominating the match. But looking at this stats graph right now, do you think it is still on the side, or as a player, as a very specific player, I would like to ask you, is it on the side of Darion or Kadum in a team player setting, not only in the solo?
I'm glad you brought that out, because I would always say that it's not just about the spearhead, the entry, it's really the follow through. And like I said, thank you for bringing that up. Now, again, very, very similar systems where they have so many defaults. I would have to say, though, that Bleed slightly puts more emphasis on cutting off rotations. So that being said, when Darion entries on the site, you typically only have 1 or 2 reliable traders off him. The rest of the team, they're kind of, once again, occupying those lanes where Mid and Thailand want to rotate from, giving them a little bit of that hesitation to really gauge what is safe and what isn't. Now, on the side of Kadum, though, I feel like Black and Blue might have a better opinion on this.
Well, I mean, you see it in his name. What rhymes with Kadum? Kaboom. That's what this guy brings to the table. He really does have that explosive power when it comes to this roster, and that's kind of what they need of him. When you have a team that maybe might not be as refined tactically nor strategically as some of the other teams we have here, especially from their own region, teams like, XERXIA, for example, then you really do need kind of that firepower to kind of shoot yourself out of a bad situation. And that's what I guess is the hallmark of both of these teams, is where they might not always be placing themselves in the best situation, like tactically and strategically, but they're more than capable to make it happen, to really make it work out in the end of things. So that firepower, having Darion on one side and having Kadum on the other side, is a really big, I guess, focal point that these teams do utilize to their fullest extent.
I know that you have seen the head-to-head. We have seen basically how the teams right now falter into the line when it comes to Asia Pacific stage, but not only with the solo players that we look at into a head-to-head situation. I want to ask here, Raph, do you think there are other players to actually highlight on specific or respective teams that we are looking at? Because I know the head-to-head shows like maybe the duelist or this specific role, but as a team, this is a team tactic game style right here in a 5v5 situation. Is there any other player that you would like to highlight?
I mean, we've already talked about Maxi and Pith so much. Yeah, we've talked about them so much. But Kadum alongside with WannaFly, who really holds down the fort for them to be that clutch, to be that anchor on that sentinel role, has also been quite a focal point. Because sometimes when you're such a default heavy team, it's not so much what happens in the middle, it's how you start and how you end that truly encapsulates that team as a whole. But now we look at the map, Vito. Fractured default ban, but thank you once again. Great points being brought up by Taylor.
Hey, thanks.
It's almost as if he's very good at this.
It's the same. It's almost as if Raph and I are the same person.
It's almost
right?
as if you two share a strand of DNA, and so you're all immediately connected mentally. Well, I mean, if we're gonna talk about the mental game of things here, I guess to kind of harp back to you, Taylor's question a while ago, there is a player I do want to talk about, and it's Lexi coming in from Bleed's side. He did come from that former Ulu squad that we did see last VCT Challengers 3.
Say it again?
No, that was the one.
Continue.
That was the one. So, yes, from the UWU squad. We did see during last VCT Challengers 3, and I mean, Bonkers was kind of like, the fan favorite name-wise and logo-wise, presentation-wise. This year, it was them last year. Not only that, they were really, really good, and they were able to prove it coming out from a scene that wasn't necessarily known for having many other great teams aside from Paper Rex. And for them to have him on this roster, I really think he brings more to the table than the final scoreline might suggest. Him being that initiator kind of flex sometimes as well is really what helps his team be what they are. And I think that's also true when you look at the other side. For Conga Red being that flex, on the MiTH side, it really does come on in. But I mean, we're already in the ban phase here, the veto phase. And for the map number 1 to be picked by Bleed, going on Ascent, I think this is one of their better maps, and at the same time, one of the more okay maps of MiTH. So I do like this opening Ascent pick from Bleed.
Oh man, just leaning into the flavor that is known to be a lot of defaults. A lot of pressure is gonna be being based off how they're gonna pressure the mid lanes of this map. Ascent mid, Havens B. It's gonna be true focal points for them. To tell you the truth, I feel like this is still looking in the favor of Bleed. So them taking out Split is only gonna hinder Made in Thailand more. But we have seen so much of that brilliance on Haven. Maybe that's the great equalizer. MiTH, they still have one more veto that we're happily waiting for. But once again, that being said, a lot of these rotations, a lot of the lanes are gonna be attempted to be occupied here. Bleed, they probably caught on to that. Made in Thailand, maybe they want to hold strong. Just a little more questions to ask, I would suppose.
If I would think about it too, I would like to ask both of you just a quick question, yes or no answer, just making the panel fun here, basically for the two players, or rather two panelists that we have. Do you think how important, or is it important to actually take mid control, Ascent and Haven map? Yes or no?
It's one of those things where you do or you don't. It's really a hard commit because we've seen the importance of Tree and a short on Ascent. Haven, a lot of times when it becomes round specific, so against anti-ecos, you typically don't want to go on a... Why are you giggling?
I love how I ask like it's a yes or a no, and then you just decide like it depends here and there.
Hey,
yes
I love
no?
going into that gray area. That's what an analyst is for. But okay, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about you, Black and Blue? Do you think it's important to take mid control?
Yeah. Very much. It really is, though. I mean, that connection that you have, quick rotates between A and B on either side, is very important, especially when you have a darn C site as well on Haven. So I really think that's going to be important. But I think an important thing what we kind of glanced over is the fact that they picked Haven for map number 2 here for MiTH, and that's a map that Bleed have notoriously, at least in these past 2 weeks, struggled on. The last 2 times they played it, they pretty much got destroyed on the last 2 times they played Haven, even though normally it's been a good map for them. They haven't been feeling it lately, so hopefully for them it's 3rd time's the charm. But MiTH, I think they really do have a good veto here.
It's finally time for the thing that we've been waiting for. It's the prediction time, gentlemen. It's time to lock in your predictions. I'll go ahead and predict mine first, just to give you a heads up. And if you follow me, man, that's about you. But I'll go for Bleed. It's gonna be a 3-map series for me, but it's a 2-1 for Bleed Esports. How about you, Raph?
I mean, it's kind of hard not to have the same answer when you say it first. And me and Black and Blue have to follow through.
Same DNA. Remember that.
I mean, it's not all the time you and your sibling get to do what you love the most. But anyway, moving forward, yes, I would have to agree. We go Bleed 2-1. It's gonna be a long and drawn out series. I feel like this could be the longest one of the day, actually.
Ooh, about you?
I'm going to phrase this differently because you guys pretty much said my prediction. So MiTH are gonna lose this 1-2.
I love how you just tried to change it up, but there you go. The lock-in of the predictions is all Bleed Esports. But I think it's time for MiTH to prove us wrong as we head into the game and pass it to our wonderful casters. Casters, take it away.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are on the way to series number 2 of the day, and this time between some of the biggest teams again, Bleed versus with Made in Thailand. I'm Tash, but alongside Black and Blue, we are your casters today, and I have a question for you, Black and Blue.
What is it?
What do you think is going to be the tempo of the game? Fast-paced like the first series, or is it going to be totally different?
I think when we go from map to map, we're actually going to have very contrasting kind of looks between these two teams. Maybe we'll start off one fast, but then as things get red, we're going to have slow things down. So I do think this will be actually kind of a multifaceted map per series, multifaceted series per map.
Yep, that's right. But let's have a look at the agent select here. So now, looking at Ascent, we have MiTH. We have seen Alone play Sage. I've seen Alone play a lot of different agents. But what do you think of Kadum? Usually, from what I've seen during casts, he looks really great on Raze. But what about now?
He has had good performances as well when it comes to like playing here in Ascent on Jet, especially specifically. And you know, if we look at Made in Thailand in general, this is kind of the composition they do like to play in. Obviously, Ascent, for them to pick the KO was something popularized by another Thailand team last year during LCQ in full sense, and a lot of the other APAC and C teams have kind of followed suit. So composition-wise, we don't see anything too different from MiTH than what we normally expect, and kind of more of the same on Bleed when you look at them. They like to kind of employ the breach a lot more often. Every now and then they do flex him on the KO, but with Omen coming into play right now because of the meta changes, I do think that composition wise, either for either team, it really does fit what they generally try and do in the general playstyle.
All right, so I heard panel just now, you guys were all rooting for Bleed, and you guys did say why you guys thought that way, but MiTH so far has had a pretty great run after all. But there are some moments where they come pretty close with another team. Is the lack of a difference in game style a limiter for MiTH, or is just Bleed on another level because of these imports?
I do think, both of these two teams, they have been playing with each other in general for a while, at least MiTH more than Bleed, but Bleed do kind of have that firepower advantage, I think, that helps them set them from the rest of the pack in their own region. But when it comes to the C in general, MiTH, they come from a very, very tough Thailand scene, one that has been a powerhouse in first-person shooters for the longest time. And you see players like Kadum, who we know have also been competing for quite a while, Conga Red, who's so great. We can only expect them to really play their hearts out.
Yep, that's right. However, round number 1 is going to be really interesting right now, seeing that the lineups for both teams have been very, very interesting. Let's see on the breach. Let's see if it actually brings any value here. Kadum waiting here on CT, trying to see if he can actually get through that smoke, which is one of the most annoying things about an Omen. But let's talk about Darion. Right now, let's hold up with that because WannaFly has been down alongside Alone Fields right now. It is still a 2-to-1 trade here. But in terms of the speed, Conga Red is getting a double on that one with a... Whoa, actually make that a 4. One with the fragment.
Conga Red, Unga Bunga, this guy brings into it. Just great retake coming in from him. He's one of the players I wanted to talk about and touched upon during that panel in the pre-game, knowing how great he is as a flex. And I think that's really what's going to be very important for these two teams. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of our eyes on players like Kadum and Darion, but I really think that second and third in Conga Red for MiTH and for Lexi here for Bleed are really the big playmakers for this team. Maybe not quantity-wise, but definitely quality-wise. And you saw their quantity and quality frags falling his way.
I have to agree with you, and when you think about it as well, you speak about Conga Red, we saw him play Skye as well, and his Skye has been one of the most aggressive and terrifying Skies I've ever seen. I think these kind of agents really, really suit his playstyle, and look at that, immediately 2 agents suppressed, and he just moves away. He doesn't take those unnecessary risks, but Alone Fields will be the one to get Lexi out of the way. Beautiful Ares shot when you think about it. But you see WannaFly before, I think he really shines on an agent like Viper. But what do you think of his KJ plays?
I think it actually does fit in with him. He's very, very reliable in trying to hold down the site, at least going 1-for-1. And you might actually see that right here. Although I think Darion has a read. Typically when you do have the turret there, you can't expect a crossfire with it on the opposing side towards logs. So you can see that they have some notion that there could be a player waiting in the logs, and that's going to be WannaFly. So their suspicions remain true. They might find him, although he does fall back. For the meantime, though, Tosh, Bleed really just slowing the pace down here, trying to see if MiTH are going to go and overpeak.
Oh, they're going to get spotted. Aoya
Let's kill him.
Immediately reacts, takes one out of the way, thanks to the Nano Swarm here. And that is the beauty of a beautifully placed recon.
Not only that, the shock dart to follow up, and somehow Lady didn't even know he was in the Nano Swarm here. WannaFly finding two. You talked about him, Tash. You tried to highlight him because he's really great in holding things down. They do pull off a flawless, very clean anti-eco here for the second round. One that they really needed to continue this lead.
Anchor. I think that's the name I want to give to WannaFly from now on. That was sick. let's look at that again. Because of the smokes, because of that recon and the shock dart, it just really puts the players in a way where it's so hard for them to move anywhere. And they have taken so much damage as well. While it did look like Alone Fields did have the upper hand because of that Ares, but like, I just really gotta give it to them. It's just so beautifully played. Now, when we talk about PiTH before, I have seen him play KJ before. He likes to lurk in the back. He likes to play it very methodically, as all KJ players do. I think we all know this. 300 IQ. But it looks like WannaFly's KJ is a little bit more, I wouldn't say flashy per se, but a little bit more, I think this thing is a lot higher compared to PiTH's.
They definitely do make their own case why they're very valuable on that Killjoy role here for either side, and I think it really does fit their playstyles. Reliability is one of the biggest aspects and factors you want to consider when it comes to that, and discipline as well. You can't have your Sentinel over peeking, and this alarm bot, it's a bit deeper than usual, but it will catch off somebody in a more disadvantageous position if they ever came to it. Darion finds it out though, hearing it, that forces him back to try and regress towards Catwalk instead.
When you think about Darion, it actually reminds me of KJ over on Full Sense just now. Very, not only aggressive, but the way they make that space. Kadum already out of the way thanks to Lexi, and Darion gets Deland in return. Congaret will trade out Lexi in turn. Suddenly Congaret is just playing back and forth, but Len with the swing. Immediately MiTH repositions themselves, and suddenly it's a 2-on-3.
Shock dart out here. That should hit the player playing in Jenny there on PiTH, but doesn't really stop the plant from going down. He does have a recon for this retake, but barring them finding a single pick, then this is going to be very difficult to do. He does pick up the Vandal here, the WannaFly. He wants to lay it loose. He's going to have to find the pick off first. With Maxi playing all the way here in A-Long, it's going to be more easier said than done. Recon's going to give him away. He's going to get the trade at the very least with PiTH. He's going to find the final kill on the opposing Killjoy, and that gives him the third round that they need to bounce back into the game.
I really gotta say, while they had a numbers disadvantage just now, that recon really gave away so much information. There's just one small thing when you think about it. It comes down to your micro plays at this point. So now in terms of Made in Thailand and Bleed Esports, I think Made in Thailand loves to play more aggressive compared to Bleed Esports. So in your opinion, when you have a team that likes to play very aggressive against a team that likes to play a bit more passively, what are we gonna get?
We could have very different things coming in here, Tosh. I mean, well, first of all, there's an Odin on MiTH's side, so you know he kind of wants to go party time.
He always goes that weapon. I mean, I understand that guns go brrr, but come on.
You got the macho gun. Sylvester Stallone would be quite happy with that.
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello. Scarface this time? Oh, you got John Rambo and Scarface in the server. Okay. Well, yeah, but we got a big gun in Kadum's hands as well on that sniper rifle. Although he's been forced back all the way towards the spawn. Look at what he's holding. He's holding the cross in case Bleed do push up that far because the alarm bot has been given away. The only player close towards market is WannaFly, although he does have Alone Fields to try and support him. But Kadum, I think he's looking to try and peek this alone. That Aldrone will find some positions here of Bleed, kind of scattered towards that mid link. And Kadum, he's holding the cross. This is really kind of 50-50 who will win this fight, but he does have the advantage.
You see him move little by little. Reminds me of a cat just like wiggling his butt, slowly making way to the middle. But I think they kind of suspect that he might be there, which is why these micro little moves are happening. And immediately they are going to cover that. But he says, no, I see your legs. Immediately Darion will be dropped down to the ground. Lone Fields waiting from the side here, nearly tagged by the Hunter's Fury. And WannaFly is pretty much ready on the side as well. Maxi with only 34 HP does get flashed. Is trying to play a little bit more safe in the backside here. The suppression is out. No one is able to use anything. But PiTH a little bit faster than the Odin right now. And PiTH will be caught out by Kadum right there. Straight in the face with the op. Not a great way to go.
And Bleed are struggling as soon as MiTH got guns in their hands. That Odin was able to find at least one in the Lone Fills. He was alone, but he definitely filled the gap that was left behind. Bleed really kind of, as the time ticked down, they just struggled to get any good footing, and when they actually did before they execute, because of that kind of one way that did actually help the MiTH side coming in from Darion, let them get the pick off quick and clean, brought it down to a 4v5 immediately. And without much time, a scramble ensued. And it's very difficult for the attacking side to really make much sense out of that. So an eco stake will be forced upon Bleed. As you can see, pistols abound. That's all they got to work with. He can be very thrifty with his weapons, though, and I think Conquer Red realizes that and is going to try and play the farther angles instead.
Yep, that's right. Dylan, I think one of his best games was actually on Breach. Really excited to see what he can bring to the table as Astra. Darion does have the blades. He can go for more aggressive stance here. But you have to understand, I was just talking to Astra earlier about how Maxi as well as Pit might have different styles of gameplay because they play more of an EU style compared to the Singapore server. And here comes the Rolling Thunder here. Dylan barely surviving. But it's good. He does take it out in return. Lexi does find Dylan after that, but Conquerette trades that out, and immediately look how fast, how everything went to 0 to 100 in just like literally 2 seconds as soon as the Rolling Thunder ensued.
What I will say here is, you know, MiTH, rather Bleed, have been doing very good eco rounds. We saw that on round number 3, almost, where MiTH, rather round number 2, and then right now here as well, Bleed, they've been putting MiTH down a 2v2 here basically. On the retake, yes, he will get a 1 kill. Moves down to a 1v1, but the lockdown is going to have to come in place. All he has to do is delay, and now he's dead. They're both detained! And now they're both in the same state. They're going to pretty much face check each other. Hello, but the thing is, Wannafly is going to come out of his lockdown first. He's going to get the kill with a right click in his face. And they barely scrape by off of the eco as well. MiTH somehow pull it off. Actually, no, rather, they didn't eco, but it was Bleed on the eco. Yes, but it was very expensive. That was kind of my point. Bleed have been making these eco rounds quite expensive on the MiTH side.
Yeah, that's right. Even though they only had sheriffs and even a pistol, they lost everyone except for 1 player. But I have to say, that was actually pretty funny. Imagine, I really want that to happen. You just kind of stare at each other like, hey, we can't move. But that 1 millisecond, I feel like probably Wannafly was like, and Maxi just like spamming their guns, like just pressing and pressing and pressing, hoping to come out first. But clearly, that was not the issue. However, both teams will finally be back on the same equal footing in terms of weaponry. It's gonna be okay. Concussion does come out here. Darion gonna try for a cheeky jump peek here, but Kadum with a double. Oh man, they're feeling it right now.
The Kadum collateral comes in. 1 bullet, 2 birds taken down, and that's Darion and Lexi, 2 of the front-facing spears of Bleed. That's going to make things a lot more difficult. You lose your sword, you pretty much have to forgo the shield at some point as well. Bleed 3v5 is still winnable, especially if they catch Conquer Red out off guard. Maxi made his position known. He's going to be forced to kind of retreat just a hair because of that fragment being dropped down. Looking to aggress here on the grass. Even if they touch it, I'm not too sure if that's going to get them outside of this kind of pickle they're in.
Yep, that's right. And look at these setups already coming from the side of MiTH. It's gonna be so hard to actually get into the site. And as well, when you think about it, how Wannafly plays this is just basically to buy as much time as possible while his teammates come out. The Swarm Grenade does come out from Market, immediately hit. Gonna be just swung out and just gets Wannafly in return. Maxi gonna be coming in through mid, trying to see if he can catch anyone out. Does find Conquerette here. He's gonna be very, very happy with that pick. Immediately Paranoia comes out as well. Alone feels alone in this boathouse. Gets 1, which is just a shadow, not exactly the player. But look at that crosshair together, and finally, the plant will be happening with barely enough time to spare.
Oh, okay, this could be a round that Bleed at least cut that lead down to half. 2 versus 1. It's all on the Dell end. He's gonna have to ring the bell here to end this round. He has been spotted out. They spot him as well in return, though. They know he's here towards the stairs. He goes for the 1. Could have followed up on the second shot, but great trade here coming in from Lenny. Not let it get too out of hand. Expensive round, though, for Bleed. Still, they get it done at the end of things. Do not have full utility, maybe, on some of their agents, but hey, if more than happy at least to win the round, one that they so desperately needed, especially in a 3v5.
30 seconds left. I really like that. I don't think it was intentional to get a double there, but the problem is when you are peeking together like that, that poses a big problem. But the thing is, I felt like for Dylan, he could have gone for a double because they are lined up for him. It's just, I think timing was just not there when it comes to the bullets, I believe. Timeout for Bleed. And when you talk about early timeouts, I think it's because they need to reprioritize or rethink how they play. MiTH is just so good at catching stragglers in the backside, even though they play a pincer sort of way.
And, you know, there's a very different philosophy when you call a timeout after winning a round. Lots of teams, you know, they call a timeout when the opposing side has kind of been basically gaining lots of momentum to try and stop that. And so that makes sense too. But there's another kind of idea wherein after basically you've been losing quite a few rounds in a row, and then when you finally win your first round after that losing streak of rounds, that's when you call your first timeout. And the reasoning behind that is because lots of times teams kind of want to talk over why we won that previous round and how we can continue it. So that's something we kind of that's something that we kind of saw a lot more often, like late 2018, going into 2019, even before Valorant. And I'm glad to see that kind of idea has continued on.
It's like a glass half full sort of moment rather than glass half empty. And I really like that sort of idea as well. Sometimes when you get your first week, kind of gotta shake it off, you know? Just keep it going. But speaking of keeping it going, Kadum all alone on A. If he were to peek, it'll be very, very not great as well, because that means there's not going to be anyone there to defend the area. Shock Dart does come out, does not find anyone. They are going to be peeking out here in a very dangerous area. Is Kadum. Sprays do come out, immediately repositions himself as he gets tagged, and he will be going straight to tree.
Well, not many seeds have been planted here. MiTH. Well, maybe we'll actually see one later, Tosh. If somebody gets a kill with like the Gaia skin, we actually do see a darn oak.
Well, that's exactly the same joke that Asteroid did earlier. He said the tree has been planted.
Now I feel corny because it came from Asteroid. No, I'm kidding. Love you, bro.
You guys have the same brain after all.
No! No! I do not want that. I mean, Asteroid's a very
30 seconds left.
We love him. He's one of his own.
You want to be like him.
Well, obviously we're talking about the game here. 4v5, Eco State put in to MiTH, and with that they went for a bit of a gamble, a gambit. Stack that B site. Doesn't ultimately pay out though, because they're gonna have to try and maybe go for exit frags here at most towards the A plant.
Yeah, retaking it shouldn't be too hard though, but coming through with so much utility is, because especially going through an Omen as well as KG, not very fun to deal with. Either way, door has been closed. It's another layer of rather security and information they can give to the team. But right now, look at that. Everyone's going to be playing through a long here instead of staying on site, which I feel is really good. But we are seeing actually Conga Red as well as Wannafly coming in from the back, trying to catch any exit fraggers at least. Conga Red waiting, the flash just come out, the sprays, but Conga Red gets everyone. But at least they're both down. In return, make that 3.
That was a great eco round, all things considered at the end of it. For them to get 4 kills off that one pop flash. And you saw there that Lexi, he kind of spotted out the flash was about to be thrown, but just in the nick of time, they were able to make it happen. And more importantly, Conga Red and Wannafly able to land their shots with just the Spectres, even though they were fully blind on the opposing side with just that frenzy. Very, very nicely done. Could have been very wayward, but they get that's a value meal and a half.
Exactly, that's what we talked about as well. Like, you know, it's a mini Spectre. You can run and gun with that, especially for that range. They do find Maxi over there. It won't be suppressed for long. They can take their time. The smoke has been put out as well, especially because that's one way. However, Conga Red gonna be trying to make sure that he has Kadum's back here. We talk about the last game as well, how Flinch didn't get the support he needed when he played off. And we're not gonna see that happen again, but oh my god, immediately that shocked. I'm not sure if it was intentional or not. Actually gets rid of Pit's alarm bot.
They take the orb, which alerts them that their suspicions of Bleed stacking up towards that B main side is true. Looks like they kind of want to take mid control here, potentially flex towards A, but I know hindsight is 2020. Might not be the best idea considering the operator of Kadum is poised towards locking down that short position. They're looking to maybe commit towards his B site. They've got the stuns ready, the Owl drone as well to try and get that information, and with that the alarm bells have been rung. You can see the rotation from MiTH are here to try and support the last 2 sentinels, rather the last 2 anchors on the B site.
That's right, Lone Fields does see actually spot one person. Darion gonna be found by that beautiful shock dart. The Hunter's Fury has been let loose. Wannafly does die, and also does Lone Fields as well. Lexi from the side there, getting those corners needed to be cleared. Maxi finds Conga Red as well. The suppress is out of the way. However, that's a beautiful way of baiting. He does find one, gets one more as well, and suddenly ka-chow, ka-chow. Bleed takes this round, bringing it back to a 4-4.
That was looking so good for MiTH on the defensive side. They got the opening kill with utility, nano swarms, plus the final shock dart to try and cap it all off coming from Lenny.
but then in the scramble, somehow, Bleed, they just shoot their way out of it. Perfect Hunter's Fury to flush him out of that backside towards the B side, and because of that, they had to try and go aggress towards the mid side where they were exposed to the attacking Bleed side. And then MiTH, the rest of them just kind of filtered through one by one to try and help the defenders inside the site, and let Bleed isolate the fights and win them all.
Yeah, I really like the isolation method just now because we had people coming in from behind Boathouse as well as B main. But right now, Maxi holding a very nice faraway angle here, can get some information as well for the team. But coming back to that fight just now as well, I really gotta say that in a way, the area where Kongared actually died kind of like baited Deland as well, because while he was busy reviving, he didn't think to look downstairs where we had an uninvited guest waiting for them rather. Here's Lenny. They really like these big guns, huh?
Especially in the attacking side. You'd normally expecting the defense. Oh, the Pika Doom goes wild. He lands a great shot here, but he's able to back off for the meantime. Kongared's going to find one of his own, but Max is going to clean up house, bring it to a 3v2, finding every kill here so far for the Bleed anti-eco. It's all into a lone kills and want to fly this time. They were the first ones to make contact in the previous round, but this one, they're the last ones to do so. Sheriff and the Spectre in hand. That's all they got to work with. They popped the Hunter's Fury, which I don't know if it's the right decision considering they could save it for another round, for an actual gun round where it might be more useful.
Yep, that's right. They really wanted to prevent the plant, but how much longer can they do that? Shock Dart does come out. He ate a little bit of that damage. Not too much though. Where Maxi is, he's gonna put in that smoke. Gonna be very hard to push into that, but they do have the lockdown as well. They really, really want to take this round. That's 2 ultimates used as well.
Why? Oh, well, somehow Alone Fields finds himself inside the site. The last 2 remaining are there towards that A main position. They can try and stick the defense for a half, but as soon as Wannafly goes down, yeah, this round is done and dusted. There's no way he's going to win this. Even if he gets the kills here, there's not enough time left for him to try and successfully do this out, and PiP will confirm the round. I really do think, you know, it's a 2v3. I get it, you have a chance, but they staggered both of their ultimates one after the other. Hunter's Fury first, which doesn't ultimately do anything, and then Lockdown as well, which gets immediately destroyed because they still have Shock Darts on the Sova's side here for Bleed. Very, very big misuse, I think, of the ultimates on an eco round.
Yeah, even I was surprised because you did mention that they didn't have all the guns needed to win. It was not possible. At least it was very, very hard to do that. And I lost so many players as well. It wasn't something that they could win. I think right now they're just being too overexcited and eager instead of thinking like about how they can make sure that those sites or those games they can fully clinch rather than just going for a 50-50 situation. Now suddenly you're down 2 ultimates that you cannot use in a round that you have full buy.
Ooh, I think Islide is going to destroy the lockdown here. Perfectly placed. Yes, it will.
Oh,
that's going to stop
God.
it from getting much value. Actually, no, it doesn't destroy it somehow.
Barely misses it,
Did
actually.
they smoke it to stop it from getting destroyed? Was there something blocking its vision? That could be the case, but Kadoom finds the opening pick here on the defensive hold, and Kongared is going to follow up, almost losing that fight, but successfully backs off.
Yep, Lone Phil's trying to get some information here. Does tag 1, and it's going to be the Sova from the other team that will be found. For now, Wannafly, the beautiful swing out, catches Maxi off guard. And right now, the plant will be happening. MiTH just trying to wait, trying to make sure that the utilities have run out of time right now. PiP still waiting in the corner here. Kadoom does not know, and nor does he. He's pushing a little bit forward here, a little bit risky when you think about it. For now, ooh, he whiffs that. Barely hits him, just by the side of his cheek.
Barely gets out, but luckily he's a jet, so he can just bail anytime he wants to. Fifth, he's gonna have to go huge here, and Lenny finds a triple. It goes down to a 1v2.
Make that
it's
a
all on the Lenny to
quadra.
try and get the ace clutch. It's in a 1v1. Ace clutch incoming, right click with the classic, does not connect as Wannafly somehow scrapes by when Lenny seemed to do it all. He could not get the final one, and MiTH tied the game up once more.
Ooh, we could just say as soon as MiTH goes forward, as soon as Bleed takes it one step ahead, MiTH just comes forward as well, and it's not it's unexpected. Sorry, it's very, very expected from both of these 2 teams. When you think about how they play, there are so many rounds where they come just so close to each other. But what I really like about Wannafly is just how spontaneously he plays. He's not afraid to go aggressive, to just go and keep wide, and he gets away with it so many times and gets unpunished.
So many moments where it could have gone either way, and somehow Lenny, too little. Just barely too short. But he almost got the highlight-worthy ace of his, basically, tournament. Does not come his way, though. What the clutch shot would have been went his way. Almost doing it, too, with a right click of the Classic. But now, second to the final round of the half. Weapons heavily in the advantage of the defending MiTH. They're making things ever more so real to taking this series potentially, or at least a half, because they do have that advantage. Here comes a flash on in, though. Going to try and force Alone Fields back. Give him that space taken, but will they actually be able to convert the round, even with a side plant?
Ooh, Kadoom. That's a nasty knife to the face. Right now has a really high area here. Can try and take advantage of it if he wants to. Maxi, not a great place to be, but you also hear Darian also has knives. There will be some trades here. Rolling Thunder pushes forward and Maxi will be stopping the wrath of Kadoom. Darian finds one to fly as well. Maxi from the side tries to make some plays here as well. Dylan just waiting for those peaks, but his area will be cleared out thanks to the fragment. Maxi still playing the little corner there. 4 bullets for Lone Fields. Wants to go on aggressive, wants to go onto the second guard. Does find PiTH in the end. Maxi going in and out of the smoke. That's how it should be. Gets a free op out of that too. Waiting to see, but Conqueror was pretty much ready for Maxi. Suddenly, Lone Fields alive and his skin up his teeth.
Okay, at least, you know, Bleed able to make it quite expensive here for the MiTH side. They do save the operator, but I mean, they will kind of have to, because of that round, see how kind of poor they are. They will be able to drop, I think, a rifle, but Kadoom's not going to be in full armor to do that. Perhaps a Lone Fields could drop here for Del N, but then, yeah, they are in a pretty light buy, all things considered. So, pretty good eco round here coming from Bleed, and that is why you want to be able to perform well in those ecos. Get those kills, make it expensive for the other side, so when they have to rebuy the next round, especially when it's a close game, they won't be able to have every single piece of utility or full armor that they want to have, especially for the final round of the half. So timeout here called by MiTH. Once again, a timeout called after a round win.
Honestly, that Astra smoke was very interesting as well because of how Maxi uses it. He really used it to his advantage, just weaving in and out of that smoke. That smoke was actually to protect them, but I gotta say, Maxi coming through the smoke, he has no fear, coming, weaving in and out, wasn't punished for it. And on top of that, he only had a Sheriff as well, which means that his shots have been absolutely deadly as well, compared to the side of MiTH, who had better guns.
He doesn't mind being in those smokes against the sun. He was born in darkness, Tosh. He doesn't mind pushing through it and living in it. And Maxi, he's made himself almost like a very, I guess, he's a thief in the night when it comes to smokes. Doesn't mind barging through.
Yep, that's right. I really gotta say as well. PiTH also, I have to say, is a diabolical man. He knows how to play it real safe and real sneaky.
Diabolical.
Well, you gotta be diabolical to win these rounds, okay? I mean, you're blowing up some Radiant Knight here. For now.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna be buying some time here with the nano swarms.
Killjoy's a protagonist. He's a good character.
Yeah, I guess so. Kadoom going aggressive forward. Has to reposition. That is the beauty of having a KO. Now suddenly you are not able to use those utilities that you want. Dylan playing in his zone smokes here, playing it real safe, but he hears sounds but doesn't know where exactly everyone's gonna be. Lenny does find Kadoom outside.
Oh no.
Dylan immediately walks out into someone's crosshair. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Not a great place to be, and immediately the plant will be happening. And up on heaven, here's Conqueror. Does find one. Not able to find more. A fragment to clear out some areas here, as well as a pop flash as well. No one is over peeking when they don't need to, which is what makes it so good. But Lexi, oh my god, one sneeze and you're out.
Yeah, Bleed, they're being very diligent, trying not to over peek here, but the kill is going to go Conqueror's way. He's going to find the third kill here on the retake. They now know as well where Maxi is. He's been doing a great job of holding down the line. Will he get the ace? Yes, he does! And Conqueror secure the half advantage. 7-5 in the favor of MiTH. And I was kind of thinking, hey, this is looking kind of dangerous for you, Conqueror. Peeking through the one-way that was up on heaven, that one-way smoke placed down by Maxi. But he continued to do it, and he found the picks after anyways. And after that, I was like, surely he's going to get traded out by some point. But it never came. Great Aldrone here to get that ping, to get that dart onto Lexi. And he knew immediately that Lenny was going to swing from hell, and that's where he sent it. From whence he came, he shall remain. And Conqueror secures that 7-5 opening half.
Hunger Red with a 20 bomb right now. He is on fire. He knows how to play, is not scared, and not afraid to take those picks because he knows that his teammates will be around to trade him out in case he goes down. Now, when you look at the side of Bleed, I don't know why, but it felt like their post plant has been a little bit shaky, I feel, because they're not too sure where exactly to position themselves and where exactly MiTH is going to be coming from. While I do like that they are playing under Heaven, but having two under there, especially in a team when you have like Conga Red or even Wanna Fly Alone Fields and even Deland, makes it very hard because it's a very narrow and small space, hard to peek as well.
They have kind of struggled, as you put it, on that post plant of theirs, and hopefully with them having troubles defending their bomb spike, their spike plant rather. Hopefully it's not going to work the same way when now they're on the defensive side to just hold the site as well. Very similar philosophies. Different positions, yes, can be very similar in core concept. So hopefully for their sake, especially a defender side map like Ascent, they can play better. Well, to be fair, to get 5 to 7 is pretty good on the attacking side here. When you start on that attacking side like Bleed did, you get 5 rounds on the board. That is more than doable. A single pistol round win and the follow-up right after, you're at 7 to 7. This could be them closing out the game in the more favored side statistically here on Ascent. So all things considered, Bleed, yeah, struggled in the post plans. Could be still warming up to the game, but at least the end result, the end score at the end of the half, or the opening half at the very least, is still kind of what you generally where you want to be. So Bleed, I've gotten that win condition, perhaps, but can they close it out, especially with Conga Red dropping 20 already at the end of the first half? Let's see if he can basically continue his momentum moving into the second.
Conga Red doing Conga Red things, I have to say. I mean, we've seen Conga Red on a Sky, now Conga Red on a KO. These are the kind of agents that really, really enable him and gives him a kit in order to go very, very aggressive as well. Darion is really, really sad to say that he's not really shining right now in terms of how he's playing. Not because he's not making space for his team, but rather as soon as he comes in, there's like 3 or 4 guns already aimed his way. But that's what he's supposed to do in order to make that space for his team. So long as his team is able to go in and follow up with those kills, especially from Maxi, Len, as well as Lexi, we are seeing that follow-ups as well whenever Darion goes down, which just means that his objective has already been achieved.
Well, Darion has kind of struggled to maybe get some kills on his entries, yes, on the attacking side, but he's been getting them the space that they need to individually pop off, and as you said, to follow up on what he's given them. It's almost like, typically initiators and these utility players, they would help enable that basically duelist or the Jet to go on in, and then the Jet would enable the rest of his team to follow up behind him. That's what they've been doing very aptly. And a lot of times people think, the Jet, the duelist, the entry frag is going to get the kills because they go in first. But more often than not, it's actually going to be the entry frag dying the most. They might get a lot of kills, yes, but they also probably have the most deaths on the scoreboard, and that's what you see here. 12 deaths on Darion for good reason, because you're the first one on in. You're the one clearing the corners really hard, playing that contact, and when you do, you're the ones running the biggest risk as compared to everybody else, the second, third, fourth, and fifth in. So Darion, he might kind of be at the bottom of the scoreboard here, but I'm telling you guys, and trust me, he has been doing his job to the absolute T. Maybe not a perfection of it. He could be, finding some kills going his way, but in terms of space creating and gaining for his team side on that attacking side, he's been doing a pretty good job at it.
He really has. And on top of that, whenever he goes down, he gets all that information for his team as well, which allows his team to react to that in the situation as well. When you, like just now, whenever Lenny goes in and immediately there are like those recon darts kind of tagging someone or even seeing someone, you saw the immediate response from Bleed as well, trying immediately just getting those tags as well. When it comes to both teams, I'd like to say that they're both very, very equal in terms of like how they use their abilities, how they play the game. But in terms of pacing, MiTH is still a little bit faster than Bleed. However, Bleed knows that because they like to play slow and steady wins the race, they're also not only very methodical, very, I wouldn't say robotic either. They're just very, very by the book. But in a way, whenever things go to their plan, they really know how to clinch it.
Is something that Bleed have been pretty good at. Perhaps the veteran experience coming in from players like Maxi and Lenny has been, well, for lack of a better term, bleeding over to the rest of the other roster, the younger players here.
Yeah. Also, in your opinion, with the addition of Pith as well as Maxi under the team, are we seeing a different playstyle from Bleed compared to the other regions here in Asia Pacific?
Well, maybe not Bleed compared to the other teams that we have, but definitely this Bleed roster does play quite differently to the former Bleed that we have seen when they had many other players and players like Chris and a bunch of the other players who came from Louvre and Wu. Now they kind of basically gang up here and kind of re-roster themselves, reshuffle themselves under the big Bleed banner. For them to add that, I think, is a really big thing for them, experience-wise and leadership-wise. I'm not too sure if either Pith or Maxi are the team captains, but sometimes you don't even have to have your kind of veteran guy be that team captain, as long as he can be there in the sidelines and tell you guys how it is and how it's supposed to be. And when it comes to the tournament mindset, is a really big thing that I think Bleed have an advantage over many other teams here in the Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, I have to agree. Now, when we have a team like MiTH who is just super fast-paced, do you think Bleed is just kind of like trying to figure out how to kind of stop this pacing from the side of MiTH? What do you think Bleed can do?
Well, MiTH, it's so hard to stop because they're almost like an unstoppable object many other times where they just completely bulldoze or whatever is in front of them and don't have too much rhyme or reason how they do it. They just end up doing it. But Bleed, they don't really have exactly enough time, I guess, to have worked that out just yet here in the opening map. And so hopefully for their sake, they're going to be able to come back into it. But we're going to see if MiTH can stifle that. For the meantime, though, Tosh, you and I are going to have to take a breather because we are going to be going back to a break, guys. We'll be back here with map number 1 when things subside, when we got the tech issues kind of fixed up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with map 1 in a hair.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around.
We've seen two very different playstyles from two very different countries, or at least side by side rather, neighbors, come together to show a very clash of interesting playstyles as well as paces. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Black and Blue. We're casters today, where we are currently in Series 2 of match number 1.
Yeah, and we're kind of having to take a pause midway through. Hopefully we can get through it, which we are going to do right now, because let's get back into the game. A very intense match where we've seen many potential clutches happen from these two teams. We almost saw, like Lexi pull off Lenny pull off an ace clutch a while ago. There were so many moments that could have gone either way, but ultimately I think both teams are satisfied with the end result. Lead 5 rounds here. It extended further, especially with Pip, Darion, and Maxi all going on the aggressive here towards that B main position, but Kadoom's gonna go explosive and find 2 opening picks and retaliate.
This frenzy meta that's back is just giving me so much life. The run and gun is definitely real here, and Darion, he's gonna, sorry, not in Kadoom, he's probably very happy with himself. But right now, their biggest problem, which was Conquerette, is now out of the way. That means no flashes, no fragment, as well as suppresses will be in their way getting onto the site. For now, let's have a look here. They did lose 2 out of that. The question is, there suddenly is a change in pace. They did throw out a gun there just to catch him off guard. Look at the run and gun from Kadoom. Gives him 3 now. Want to fly in the backside, making sure no one's coming inside. And look at that. They are going to find another one. Kadoom right now with the 4. Lenny, are you gonna give him the ace is the question now. He's slowly trying to make his way through the market. But Kadoom is currently looking at CT.
No way Kadoom gets an ace with this, right? With a frenzy on the pistol. Let's see though. It's very real. He's going up against Lenny. He's gonna swing. He does not get the kill. He even gets him down to 22 HP. A single bullet, a sneeze would have killed him, or potentially even a breeze. Lenny gets 1, gets away. But I doubt he'll find much more, especially with the turret bearing down his angle as soon as he comes down from the stairs here. All he can hope for are exit frags. He's got some shock darts, but I wager he'd want to hold on to that for the next round instead, not to invest rather into this round. So Lenny, NT, but ultimately round goes in the way here of MiTH. Very nicely done. Initially it kind of looked like they were going to take the round here, Tosh, for that aggressive play, opening pick, but maybe overextending, not falling back quick enough, and MiTH were able to get 2 kills and catapult off of that.
Yeah, that's right. I really gotta say, as I've said again, I am loving. Look at the frenzy and look how far away, how far that range is compared to before. Gives so much breathing room to Kadoom and the ability to run and gun. And Kadoom, when he got so many of those picks, suddenly it's like a waterfall. It's like a leak where suddenly everything is just pouring through, and it's so hard for you to do anything. But just now, when you look at Lenny, he's gonna be really happy with that ace steal, or ace deny rather. You saw a small smirk coming onto his face when that happened. Once again, the destroyed Lexi giving that concuss, just buying some time, making it so hard to get into sight, and that's one of the biggest annoyances of going against a breach. And look at that, immediately that spray comes out. Wannafly, as well as Della did get some trades here as well, thanks to that flash. But over on mid, Kadoom gonna be happy. Lexi is now out of the way now, and as well as Lenny as well.
Well, if they can find 1 more kill here, this could be pretty decent round. It's very possible considering it is Pith. He's got a Spectre in his hands. No armor, yes, but full HP, more than enough. 12 bullets in the mag though. Gonna have to go for the reload. Potentially, he can maybe go kill Dellen here. It's pretty low within the site, but it's gonna be even better if you can kill one of the full HP players, melt their shields down at the very least, have them reinvest the next round for that. Especially someone like Kadoom here who has the Vandal in hand. So winnable, unlikely though, but all he has to really do here is make it expensive.
Yeah, that's exactly what he has to do. For now, he does have 1 nano swarm. Going to be clearing out A main at least. But look at that, they're all three are on A long here. They all are very aware where Pith is. He's running out of time. This press does happen. Let's stop him from going onto site. He will still be checking after all. That's the gravity well. He's gonna come out, but Congaret was just faster in terms of Pith, especially in terms of the run again.
Well, not able to get a kill. Would have been nice here for the Bleed side, but they do get two at least with the classics and all, and now they're gonna have to reinvest. This is a round that they are very going to want to win. They lose this round 10-5, potentially 11-5 because of the economic advantage, and you're pretty much playing with fire at that point, very close to match point as well. So Bleed, they have to convert this anti-bonus. Otherwise, I think this map is going to MiTH.
Yeah, they really need to, because right now they have had so many losses in a row. Look at their credits. They have nothing. Congared and the rest of the team alone fills with only just a stinger. We all know stingers are very annoying to use. Lonefield's trying to put out that shock dart as well in return, getting nothing out of that. Darion wants the aggressive peaks, trying to take advantage of that, but Pith does by Congared as well. Lexi and Darion with the double, doing so well. Really making use of this round. They do know where Dylan is. He does get spotted out here, gonna go round and round in circles. So you can get at one at least, but Lexi will be the one that says, nope, not today. We want to take this round. And suddenly it's 9-6 with only 3 round differences.
I'm really curious that was a game plan. It does work for Bleed though, but they chose to kind of close that range gap, that distance, by going aggressive into B main, using nano swarms to control that position early on, gain B main control, and that's where they choose to fight. A position that sometimes would kind of favor the attackers more often than not, especially on a bonus like that, because they have specters on the opposing side. You guys got rifles. You want to put as much distance between you versus them, but Bleed, they go and push forward, still somehow win it though because of the weapons advantage, yes, but I'm not too sure if that was the right idea. It does work out though, so you can't really knock it. But Bleed are gonna have to need more of that good fortune if they want to come back in this game.
Yep, that's right. They are gonna be clearing here. The knife will be giving them all the information they need. But right now, shots are going to be coming through with that smoke in the backside there. But look at that, over on A, you are actually going to be seeing Darion just anchoring himself there. Not really going to try and go on aggressive. They have to. But Bleed, Lexi, he knows that there's someone over on mid as well. Congaret will be trying to get some extra peeks. This is a very minuscule angle, but Lexi in the backside there, he can choose to concuss if he wants to, and Lenny immediately knows, okay, we have a jet over in mid, and immediately Pith moves away, doesn't want to be caught off guard, because you know that if for a Sentinel they want to stay alive so that they can use the utilities at least until the end there. But Dylan might be in trouble here if he doesn't look to the right fast enough, because you can see that Darion, we can see his shots can be very spicy if he wants it to be. Just barely missing each other. There's 4 people there. Darion
30 seconds
gonna have to reposition, immediately reacts to that presence detected by the knife.
The longer he stays alive, the more value he gets. He only gets 1. He could have found even more though. But the Lone Fields is going to shut him down, not going to let him continue his tirade to Doom. He also found that opening pick, which does help him on attacking side, but the time is ticking very low. Not able to get the kill there as Dylan fights back. Lexi finds 2. The plant should be able to go down, not going to be able to deny it here. Holding down that heaven position on the walkout from Pith, but he can land the shots here. If he does connect, which it won't, then the clutch will not come in. And 10-6. MiTH answer right back. As soon as they got the rifles, this is potentially looking like MiTH gonna start to run away with this. They have 1 more buy on the Bleed side, but after that, they're done. They're drained.
Need a drop.
Yep, that's right. I'm honestly quite surprised from the side of Bleed here. They sometimes go very slow, but sometimes they go very aggressive. And it's a little bit unlucky from Darion just now, because I don't think he was expecting 4 people at once there. Yes, the flash does connect, but he didn't have, number 1, he didn't have enough teammates to back him up in terms of trades. And number 2 as well, it was hard when there's 3 people shooting at you at the same time. He was only good for 1. I was really hoping he would be good for 2. Either way, it's just not looking so great for Bleed right now. And what can they do to stop the bleeding from themselves?
You have to find some way to lock on in here. MiTH have been very good on those entries of theirs, and Bleed in the scramble, just looking a bit messy, sloppier than usual. Not able to find the right timing or positions. Seems like every time there's an execute on the Thailand side here from MiTH, Bleed, they kind of want to trickle in. Maybe they think like, okay, I can maybe get one before dying at the very least, trying to equalize the odds, maybe get two with off timing. But the thing is, they try to keep doing these off timing dips instead of just waiting for the rest of their team on the retake. That it's been expected by MiTH at this point, and they've been catching them every single time.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit too eager because sometimes it's okay to let them on the side because it's easier. It's a little bit more easy to play retakes than ever. However, we are hearing the sounds of the ultimate coming from a Jet there. They do spot out his bot, but here comes the Cosmic Divide as well. Gonna make it so hard for them to get to see from heaven. They're gonna have to come onto site to stop them if they really want to, because you know you cannot shoot through the Astra ultimate. For now, they are just taking their time. MiTH knows that as long as they can make sure they don't get flanked from the back, which is what WannaFly is doing, and so long as they can buy enough time to make sure that all the utils is just stopped, they will be able to get onto site with no problem at all.
Well, let's see if that's gonna really come to fruition. Walking their way here towards this A side, stacked up, ganged up, waiting to explode onto it. The timing is right, but Bleed, they expect this. Look at how much they're already prepared to try and repel this. Shoot that dart out. Not going to get caught out here by the 0 point as well. He's completely blind. A perfect pop flash, but they go for two on either side. So 3v3 is what we're left here remaining with. And the lone kills, he's taking so much damage there, trying to hold things down on short position. Lockdown shall be placed. Counter lockdown to try and reciprocate the favor. But underneath held, I'm even sure that Kadoom is there. WannaFly goes down. The answer back from Kadoom brings into a 2v2. They're going to have to give it up. They know they can't continue to try and hold this position down. But Bleed, as one player is detained here on the attacking side, that's going to make things a lot more easier. Darion gets the kill. No time left. This will be a Bleed round.
Yep, that's right. That playing with time is exactly what Bleed did to stop that from happening. And the problem is so many. While they did lose from the side of MiTH, they lost a Cosmic Divide as well as the lockdown, as knives, as well as 3 ultimates already invested onto that round that didn't even make the plans happen. And I really gotta give it to Bleed in this time round, because I did say they were very patient. They just kind of stopped any movement, stopped any sounds from happening. But the difference between Bleed and MiTH for this round is that they didn't invest too many, and they just decided to play the wait and see game instead of being too aggressive and using so many resources just to stop them from getting onto the site.
Well, see, that aggression is going to continue to help them out, maybe, or at least start helping them out. Bleed, they have a really good fast push on that. Almost lost it in the end. They made the defensive side happen at the very least. A defensive round. Attacking side here of MiTH on the eco, taking lots of damage. That's a rifle to be dropped here. Great timing from MiTH and Darion to find these kills isolated. That brings MiTH to a 3v5.
Yeah, and on top of that, right now, I really like how they're holding their positions. They know that MiTH loves playing mid. All they have to do is just hold their positions, and Pith is just trying to spray as much as he can. He was actually rewarded for that too. Gets Kadoom out of the way, which is honestly one big thorn in their side, because Kadoom has been doing so much damage, at least getting them onto the site. For now, Lexi gonna be throwing out his thing there, but look at that, even though he was blinded, Conga Red will be the one coming up on top there. Pith was just sprayed to hell. Conga coming in through mid. I feel like Pith really likes the sprays today. He got one, he's like, I'm gonna just keep doing this. I seem to be rewarded for these sprays. For now, another flash comes out here from Lexi, and also the side there coming up there, kind of flushing out the enemies from the side. Maxi will be the one finding Delan in return, and Lenny from the side there. Lexi finishes off alone, Phils. Not the cleanest win, but they survive with 4 still alive, which means going next round, 4 of them will at least still have their rifles.
Well, MiTH, they're trying to walk their way into the pizza oven. That's where Bleed cook him. You can see the pincer coming in there at the end, and they really did keep them at bay for the most part. 10-8. It seems like, you know, for looking at the games here, it did kind of be a bit more of a struggle opening up the half here for the side of Bleed, but they're slowly crawling their way back into it. And we're seeing Bleed finally, you know, finding their footing at the very least. If they win this next gun round, we're most likely looking at a 10-10 tied scoreline.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, we really didn't see Bleed really shine in the beginning, but it does come back to it's their first match of the day. Sometimes there are some teams that kind of crawl, especially in round number 1. And I think Bleed is one of those teams that has to take a few rounds first before they finally heat up and find their way. Either way, when you look at MiTH as well, they're also very, very predictable after a while. They still keep doing the same thing over and over again. Sometimes it works in their favor and sometimes it doesn't. But right now, as Bleed starts to understand how they play, you saw that Pit was actually rewarded with those sprays as well toward Kadun.
Yeah. I mean, you look at, maybe not to the strategic side, but I think more importantly, the individual kind of playmaking ability of both of these teams, the players that they have on them have been really coming to shine through, as we talked about, earlier on, like, Lenny having his moment almost with the ace clutch, and then you almost see the flip over side with the Frenzy and Kadun, who almost got an ace of him as well. Both denied, but both undeniably very, very important to that round for why they won that round. Well, at least Lenny's side, he pretty much lost it, but it was still, they wouldn't have been in that position without him basically popping off in the first place, as compared to, kind of what we saw from Kadun. But yeah, both of these teams looking very, very good so far. Bit of a slower start from Bleed, but they're slowly catching up. It's MiTH who are seemingly losing that pretend, they're kind of struggling to kind of retain the heat that they built up earlier in the half.
What I gotta say about MiTH is that they're okay with following the tempo, whatever tempo you want to see. They're not too worried about Bleed kind of forcing this game to be too long or too short. They kind of move in their own tempo regardless, because in their minds it's like, we want to control the tempo of this game. Similar way we saw Full Sense this morning. Either way, while it looks like Bleed is close by, but I really like the kind of like playstyle coming in from MiTH. It's very similar to what we usually see in terms of Thai playstyle. Very aggressive, will push forward for you. I mean, Darrion does do that as well, but sometimes it does seem like there's a little bit of a disconnect between Maxi and Pith from the rest of the team. The rest of the team is a little bit more aggressive compared to Maxi and Pith, who like to play a little bit more slow, perhaps. But I think in a way this can work out in their favor, because in a way you are going to be seeing a different sort of playstyle, which means different tempos from two different players, which means that there will at least be someone alive at the end of the match. However, we're gonna be having a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue game number 1 of MiTH versus Bleed. We'll see you guys in a little while.
I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. Ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I
Guess who's back? It's us again here to try and give you the game. You're gonna have to look at my ugly mug, and Tosh, obviously, always great, always lovely here on the desk with me. And we're back with the game. Few tech issues, apologies for that. It's my fault, so blame the caster for this one. Actually, don't. I'm joking there. But Tosh, we're getting back into the game here. A very close fought series, one that it seemed like MiTH were in the driver's seat for the most part. But hey, Bleed, they're coming back.
They're very by the book, methodical, not diabolical though. We'll take that vocabulary out of the meta. But let's go into a game right now. We're currently 10-8 is the score, with Bleed always coming. Like MiTH will take 1 or 2 rounds, and suddenly Bleed will come crawling back as well. It feels like a situation where you met with your Tinder date, and your Tinder date's like trying to leave you, but you keep chasing from the back.
Is this from a personal experience, Tosh? Speaking of chasing back, it doesn't seem like Congared's going to be any chasing anything back this round. Early aggression from Bleed pays off.
Yeah, but that's one rare moments where PiTH goes on the aggressive. Usually he's like a very tame, docile, happy person that doesn't go too aggressive until he needs to. But yeah, when he does go aggressive, I think it really, really does pay off. There comes the shock dart. Doesn't hit anyone just yet. Kadoom and everyone else is like, okay, I think coast is clear now. We're gonna go straight onto the site. But if you look at where the spike is, it's still actually default. They're trying to get as many, farm as many orbs as number 1. Number 2, as many pickoffs as they can to make sure that when they move forward onto the site, they have to deal with at least too many people from so many different angles.
Very, very true. You know, maybe he's banking on the fact they'll never expect the Killjoy to be all the way up here. And, well,
that's what happened before. Didn't expect that to happen, but here we are, huh? I really like the fact that because of this slow pacing, they actually put 3 players onto the side of A. And Bleed is not actually committing to those early rotations just yet, but look at that op shot straight, but Kadoom knows where Darion is. He don't need any more information than that.
Yeah, he knew where he'd be standing generally, even through the smoke. Here comes a flash on out Kadoom. And this is what I'm talking about, Bleed. Look, they're trying to filter themselves back. Oh my God, but PiTH, what is he doing? Almost goes for the ace. Lexi will take it away, but he's more than happy to secure the round. PiTH, man, he was the first guy to rotate from the B side to the A side, but when he came on in, he just completely shredded everything down. And I hope we get a highlight of that, but I would love to see his point of view. PiTH, what a position, what a play from him to make all that happen.
My jaw is on the floor. I didn't even realize how fast he had rotated. Let's have a look at that again. Kadoom comes in, immediately he spots out Darion over there. Look at that, through the smoke. So there's a double smoke, and on top of that. And look at that, seconds left. The backside there, they didn't even realize as well. He just came in through tree and just started going crazy. Look at that.
It seems like the door was broken, but they didn't realize it till the smoke dissipated. And when the smoke dissipated, the timing was just there for PiTH to be able to clean up all those frags. By the time they check him over, he's already trained his aim. And that's why he's on that Sentinel, to be that reliable piece of potential. And Lexi somehow spraying through everything. He's starting to go Bleed's way, Tosh, and looks like the momentum is following suit.
Yeah, Bleed is a team that needs the heat to keep going as well. And just now you saw when Lexi was spraying, his teammates were already kind of pinging where exactly he was supposed to shoot at. And we love that kind of communication coming in from the team. Kadoom, he will be coming in through here. Actually, mid was all open actually for them. Think about it! Kadoom with the Guardian, the one-tap monster finding PiTH. And that's one big thorn there, start flown away, but he will be knocked off his feet thanks to that concuss. Maxi gonna be repositioning himself just in case. Look at it, Lenny already pretty much ready with the gun. So I'm gonna call it from now on.
the spurt, very, very dangerous.
Skirt.
Scrap. Yeah. Scrap for the drive-by, because it's appropriate, you know?
Yep, that's right. That's very right.
That's where they want to go pop, as soon as they come in through. And Lenny, he's going to let it rip. This chainsaw of a weapon. He's going to completely cut through everything. Bleed. Well, they are making the opposing side bleed. And Maxi's going to get all those kills to clean up the round as well. 10-10. And this is looking like Bleed really continuing their momentum forward. MiTH, if I were them, I'd be cautious of the Bleed push right now.
Yeah, that's right. That ping was actually beautiful. When can I have teammates all ping me people to shoot through smokes? But look at this. He gets one, breaks the bot, and immediately the crossfire coming in from the side of Maxi. There was no running for that. There was no redemption out of that.
Well, why don't
You're just
you
getting
play with
sprayed
us,
from
Tosh?
all over the place through the smokes.
Why don't you play with us, Tosh? Then.
Because I got flamed for skin chopping.
Oh. Well, neither can blame you. I'm pretty sure everybody here has invested a lot of their maybe savings into the skin game. Obviously, no skins, no skills.
Oh,
that's
right.
Skill shot, if anything, from Lenny.
Oh man, do you see the last one just flick over him? Lexi gonna be coming from the side, hiding in the smoke here. Maxi as well. This is a very smoke criminal coming from Maxi and Lenny as well. One of my does trade one out, but Maxi and Conqueror as well. Maxi with a 3K. Smoke criminal. How do you sing that song?
You've been struck by smoke
criminal. That's Maxi and Lenny.
Well,
Maxi, are you okay?
I mean,
are you okay?
Yeah, he totally is. He's more than okay. He's looking pretty ferocious right now. They have to be livid with that because they just somehow let him basically wait in his own smoke, unchecked, unguarded, with a phantom in hand, suppressed shots. No way you're gonna hear that in all the confusion, all the kerfuffle. I think Bleed potentially match point because they should win this round against the Eco.
Yeah, that's right. Wanna fly, just waiting here. Darian can get that pick. It'll be one big pick out of the way, especially without those utils that can't do anything. Really like that Kadum wants to be playing the default here. They do love dropping the bomb in the backside there. That's usually how they play. But right now with that smoke on tree, it's so hard to tell. Is there someone inside there? Is there not? Are they gonna be as cautious as they were before? Because in case there's a random Max, he just pops out and says, "Peekaboo is a jack in a box here for you."
Well, you never know what you're going to be getting inside that Pandora's box. They have some notion that there was presence here towards mid, but how many exactly, which agents exactly have been playing there, that is what they're unaware of. The smoke of the jet here, the Cloudburst, will alert them. Not too sure. And that sheriff is coming from him as well.
Actually.
They definitely have some idea there's somebody here. But how many exactly is what they're really trying to find out about.
That's right. Another star will be used for that area. Kaboom gonna go in real fast and real hot onto the site. But immediately, look at that rolling thunder. Buying some time. Lenny sprays out right now. Gets the duel, but does not know there's a third one. And immediately, Kadum says, that's my small friend now.
Well, he gets the right click. Could have used the left click since he wasn't looking the first place. Lockdown to be placed here, but perfect fragment. Not going to destroy it though. It's right out of the field of view. Doesn't able to see it. Darian gets that kill. Shock Dart to try and confirm the kill on Alexi, and MiTH, they're still somehow making this work out on the Eco. Swing around and Darian brings it to a 1v1. He's popped the blades of his own. Kadum has expensed his. He's got the Onion to use, and that's the round done. Sealed in by Bleed. He pops the blade at the end just to make sure he can secure it. But I think all is granted. Bleed take the round, but it was very dicey. Could have gone the way of MiTH there if they had a few more seconds to work with.
Yep, that's right. But Lenny is the man who is responsible for that VCT Esports clutch here. Darian immediately gets that. He did not see that coming.
Why did he peek? All he had is a stinger. His teammate was all the way on the back of the site. He could have just waited maybe there towards the logs or the switch entrance, the door entrance of Market. But over-aggression, lack of discipline bites them in the end. And you're now going to have to play 2 perfect rounds just to bring us in overtime.
Yep, that's right. Bleed, the comeback is definitely real from them, and this is definitely the usual way they play. They're always a little bit late for that catch-up, but when they do, it's very, very scary. Darian not over-peaking here, just taking a less aggressive angle when you think about it. Very different than before. I think it's because earlier he was actually dying very, very early as well. He doesn't want to risk it again. But in a way, him staying alive will give a lot of benefit for his team. But now they do know that over at mid-side, Kadum is still there where he usually is. And the rotates will be coming in. But Darian gonna be staying here over in tree just in case something were to happen.
He's the only one here though, unsupported. Kadum is. Especially against the breach, that can be very difficult to try and fend off against. Here comes the Cosmic Divide to try and give him some space to work with and block off the angles on the defensive side. That stun's gonna keep him at bay. On the swing though, Conga Red finds a kill, gonna try and force him out with a fragment. But Alexi hiding behind the wall. They've spotted him going up there towards the market, barely able to cross. They have some idea that he is towards that market position, but do they know he's on the back of the site? One has been detained. They should be able to get the knife and the kill inside this. So potential almost looking like 24th round of this match.
That's right, but Darion finds Kadum in the air. Wanna fly. Gets Darion return with the gun will be used. But here comes the damage. Can't clear the area, but Wanna fly with that spray. Ooh, very painful. Getting 11 points now, 11 to 12. One more point and they go to overtime.
He believes he can fly. That is certainly looking like the right, I guess, mindset.
Oh my god, feel bad for Lenny there.
Yeah, he was banking on hoping to maybe have a small gap where he can hide in, or perhaps, you know, them just not able to push in and him being able to hold down the site. But it just doesn't work that way. I think the right idea would have been to fall back instead, since they weren't able to destroy that lockdown. So final round here of regulation, 24, and the operator has come out already from Darion. He's been spied out with it though. They know the information of where he is, and that is going to tag him up. He could potentially be dead right here. He has to pop the updraft just to get away. He successfully does, but luckily for him, he is an operator. Not able to land the shot here though on the push. And Lexi melts down. MiTH, they find 2 kills, and both of the mistakes done by Bleed.
Yep, that's right. He just forced himself onto the aggressive Nano Swarm bot. But for now, Wannafly making sure there's no stragglers in the back. Thankfully, no one did peek that, or else it'll be end the game for them. But it's looking very, very clean for MiTH right now. They really, really want to make sure that Bleed doesn't take this game. However, Maxi gonna have to be careful. He does find Della in return. Gonna be watching together here. Gonna be clearing out the area, but Max is a little bit faster than Congaret, and suddenly it's all alone. And that's going to be cleared out that corner from Kadum. Wannafly as well. Kadum underneath as well. Pit cleared out. And that is the end of that. Kadum with 3K. So much damage from him.
Switching sides.
Kadum.
Overtime.
Bringing the doom here over Bleed. They have been flowing the Crimson Fluid ever since Bleed gave up those small moments, those small mistakes. MiTH more than happy to try and capitalize on that and get back into the game. Lead switch against their favor, but they bring it down in the end with Kadum's triple kill, especially that previous round number 23, where on the back of the site, MiTH were able to capitalize on once they got themselves within the B site itself. So overtime coming on in, Bleed on the attack this time, the side that they did kind of struggle with earlier on in the first half, but can they bring it here down once more? No operators on either side, as it looks like the early fight is going to be made here towards this A main position.
That's right. Kadum going to be playing a more aggressive stance here than before, with Bleed going to go and attack. For now, we know that Bleed tends to play a little bit more slow, especially after a reset. So how they're going to be playing this is going to come in from the pincer, coming in from A main as well as Tree. Going to be walking in with the bot, but a fragment comes out. Not able to push through, and here comes the Conquest as well to clear the area. The sprays are coming in, but look at that. Conqueror and the rest of the team just fall back a little bit. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks, and losing them early potentially means that they might be losing the round. You know how painful it is when you kind of lose even a round, even in this. For now, Lambot does spot him out. Conqueror waiting in the shadows. The same thing that Maxi did before. The sprays do come out, has to move away as he doesn't tag anyone.
No tags to be done. No bars to be set so far. All they have to do is win the round, no matter how they do it, no matter what the final economy is. Bleed are going to show that MiTH are completely mortal here, and this MiTH is certainly looking to be erased from the sands of time. Bleed really, really making them very, very, I guess, hampered on this retake with all this utility set in store. The 2v5. This is looking like a closed door for the round here, as MiTH potentially going to have to play comeback to force us in a second overtime.
That's right. Wannafly does find Darion in return, but it's going to get double here. Lenny with going to be trying as a 3K for Wannafly. There comes Lexi. Are you serious? Wannafly!
No even this.
Oh, he can't fly, but Maxi playing from the side there will be taking this round. Round 25 goes to Bleed. What a
Cool.
play from Wanafly though.
Yeah, that was off of some ranked highlights thing. You know, that's a TikTok play if anything, but
for real,
almost gets it done there. Hopping in, look at this. 1 follows up with the second after shooting that 2, follows up with the third and the fourth. Everything following his way. Classic right click. How many 4K clutches have we almost seen here today? Unfortunately, does not find the right timing or have the right read rather than where Maxi was. To potentially been an ace clutch for him, one for the ages, potentially the best clutch of this tournament, but it doesn't fall that way. As I said a while ago, it doesn't matter how they get the round. As long as Bleed wins it, they win it because it is overtime. So Economy will not move over to the previous round, rather to the next round right after. So Bleed, they take the round, they get it done. Too close for comfort. MiTH, they're the ones who have to step up now.
I mean, a lot of the rounds between these two teams have always been too close for comfort. They'd almost lose at least 3 to 4 people during a win, or maybe they'll come in a situation where, you know, there's like one person alive with like maybe 10 HP left. There's just so many times this happens, and this happens to both teams. It just shows how both teams are just equally matched in terms of their style and gameplay. But when you look at this, Lenny again, he really likes the big guns, wants to play on the aggressive right now, but look at the setups coming here from, I believe it's PiTH. Yeah, I think it is. Hey, is that PiTH? Oh no, it's Bleed. Yeah, it is PiTH. But right now, Darion gonna go aggressive here. Darion likes doing this. He doesn't even care if he gets found out, even with the suppress. All he says is, I don't really need so much of this. All I need is my op just to get those picks. But look at where everyone is. They're just taking their time going toward A.
They're trying to slow the pace down. They know they cannot rush things here. They have to take things tactically, but Lenny's going to hold the fort down and get the spray through the door. That already hampers here the side of MiTH, who do not have their Sova anymore. Conga Red taking down very low. The initiators here for MiTH taking a beating. They got the plant down, but will they be able to hold it in the post? Bleed are looking pretty good for the retake.
Yep, that's right. Kadum coming from the side here will be punished by Darion. Darion wants to take another one if he can. That smoke is just not giving him all the information he needs. Delan finds Lexi as well. Darion missing that, but Lenny has his back. Delan finds Lenny in return. PiTH finishing off Delan as well. But Wanafly coming to the side, just waiting here, trying to make sure that he can find time to actually make something happen. Gets PiTH in turn. And for now, Maxi as well as... Oh my god! How? Wanafly, you are a... Oh my god!
He is online, getting the 4K, not the ace clutch on round number 25, but on 26, he brings it home, gets the triple kill at the end of it to get that clutch going. But it seems like there were so many opportunities wasted for the MiTH side. They keep them alive, a reality to be written down, kept in word here by Maxi. Rather, Wanafly.
It's not Kadum that's making these miracles. It happened as Wanafly. He really wanted to fly with that beautiful spray. Just gets so many at once, winning him the game. Honestly, that shouldn't have gone to MiTH at all.
It shouldn't have, but it has. Sometimes it isn't about the strategy, the tactics. It's about the big-time players making big-time plays, and Kadum has found one. But the counter-reconnaissance, the counter-flick here as well, coming from Lenny to try and get that retaliation works out. They go 1 for 1. Alone Phil's taken down low, but luckily for them, he is at Sova. He's going to be playing on the back line a bit more, so he can still support and contribute to the fight from the outer edges.
Yep, that's right. So right now, Wanafly still playing the backline how he should be. He's just the Band-Aid clutcher at this point. Lenny trying to get some information out of it. The sprays are coming out from Lenny. Has to reposition. Shock darts do come out as well.
Well, almost doing good damage, but here they are rotating towards that A site. They have some notion here, MiTH, that Bleed are coming their way towards the Alpha site. Here comes a fragment. Perfect molly to keep him at bay. He finds one before going down. Good job here by Conga Red. Trade out immediately though. Stun will connect on the Dell end. He's being wary of that heaven position, but they're already towards Jenny. He finds a proper position but cannot land the shot as PiTH catches him on that swing. Down to a 2v3. Will there be even more heroics here from the MiTH side? They trap him towards the door. It's down to a 1v1, but he does not connect as Lexi gets both kills through the floor, and he brings them into another match point.
Switching sides.
Oh my god, these two teams are just going back and forth. When you think that WannaFly can't get crazier, he does it again and again and again. And this time around, they were just lucky enough that Lexi was the one able to kind of like clutch this. At the end of the day though, I think the biggest problem here isn't Kadum. It's really just it really is just WannaFly waiting in the backline trying to make big plays happen.
Remaining.
No, he gets a spam through the floor as well. The wall bang connecting. A timeout has been called here. I'm not too sure which team, but it is coming from Bleed. They won the round barely though. And all these overtime rounds, Tosh, have been bare wins, like just somehow scraping by with basically a 1v1 is really ending things. So they're as close as you can expect.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of that, I wouldn't say game style play is the same, but those initial first contacts coming in from WannaFly, I don't know what happened, but it seemed like the third eye kind of opened or something. As soon as OT came around, WannaFly was just stepping it up. He's only 1 kill behind Kadum, who has been making such big impact in the beginning of the game, especially on attacking side. However, gonna be seeing Lenny this time drop the Odin for a proper Phantom this time. I want to make sure that he can actually land the shots instead of going for sprays right now, because when you think in terms of first contact, the Phantom as well as the Vandal will give a faster sort of first contact compared to the bigger, meaner gun.
Yeah, the Odins and Ares, they kind of take a bit to warm up and, you know, really get revving, and so you want that instant gunfight potential in your favor. That's why both Sovas here forgoing any notions of having an LMG into this one, taking AR instead. Moving their way up forward. These rifles that we talked about are going to have to come in crucial as they play contact. One of the things they're banking on is winning those opening duels, those opening picks. If they can't do that, then they're going to be hard pressed. They have made contact here towards mid, their position given away, and that pulls the defense here of Lenny to try and secure that position.
Yeah, that's right, but looks like no one will be following up with that flash right now. Kadum going to make his way through tree, but look at that concuss coming through, and Lenny is going to be finding a different way through, going to be rotating straight to A. They have an idea that they may be coming through tree. Pit going to wait here, gonna be suppressed immediately. The smokes do come out as well as the fragment and the nanosword bomb, buying them some time. For now, there's 3 people up here on Heaven. Has to be careful, but they do get caught out by the recon bolt. WannaFly watching the middle here. Darion tried to run away, but messes that up.
Barely gets the kill there. Thought for a second Darion might be able to swing back around and trade him, which does eventually happen, coming from Maxi. Trade fellow friend. Down to a 4v4 retake potential possible. Lots of utility here coming from Lexi for the Bleed side to secure this, but they're taking their time with it. They're prepped now to go. They know Jenny is a heavy position. They deny that 0 point from popping, and his stun is huge. He's going to probably confirm the kills, and they are going to be able to do that. But on hell, Lexi cleans him up, and Lenny does the same as Bleed Esports take map number 1 away at second overtime, 15-13.
Yep, that's right. Very close game. It's just barely by the skin of teeth. Even for this one, it could have gone both ways. It's just a matter of fact that they were caught off guard mid, and immediately the pincer happened, and there was just nowhere for them to go when you look at that. But look at all these smiles. They are so happy and excited. Bleed, they really wanted to prove themselves, especially after what happened in their previous match where they weren't able to actually compete for it.
I mean, how can't you be happy, especially in a very tight match like that, finally edging it out, and with a slower start. As we look at the highlights here, the slower start that Bleed kind of, began this map on, and for them to finally, get that sealed in at the end of things, it really did help. Apologies, we're not looking at the highlights first. We're looking here at the post-game read of what did eventually come down to Kadum MVP for the MiTH side, but the real one of that map had to be Lenny. It was so crucial in so many moments there for the Bleed side.
It was all the Odin, okay?
Very big gun for a big man doing a big job.
Yeah, that's right. I think his recons have been absolutely amazing as well in terms of giving so much information. Because whenever you see that information come through, I see that Maxi and Darion especially will immediately react to that and get those frags or kills, or even start just kind of like zoning out all the players of MiTH from that area. I'm just so surprised that Bleed actually won that out, because it looked like MiTH had the upper hand, especially on round 15. Not too sure what happened exactly.
Yeah, there were quite a few moments where it could have been either way. Back and forth, to the left, to the right, MiTH or Bleed. Who knows? So many clutches that if it worked out, if it panned out there, then it would have been such a big highlight, like the one from Gadoom and the one potentially from Wanna Fly. But in the end, they redeemed themselves to bring it 15 to 13. I'm sure MiTH would have wanted that map. It doesn't go their way though. But we're looking at the highlights here to see exactly how things went. And I think with Conga Red starting off the map with 4 kills already on that opening round, 4K for him, it kind of told the story of like, okay, we're gonna get players doing big time things here, and that's exactly what we saw from both sides.
Yep, that's right. I really gotta say though, Bleed as well has been absolutely impressive. They do know how to deal with the pacing with such an aggressive and fast-paced team like MiTH. We are actually kind of like surprised because of how late it took for Bleed to come online. I'm just happy that it's a lot more faster than the usual times we saw before, where sometimes we had to wait maybe at least one map before they finally start coming online. But this different tempo and how they play is the perfect way for them to start at least the knockout stage. For now though, I really want to say that while Conga has been making those hard-hitting big plays thanks to his suppresses, thanks to his flashes, but let's talk about Wanna Fly, who has been absolutely going crazy, especially during overtime. His sprays and flicks have been absolutely immaculate. He gets maybe 2 to 4 kills in one go.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, he has been so influential, especially in that overtime round, in those overtime rounds rather, where he just somehow willed MiTH into
This is the one.
Potential clutch. This is the one. That's the one. That's the 2. Give him a 3rd. Why don't you? No, he's gonna use a classic. Other for the 4th.
He's not scared.
Just, what a great play. He played that perfectly. Unfortunately, did not get the read there in the end, but what a heartbreaker Veloz would have been if they lost a 2v5 there.
But this one too though, look at that.
Out. Right after the round, he gets another Tosh. He is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I have to really agree, and it's hard to, when you say it was a heartbreaker when he couldn't get Maxi. I mean, it's just Omen doing Omen things. It's really hard to really know where exactly he's gonna be coming from unless you have all the information that they need. Bleed, while they did take game number 1, I'm just really curious to see when we move toward Haven, how exactly is Bleed gonna be playing that against MiTH, because we've seen MiTH play Haven at least twice during this tournament, and I think they have a better sense of that map compared to the rest.
Well, it was the opening pick here of Bleed, so they won the map pick. And when we go on over to Haven, this is a map that MiTH should fare better on, considering it is their own map pick as well. It's a pretty good map for them, but we're gonna have to find out for ourselves how the results go after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with map number 2.
Series 2, Match 1 saw a very, very close match between Team Bleed Esports versus MiTH in Thailand. One of the closest series we've seen, or rather the closest games we've seen so far in this whole tournament. I'm Tashmini alongside Black and Blue. We're gonna be heading over to match number 2 between Bleed and MiTH. The panel thinks that Bleed will be taking this 2-0. I wasn't sure if you were the one who also said that as well, Black and Blue?
I said 2-1.
You said 2-1?
Yep.
Might be, because it's just too close for comfort.
Yeah. I mean, if map number 1 is anything to go by here, Tosh, it's already looking like a pretty tight series. Hopefully for, everyone else involved, the viewers and all for the game, we're going to have another contested, very tight map number 2 and potentially even map number 3. They did win their opening pick here, Bleed, for map number 1, but on Haven is where MiTH want to bring the fight. And that's a map that has also been, at the very least, okay for the side of Bleed. Maybe not their best map by far, especially when you look at the statistics of the past, 3 or 4 months, but they've always been pretty good on that. So it makes me wonder, why did MiTH pick Haven to go against Bleed when they're like a 70% win rate in the past few months? And I think it has to do with the fact that the last 2 times they played Haven specifically, even though historically it's been a great map for Bleed, the last 2 times specifically it was kind of wayward when they played Naus and Paper Rex. And so maybe they're banking on that fact that they're kind of not feeling Haven right now, even though it's a great map for them before. Now is a different time, and now they hope, for MiTH at least, it is their time to win this series.
Yep, that's right. I'm just really interested to see how Bleed is going to be able to do this. From what we've seen before, I believe that Bleed kind of struggled a little bit on that map, especially when you think about it. There's a reason why MiTH really likes that map, because they like to play pincer, they like to play lurk. It really, really gives you so many openings to kind of get behind enemy lines and just really, really catch them. But if we are looking at agents that can counter that kind of stuff, Killjoy is good, Chamber is also good. Even if they want to go Cypher, it's not bad as well, just to stop those backside lurks or even just kind of get some information if they want to play defense. However, with the speed that MiTH is going, my question now is Bleed going to be able to take the game from them? Because from what I've seen, they weren't able to kind of really, really adapt themselves until, I think, round number 10.
Well, maybe we're gonna have to find out for ourselves, but I do like the point you brought up about playing those pinchers a lot, playing those lurks, because Haven is a map that does kind of help enable that. There are more lanes in Haven than there are in any other map. There's more sites especially, so it naturally gives on to that. Mid kind of connects to so many different positions, to garage, to that B site, as compared to some of the other maps, like for example Bind, which doesn't even have a true mid. So that is something that really does kind of help the Bleed playstyle, who like to try and take things slow, and try to take things a bit more cautious, a bit more tactical, especially on the attacking side. But you go to the MiTH side, which is a very good attacking team, and this map is commonly touted to be an attacker-sided map statistically, so it makes me wonder if this is going to even help MiTH even more so, knowing that there have been struggling performances as of very recent when it comes to Haven for the side here of Bleed. So it's really a toss-up. I think we're going to get another close game. Who knows if we're going to go into overtime, but I think it's a very real possibility. At the very least, we're going to get at least 20, 21, 22 rounds out of this matchup, I think.
Yeah, but it wasn't too bad of OT. I think they really, really wanted to just wrap it up as fast as they can, and that's exactly what Bleed managed to do. So now let's talk a little bit about what we can see. We talked about MiTH playing really, really fast. We can expect either Wanafly playing KJ or even Viper, but I think it's going to be KJ on this map. And Kadum, most likely, we've seen him on Raze, we've seen him on Jet. Personally, I think he's great on both agents. No difference going to be seen there. Conga Red can actually run a Sky. We have seen his performance on Sky. It's been absolutely as scary as he is on KO as well. But what about Bleed? What can we expect from them?
Well, Bleed, you look at the composition of these two, of them as a team, and not only that, you look at how they have been playing together as a whole. You're kind of incorporating different philosophies, different play styles into one team. And sometimes it wouldn't normally look like, you wouldn't think, oh, Pith is the sentinel here, considering where he's positioning himself, considering where and how aggressive he's pushing. But those are not done just waywardly. Those are supported pushes, as we see like in B main a lot. There's going to be a recon bolt out, maybe even a flash or a stun to help him actually get that forward positioning to be favorable, and then he backs out diligently and disciplinedly enough to be able to try and reset even after getting that opening pick. He does not overheat, and he knows when to pick and choose his spots. We saw Darion a while ago as well for the Bleed side, who maybe was struggling in terms of the quantity of kills but the ones that he did get did really help out the team. And more importantly, he was doing his job as that entry to get them space. People a lot of times think that you're the entry frag, you're the jet, you're the duelist. Your job is to get kills. I know it's called duels, but it's called duelist and not killer for a reason, right? It's about taking duels and forcing duels over necessarily winning those duels all the time. And as long as you can get space, then your job is done pretty well. And for the most part, Darion, that's what he was doing for the Bleed side. And I think that was a small X factor of why they won, even though on the opposing side, when you look at maybe MiTH and Kadum on that jet, even though he was on top of the scoreboard, they weren't able to close it out in the end.
Yep, that's right. Kadum is the killer, but Darion is the space giver. You can see there in terms of how they play with their team. But looking for the side here, Bleed will be going for defense first rather than attack. But we are gonna be seeing the same lineup from before on the side of Bleed. Whereas on the side of MiTH, Congrats switching out to a Sky, which I probably have seen him done on this map before, which is why probably I called it. And Kadum going to be maintaining on the jet as well, with Dylan taking Astra and a KJ on top of that.
I like the compositions on both sides. You look at Bleed here first and foremost. They do not have the Astra that you do see on the opposing side of MiTH, which is normally an agent that does kind of synergize pretty well with the Killjoy. You know, you got those nano swarms, you got lots of utility that you can combo with, but you do also have, at the very least, even though there's Smokers and Omen, they have that breach to kind of fill in that role of, okay, who's going to be throwing out the stunts and who's going to be using the pulls and basically the concussives. Well, that can come from the breach instead, and they can still combo their utility with the breach combined with whatever kind of maybe utility the Killjoy places down, like the nano swarm and the alarm bot. So you go like alarm bot, gets triggered, nano swarm pop, comes into stun and paranoia at the same time, and they clean up half of that. So there definitely is some synergy set in place here. And with the fact that, you know, Omen has kind of seen some buffs lately, it allows these compositions a bit more, where they have a bit more of that aggression, but at the same time still allowing synergies between compositions and agent utility.
Yep, that's right. From what we see just now, Lexi has been very, very great at giving those flashes as well, Concuss, giving that space so that Darion can go onto the site as well. I love that synergy between the two, because we did talk about like how in the beginning we saw some teams running the breach, but they're not necessarily running together with the rest of the team. Some shock darts out here. No one taking so much damage from that. We are seeing those trades, but Bleed this time playing on the aggressive. Kadum does get pit out of the way and will be punished as well, but Lexi gonna be trading that out as well. But Congrad has his teammate, Congrad, with the flash playing on the aggressive. You can see that Maxi trying to go out of the way, but you can see Wanna-Fly as well playing on the aggressive, helping his teammate, and you can see the double swings coming from both teams, making sure that trades are going to be at least even.
Nicely done here from MiTH to win those gunfights, but misfortune falling on Bleed's hands. Maybe 3 seconds later or so, if they'd been able to set themselves under that window, and the flank would have been a lot better.
Wanna-Fly, come on.
But Wanna-Fly closes out the round and get the opening pistol.
I'm not too sure what's going on here. After I said that he just went online during OT, I feel like that momentum has not left him. He got how many kills this time around? He was just going with the sprays like crazy, and he's been really, really getting that. While Bleed was the one who caught them off guard, I don't really understand how they were punished for it in the end. I think it's just because the fact that it seemed more aggression from MiTH rather than Bleed, who tried to reposition themselves instead of just going on the aggressive as well.
Well, those qualms can be fixed and changed as the match progresses with a ghost. Lone Tails finds that opening pick into Maxi, and Darion's been tagged down quite low. They do not have the benefit of getting healed up, so they don't have a Sky nor Sage on their side. So they can always dip back out, get themselves energized, and basically patched up for the next fight.
Yeah, that's right. They do have Broccoli Girl, though, from the side of MiTH. Yes, we were just talking about that. I'm gonna keep calling her Broccoli Girl. I'm so sorry, but Kadum, with the sprays, does tag out Lenny before finally ending him. Ooh, Kadum playing it real, real dangerous here. Does eat up that Concuss. We do get a trade from that. Kadum, Pith, as well as Congrad gonna be seeing a trade. Dylan does get Pith in return after losing 2 though. Lexi in the back there, gonna be caught out clean from MiTH, taking on number 2.
You have just demoted Sky from being cool girl with animal summoning powers into broccoli lady, basically.
I'm so sorry, but those little flowers around her when she heals just really reminds me of the yellow broccoli flowers that sometimes I get from the supermarket here. Can't blame me for that. Also, broccoli is my favorite vegetable, so don't mess.
It really is. It's a fancier vegetable, I think.
It is fancy. Also kind of expensive right now in the supermarket. Around 3. You see their full buys here from the side of Bleed.
You know,
but they do
for
have
sale
their...
though, Tosh. All these specters that seemingly MiTH
You
want to
can run a
continue to
gun.
use.
Look at this.
Look at this. I bet he's gonna just swing wide, hold mouse 1, and maybe get a kill from
Press
it.
W.
Let's go, Kadum.
Here. Press
We're
W.
banking on it.
Here. Press W and just... Oh,
Oh,
no,
no.
he got flamed!
Oh, he got
but
two!
Doom still wins it! The power of the Spectre.
Yeah, the flash was right behind him, so he was naturally able to dodge it, not get affected by it. It actually works out in the end here for MiTH. Bleed did not expect him to be that close, and sometimes the Spectre is even more dangerous than a rifle would be in that range.
Look at that.
Oh, confirmed.
Yep, that's right. They got a free gun out of that though, but right now Bleed bleeding so badly right now. It's 2 and 3, still winnable, but the thing is, number-wise, they don't have any information. Gravity Well does come online, has to be careful here. The kind that like that, Deland knows that I am the Astra. With the Gravity Well, I will win it.
Spike planted.
To the peak there, getting caught out. It's all in the maxi. Gonna be expecting to cover from CT. Now Storm's gonna land right behind him, pushing towards the hell, but Graffiti is where he's gonna be painted on the ground. As MiTH, they make the bonus work out. They can potentially continue this momentum.
Here. This is just so good. How is that even possible? He played it so close, and I think that was the idea. They do have Spectres, and Spectres do work a lot better, especially from close range. And on top of that bonus round, they won that. They also got free guns as well. Their economy is looking so good. Look at that. They have so much money. They have 4K, 3K, 2K. Bring in the next round.
Well, they can make this expensive, as we always like to say, then this could be a worthwhile round for them to make. Oh my goodness, Kadum clicking real hard on the maxi, not even giving him a chance.
The shadows may have molded him, but Kadum was born in the shadows. Just copying you.
Molded part. Nobody ever cared to that pull on the mouth.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a very good impression.
Thank you. I do not work on it.
Oh, wow.
That was on the fly.
Right. I really gotta say, though, that Haven is just a lot more convincing from MiTH, especially in this first 3 rounds. They know how to set the tempo, set the pace. Really keeps Bleed kind of wondering how to play this. Should we go aggressive? Should we wait? How should we play this?
Remains to be seen. Eco gets like 2 kills maybe. This could be a worthwhile round. Sheriffs just don't connect. They don't work out for anybody here. PIF, the only one left. Another Sheriff here to be played out, but this is looking like a potentially flawless round from the MiTH side. Well, at Bleed, we're hoping to make it expensive, but those investments just never really work out in Bleed's favor.
Oh, he does get 1 out of that, but had to reload. That ain't gonna end it, but at least he got a kill out of that.
Well, at the very least, finds 1, but I think they were really banking for more. This is a round they have to win, though. They've got that loss bonus at the very least here. 4 rounds, but will that continue on further?
1 enemy remaining.
Have to put a stop to this, as we said. Defensive side can be a bit more difficult here on the Haven side. Haven map, just to try and put a plug into things, but they're gonna have to do it now, because if they go 5-0, this could be a runaway half from the MiTH side. Something they do not want to give up this early, especially even if they have that map advantage.
Yep, that's right. Here's Kadum taking a more aggressive area, but Lenny caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Why?
The cookie jar rather being the ulti. No one's supporting him as well, and he knows that Kadum likes playing those aggressive angles. I think this comes down to tilt perhaps, because this is a very bad decision making from Lenny as well. I know he really wants that Hunter's Fury to make something happen, but that was not the play.
Yeah, and if you're gonna go for it, do it supported. Have one player maybe watch you or guard you, throw some utility out, drone it out, or hell, throw your recon bolt out or for something.
Yeah, which I was very surprised because Kadum is always there. You know he's gonna be there. On top of that, Wannafly with a double piss to stop that happening, but Wannafly has a 3K right now. Pith
Oh.
tried to make something happen here, but it's Darion all alone. Darion has an op. The Broccolis will be chasing from behind. Sorry, Seekers. Gonna say the right name for that. Right now, Darion's running for his life. Does not want to give up the op, but he has 30 seconds. And 30 seconds in
left.
Valorant feels like a long time.
He does have an operator. I think the most he can really hope for here are exit frags. If they end up pushing his position, this really can be super difficult to try and retake, especially alone with an operator here against multiple targets. You lose, you miss one shot, you're pretty much done for. It's going to be very difficult to try and take multiple quick engagements, so all he can do is save up. Could get the pick here in the Conga Red. Spots his barrel out.
Ooh.
That's that kill on the exit, but ultimately another round won here by MiTH.
Is
Really capitalizing on the
Alone
mistakes.
coming from the back?
Swarm grenade out.
He's trying to rotate all the way into garage. I think he is expecting that they're going to fall back towards maybe that ceiling position later on. But
Oh, Darion's pretty much ready for it though.
yeah, he's more than happy to wait here towards the spawn.
Yeah. But he's gonna be able to get away with that. At least saving the op this time around. But let's have a look at this again.
Stay down.
That's the hand in the cookie jar that we talked about. But wanna fly here. They just catch them off guard. What a nasty angle. Thank God. Pith nearly gets him down there. But still gets a 3K. Very worth it, I feel.
Yeah, Pith falling off of the ledge real quick, just kind of
Surprised
shook
no
his aim up.
crossfire there. I mean, there were like 3 people. Why is no one watching that side?
Yeah, they were all looking towards window for some reason. Nobody really watching out the walkout. And as I said, you know, these minuscule mistakes with big implications and big, I guess, ultimately bad outcomes have been happening over and over for Bleed in this round. And those kind of mistakes are just really going to kill them time and time over.
Yep, that's right. Kadoom will be the one given the bomb this time round. It's always so funny when they give it to duelists. Congaret clearing out garage for them. Knows that it's clear. But here comes the Hunter's Fury that Lenny really wanted. Does tag one person, which is Congaret. It doesn't really matter. Here comes the Cosmic Divide as well. He gonna be where they want to play it at as well. But Kadoom not able to plant anything. Look at how much utilities were used to chase him off the site. Ooh.
Deploying drone.
This Cosmic Divide keeps him at bay. Aldrone will spot a tag here, and the Cosmic Divide has expired. Consequences taking a bit too long. Walking their way perhaps in the garage, but they're all stacked up here. They don't have much other control elsewhere. A-Long is being held down by Darion, so they don't really have much time to make this work, Tosh.
Yep, that's right. For now, Kadoom gonna be clearing out A-Link as well. But here the shots coming along fields. Does find Lenny in the backside here. The plant's gonna happen, and here comes the aftershock. Hoping to stop that from happening. But the lockdown is available. Lexi finds Stella in the end, but it's gonna be the same thing again. We're gonna be seeing both Killjoys go crazy. But here comes the Concuss. Finds one, but he got distracted here. Gets punished for it. Suddenly, Lonefields waiting for Darion here. Barely gets tagged out, by the way. That's really dangerous. But looking great for MiTH, though. Still 4 players up.
Yeah, Bleed, they're looking lost here. I think it might be about time to call a timeout after this round. Pith
They really need to shake it off.
Yeah, they have to find some way to shake it off because everything, all the weight on their shoulders have just not been lifted so far. And a 6-0 start for MiTH is looking very dominant right now for the Thailand squad.
Yeah, this is exactly why they say they're Kings of Haven. They've played this map so much during this tournament. Well, there are some matches where they come really close on this map, but they are more dominant in terms of how they want to play attack, know where to take care of. And here we go, the timeout that you called out, by the way, Black and Blue. I'm not too sure how exactly is going on. I think it's in terms of frags. Pith is doing real good. But as for Maxi and Len, it seems like they're just not able to shake off whatever tilt they had from the last game, perhaps.
Just very, very difficult for them to even find their footing in this match, seems like, Tosh. MiTH, a 6-0 start. Bleed. It can be difficult to try and win defensive rounds on Haven, yes. But this is a map that I think was rightly picked by MiTH, knowing how Bleed have been basically having a rough patch when it comes to their Haven relationship.
Yeah, to them, Haven is definitely hell. They do not like this map. A lot of times they play this map, it hasn't been real good for them. But personally, they can just play retakes. They don't have to put so much utilities just to stop things from happening. Especially on B, where it's okay. I mean, retaking isn't as tough as C, I believe.
Here, turn out.
It can be, especially if the operator is geared there. That's where it is. A site, a short is where Darion's looking to peek. Nobody giving themselves away, but he does have information that a bit towards his left or towards long. Congo Red will be waiting. Let's Trailblazer loose. That's going to force him back from that forward position.
Yep, that's right. And that's so much space needed to just move them out of the way. And that's the power of having a flash, as well as the Trailblazer from the side of MiTH. Gotta say, how they play with a Sky or even a KO is definitely crazy. I mean, scary. You did see one of the players did get tagged, but immediately gonna be recalling that star, hoping to deter Darion, but that's not gonna be a problem. He's not the type to get bamboozled.
Nor easily dissuaded, but MiTH taking
might be punished for this. This is very, very aggressive, and there's two of them there if you think about it. And look how many.
This Aldron's gonna spot them out, Tosh.
Yep, that's right.
It gives them away, knowing that they still hold on to the sewers. They have to be careful because they can be flanked from behind. Here comes down the Hunter Spirito to keep them still in that sewer and make sure they don't come out.
He does find one in the end.
He still gets the kill. The Congo Red and Kadum, they answer right back.
Ooh, look at that spray just now. Very aggressive from Kadum. Pete from the back gets a double. Very nicely played. And right now, Wannafly is all alone. 1 versus 3 situation. But Wannafly can make this work. They do have an information. Heard some shots there coming in from sewers. Tries to make it work. Gets one. But Pete will be stopping the rampage. 3K for him. But lost so many in return.
Very tight round, but fortunately, as soon as Darion went down there towards sewers, because of the fact they didn't find information, all they knew was that there was an op towards short. They didn't know that PiTH was still there. He was able to go get them on the flank, find 2 kills immediately. Will bleed into the round win. So Bleed barely scraping by, but they finally get something going.
The last time I saw Bleed play, I think it was this same lineup for the side of Haven. I cannot remember whether it was on APAC or Malaysia Singapore server. However, PiTH was always the one playing Lurker for this map, and it worked out pretty well. Sorry, not this map, sorry, Ascent. He loves playing Lurker on Ascent, and it worked out really well for them. And I'm really hoping I can see PiTH play that again, because just now was very, very nicely played by him.
He really is such a great player. Both of the Sentinels on either side actually near the top of the scoreboard for either team. You got PiTH at 10, Wannafly at 7. They've been very, very reliable. Lockdown though, neither available, but there is the blades for either side, and they do have that From the Shadows ultimate of Maxi on his Omen, which a lot of people think, you know, it's necessarily for like repositioning yourself, like maybe going from A to B real quick, but it can also be used as an information gathering tool. A lot of players like to use that Omen to TP like into the back of the site or something, just to find information for the execute and then back off. So that could be one way of using this utility of theirs, especially knowing that MiTH are a team that do like to kind of cut that noise and deny information.
Congo Red.
Oh.
Barely misses him.
He tags him.
Oh, he does get him just a little bit though. It's barely a scratch when you think about it. But for now, because of those repeated op shots, they are not going to be aggressively pushing this. Has to be careful. He only has 10 bullets total. Has to move away. Gets tagged by the recon ball, and his location has been shown. But now Lenny gonna buy some time there with the shock dart. Continuing just buying and waiting for time. They do have Lexi on the site. Darion playing from hell, trying to see if anyone dares to even go on the aggressive, but look at that, flashes come through. Kadum gonna follow through as well. Lexi gonna be trading that out. At least they got their main fragger out of the way. Lexi's still waiting on side, but looks like no one is coming out of the way, and he eats that nano swarm bot.
He's gonna have to feast a bit more on the gooder stuff, because the utility here for Bleed
30 seconds left.
poised to repel them. And the position of Maxi, ready to do the exact same thing. He spots one. He's going to let more walk by. He finds it first, but not the second. Could have potentially gone for more. It's down to a 2v3. But Piff coming in from behind catches him off guard. The garage is his, parking it and making sure they cannot escape
10 seconds
too easy.
left.
Battle of BKJs. Wanafly says
that was perfect. He won the round.
And now look at that. They're running out of time.
Wow.
That is the power of a breach. Lexi just buying time, running for his life now. Doesn't want to go down. Wants to keep his gun.
Perfect utility usage there and heads up play coming from Lexi. The stun made it so that the time was very, very close. And just to make sure he secured the round,
10 seconds
puts in the aftershock on the default plant spot, not going to let him get that plant safely. So very perfectly played here, coming in from Bleed. And this could be potentially where they continue, rather pick up from when they last left off on Haven. We saw them in Haven kind of slow on their start, but once again, slowly accelerating, gaining velocity, momentum here in the match.
That's a lot of utilities used so early from both teams. The problem right now is, you see Bleed, they just don't want they don't want to have anything. They don't want even for them to get onto the site. But now though, we are gonna be seeing Alonefields playing this corner here. Has to be careful because there is Lexi. He can make life very difficult with the aftershock if he wants to, especially on those corners. Delan trying to put all those stars in, and Kadum trying his best to make as much space as he can. Gonna try and crouch in, but Alonefields misses that shock dart just now, but Lexi gonna find Kadum in the smokes as it goes down. But look at that aggressive nanoswarm part in the back there, trying to zone out as many people as possible.
Oh.
Spike planted.
2 to 6. With those opening picks, they can start to make their way back into the game.
Oh, is it a lineup?
That is going to connect. Yeah, it should be able to destroy. Actually, no, he's missed it. It's on the wrong side of it. He's not able to destroy the lockdown. Just too much to the left side. And so that will have 2 players detained as well. Great lockdown usage here. Coming from Bleed on the retaker, sticking the defuse. Not able to actually get it all the way through. Do get the half. And here come the Seekers out the barely in the nick of time. He's diffused in their face. Perfect retake coming from Bleed. They clean up Housesmith in the end. As Conga Red gets 4, but the damage has been done.
He really said, bros don't fake. He does not care. But I'm just surprised there were no sprays coming in through that. Turret out. I'm at a loss right now. I can't believe he got away with that.
Yeah, he probably wanted to secure it. I mean, that was the best option there. It was half diffused. They know they were isolated. So sticking it, having 3 seconds to yourself is all he needed, and that's what he did. To secure the round.
Yeah, that's right. Conga Red definitely clearing out this area. Darion playing a very aggressive plays there. He does get tagged a little bit, I believe. Or not quite. I can't really tell just now. Either way, it did reposition Darion out of the way, which is exactly what they want. And now they can move away to either a different spot, which they usually do. And this is what we talked about this morning as well, about how free rotations that we're going to be seeing from MiTH is that they're not true. They call it freewheeling, rather, what Raph would say, where they don't really have to worry too much. And where they want to go can be achieved by so many different areas, which is what MiTH has. For now, Pit from the side there catches Delan, but Kadum will be trading out, but Maxi has his friends back. That was the Rolling Thunder just now. Immediately, MiTH has no time. They have 50 seconds left, has to clear the site. Lexi gonna be finding a different way onto the site, making sure that garage is clear. There is one side there. Concrete from the side here. They know that Maxi's there. The sprays come through. Playing it real safe. Not gonna peek when you don't have to, but Lexi, he did not expect him to be there.
Great kill from Lexi. Alonefields plugging in that hole as well, making sure they aren't just left to dry. 3v2, the retake, very possible, but they catch him off guard. 1v2 though here, Tosh. It's on the Wanafly once more to give us some great heroics.
That's right. Right now, the sprays come through from Wanafly, but this is one of those times where Wanafly just can't fly, cannot get these multi-kills that he got from earlier.
Over. Almost. He cannot land the shots. As you said, you know, he was able to find the timing on Darion, lurking there towards mid, but unfortunately cannot find any much more. As Bleed secure the round. They're slowly crawling back. 4 rounds now they've strung in a row after losing 6 to the opposing side.
Yeah, Bleed definitely needs that heat, but I was surprised that Darian wasn't checking his corners. But the thing is, because Darian fell down there, they had all the information they need that it is likely that he'll be coming in from long or even garage. One of those places is where they were trained for. Either way, 4 to 6 will be the one, and we were very, very worried for Bleed just now because they went 5-0 for a long time before they finally found their footing.
Well, see now.
Late bloomers.
Perhaps. Hey, I think lots of people in chat are affected.
Sounds like my mom and me.
Oh,
When is
no.
Tash gonna finally get a bit late, but I did end up getting it when I was 10. But for now, Fungared, try and get some information with his flash, does not get it. But they all know that Darian will definitely play aggressive on A. That's always where he's been.
I still haven't grown a beard. What does that make me?
A never bloomer.
When will I bloom? No bloomer boomers.
Oh my god. I'm actually surprised that Darian is not taking proactive steps to change up where he is all the time. Either way, Kadum will be outgunning him. He already knows. And that's why I meant before. You can't do the same thing over and over again. That's a double for him. Rennie.
2 kills with the Hunter's Fury.
Very
so basically
worth it.
no info aside from knowing they're in towards
30
lobby.
seconds left.
Maybe kind of jitteriness there from Darian, you know, kind of jiggling left and right, back and forth.
Ooh, look what Maxi is. Shocked out will be coming through. Okay, does he eat that damage? Oh, he didn't.
Oh, Maxi, he's hopped up. They hurry him, but he gets a spray through to connect on the Wanna Fly, doing some damage on the lone kills as well. Cannot land the shots, ducks right under it, but this is going to be denied here because of the utility and by Pith. It's all in the Kadoom, but he knows this round is done. They're about to face their doom here because 5 rounds straight now. Bleed have strung, and MiTH, they're the ones really struggling to finally get their place.
That's a very perfect spray, I have to say. For this situation, like what on earth just happened? But I really gotta give it to Lexi. He really knows how to play with his team when it comes to using his utilities. But remember when I asked you guys, how can a breach be relevant on maps? How do you work with him? And you have to move his utility. He got very, very distracted by the fact that Lexi had put his aftershock through the wall there. He was looking the other way, and suddenly Pith swings from the other side. And now suddenly, I want to be a breach.
Well, this breach of theirs will have to come in huge. They do have that ultimate on the Maxi, and the opposing side, lots more ultimate economy in the favor of MiTH that they can really pour into this round to secure this final attacking side. Maybe end it at least 7-5 and not completely lose all hope of momentum. Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, and Cosmic Divide, very, very high impact ultimates that they can utilize here.
We've seen this happen before. Remember
Yes,
what
we
happened?
have.
It didn't work last time.
But this time around, though, Tosh, they've got lots more ultimates to try and make it work out.
Oh, for real, I do agree with you. On top of that, the rotations were a little bit late here, but look at that! How on earth did that happen? Kadum goes down, but thank God to the... it's 5 HP left for Wannafly. Does get double on that for finally Dylan. Does catch Lenny off guard. Lexi does get caught here. He will be found by Congaret. Looks down. As for his doom, kind of similar to closing your eyes before you die, I suppose.
He's hoping, I guess, to kind of duck behind the barrel, but there simply ain't enough cover, bro. One game.
He's a big man. There's nothing that barrel can do to hide you.
It's like, you know, when your dog or when your cat tries to hide from you, so all they hide is their head, but the rest of their body's sticking out under the bed.
Oh yeah,
Pretty much
same
what
thing.
happened.
That was just perfectly played. Look at that. Hi!
No!
When you look at the other side, it's actually a lot more funny. It's
Quite
like
comical.
Yeah, quite comical. It's kind of like what Davai brought here to the APAC, how he was really good with the pop flashes on the sky. There's so many instances where he doesn't pop it, and everyone's just looking at the wall. They're just like, what are you looking at, my good sir?
He really is a maestro of those fake flash tricks up his sleeve. Look at this,
Oh,
though.
yeah.
Both killjoys at the top of the board.
Yeah, we all have to say, we Sentinel mains, you know, just low-key. Suddenly we're on the top of the charts, you know?
Sometimes it's more about what you do than what you say. Very loud, maybe pronounced. Some of these duelists might come across, but it's a backline that does bring lots of value to the team many times over. A lot of teams like to place one of their best riflers or reliable players on that sentinel role because of them basically having so much more clutch potential, which we've seen from both Pith and WannaFly this entire series.
Yeah, that's right. There is actually a player here in Malaysia's Singapore server from Todak. The Viper main used to be a duelist, but love how he uses his utilities more for an aggressive sort of play rather than a defensive. It really changes the way you play an agent, depending on how aggressively you want to play it. But if you put like a duelist maybe on, you know, an agent that is more team-based or team-oriented, you'll see something more of like a Sky. The flash is more, more selfishly used rather than to help the team. Either way though, both teams, 5 and 7, I'm actually quite surprised at how Bleed is able to come back from a very, very bad state, like 5-0 all the way to a 5-7.
Well, they're a very mentally sound team, which is something...
Untiltable.
Maybe not untiltable, everybody has their breaking point, but they're at least very good at weathering that and trying to avoid it, which we talked about could be a part of them having these, I guess, experienced, important players. It does help their case on out. Here comes out the Trailblazer though to find information.
Oh my god!
Coming from Pith and coming towards his position. Pith, man, finds 2 kills to try and deny them of that aggression.
Oh my god, this is not looking good for MiTH. Too aggressive right now, Maxi. Surviving by the skin of his teeth, 22 HP. And this is exactly what they wanted. And MiTH fell straight for it. And Lenny was simply the bait.
So unfortunate for MiTH because the last 3 remaining players from Bleed were all a single bullet away from death. Just cannot confirm it.
But right now we have seen situations that Bleed does get, you know, full rifles and rounds and they still lost. So I'm a bit worried for them, not gonna lie, even if they have better guns than made in Thailand. After all, we've seen what Kadum can do with the Frenzy, the Ran and Gan, the mini Ran and Gan rather. So it can be really scary. Either way though, Pith gonna go an aggressive here to the side of Garage, and we do have Darion here, trying to make sure if there's anyone playing behind bricks.
You find that info?
No info. No one's moving. Steve.
No one's moving. Everybody just coming to a halt here, making sure that they cut the noise and don't give over too much that they wouldn't otherwise want the opposing side to know. It's Aldrone though to try and find that information that we're trying to deny. So somebody's gonna have to swing here, otherwise they're gonna get checked.
Oh, he didn't clear the corner. Oh, he knows he's just the leg. Yeah, he does spot the leg out.
Shock there, but he's not gonna expect there to be 2, I bet.
Oh, that's a lot of damage though.
Hella damage here on Deland.
Yeah, Deland probably crying right now. Gonna be peeking together. Does not get anyone out of the way. Outgunned by a classic. That is the worst. Now Darion gonna quickly go toward a C site right now. Immediately runs inside. For now, Maxi gonna play through the shadows here. Spots out. WannaFly does not care for the turret at all. Immediately gonna put out as many smokes as he can. Just trying to buy some time for his team, at least for the plant.
4v4 retake. MiTH, make it expensive. Play the long game. Don't even have to go for the retake here. All they have to do is even just wait for the exit frags to potentially come their way. But Pith, he's on the hunt. He knows he doesn't want to let it come down to that. So he's coming in from behind them, try and pincer them on in, maybe farm them just a bit with the weapons they got. Spraying through the smokes, denies the defuse from continuing on. Pith, though, none the wiser, did not know that. Alone Phils finds 2 somehow with a classic. Falls back, brings it to a 2v2, but there's no way they're gonna clutch this. No time. Unless they defuse in his face.
Oh, they're still going! They might do it! Yes, they do!
No! How does he do it? They stuck it! And at that range, the Spectres could not make it happen.
Exactly. I was actually quite surprised they want to go and take care from long when they planted it all the way in the back. That is when decision making actually really matters.
They planted all the way super deep on back site and played C long while only having Spectres. They did have a Bulldog and they would have the range advantage because they were going up against pistols, but it's a loss that shouldn't have happened.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For now, here comes a shark dart. Gonna try and clear the area. Kadoom playing in the smokes here can be a double-edged sword that we talked about just now. Sprays are gonna be coming in from that side. But it looks like they're not gonna be committing to that because they do have to walk through their own smokes if they want to go onto site.
And you can kind of tell that, you know, Bleed, they did have some intent of potentially going towards B. They dip into A, make some presence there, but the shock dart at the start of the round was thrown to clear the utility, and that's what it did. Destroyed all of the nano swarms and alarm bots here. That allows them to potentially move on forward. Darion gets that pick because of the great utility usage coming in from Bleed, and Lexi's gonna answer back. Pyth brings it down and trades off of Kadoom for the 3v2 as Wannafly answers back with a Phantom. They know not to oversaturate themselves in this fight, but off of the flank, Maxi's behind him. Will they even expect him to be here? Yes, they do. They catch him off guard. 2v2 now, 1v2 as they bring it all into Pyth to try and make some heroics happen.
There is a gun there that he can pick up. Will he switch it out? Yes, he will. For now, he is very aware that Delon's gonna be there. Delon's the rat and gun is just a little bit faster rather than a rifle.
So possible for them to steal that round away. They had man advantage, but fights just never working out for them. The 3v2 getting isolated. That brings MiTH a round further, closer to match point. Bleed though, things are looking good for them, I think I have to say, because that eco round looked pretty close. So what more now when they've had the rifles and they've kind of warmed up into the game?
Oh yeah, absolutely. On top of that, Bleed is just... I think they're pretty okay with this situation, where they can just come back with better guns and better rifles. But the question is, can they win it? Now, shock darts to clear the area for now as well. Concussors coming out. Wannafly takes a lot of damage, by the way, from those sprays. And this nanobot will be the one to stop them from getting onto Garage, at least to rush in. For now, the flashes do come out just in case. It looks like no one will be holding Garage for yet, but we do see that right outside, Kadoom is pretty much trained and ready. He does have an op though. Darion will be his first victim. For now, he trains his sights on too long. No one there. He decided, okay, maybe we might be seeing a rotation happen.
Well, MiTH, they find the opening pick. Darion's been struggling this entire series. That seems to continue to ring true. Could be potentially looking at the third map, which you did kind of expect to happen between these two teams. It's definitely staying really close.
Oh
Tag out
my
here,
god,
Dash is forward, but
Kadoom!
he gets the job done at the very least. Lenny makes his way into the site, opening up a Conga Red. He follows up with Kadoom as well.
30 seconds left. 5 HP, no problem. He is gonna be...
They're all low.
Trying to do this. Oh my god. Nearly walks into that shock dart, and right now they have to play super safe. Wannafly does have half HP left, but Lonefields is pretty much full. Pyth making sure that from the back no one's gonna be here. Gets a pick onto Delon, and immediately they don't know where exactly these players are. Shock dart does come out, does get him. They do have the lockdown coming down. Lonefields with a jump shot does get Lexi as well. There is still Pyth. There is the lockdown. They can play for time if they want to. And they might be thinking that he may be... Actually, no, they are pretty much aware that he might be coming from here. Does get spotted out there by the recon. So easily. They're going to get the op as well as the winners round. Round 10. 10 points going to go to MiTH right now. 6-10.
Greatly done here by MiTH. 3v2 and every single player remaining from Bleed were super low. A single bullet or sneeze would have done them in. That's exactly what happened. Getting the first with a shock dart on Eleni. Just cleaning up house afterwards, which was what was it the remaining for the Bleed side. So Kadoom opened things up. Could have found a second, but hey, he's done his job. Actually a third rather, but he did his job as I said. And the rest of MiTH, they knew how to clean this up.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like in terms of that rotation from Pyth and his teammates as well might be a little off. They could be moving together rather than just playing on their own, leaving Pyth just alone at the back there. The way Conga Red will be concussed but will not be punished for it. Right now he's just trying to get as much information as he can. Bleed just not able to find all of that, but Recon Bolt does come out. Aggression coming out from Darion, finds Conga Red, but Kadoom will be finding Lexi in return. Darion will be really happy getting a gun. Right now, 85 HP. He does still have the blades. He can switch out as much as he wants later. For now, they're gonna have no problem getting the plant on. Lenny will be the one to do that with the nanos from bot, buying them some time.
Nice shot here from Gadoom. He falls back, but ultimately does go down. 3v2, the retake from MiTH, and they work out.
Oh my god!
Front, but he does not get a single kill. Darion, he gambled for it, and oh no, Maxi walks into the circumference of it, walks into the area of effect, and gets himself detained. It's all the pit.
He gets
stops it. He denies it, but now Maxi has the proper timing. He has a proper position to make it happen as well. He has called the bluff. It was pinged, and now he's gonna go on the swing, and he gets the clutch anyways at the end of it. Maxi, even with the misfortune, finds very lucky timing at the end of things to bring it 7-10 for Bleed.
I was about to get a heart attack for him just now. Why? Let's have a look at that again. Darren coming through, but if you see that, I mean, he does get that pick. Either way, Lexi does go down first, but I really liked how MiTH rotated in that. Gets one. Let's treat it out, but look at that. They didn't expect Maxi to be coming from this side here, and that timing from the Astra smoke really helped him as well.
Really did. Ultimately, I guess somehow everything happens for a reason, and that worked out for him. Ping on Darion. He's taking an aggressive stance here towards long. Never mind, backs on out to Aldron. He can continue to force him back even more so here. MiTH gambling on this A site stack.
That's right, Maxi gonna be running straight onto C. But you do have Wannafly waiting in the corner there, but Paranoia does come out, but you don't see him over there. Wannafly much ready, but he'll be getting flashed, and Maxi immediately runs and guns him, mows him down, as well as Congaret as well. For now, they don't have the better guns, giving them this advantage, as well as the round. There is still Kadoom. He only has a classic. He does have the knives, though. It will be enough if he's able to play his cards right.
Cards are on the table. He knows what he's got to do. Kadoom.
That trade.
Adieu, Lexi says. 3 kills in the round, 8-10. This is looking like a small playpen that Bleed are really fumbling about in, because while they're struggling to really do things cleanly, still getting the job done in the end. 8-10, slowly crawling back into the fight. But once more, Kadoom has an operator in his hands, and this is where MiTH have looked the most deadly.
Yep, that's right. I am just so surprised. If things go the same way as last time, we may be seeing another overtime. I wouldn't be surprised. Either way, though, immediately recon dart out, and we're gonna see a very fast-paced movement here from Bleed. Darren does get spotted out. They do have an idea. Tries to do the cheeky jump. Peeks here, but Lenny gonna be finding out there is someone in sewers. Does not spot out the sky, but decides not to go for it after all. Pith finds the bot here. I know that Delan is in the back of the site. Immediately, here comes the Rolling Thunder, clearing out the area. Darion on the aggressive, finding some in the back there will be Pith. Hunter's Fury as well does not tag anyone just yet.
Hunter's Fury comes on now, but the spray down from Wannafly. He wants to make things fly. He wants his score to go up as well. But Pith, he's going to try and hold things down. Not able to find anything more. Alone Fills trying to make things happen. It's down to a 2v3. You can see the last 2 players from Bleed here kind of flex on over the garage, but they get filtered by Congaret down. 8-11 MiTH. Every time they have the operator in the hands here of Kadoom, they just make Bleed a lot more, I guess, wary of going for the pushes, and that does stifle their attack a lot.
I'm just so curious. Wannafly's sprays have been absolutely insane. He just sprayed and prayed and just gets rewarded with 2. And every time he does it, he just makes it look so good with so much benefit. If Wannafly did not get those, I think that round would have easily went to Bleed.
Placing swarm grenade.
8-11 here, Tosh. Lockdown, ready for Pith to use in case they need that added clearance, that added control. Spraying through the garage wall himself here. Wannafly knows he does not want this overstay his welcome. Going for kind of a C split. They have taken control of garage. The only player there towards long is going to be Lenny with a Sova. So the rest of them kind of spreading out. That alarm bot's going to give him away.
knows. You have to be careful. Flash does come out though, but no commits just yet.
No charges left.
They know they can't just overcommit a bit too early, so to try and buy the time. Lockdown has been placed. They have to guard it though, because it can be destroyed for the window. But as soon as this thing expires, they're gonna be able to make their way in.
Yep, that's right. The lockdown does get destroyed from the defender's side. which is MiTH, so they don't have to worry too much. Attacker Killjoy does not get anyone detained, but it does give them all that space they need to kind of position themselves onto the site. We are seeing 2 players there coming in from Silong, as well as they're pretty much aware that there's going to be coming in from 3 different areas. No one coming in from Long though, but it may change thanks to WannaFly and Kadoom once again doing Kadoom things. Gets one out of the way. WannaFly finds Maxi, but the thing is, we are not going to be seeing anyone else. Delan finding Lexi. It's suddenly a 2-on-2 situation. The trades do come through. Delan will be found. PiTH as well. And Bleed wins this one, taking it to 10.
11-9. Ring the alarms. Bleed are slowly crawling back once more. Only 2 rounds separates them.
Slowly. They do this all the time. They're just like, oh, it's not looking good. That's fine. Slow and steady wins the race.
Well, as I like to say, slow is consistent. It's consistent is fast.
We haven't seen a Yoru yet this tournament. Wait, we did, right? Sushi Boys played 1, right?
Blocking sight.
A Yoru?
Yeah.
I don't recall. I'll come back to you in about a minute after I check this down.
I really want to see a Yoru. I don't think I've seen it just yet.
Look here. Actually, no, I don't believe so. There hasn't been a Yoru just yet.
That's right! Conqueror straight to the head. Darion. I feel like Darion got punished so much for those kind of peaks. There's so many instances where he just doesn't learn from his mistakes.
All drone here. Oh, he finds 2 extra value off of that information. You're going to try and look to capitalize off of it. And knowing that, realizing there's more presence here than they otherwise would have liked, you're going to try and go towards the B site instead. But PiTH, he's playing the wrong angle for this corner, but he still wins the gunfight against the Classic.
I can't believe he did that! They ran and gained.
Ran and he gained a lot there, opening things up on the Kadoom as well. B site should be ripe for the taking, but they're going towards the C site
30
instead.
seconds left.
I'm pulling the aggro elsewhere, really giving them that line to try and push back against the defensive retake of these pistols.
Yep, that's right. Right now, Dylan does not know there's someone here. He does know now. With 3 from PiTH, he's just doing so much work. Decided to step it up right now, especially as so many times Darion is not able to give them that space, but Lone Phil's just tagged so much with PiTH with a 4K right now when Lexi just ties everything together.
Lexi, oh Lexi, he is really starting to pick up heat here. PiTH at 30 frags, entering his way into this, playing that close angle, shutting down WannaFly off of the blind as well. Kadoom didn't have much to do in that situation. PiTH has been finding them a lifeline time and time over. When it seems like they're overboard, just throwing them a rope.
Yeah, I really gotta give it to him. 30 bomb right now. Are you serious? PiTH is just doing the heavy lifting on this round. But right now, MiTH will be taking a timeout. PiTH is probably like, yeah, it was all me, bros. Was it really?
He'll take it. As long as they get the round. I'm sure they don't mind. Maxi, Lenny, not as high performing so far, at least in the fragging department. Same with Darion, single digits.
Yeah.
And, imagine if they were really popping off. This could be a Bleed game done and dusted, but MiTH, they're putting up a good fight here.
I really gotta say, I like the way PiTH is playing right now, just really catching so many of Made in Thailand players off guard, which is really what you want to do when you would think that just now you saw how he used his utility to make it look like he wasn't in there by popping that. That was really, really smart. It was to the point that while Delan did still check, but I don't think he was really bracing for how fast PiTH can react. And those sprays from PiTH has been ridiculous. I thought WannaFlies were disgusting. Same goes here from PiTH.
Well, can he keep up the good show he's been putting on here for the Bleed side? Information gathered that there is presence towards that backside. Will they know that the platform is occupied as well? Darion has made his way on in. He spots the head here out of Del End. He's going to ring his bell end out. And Maxi's going to get the trade on the opposing controller. Smokes down, smokes place. for the most part for move. Conga Red, though, does get that trade onto Lenny, but Lenny wasn't able to get the pick of his own. It almost seemed like he was, so they bring it down to a 2v4, and everything's just crumbling here for the Bleed attacking side. MiTH, though, finding them a lifeline once more, but not for too long, because WannaFly is going to have something to say about that. Flick here from Lexi, down to a 1v2. Spike is not in his control. On the swing, spots the two. Does he even know where Lonefields is? As that will give him information. Shock Dart almost confirming the kill too.
Yep, that's right. He has to destroy that Recon 30 HP, but everyone is coming from the backside. He doesn't know. It's 2 players. Swings onto him. Round 12. MiTH.
Match point secured here from MiTH in Thailand. This is looking like a dream made in heaven for them. Haven, if anything. Conga Red, great presence by him to peek out of the garage and hide by the corner just to get that space control for the rest of the players on the back of the site to filter back into it on the retake. Now Bleed. They're looking very, very sanguine in this.
Yeah,
MiTH.
that's right. It's a little bit off as well. He didn't realize the Seekers were out. As he teleports in, the Seekers got him, giving a free kill to Conga Red, which is just so scary. Right now, Darion still wants to play the aggressive push here. Conga Red, I mean, no, his gunplay can be absolutely scary if he's good enough. For now, Lonefields trying to find if anyone is over here. Does know that Darion is here now. Conga Red gonna immediately try and see if we can get a pick here as Darion tries to move up there, but Lexi will be the one swinging out and not Darion.
Bleed. They find the opening pick that they need. They're gonna have to try and they single out all the weeds here left by MiTH. Some utility plays towards that C site for the anti-push on C long. Lockdown potentially could be good, but every single player here on the surface towards mid. Kadoom finds one. Lexi gets the trade, but Della and then the Lonefields are gonna get the kills going their way. It's gonna be all down to Lenny, who cannot confirm the kill as MiTH extend us into map 3. Great job from MiTH in Thailand.
Yep, that's right. Dylan with that very impressive 3K as well. Catches them off guard from the back. And I'm actually quite surprised that we're not seeing them take care of their backside.
Yeah, those flanks have been continuously basically punished here from the MiTH in Thailand squad, and for a team that we know are very good on their own type of pincers, Bleed have been basically falling to the poison that we would have expected them to have concocted. So very nicely done here coming in for that MiTH in Thailand side, and they've been really proving themselves to be quite a worthwhile competitor against this matchup versus Bleed.
Oh man, 31 kills from PPGL, but it doesn't matter because when from the side of MiTH, for the kills, it's not so different against all the players as compared to what PPGL is taking compared to the other members of Bleed. It's just in terms of Darion, I felt like his over-aggression is always punished, and he keeps doing it again and again and again. And I'm wondering, why is he not repositioning? Why is he not kind of like taking another way of starting the match when all they have to do is just flash him and suddenly there's nowhere for him to run or go?
The Killjoy's up on the board here, Tosh, and yeah, the lack of maybe diligence and discipline has been catching them some flack here in this series. Headshot percentage and everything else heavily in the favor of the MiTH in Thailand squad, and you know, for the most part, almost every single player from that Bleed squad was struggling to find their picks, struggling to find any kills, a bunch of them on single digits near the end of the series, rather the end of the map. And I don't think that's going to continue on for map number 3. I think they're going to finally start to find their footing, but we did predict a 2-1 for the most part on the panel in the Bleed's favor, so that's the one. Now looking to see who can close out the series.
Yep, that's right. And the thing is, when you look at Kadoom, when you look at WannaFly, they can do so much damage even with just a Spectre, even with just a, what do you call that, even with just a Sheriff or even a Frenzy. They're the type of team that even when you have gun diff, it doesn't really matter to them because they will outplay you in so many different ways. When it comes to flanking, when it comes to playing Ring Around the Rosie, playing even in the smokes.
Yeah, these just timing awkward moments have been going against Bleed time over, but as I said, you know, I don't think that kind of their cold streak is going to continue on. This round was a round they should have won, but doesn't go their way, and that after that moment you knew that there was some sort of maybe heartbreak in them that maybe could be difficult to reset from.
Yeah, for sure, because I'm seeing some very little mistakes coming out, like you mentioned before. Just something, a very little mistakes but with big consequences just keeps going and just keeps snowballing into the other rounds. Either way though, there are some moments where I do like to see Bleed kind of proactive, and whenever they go proactive rather than just playing the same thing over and over again and adapting, I feel like it really paid off for them. But the thing is, MiTH is a type of team that is even more reactive than proactive, just catches Bleed so many times off guard.
And they're really good on those reactions and how they read the opposing side, both on the defense and attack. But we're going to have to move on and attack map number 3 in just a bit after we come back from this break. Bleed versus Made in Thailand. Who you got? Let's find out after this break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take.
We have seen some of the closest matches this series between Bleed Esports as well as Made in Thailand. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Black and Blue. We are your casters today, and it's so very, very competitive how these two teams have been taking these two maps. After this, we're on the choo-choo train heading over to the island of Breeze. What are we expecting, Black and Blue?
I'm expecting a lot from these two teams. I mean, Breeze, though, when you look at it as a map in general, is a bit more brawly, can be a map that I guess is, yes, tactical, all that. You have to put strategy into it, but generally the gunfights do decide a lot of what happens in this map, more so than many other maps. And it's a map, because of just how big the space is that you are given, it does help enable, you know, individual plays to really kind of shine through, especially those that are very proficient with weapons like an operator. So I do think that while, you know, we've kind of had a bit of a slower but still entertaining game for map number 1 and 2, this one is going to be a bit more up in pace.
Yep, that's right. On top of that, the agents, I think we may be seeing Viper for sure. Viper is so strong right now still on the side of Breeze. We are going to be expecting a Chamber as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to be seeing that coming through. But what about you? What agents do you think you might be seeing?
Well, what I have noticed as of recent is that in these type of big maps like Icebox and Breeze, ones that have been mainstays for Vipers, some teams have been forgoing that and simply putting a single controller in place of her, which has been the Omen. Lots of teams have been putting Omen in on these bigger maps instead of the Viper, and for the most part, it has been something that I've found curious. Doesn't always work, but when it does, it really does make a great case for basically having kind of a different option to go for instead of just a Viper. But we see a lot of times on these type of large maps as well that Chamber has found his place. So I'm going to be, you know, looking forward to seeing that from either side. When you look at the teams here, though, that we're playing, like for example for Bleed, we don't actually have any reference for them to be playing on Breeze as of the recent. In the past few months, they have not played a single map on Breeze, so we don't really have much to go in that aspect. But on the other side of the thing is MiTH Thailand, who has played a lot of Breeze, and typically they're the type of team that likes to incorporate that Chamber into their roster, especially when playing on Breeze. The last time they did play it versus XERXIA, so I'm looking to see if they're going to pull that out here today, which I think could be effective against this Bleed squad.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of that, when you talk, this is after all MiTH's map as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if MiTH actually comes out on top, because when they are very good at a map, we've seen what they did on Heaven. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to take this away from Bleed's hand. After all, though, Bleed is not the type of team to go home without a fight. I wouldn't be surprised as well if Bleed manages to turn this around. There are so many moments where they went just now, 5-0, 6-0, before finally we saw, you know, Bleed start to just show some life and just start taking so many rounds as well. So if Bleed can completely take away that momentum and just keep going with it, this may just go in their favor.
Yeah, I'm hoping so that Bleed can continue that for their sake. But MiTH, they're looking pretty good coming off of that Haven map. It was a map I kind of was expecting MiTH to win, though, in the first place. It is their pick, and they're statistically much more profound at it and much better at it, so that was to be expected. And now I'm kind of worrying for Bleed because they have not played a Breeze map in so long that the last time they didn't even have the same kind of roster they have right now. So I'm not too sure how much they practice it. I'm not too sure how much they've actually, you know, played and are comfortable with it. And that's not something you really want to have if you want to boost your confidence coming into a match. And so there's two kind of philosophies here, Tosh. Like, one, yes, they might be inexperienced on the map, but at the same time, at least the opposing side doesn't have any VODs to reference when basically doing the homework against this team. So I don't know, which one do you kind of feel like is going to be more impactful here? The fact that they're newer to this map, or the fact that the enemy doesn't have maybe as much history to review coming into this series? This map,
personally, I think the fact that they're new, it will be the reason they might lose on this map. Personally, because the lineups are a bit more tricky for this map as well. It's a very big map. You need to know your angles. You need to be able to find those minuscule little pixels to be able to get those nice shots. And on top of that, we've seen how Vibor from Velocity plays with an Omen before. You did mention that we may be seeing an Omen. What if we are going to be seeing that style of Omen gameplay, which can absolutely be terrifying, because there are so many times where Bleed actually gets caught off guard by those kind of smoke plays. But then again, maybe not, because we have seen Maxi do the same thing as well.
Yeah, we have seen that exact aspect here. Maxi has been such a great Omen for this team time and time over. We've been seeing him playing Omen on Haven a while ago, and as well as he did on Ascent. So it really seems like this Bleed roster are one of the teams who really embrace the new Omen wave, the new Omen meta. And I am quite a fan of Omen. I mean, I started out playing the game Omen when the game launched out, so I don't mind this new direction some of the controller meta is going towards. But there definitely is a case to be made that Astra and Viper are still very viable, especially Viper on a lot of these large maps. And so I do think while Omen is viable, Viper for these kind of situations is still kind of better and is still meta for a reason. Will that continue on though coming to stage 2? I don't know, but for the meantime, I do think Viper is the way to go. If they forgo that, I think they could be at a heavy disadvantage if all they bring into this as a controller is Omen.
Yeah, that's right. And on top of that, Viper's utilities does do so much damage, especially if you're in it. You do lose HP when you're inside of the Viper's pit, of the snake bite, as well as her smokes as well. And on top of that, once you play in a round that you have a Viper's pit, using maybe a shorty, a judge, or even a Bucky is just so rewarding because you don't really have to play so aggressive. All you have to do is just wait for them to come to you and immediately shoot them in the face. And on top of that, the fact that they only have 1 HP also helps a lot for your team because just sprays as well. It's not to just knock them off their feet.
Yeah, the fact that Decay is a part of, you know, what Viper's kit does bring to the table is a very huge thing, especially when her ult is popped. But more importantly, it really does come down to how much she can basically divide and cut up and isolate fights as much as possible with her wall. That is really the big thing that makes her so viable. We're going now into Agent Select, and that is one of the reasons why I guess we kind of expect Viper to come into the game here. So Breeze to be picked out. Chamber, the last time we did see them come in here, they did pick Chamber, but no, they picked the KO instead, which has become notoriously quite effective on a map like Breeze as well.
Lexi gonna be running the Sky instead of the Breach this time around. Lenny again on the Sova alongside Darien, but Congaret wants to run the KO here. It's a very big map, so yeah, I think it's more to clear the corners rather than clear out a big entire area with the knife.
Very is so, and a lot of times, you know, these bigger maps do lend itself better to that 0 point.
Cypher.
This really does help. Cypher was the meta for the longest time when it comes to Sentinels here in Breeze, but then you get basically Chamber now. Lots of teams have been forgoing that Sentinel role into having a Chamber instead, which Pith is going to be picking up right now. You do have a Sky on their side to supplement the Sova opposing side. We talked about the KO for this MiTH squad. I don't think there necessarily is really a better composition, one over the other. I just think that the way they're going to have to play this and the way that their composition is built upon kind of maybe suggests how they're going to be played. So you got that Chamber with a Sky, more aggression, information gathering to be taken. But on the opposing side, you have KO, you have that Cypher, a bit better on the defensive side when it comes down to locking things down and in the scramble.
Yep, that's right. But the question now is, how is Bleed going to fare on this map? As you mentioned, no history of them on here. I'm really curious to see how they decide to take it. Either way, though, Flash does come through from their side, giving them that information shock dart as well, but no one going to be taken immediately. Kadum making so much space. Darien does find Congrats in the end, but look at those sprays from Kadum. 15 HP left, though, but he will be switching out his gun for the Ghost.
Gets a kill, but barely scrapes by. Doing quite low. Shock dart not going to connect on Pith, who's doing a good, ample job of holding that back line down, making sure the flank is kind of secured. But even with that aggression that they made towards B, they're rotating all the way here towards A. Seems like Bleed have caught on, though.
Yep, that's right. Bleed, they do know how to play flanks when they really want to. However, Lenny trying to make sure that no one is flanking from the back here. But he does hear and spot out Kadum. One shot is all he needs, but the plant will be happening onto A side instead of B. The rotations will be coming through. They do still have 4 players against 3. Very doable. Wannafly playing this very sneaky corner here like Wannafly always does. But no one will be passing by. He needs to peek out here and immediately gets the headshot to Pith. Now everyone very aware that he's over there at double doors.
He's done a perfect job here of making things so much more difficult. Wannafly waiting behind the Darion, dashing past, but gets right-clicked in the face. Lenny on the quick trade, down to a 2v2 here. He does have a shotgun to pull out, but he's fumbling with his keys, with his weapons and his utility. Just doesn't pull out the gun in time. Here comes Wannafly, not able to deny the plant. And Lenny, with a sheriff in hand, lays down the law. The opening pistol round goes in Bleed's favor.
4K. Just for Lenny, he is on fire. He definitely knows how to play this map for sure. Like how Dylan tried to save that out, but the problem was the bait coming out for Darion is exactly what he needs. Lenny just doing so well with the sheriff as well. Really like his map awareness.
Very well done from Bleed. Initially, it was MiTH finding the opening pick off of Kadoom's aggression there towards that B site, but because of the rotation pulled on in, made MiTH decide to try and take their talent somewhere else. Here comes out the 0 point with the recon, but a great shot here from Darion to stop that from going even deeper.
Yep, that's right for now. We are seeing Darion try to get the kill here, but Congrat will be the one who will be getting him out there. Lenny finds the lone fields on Wannafly, putting Pith out of the way right now, and Dylan just trade out back to Lexi. It's still 2 versus 2 there. Congrat so very low. Checks out Emo. No one there. Lenny gonna be taking the round. Long turn, and he finds Dylan. Immediately shoots in the back. Congrat 15 HP left, all alone. The shots do come through. The wall bang comes around. Lenny again, the savior of these 2 rounds.
Lenny. MiTH, they force the buy. They make it expensive. They get the plant down, but unfortunately just not able to secure the round, which means they're gonna have to go eco once more, potentially. Yeah, they're kind of a light buy, so Sheriff's Abound is all they got to work with. It was a worthwhile gamble, I think, just did not pay out in the end.
Yep, that's right, but I gotta say, Lenny, very, very aware, just sprays off, catches him off guard as well. Great communication coming in from Bleed Esports, everyone on the same page, and starting off really good as well, despite this being a map that they probably haven't played in a long time. Not sure if they actually have not been playing it or been training it another way. Kadoom does have a Marshall here, and we all know that if Kadoom does spot a hit, it's gonna go boom and go and pop.
Lots remaining to be seen here from MiTH. After this gun round, after this eco round of theirs, especially when they go through the gun operator and the Marshall, neither of them connect. It will force Darion to try and reposition.
Poison orb emitting.
Snail's pace here, though, Tosh.
Yeah.
Information gathered. He's going to try and deny that from continuing on, but they know there's lots of presence here by MiTH towards that mid position. It's been a very, very slow game so far.
Yep, that's right. MiTH still trying to find their tempo, at least for this map, but Wannafly playing the sneaky deaky. Will he spot someone out? That is the question. For now, they are going to be running straight onto A site here. Sorry, B site. Lenny does find one. Will it be a double? Not quite. Congrat was pretty much ready for him. We are going to see Pith at least get him out of the way. Kadoom going to be trading out. Maxi will be his victim, and immediately Darion blows off the lens head. Gets a double with that. He is very, very happy. While he wasn't able to get any picks last game, this is the game that he is finally heated up. Darion trying to find the last one. Trades it out with Wannafly.
The spike.
And now he does have the spike. He does have 11 seconds, but does not realize that Lexi was playing from Nest.
They get the rounds going, at least third as expected, but now MiTH, they've got the guns. Left. And this is a map that has been,
the timing
for the most part,
down.
Yeah, it just comes out unfortunately, but I mean, this is a map that has been, attacker sided for the most part, so they're gonna have to start stringing some rounds over here. Honestly, if Bleed get like another round here, bring it like 8-4 at the very least at the end of the half, that's still not the bad scoreline on Breeze. So MiTH, they're starting to slowly step into muddy waters here.
Yeah, that's right, and we all know that Kadoom can wreak bloody havoc if he wants to, especially with the op right now. He's trying to see if he can get any hits here with help of Alone, at least to get some information. They do get tagged here. Hunter's Fury will be the one tagging him out immediately. Conga Red will be out of the way. And he's going to be very, very happy with that. But Dylan finds Pith up there. A very, very awkward angle where I feel like the whole map can see him all the way up there.
Does have lots of vision from that position. Want to fly. Okay, his camera's been destroyed. Give me some idea. Maybe someone deep in halls is waiting. On that double door, though.
Ooh, Lenny. He does not know. But Lenny gonna get Kadum out of it. That's perfect!
Scanning ahead.
That's the operator out of the way. They don't have to worry too much. Does find someone with the recon. Actually, the recon does actually get destroyed as well. So that's a trade for recon. Wanna fly playing here, but Lexi just a little bit faster with those sprays.
Aiming down his sights. Cannot connect the shot. Knows that main could be a problem here on the cave, but just want to keep them in stone for the meantime. 4 versus 2.
30 seconds left.
Bleed, potentially a 4th round on the board here. Looking pretty good on the defensive side. It's been MiTH who have been struggling, but we have seen almost comebacks like in Haven where MiTH started out with 6 and Bleed came back with 5 rounds straight. That could be the case here for MiTH if they can pick up the slack later on. But I think the call here, the proper one, would be to save these weapons. They are very low in economy, and being able to save what little they got, really counting those coins in their change, is something that can help them push through in the long run.
Anticlimactic around for this one. Everyone is trying to make sure that they can go on with the economy, and especially on this map, we all know how important it is to at least have a Vandal or an Op, because these kind of rounds, you get so much value out of them, and that's exactly what they wanted. It's just so unfortunate that Kadum actually lost his gun in that round as well, and to a rifle at that as well. Haven't seen that Darion and Kadum anime moment where they outgun each other just yet, like we saw in Heaven. Really looking forward to it though. But in terms of economy, MiTH not doing so great. They only have 1 Vandal and 1 Op.
That could be more than enough, especially knowing that this team is so ferocious. Here with the Spectre, though, MiTH, they've made his way on in. 105 is on with the operator, and Kadum somehow finds a kill after picking up that Vandal. They can get the plant down. They have, as well, the ultimate to make it work out here. Coming in from that neural theft as well as his null command. So null command does get popped by Conga Red. Peeking out wide. Maxi, I think he spots a foot out. He knows he's here around the corner, and Kadum playing too close.
Yep, that's right. Conga Red will be the one found out as well. That's a double for Maxi, doing so good on this Viper. Either way, he's trying to spot out as many people as he can. Trying to find that bomb is the problem. Op shots do come out. What a fly misses that. Could have been dangerous. Delenn does find Darion and PiTH as well. Suddenly, it's all Maxi all alone, and he just finds him through the smoke for Waterfly. Snakebite is gonna buy some time for him. Not able to do anything, has to come in from the other side. Some smokes, some shots do come out here. He takes the gun, wants to save it, but Delenn does find him. He wasn't as sneaky as he thought he was.
And finally, Made in Thailand get a round on the board. It almost didn't seem to be the case though, but somehow the heroics come on through and they make the impossible possible. MiTH, opening round here finally. There were so many good moments from some of the players here, like Bleed. But, well, Maxi almost making it happen, but Delenn's got something to say of his own. That was such a back and forth round.
It really was his world, and immediately you're not going to take a timeout for that. But I'm just really worried right now that the condition for that win was the fact that Delenn had his ultimate. Because right now, Lenny looking really good on this map. Just now he wasn't able to frag out, but right now look already, he's already 11 kills.
Yeah, totally. What if he didn't have those ultimates, right? What if he didn't have all that to burn? Would have really worked out in the end. So things looking a bit wayward for a short moment there, but hey, they're still pretty close. It's only 3 rounds of difference, and the timeout from MiTH once again called after the round has been won. So them realizing the benefits of taking a pause even when they're starting to gain momentum, to be able to really, I guess, capture that momentum and continue it forward.
Yep, that's right. But in terms of economy, both teams not looking so great as well. Both teams only having very few credits though. Conga Red does have a few extra to spare. You can see just now that everyone actually died in that round, which is the problem. But Darion immediately finds Kadum out of the way, does get flashed, has to move away. Right now, Suppress will be getting him, but it doesn't really matter because Darion, all he needs is up, but will be finally gunned down by the rest of the team. Now Delenn going to be finding a different way to fight it, but Lexi is so very low. Will be sending out the flash right now. Dellen waiting. Recon ball does get spotted, has to move away, gets splashed once again. Not a great day to be Dellen.
Yeah, completely trapped between a rock and a hard place with even more shock darts falling down on him. 5-1. Great defensive round from Bleed, just completely stifling the attack here of MiTH, who seemingly wanted to take it heavy-handed, who wanted to go in by force. Darion, even without his dash, a good job of holding the line down just enough for Lexi to come in, swing in, and really clean up house.
I really gotta give it to him. There was just so many flashes using onto Dellen, and right now it really would help. It really helps them actually, because Dellen has been absolutely on fire. Perhaps this might kind of stop the momentum a little bit. Made in Thailand, no guns to spare, only some Sheriff's Classics as well as the Marshall compared to what Bleed has. 5-1 looking really good for Bleed, finally getting the speed they need. Using the short dart to clear out the corners there, but that's not exactly where they are. They're actually playing onto Hall.
Can they haul themselves over the hump? May to be seen here, Cass.
Oh,
Pick from Pith.
I feel so bad for Kadum because they really need him to entry onto the site, but he's always the one that goes down first. The same thing that happened to Darion earlier. And Pith right now with the 3K, showing how good he is with the op as well, that we did not see from the side of him in the last matches. Well, can it be a 4 is the question? Yes, it will. Make it an ace. Let's go. Because we haven't seen that one today. It's gonna be that. He does spot it out. Yes, here we go. Clean ace all the way over at Hall.
Well, this Ninja came in boots, not pajamas this time, because Pith was very ready for that fight. Double Operator is now online for his defensive side here on Breeze. Bleed really cutting into the wounds of MiTH here. Have yet to be able to patch it up. You see him, great job at faking that. Pith against the eco here. So very clean, exactly what you want, and importantly helps him kind of farm some economy and ultimate points as well.
Personally, those were ego picks onto Hall. You do not peek and up, and they still wanted to push through despite having all that information. Either way, Kadum onto the site now does know that Darion's over there. Just a spray is all he needs. Dashes away, but Lenny from the back saves his friend's life. Dellen though will be finding Darion in the end. Lenny trying to make something happen. Let's get one more out of that, but Conga Red with his fragment will be the one to stop his rampage.
A great job there by Lenny actually to make it much more difficult for MiTH and not clean. Finding those 2 picks when it seemed like he was the one trapped there. Conga Red pushing out, perfect pop flash, finds 2 as well. Fully blind, Pith and Lexi go down. It's all on the Maxi coming in from the flank. I think they have some idea that that position of theirs could be open, especially with Conga Red being so deep. There's a Phantom. It can be much more difficult to try and challenge these long-range angles, but snake bite for snake bite, back and forth. This round is done. It should be MiTH taking the second.
That's right. Looks like Maxi trying to make something happen here, but Lone feels just a little bit better with the sprays. Conga Red escaping with only 11 HP left, and the rest of his teammates staying alive. 6-2 with MiTH slowly coming back here. Can't go anywhere. After all, this is MiTH's map. Let's have a look here what exactly happened. The pop flash comes out, immediately gets 1, and a nice flick gets 2. That's a 3K for Conga Red, and this is where Conga Red really pops off. And I really like Conga Red's use of both Sky and KO. He just knows how to control flashes.
Very influential. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about him on the pre-panel a while ago, because that flexibility he brings, just the reliability, no matter what agent he is on, that interior side is very big. As Kadum just opens up the site here on Maxi and Lenny, support players down. How do you even come back and really take a round like this?
Yep, that's right. With the suppress as well will be a problem. Pith does have his ultimate, the Tour de Force, trying to find some hits here, but no one is over peeking. He can't do anything. He does get spotted out by the recon ball, has to move away right now. Darion trying to find some people coming in from the back, but that's not going to be happening though, at least. Right now, suddenly, it's all looking not great at all from the side of Bleed, and we have seen this happen so many times. If Bleed loses momentum, it's going to be a while till they find it back. Lexi over here on Nest trying to move away here, barely missing the suppression blade. Wanna fly once again. He does have his ultimate. If he gets a kill, he can pop it.
See ya.
And Darion does find Kadum in the end, which is honestly a big pick for them, but they will ultimately lose the round.
three rounds separating these two teams. The operator, maybe it was working on earlier. I'm not too sure if that remains to be the case here. MiTH, on those rounds where, you know, they can just basically overrun the site, it makes it so much more difficult to hold it up against a rush sometimes. And when they have to give up the site, it makes it more difficult as well to retake it afterwards. So maybe if they lose the operator here soon, perhaps forgoing that weapon for basically a Vandal, any type of rifle, might just work out in their favor instead, considering how forward they like to push.
Yeah, that's right. For now, Bleed will be calling a timeout. Needs to find out how exactly to gain that momentum again. But in your opinion, what exactly changed from MiTH to allow this, for them to allow them to take that 3 rounds?
Well, they've been changing up their pace a lot more often lately. Like on that previous round, round number 9, they weren't really fast. The round right before, they were slow. The round right before that, fast again. So being able to have that flexibility in your style, does kind of help MiTH to really keep Bleed guessing time and time on over. And they've been finding the fortune of going the opposite way that Darion would be with the operator. So now this time they're going to place him on B, but most of their presence is towards B in general. There's only going to be Maxi here on the Viper towards that A site. This could be a potential hole that MiTH are willing to exercise.
Yeah, that's right. On top of that, though, I really gotta say, Alone Phil's recon bolts have been giving so much information to the point that they're able to get so many kills as well. They will be farming the orb as well for Deland. He does have his ultimate ready. We are going to be expecting a Viper spit to happen as soon as the plant goes down, or at least as soon as they're on site. PIT here wants to get a frag. They do not get the information that they need from that guiding light, though. PIT trying to find anyone they can. They do get some idea that they are actually near lobby and immediately look at that movement from the side of Sky. PIT finds one to fly out of the way. That gives them so much what do you call that, flexibility to be able to rotate from the back if they want to without giving away too much information.
Here comes the KO though, and oh man, he's stuck here. Lexi has to try and shoot his way out of it. Doesn't even find a pick, but Piss finds 3. Does get taken down by Congaret. Down to a 2v3 here. Here comes that Hunter's Fury of their own coming from the Bleed side. Lenny cannot connect. Neither can Darion with the operator. Does get tagged up there. Alone Phils, but he's going to be able to get the spike down at the very least. Now Alone Phils trying to hold that line down. Congaret goes down. He does give himself away though. Lands a shot. Can he find a second pull-up? Does spot him out. Playing really close. And Darion's going to pop the Blade to slice and dice it up. As Bleed secure the round advantage at the end of the half to bring it 7-3.
That was so big from them, honestly. PIT doing so much work. That 3 pick gives so much breathing room for the team to be able to retake the site without too much problems. Let's have a look at that again. Look at where PIT was. Immediately catches Wannafly flanking. And the thing is, PIT was there before. He has been caught out. I'm just surprised he did the same thing again and was not punished once again for it.
Almost. A game of many almost moments here. A series of all that. Yeah, just back and forth. Ever since map 1, too. Like those overtime rounds, those post-match rounds on Haven. So back and forth completely. Maybe MiTH would string back 2 rounds here to answer back with Maxi.
Oh my god, that was so sneaky. Gets double from that before Congress finally had enough of that. Look at that, the flash will be coming through. Immediately gumps into his side, but no one saw it right there. But on the other side, Alone Phils does find Lexi from Cave, but he has only 30 HP, but he still gets 1 more to make it worth it. Shark Guy comes through to flush him out. And right now he has no clue where the other members are. He does have the spike, immediately wants to do on the rotate. Try and go on to B because he's pretty sure it's pretty empty. Alone Phils only has very little HP. 1 versus 2, very doable.
Darion.
Oh, he didn't realize that he went through there.
Oh, he's tagged up as well, and he barely gets that kill. Almost went down to the operator here of Darion, but Lenny, he has full HP, full armor as well. This is a fight that he should have the advantage in, but look where Alone Phils chooses to go. Knowing he's got that time to work with, he walked his way all up here towards Halls. Could potentially cross him and maybe even catch Lenny off guard.
Yeah, that's right. Right now, A is where he wants to go. Has to play it real safe, but
30 seconds left.
Looks like he's gonna go coming in from the back instead. Or maybe he might go to B. He has so many options, there's so much time. Yep, looks like he's gonna be doubling back onto B. Oh no, he's going to onto A. And look where Lenny is. He's going to be. If he plants the spike, there is more time again. He needs to plant now. He does have 10 seconds running for his life. Won't be planting default. So if, say, some shock darts were to happen, it's not going to be where it usually is.
Well, Lenny realizes the error of his ways. Has ran his way now here towards mid. Oh, I think AloneFills has some idea where he is. No, actually, he's walking.
No, he's walking. He does not know. But look at where he is. He can tell he's coming in up here. He waits! 4K for AloneFills. Beautifully played. 30 HP is no problem for him. Clutch master.
Last round in the half.
Timing, the read. This doesn't work out there for Bleed. And yeah, that gives MiTH ever more reason to stay in this game. 7-4, potentially 7-5, just like we ended the opening map on. But this time, MiTH on that comeback situation. Lenny just could not find the proper fortune in his favor. They do have the operator here on Darion, the Guardian for Pith on his last round. I should go for a judge instead. See how they're gonna play with this. They do pop that ultimate towards the A main position though for Viper.
Yep, that's right. That prevents them from actually getting onto the site. Immediately look at that. The rotation's going to come. Immediately just say, okay, let's go on to B. Kadum pretty much ready. If anyone were to push out, Darion's on the other side. But for now, Delen will be the one coming out. But he whiffs and misses. Immediately look at that. Kadum nearly gets him with... Oh my god! The shorty nearly gets him out of the way.
Well...
We have 6 HP left!
Scraping by. Luckily he's on the op, so even if he's low HP, he can still fight from a distance. And one of those gets a kill too. But look at some of the players from MiTH. They're very low HP. That's AloneFills and Kadum, a sliver away from death.
Yeah, that's right. But Lexi is out of the way. They don't have any flashes. Like it or not, they're gonna have to play this risky play. Congrats, gonna try to get some information from the back that throws it out. They're gonna be running through that cage. Kadum 6 HP. But right now, here comes the Hunter's Fury. Not exactly where he is. AloneFills with 20 HP right now. Delen from the backside as well. Congaret trying to see if anyone's gonna be rotating inside here. They have all their angles covered. Pith will be the first one out next after Lexi. Right now, AloneFills up there. Lenny, he has an idea. He does get tagged. Has to find another way through.
Maxi, once again, playing on the outer rims of this Viper's pit. He's been very successful in trying to fish him down multiple times. Did not land the shot. Delen catches him. Lenny finding Conquer Red. Down to a 2v3. Although Kadum and AloneFills, as I said, a breath away from death. You're able to get the kill on the Delen as well. Kadum does get the trade-off immediately, though. Lenny, this could make this. He can make his clutch work out, especially since they're low. But he's going to go on the swing and confirm the kill here on the Lenny. MiTH scrape by. Get them the very minimum of what they'd want. 7-5.
Switching sides.
Honestly, 7-5. A great comeback from MiTH after going so many rounds with not a single win. Very interesting play, but let's have a look at that again. I like the rotations coming through, but Congaret's game sense was just absolutely phenomenal there. Immediately reacting. Lenny was not bad as well. The thing about this is that he really wanted to stick it. The problem is Kadum isn't scared, especially as we go on to the next round with a reset.
Oh, this series is looking to go the distance here, Tosh. 3 maps, not even done. And it seems like overtime is about to dawn upon us. 7-5. I mean, you kind of would want at least 7 if you were MiTH, or maybe even 6, but this isn't a bad scoreline for them at all. Still very winnable. You take the pistol, definitely could be theirs to throw on over. But Lenny, once again, it has been that backline, the support players of Bleed who have been stepping up and finding the kills. Seemingly, the front court of it, Lexi and Darion have just been struggling to find.
I really gotta give it to Pith. His usage of the op is a lot scarier than what Darion brings to the table, I believe. And this is what we talked about this morning. Sometimes there's some moments where it's just not possible for you, as you know, on the op. It just makes you very relevant. It's okay to switch out to a rifle. I think with Pith here as a chamber, it allows him that freedom to switch out between the 2 weapons. I really gotta say, Maxi's use of Viper as well has been absolutely dominating. Gives so much problems to MiTH, and sometimes there are some moments where it's just like, okay, Maxi made so much problems. It looked like it may be MiTH trying to get onto the side or switching out, but the thing is, because just Maxi alone anchoring the site is already giving them so much headache.
Maybe there could be shades of better moments from those players to really come to life in the second half. And all the players that we have expected to, be really great, they have to prove us right coming into the second half, because they could be sent to the lower bracket if that is not the case. Double digits on Lenny and Pith. No, not much fortune in Myth's side, but they're brought to within reaching distance of this lead. If they take this pistol, it'll be ever more so true. Look at this mid-aggression being shown by Myth, trying to take that. 4 players kind of relegated, taking that early mid control. The B site is where the initial contact was put on by Bleed, but they're actually going towards the A site here for the plant. Lexi still somehow with a ghost gets away with it.
His usage of the flashes have been really, really scary. Spike will be planted, though they won't have any problem taking care of it from Cave. However, Myth is covering every single angle, just trying to look for lurkers here. But right now, they will be making sure there is nothing around, but Darion finds Congress in the backside. Leland as well, Maxi from so many different angles. Pit, they're just trading this out. That's the crossfire I've wanted to see from Bleed for, I think, 2 maps now, which we haven't seen actually.
Every single kill by Bleed in that pistol round was a pretty clean headshot. Like every single one. The 2 towards mid by Lexi, and then the pickup from Pip, from Maxi, and Darion after. Look at this. There's another one. Headshots. All for sale.
1 enemy remaining.
For sale.
There's a sale on death here, Tosh, and it's Bleed who are the sellers.
Bleed are headshot sellers. Oh, but I really gotta give it to Lexi. That 2 picks were just amazing. Look at that, pop flash coming through. Doesn't get the information that he needs. Doesn't see anyone there. But it looks like a majority of the players on mid are coming in through hall. They want to try and come from the back and backstab. Kid on the back, they're pretty much waiting. They have the idea. The trademark does spot him out. Gets Wannafly out of the way. And that's really, really well played from him.
Wannafly getting caught off guard there. Bleed always taking things at a slow pace. Always drawing out the time and waiting for a response coming from Myth. If in case they do get too aggressive. Better than the speeder, for sure.
Yeah, no accidents. No accidents happening here. No fines either.
Yeah, no parking tickets.
Yep, perfectly well done. Either way,
actually,
though.
Oh no, maybe it's the other way around. It's like, officer, why are you pulling me over?
You're
you have
too
a parking ticket. What do you mean? I'm on the highway. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly a Darion from the back here. But they do know that there's a trademark there. They're gonna be clearing it out,
left.
but the shots do come out. Darion does get at least slightly. Not really too worried about it. Coming through here. Dude's gonna push through. Immediately gets pushed from the side here from Lenny with the Guardian. Lenny with the Guardian gets through. And Pit gonna be helping out from the side there. Congaret, no clue how to get onto the side at all. Suddenly he's gonna be double swing here. Alone fails. Can't do anything to stop the rampage, and it's flawless from Bleed.
9 to 5, clock in the hours because rush hour is about to commence as the guns are about to be brought into the fight here. Myth unable to find a single pick there, but hey, it was unequal for them, and it's notoriously difficult to convert eco rounds on this map if you don't have like marshals and sheriffs and all that. Even when you do, it just can be difficult because of the range of this map. Classics simply are very ineffective. The ranges of engagement that you typically see on this map, but 9 to 5, Myth, a great moment for them that they had earlier in the opening half, but let's see if that's gonna come back in their under their sails moving into round 15.
Yeah, that's right. On top of that, I mean, while they do have rifles here, Darion, we have seen how much damage he can do with the Marshal as well, and Lenny has been popping off this round, and I have to say, Lenny and Pith outperforming themselves on this map. I mean, well, no, not really Pith. Pith ended last map with a 30 bomb. Just crazy to think about it, especially in tournament.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts from a player like him. I'm pretty sure that's one of the reasons why they were looking at, like Pith, pulling him into the Bleed roster, knowing that potential that he has. Something they want to tap into.
He can go crazy if he wants to. It's just a matter of like how much he has to step it up in order to make sure that he can really close the game. And I think he really wanted to win that round, which resulted in that 30 bomb. Either way, look at that. Darian running in with the Dugo. Does not spot anyone here, but he doesn't know that one of is over there. He does get tagged. Really clears that out. I'm surprised that they're not going to be letting that out. But Dylan finds Lenny in return, and Congra as well finds Pit. Those are two heavy hitters now out of way. Darian gonna be found out by Kadoom. Right now,
So
it is
difficult.
projected for the Louvre. They do have not the better guns if you think about it.
So difficult there to wait in the one-way cyber cage. Bleed, they give their positions away. Conger now knows the Viper is here. Expects Lexi to be there as well. You can expect a full rotation to come on in to try and block him and maybe even cut them off. Pulling back. They want no more of this fight. All they want here are exit frags, get some kills, at least make it expensive, and farm some economy of their own for the next few rounds.
Yep, that's right. Coming in from mid here, they want to catch him off guard if possible. Maxi, very aware, but Kadoom has his gun trained for that. Maxi, one peek is all he needs, and immediately goes down, finds the spike as well. Not a great time. Lexi will be wrapped up as well.
Very clean round here from Made in Thailand. They did have the rifles though. Now it's time for Bleed's turn to invest. And I think that's something that they've been normally pretty good at, converting those gun rounds, but they don't have the crunch of the op anymore as they did on the defensive side. Now, that said, albeit we have been seeing a lot more attacking side ops, an uptick in that as of recent.
Yep.
If Bleed decide to go that route, it might just work out.
That's right. Baron still has some extra creds to spare. Maybe you might be seeing next round, but look at that. I really like the initiative where Darion is coming in alongside the the Trailblazer. For now, it's gonna be coming into guiding light. Kadoom does find Lenny. Not a good time. They do need the recon. For now, Darion moving in a little bit too deep. Does not notice someone behind him. Immediately sprays Kadoom with a 3K. Now Pith, that does get spotted out there and will be sprayed out by Wannafly. Suddenly, it's looking downhill here for Bleed.
It's not looking just downhill, potentially an avalanche that this could turn into, a landslide. If Myth continue this momentum, and Eco has to be pulled out here by Bleed to potentially bring it 9-8, but then after that, and Myth with the momentum they've had, this is really by the anybody's game here. Kadoom, man, he has just been so explosive and such a big force for the Smith squad.
It looked like in the beginning that he was getting outgunned, I believe. But once he finally got that momentum, that heat, he just goes crazy. Darion does get splashed out, immediately gets his location revealed, has to move away. Gonna be thinking twice about coming in through here, but Pith, he gets suppressed as well, needs to move away. There's so much utils used to them so early, so many sprays as well. Dylan gonna have to move away. Darion does find Concrete, but Dylan will be getting Lenny. Darion will be trading him out in return, gets a free gun as well. Plants will be happening, but Lone Bills from the back there tries to put in the sprays here. Darion from the side there. We also have some smokes here coming in from the Viper. It's gonna flush him out of the way and give so much more space for the team.
Waiting and waiting. Alone Fills is here.
Out of charges. Revealing area.
All this eco
But he's
on
not
Bleed's
alone,
side.
though.
No, definitely
Steve is
not.
alive.
He's supported by his friend. Oh, Darion not even able to get the kill. Timing does not work out for him. And this is super winnable for Myth. And time is ticking. They have to step on that pedal. Otherwise, they're going to be pressed for it. Now, with that, all Myth have to do here, all the Bleed have to do is get another pick, and that should be it. Lexi and Maxi close out the round, 10-7. They get to that double-digit scoreline first. Will they be able to continue this on? Because that was a great eco for them, Maxi, but their gun rounds, their rifle rounds haven't been super convincing.
Not really, but Kadoom will be going next round. He does have the operator, but you have to see that a little bit more for Bleed's tempo. Right there is what exactly I was talking about Lone Fields. His recons have been absolutely crazy, and the amount of kills they get out of that information gives so much, enables so much more to be done by Kadoom and the rest of his team. However, when you think about how each round goes, that the tempo by Bleed kind of caught them off guard, allowing them the sight, also giving them so much space. Kadoom and Darion here will be having their, their crosshairs trained at each other's general area, but the idea of who gets the pick first is still the question.
Really is one we're waiting to see answered. Oh, we're going to be looking at the same angle. Kadoom gets smoked off here by Darion. Might have been the right decision, all things considered. Do not want to challenge an operator on a slow peak like that, so this might have been just the right move. Big gamble, though, to pull the operator out on the attack. Is be diligent about how he uses that and where he decides to place himself. Right now, mid is his position. Currently unsupported, though, which is a really, really big risk to run with such an expensive investment.
Yep, that's right. Looks like Kadoom doesn't want to be in the same site anymore, but Lexi gonna try and get some information here onto the site. Spots nothing. For now, it's all up to Lenny, but they're gonna have to buy some time here. They're gonna have to stop because all of that utils are just not letting onto site. Lexi immediately gonna get some information out here, but nothing's gonna be happening. But here comes the Viper's Pit, gonna be clearing out so much of the area here. Right now, Congo had no clue where to go, where to see, but finds Darion on the side there. What an awkward angle to be in.
And that's a risky run. You're playing the solo operator. Why is he flanking on mid even in the first place? Plans not denied, but Kaboom just walks in with a shorty and gets some kills here. Lenny able to get the trade on him. 2v2. Lenny! Oh my goodness! Finding another kill. But Conqueror has got something to say about it. 1v2. Maxi, it's his world, his moment. He's gonna find the kill, bring it down to a 1v1. He knows where Lone Fields is. He's gonna win the round as well as Bleed bring us within a round of match point. 11-7. Quite convenient.
That's the VCT Esports clutch that we wanted to see. A Maxi absolutely pleased with himself. Darion, very big misplay there. Very awkward positioning as well. Gets punished for it. And thankfully, Maxi and Lenny are able to bring it back. Really, really like how they are communicating, these two especially. And right now, it's just the battle of the Sentinels, battle of the controllers right now on this map. We don't care about the duelists anymore. It's all about Sova, the Viper, and the Chamber.
It's been really, really working out here for the Bleed side. This could be the final stand of MiTH. They don't win this round, and this series could be done. They could be going to the lower bracket. Bleed, small edge here right now. Razor thin and sharp. It's been cutting into MiTH on their defensive side. Now Kadoom holding things down. So Landy's next few shots as they are going to be coming his way, but it doesn't seem like anybody's taking the long route through cave, trying to go through shop instead. This outgoing is perfectly placed in time for him to be able to flush out Kadoom and not let him really get a free opening pick.
Spot out, but Kid still gets a pick out of that. Coming in onto site with the Hunter's Fury is one person here. That's Lenny defines Kadoom. Darion getting one fly out of the way. That's two big hitters now out of the way. And the plants will be happening here. Looking very convincing win for the side of Bleed. However, Alonefield still trying to find a way. Barely misses that shock dart there. But the thing is, Bleed not over peaking where they don't have to. Not going too aggressive as well. Gotta play it real safe. Just buying time.
But can they be able to have enough time to get this retake going? 3v3, but Conqueror coming on the retake from the double door is going to be huge for them. Here comes the fragment as well. The Molly to try and keep them in place, but dodging in between the smokes. He still finds a kill there. Lenny going back and forth. Conqueror Red waiting and waiting. It's down to the 1v1. He's going to try and stick the defuse, getting the half, but he's calling the bluff. Here comes the swing, and Lenny says goodbye. Too many clutches coming from you, good sir. And this one shall be ours. 12-7, series point for Bleed.
I just gotta say, when they say all heroes wear capes, they did not mention Sova in that hero list. Or per se, it's gonna be Lenny. So many times he's been saving or doing these band-aid clutches that just really help his team. There's just so many misplays as well as positioning from the team as well. And I'm really worried because as Bleed gets to that final round here, I'm just worried that they're not able to close out the match. And we're gonna see MiTH just come around and we're gonna be seeing an overtime because I'm not surprised if this were to happen.
Wouldn't be as well. There's just many small moments that haven't been going MiTH's way. A kill here or there, a swing that maybe favors them. Could have really brought that momentum. And a lot of times, you know, when you talk about swings, it really is what the game is about. Those momentum swings, and especially the economic swings, are huge. One swing can really turn the game around. And just they haven't been finding that pendulum go their way so far here, MiTH. It's quite fair, though, because Bleed have been spectacular so far in the second half.
Yep, that's right. Looks like timeout is over. Is Bleed gonna be able to close it out, or we're gonna be seeing a few more rounds from MiTH before this ends? Comes back to Deja Vu, back to map number 1. Almost similar in terms of scoreline as well. We saw Bleed take so many rounds before finally they were able to close the game. And when you actually hit, there's a 5-round difference here. You really need to make sure that there's no mistakes made, because 1 round is all it needs for Bleed to run away into the upper bracket. However, Delan gonna be stopping anyone from coming onto the site here with the smokes, with the Viper's Pit. And right now, gonna find anyway. Bleed does not care, coming in through mid. Immediately Lenny gets shotgun to the face. Pit does trade it out, but Congaret with a double, looking so good. Suddenly there's only 2 members left from Bleed. Pit and Maxi all alone. Perhaps that was the wrong call to forcibly take this site, which belongs to Delan.
12-7. And MiTH looking to potentially bring this game a bit closer. They're going to need like 5 rounds perfect. Actually, well, 4 if they win this. So bring us into overtime. Definitely capable of doing it. Will it happen this time over? Spike has been dropped, not in their control. Bleed trying to find their way to pincer it. Yeah, and really come at them from multiple angles. You can see Maxi going in through mid here.
30 seconds
Pith
left.
is trying to pull their attention his way, so Maxi can actually find an opening, but Kadoom, he's wise. He knows that this is a possibility, and so he's going to be waiting here from CT. He hears a presence coming from him. He's going to try and confirm the kill, but Maxi, great shot to land, but still very difficult for them to try and retrieve that spike.
Yep, that's right. They can just save their guns, or at least make it expensive. Take a few more kills out of the way. It is still possible, but Lonefields finds Pit. But Maxi getting a double here onto Congared, and finally, they stop the rampage. Be 12-8 right now. Round 20.
All right, 4 more rounds. Try and equalize things up. They have to
They're still financially able to get the guns they need, but let's have a look at that again. As I said before, sometimes Bleed, you know, there are some things in life that you cannot take away, and that is also one of them, is taking, you know, a Viper's Pit away from her. Yes, sometimes it can work in your favor, but it's a very risky move. Not too sure why Bleed didn't just go to the other side instead of contesting that. I would have thought it would be a better play, especially if they need to just, you know, close the game.
Well, let's see what the rhyme to the reason is. They do have economy to buy up here Bleed, as you said, Tosh, but after this, they're gonna have to go eco, and 12-10 could be huge. Aldrone out for Trailblazer. Information found either way. He spots 2 out with that. That's a good value off of that information gather. And Darion with his blades can do something up here. But Maxi's the one to find the opening pick. This is going to keep him at bay of the tripwire, doing some damage. Be careful there, Lonefields. A bit too deep on that dip. But because of the null command pop here, that's going to take away his blades. And he finds the kill on Lexi too.
Yeah, that's right. Not looking so great right now. Lonefields just clearing out the area here. Gets Darion out of the way as well. It's still 3 on 4, but we all know how difficult it is playing inside Viper's Pit. We are going to be seeing some lineups come through here just to buy some time. But we have to be careful. Pit playing by the side here. He loves doing this. Finds one. Gets Conquerant out of the way. Comes and gets double. Not quite, because right now Dylan a little bit better here. But Maxi does find Wanna Fly Alone. Lenny with the shotgun finds Lonefields right now. Maxi play on the side there. Maxi does get found by Dylan. Time is running out. Defuse does happen. Lenny saves the day again. Beautiful play. 13-8. Too close for comfort.
Beautiful round here coming in for the side of Bleed, taking that Hall's control, one that they haven't really shown, a card that they haven't really put out in the entire map, and then they do it here. Now it matters the most to secure the series, and they win it 2-1 in such a very tightly contested series. The round differential was not large at all throughout the entire game, and especially from map number 1, which went double overtime. It's such a great effort from both of these teams, but ultimately it's Bleed moving forward and Made in Thailand going down to the lower bracket.
This is honestly so shocking for me, because I had, but personally for my prediction, I thought that MiTH would be taking this home, but again, Black and Blue, your expectations are there. 2-1 to the side of Bleed. Look at that, Congared is the one with the 18 kills, but Lenny this time 25 bomb. Looking so good this time. Just really shows that he really knows how to play a Sova on this map.
very, very nicely done here from the side of Bleed. And yeah, Lenny, as we've kind of talked about the entire series, it's always been like these support players, the Sentinels, the Sovas, the Initiators, who have been at the top and really doing lots of the basically heavy lifting. Now, Kadoom, Darion, they've been doing a really good job of finding that space, but what it tells me is that the defensive setups for basically kind of playing for the anti-dash, for playing for the anti-hard entry from both sides are really good at repelling those jets from really doing the work, because both jets, both entry frags from both teams did struggle throughout the entire series, but it did come down to that backline for either side to really make things happen. And that's why, you know, a lot of these teams spotlight might be on who's at the front of the stage, but it's the guys at the back of the stage who really keep the show running.
Yeah, that's right. But let's have a look at the highlights here. Personally, I would have liked to see Wanafly play a different agent. While Cypher is good, I don't doubt it at all. I think the idea was to stop those lurkers from happening. But the problem is, you're not really seeing those lurks coming in from Bleed. They mostly walk together holding hands. And even if Wanafly wants to take care of the flanks or the backsides, I don't feel like a lot of his utils were giving that much value to the team, as opposed to like maybe him playing a Killjoy even.
Definitely so. I mean, there's very good rhyme and reason to be picking a Cypher, but it just wasn't working out for them near the end of things. It didn't seem like his tripwire was really catching much off guard or really holding much at bay. There were some good moments for Wanafly, but individually just struggled throughout the entire map as well. Had a really good map number 1, but kind of fizzled out as the series got longer. So this was a really good map here for Bleed, especially since we have not seen them play Breeze in so long. They haven't played Breeze this entire stage 1. The last time they played was last year, and still they get the job done on the map that I guess MiTH they left open, but were ultimately unprepared for, even though statistically it's a better map for the Thailand squad.
Yeah, that's right, but Maxi really stepped up as well, especially in the second half of the game. Love his map control using his Viper, and on top of that, he really knows how to play around not just his ultimates, but even his smokes and even his walls as well. There's so many situations where Maxi and Lenny are just really backing each other up with all those utils. You saw some shock darts coming, pushing them back into the ultimate or even the smokes as well. And I have to say, Bleed is just a team that is just very patient. I wouldn't say untiltable, but definitely their stamina is something worth commending on, because those were really long games, and it looks like they still were able to take the game very dismissively. We were just kind of worried how they haven't played this map in a while, but then they came up on top.
Yeah, and even, you know, especially with kind of them adding that those other roster additions, Pith, Maxi, maybe that veteran experience coming from different regions really helped them lock in and keep their mental game in place when the series got down the stretch. But guys, speaking of going down the stretch, we're only halfway through today and we got more matches up for you. So about that, well, we're gonna be back with a panel after this short break.
Yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm
crazy over break beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet.
Welcome back to the panel. Still Terror here alongside Raf. And this time around, Ilustrado is joining us. Bleed just proved that they definitely deserve the spot here in the knockouts, knocking out MiTH Esports to the lower bracket with a clean 2-1 score, but it was a very, very long game. Let's roll back a little bit on the first map here, Ascent actually, which was chosen by Bleed. It was clear as day that Bleed had some superstar players here, clutches after clutches and multi-kills, but did they actually flourish as a team throughout those rounds and even through all the maps that we've seen today?
I think we had such a lengthy conversation about this. MiTH showed that even in the face of an unfamiliar opponent, the bravado and the faith were there, you know. We saw a lot of heavy stacks from them, and definitely, as Ilustrado would say, it kind of devolved into just going haymaker for haymaker when it came to overtime.
Yeah, I'm going to agree 100% with you right there, Raf, because, you know, you take a look at how the first game went and for Bleed. It was completely a different picture from what we saw in game number 2 and 3. I feel like the reason for this was because we started to see a lot more of the Bleed playstyle start to be a little bit more dominant as the series started to progress, whereas MiTH were sort of dictating the pace in the earlier phases, earlier stages of these games. It wasn't the case later on in the half, later on in the series.
I also honestly think that on this specific map that we are looking at in the series highlights, Darian also had a hard time getting those frags on the attacker side specifically. Knowing that he was using the jet here, Raf, obviously you are supposed to be the entry fragger and also the duelist opens up the side, but it seems like he can't also get those frags that are very impactful for the entire team.
That is such a heartbreaker to hear, considering Darion was our head-to-head or, you know, marquee of the matchup. Yeah. But again, when you're the line breaker, you're expected to pop off. You're expected to start strong, because that's how the Bleed system really succeeds, when they get that pivotal first duel. But once again, Darion may be just having a rough day. Hopefully he can kind of shake it off, because MiTH, they were so close at points in the game where they could take the round swings, the round leads.
I think a lot of this actually came down to just the Bleed playstyle sort of evolving and getting their forces, I'd say, a little bit more closer together, a little bit more in tune to how they play with one another. Because you saw, yeah, Darian struggled, And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're still doing this balancing act. They're on this tightrope of whether they're taking the EU sort of playstyle, whether they're fitting into the APAC playstyle against other APAC teams, or whether they're sticking to their own guns. We saw a lot of that evolution in that series in itself. Coming into the second and third games, we saw a lot more of that EU playstyle sort of play through. They like to play a lot more slow, more tactical, and I think that that's also the reason why you'd see players like Darion feel much more comfortable time and time again. Players like Pith stepped up, players like Maxi stepped up. It's because they were playing to their strengths as the series progressed. Now, earlier on, I think it was a lot of sort of feeling it out, trying to see which playstyle they'd like to go for, but in the end, they definitely figured it out and they took the series for it.
And not only that, heading to map number 2 though, we went to a 6-0. Lots of mistakes coming in from the side of Bleed Esports. And like Black and Blue a while ago was saying while casting, those minuscule mistakes can be impactful for the entire team and for the rest of the rounds as well. In the end, I honestly feel like even on map number 3 right here, in the end, it feels like it's a battle of mental fortitude between the two teams. Would you guys agree with that?
Oh yeah, I'm glad you brought that up too, because we know both these teams are incredibly tenured, right? But it does look like Bleed, just from the body language of their players, their player movement alone, they absolutely revel playing in that speed. You can tell that they're just so happy, true to their name, to kind of bleed you out, wait for you to be so dry. There were times where MiTH, it looks like, just please guys, please do something. You're bleeding us dry.
I'm definitely going to agree with it, but I feel like there's a very specific reason for that. A lot of those times they were waiting so patiently, and the reason was simple. They wanted to force MiTH to make those mistakes. They wanted to be the first one on their reaction. The moment they overuse utility on the side of MiTH, they would wait for the shock darts, they would wait for recons to come out, and the moment that those were thrown out, that's when Bleed would start to make their moves into those rounds. And guess what? They were successful, especially in the last 2 maps.
Hey, there were moments that during the time on the pistol, they even played it waiting or patiently waiting on the sides. And like the caster said a while ago, there are a lot of mistakes, not only for the side of Bleed, but also for the side of MiTH. But basically closing things off here, it is a 2-1 score. Bleed actually proved themselves that they deserve the spot. And right now for MiTH, they're going to go to the lower bracket and wait on another spot or another team to go up against them. Moving forward though, the next matchup is going to be very exciting, because this is the first time we are seeing the most powerful team from Indonesia and the most powerful team in Thailand in a matchup right here.
I think this one is really the marquee, the header for the day. You have had, matches from Boom Esports versus the other Indonesian teams. You saw Onyx, and those were amazing. Sorry, I was talking about Full Sense versus Onyx. That was amazing, and you saw a lot of the other Indonesia Thailand matches to come out. But really, this is the one that we've all been waiting for: the number 1 in Thailand versus the number 1 in Indonesia. 2 titans of the region with very, very different play styles. Just the stark contrast between the both of these teams is enough to fill a lot of my notes up for the upcoming days. So for this to come into fruition, for us to actually see how it manifests, oh my God, you're in for a treat.
Oh man, the top 1 teams right now on the stage, and we are finally getting a chance to look at how they play out for this matchup. Let's see, and let's check the first team that we are going to be witnessing.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your stuff, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at something. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAG.
There you have it. Boom Esports, the number 1 team rather here in Indonesia. Let's take a look at the roster right now for the entire team. We have Berserk's Blaze King, Flipsider, Frostmind and Tebotol, the powerhouse or the powerful team coming in here from Indonesia. Both Boom actually and XERXIA annihilated every opponent in the group stage, aside from the time that XERXIA was forced to forfeit, but they also dominated the lower bracket. But let's take a focus here on the first team that we have, Boom Esports. I'm actually curious on our panelists' thoughts here. While we were watching the games from the previous week and even the previous days that we saw, and we have arrived to a conclusion here for Raf and I. And I think this is finally the time to talk about it. Raf, you were saying that Boom Esports is a deceptive team. Why would you think so?
I was lost in my thoughts. You know, again, I'm glad you touched on that. I'm glad Ilu touched on the contrast between these two teams. The reason why I say Boom is such a deceptive team is because if you really look at them, the thing that truly stands out is their ability to use subterfuge. They get that 4-round cushion and they never let go. The thing about Boom, you play against them, it never truly feels like it's out of reach. But once they actually get those strats going, once they get you at arm's length, you're not going to come closer because their defaults have been great, their adaptation has been great, their individual firepower has been really, really good too. So none of these fundamental facets are really lacking per se.
Oh, they're going up against XERXIA though. It's another powerhouse here from all the way from Thailand. Let's take a look at the roster actually right now.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got then breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your tough and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at something. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAG.
Here we go, all the way from the lower, now here in the knockout stage. XERXIA, let's take a look at the roster right now for the team. We have Cruz, Fox Z, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boys. We all know that Surf right here, 100% of the time, he picks the Jet. Ilu, we all know he came into the team when Fatifan left. Does he have the same impact for XERXIA right now?
Okay, I'm going to say this straight up. His KD is 1.33 and his ACS is 236.9. So yes, 100% he has been stepping up. He has been filling in the shoes of Fatifan. But at the same time, you know, we had this discussion a little earlier. It's not actually as important who that duelist is, because XERXIA is a team that is absolutely phenomenal at knowing how to set up their duelist for success. A lot of the round, you don't have to have Fatifan go absolutely ridiculous. You don't have to have Surf getting multi-kills each and every round, because the fundamental, the rock, the crux of that team has just been so fundamentally strong that you don't have to have those star player highlight moments from each and every one of these star players. It has just been a fluid, well-oiled machine for the XERXIA side through and through.
So, if you could close your eyes and not mention any teams, you can say the same thing about Boom. But this is where the difference begins. Like I said, Boom is so good at keeping a controlled lead. They'll keep it at 4 and then they'll start experimenting to see how you react. But XERXIA holds no quarter. They will run it up on you. They will run you down with as much utility and as much raw firepower as they can. And they also love to shuffle between, hey, let's slow down, let's look at this, let's dissect. But sometimes they just become that one wild swing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. It's coming down to the, you know, how we can look at these individual players rather and see who can pop off the most. Like, you look at Surf, sure, you look at Fatifan, and they're absolutely amazing in their own respective right here. But who can play their game? Who can play their game more? And XERXIA is one of those teams that really are allowed, or really are one of those teams who can push their own playstyle onto other teams time and time again.
I mean, since we're talking about the individuality rather of the players right now, let's head in and look at the head-to-head here as we take a look on the stats of the individuality of the teams that we have right now. For the head-to-head, we are going to be having Blaze King right here and Fox Z. These two players are basically the fundamentals of the team right now. Not only that, for the entirety of the match and the series that they are playing. This is the two players that I would say is the most consistent for the team of Boom Esports, not only for Boom Esports but also for XERXIA Esports. Looking at Foxy's stats right now, stats don't lie as they call it, 221.1 ACS, and it's just a big gap coming in here for aside for Blaze King compared to that headshot rate. Comparing that headshot rate though, it's totally different right here.
Well, you see, Blaze King, this is such a completely different turn, a completely new look for Blaze King. Because if we harken back to, a couple of seasons ago, to how, back when Blaze King was like the number one, duelist, one of the number one duelists in Southeast Asia. Him and Adern King were just top of the world and just absolutely amazing duelists. Now it's a completely different facet. He's in the back lines, he's supporting his team. He's bringing that killer instinct to the back lines, and I think that's such a strong way to support the rest of Boom.
You know what's crazy to me is, once again, the deception of Boom has a hand into this because, like you mentioned, right, Blaze King is Blaze King. You don't mess with him. And the stats, too, they kind of lie just a tiny bit. Honestly, if we really compare the playstyles, Fox is a little more supportive compared to Blaze King, where Blaze King really utilizes that innate fragging power. And we've seen that time and time again. Once again, I looked at those stats, I'm like, there's something wrong here. I don't believe all of this.
I think it has a lot to do with the last person to survive in the round, because Blaze King, a lot of the times you'll leave him to sort of being clutching at the end of it.
And also, I would just like to say that not only Foxy is performing for the team of XERXIA here, but other than that, utility usage coming in from XERXIA, we mentioned it already, and one of the factors here, or one of the players, is gonna be probably Sushi Boys. He's really amazing on the utility plays as well. He can create space for the teammates, and he's actually a good fragger as well. And coming into the veto, or the map veto that we are looking at, and so far, for these two powerhouse of a teams in the specific regions, what are the maps that we are supposed to be expecting here, Raf?
Well, okay, so Boom take away Icebox, which is surprising to me because we know that's been the XERXIA map, right? But that's also the map that they've seemed kind of mortal in. We saw that, well, the notorious 10-2 flip, which is something that has not left the minds of many fans. So once again, this is something that I really thought Boom wanted to capitalize on, but instead they get rid of it immediately.
You're absolutely right. By the way, just for a record here, I'm surprised that Boom banned this because Boom's record on Icebox is actually better than XERXIA's. So Boom Esports, they have a 71% win rate on it. They've played it. They've won 17 times and lost 7. Meanwhile, we've only seen XERXIA play it 6 times and it's a 50% win rate. The fact that they're taking it off means that they are still afraid of how good, and they know this, how good XERXIA can play on Icebox. So they want to take their luck elsewhere. What I'm expecting for Boom, they're probably going to want to play on maps like Bind. I'm expecting a Bind, maybe an Ascent, the smaller condensed maps where they can limit Surf, where they exactly like that. We're going to be seeing the Bind first.
So I'm glad you bring that up, right? Because that's a lot of respect being shown already. Getting that Icebox out of the way, trying to disable Surf and how he can take so much space. Again, Bind's just not the map you can wildly break into that enemy line. We've seen how, well, adept XERXIA has been at punishing. Obviously, their raw dueling power will truly shine on the bigger maps. Boom, I think they might actually run double controller here. I think this is what this map is telling me. But the map veto, still a little confusing. I really wanted to see that Icebox be played out, but yeah.
I have a quick question here for you guys. Since it's gonna be Bind and the second map is gonna be Fracture. Wow, interesting choices here coming in from Boom and XERXIA. Do you think it's gonna be a fast-paced game compared to the games that we watched a while ago? Since, of course, for Bind is a power that we are looking at. The chamber picks are probably like raised picks as well. I'll start with you, Raph. Do you think it's gonna be a good, or it's gonna be a fast-paced game?
Ilu said no, so I'm gonna say yes, just to disagree. No, okay, maybe not as a whole, right? But this Fracture map, we saw XERXIA employ the Neon. Obviously, Neon is all about that speed. We saw the battles. Wait, was that XERXIA? Again, so many of these teams are so interchangeable when it comes to power level, but honestly, I feel like the speed could be something that XERXIA could utilize because, once again, Boom is an adaptoid. They adjust really well. You cannot give them the time, or rather allow them to get in your playbook.
Absolutely. I agree with that, but at the same time, it's only gonna go one of two ways. This game is either gonna be super fast or super slow. No, I don't imagine there's gonna be a lot of in
No
between
middle?
here. No middle, especially if we look at the maps right here. We see Bind, we see Fracture, we see Haven. I think Bind's gonna be really slow. I think Fracture's gonna be really fast, and I think Haven's gonna be a little bit more of the same. So Fracture, I love this. One of the reasons why I'm so excited to see Fracture is because XERXIA, we've only seen them play it one time, really. Yeah, just one time we've only seen playing
once,
before.
yeah.
But the fact is, I think the reason why that they want to pick is there's just so much respect for Boom. There's so much respect for Boom that they're going to be bringing out the strats that they've saved. They're going to be bringing out those top secret, aces up their sleeves, and they're going to be throwing it right into the second map. Because if they do not win map number 1, I think it's all over.
That is Bind, that is Fracture, that is Haven. Any last thoughts, Raph?
Well, if there's something that Boom is so good at doing is feeding you information in such a harmful manner. The way that I've noticed them play is that, like I said, right, there's that 4-round cushion. But before that, they're leading you in to a trap. They're like, oh, so let's just say Blaze King is the Sova. He takes a lot of A control. Boom knows you're keeping attention to that, so Boom is gonna rotate that Sova somewhere else, and then you're just gonna rotate into a trap. So I feel like XERXIA, they have to find a good temperance of that speed, because it's not really the speed that kills, it's a sudden stop.
Oh, that's true. Oh my god, okay. I'm playing with science here right now, Rav. But heading towards the final thoughts, it's time to actually say our predictions, and this is a tough one for the three of us to predict, and I'll go ahead basically and start this off. I'm going for XERXIA here. I think it's gonna be a clean 2-0 just to make it interesting. How about you, Raf?
Dear sister, we don't agree on many things, and this is one of them. I will respectfully disagree with you and say Boom will probably have this 2-1.
Oh.
Okay, well, yeah, I think it's going to be a tight series. It's going to come down to map number 1. I think a lot of Bind is going to be truly expository on how a lot of these teams play. Having said that, I do think if Boom has the capability, I think they're going to run away with it. If they can assert their dominance, if they can prevent XERXIA from playing the way that they like, and avoid Haven, if we can avoid Haven, I think it's going to be 2-0 Boom Esports.
2-0 for Boom Esports. Predictions have been locked in right here in the panel. But of course, the first map is gonna be Bind. Will Boom actually take it away, or is it gonna be XERXIA? Let's find out as we head in to our first map. Casters, take it away.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
This day has been quite interesting. There's a lot of series, there's a lot of matches that definitely test our mettle, and this one is definitely one of them. XERXIA versus Boom Esports. It's me, Asarai, joined with Illustrado, and we'll be your casters for this best of 3.
I'm so excited for it. This is, I think, the #1 matchup that I've been waiting for this entire tournament. This could be a grand final on its own. Boom Esports, the #1 of Indonesia versus the #1 of Thailand. And it has been such a beautiful, long, winding road, especially for Boom. Let's take a look at the agent select and see how things go, though, as we dive into the first series. Now, Asarai, Boom Esports has had a little bit of what we call a renaissance. They've changed their roster completely. Well, not completely, but almost completely. They formed the super team of Indonesia. They're basically the best they've ever looked. In all the years that we've seen Boom Esports, this is, to me, the most successful looking roster they've ever seen. But how will they stack up against a team like XERXIA, who has been on the tippy top for so long?
I honestly have no idea how they're gonna do that, and that's not because I lack the capabilities to know how. It's more of just it feels like XERXIA, similar with like Full Sense, is bouncing back in terms of how they deal with this rising stars from Indonesia. That being said, though, maybe it really hasn't been Indonesia before that's the strongest region coming into 2022. Maybe it's just Thailand just waiting for the right moment to show what they've got, and we have seen that once again. We saw how XERXIA dominate Onyx G. So Boom here, could try to get that revenge match for their fallen brethren, especially in this first bind of map where, as you mentioned, it's going to be incredibly pivotal in this first series.
Yeah, you hit the right on the head. Hit the nail right on the head. Well, Bind, I think, is going to be truly one of those maps where we're going to see the best and the worst of both of these teams, where a lot of the worst sort of just gets revealed by force, especially when you have a team like XERXIA who are pushing you constantly making you respect them. On the other side, Boom, who just know how to roll with the punches. One of the best teams I am right now. Boom Esports, I think they're one of the best teams in terms of the mid-round, in terms of the late-round rotations. I want to see how this comes into play here, but we go into map number 1, and this is going to be Boom Esports, the best of Southeast Asia. Now, locking horns in the knockoff stage, in the playoff stage here. One team is going to get knocked down to the lower brackets. One will go on through and continue their run in this tournament. We'll find out who it is. For those of you who are just tuning in, this is the VCT, and this is APAC right now. See a little bit of pressure, a couple of flashes coming in through towards long there. Sorry, rather to showers there, just to get a little bit of information. But they're both these teams just happy to play for information. And like I said earlier, Asarai, I imagine Bind is going to be one of those slow burn kind of maps.
Yeah, but the problem there is that it's not because they want to play the slow burn. It's more of because they have to try to bait out utility here, especially on Boom Esports side, who have really committed to the Viper. And I really like this because Viper is a controller that forces you to take damage as you're pushing right in. You don't have to set anything up. You just have to throw out your smokes, and it works out efficiently for you. It allows for so much more contact for the rest of the Boom team. Nice little trade there from Scary. Sushi Boys is already wrapped up on the back, and he could actually even maybe stab Berserks here, but not really needed. Headhunter picks up the nice little Sheriff, and that's going to force Boom to go play that retake.
3v3, but it's now Tebatal to find Fox. 2 people left standing on the XERXIA side, Sushi Boys and Scary. And look at the HP, however, of Boom. They're already down quite low. Tebatal only on 10. Good flash, but taking a little bit of a risk with a frenzy. Instead, will decide to bait for his team. So now it's all up to Scary, and he's going to get triple peek here, only get 1. That is definitely a one-and-done position with his teammate falling a little bit earlier than he would have liked. There's no chance for him to have won that round. So congrats to Boom. They're going to be able to take that first pistol, and it's a really nice way to start off the game, sure. But I do want to bring attention to just the way that Crossfire started to fall apart. The patience for Boom in that last one. Absolutely dismantling and picking the right targets at the right time, knowing which team to jiggle peek for. That is what you can expect from Boom. Knowing how to coordinate well with one another on this defensive side is going to be crucial against a team like XERXIA.
Yeah, and it was so different from what we saw from the previous iterations of Boom Esports, where they would just try to one-up each other, panic a little bit when they start losing the site, but they still have so much time to regroup, and you see that being done here by this current Boom roster. That being said, it is still the start of the rounds, but XERXIA, they don't want Boom to start snowballing. So look at the buys here, the force on the Spectres.
This is definitely a gamble here for XERXIA, but I respect it. It's one of those maps where you can get Berserk peeking out just a tiny bit, but an inch is a mile for a player like Surf here. As Flip Jitter, he brings things back to a 4v4. Now they know it's a force by straight up hit. They want to use that shock and awe towards that A site, and guess what? They have been shocked, but will they be left stunned as the retake does now commence? They do have a little bit of time to work with. The Trailblazers, the information gap. Oh, a little bit of a doggy door. A little bit of a doggy traffic here towards the lamp, but Cruz will get the better of Tebatal, gets tagged up. Scary follows up with another kill. Blade King gets a trade onto 2. Now it's 2v2 through lamp. They go, 2 players in it, but time is ticking away. They do have to make their move, and they have to do it soon. Gets away behind the smoke. That might be a problem for Scary, but it's only a 1v2. Flash is good, but he gets shot from the back. Can he turn around? 180. Sushi Boys will be playing for time. Not a lot of time here. They have to get it to half at least. Can he get it to half? Swings out at the right moment. Sushi Boys gets it and gets out.
Even gives a nice little fist bump to his teammates. You
you talk about how XERXIA can make everything happen, but I also have to rein that in and just talk about how Surf has really come into swing with this team. It felt like at the start of the group stage, he looked very shaky. It feels like he wasn't really prepared yet to be the duelist, the entry fragger that XERXIA need, but slowly but surely, especially in that Onyx G match they had last week, you really do see the evolution of this player, and it's showing right now. He looks so good, and that Spectre shot from him only is a proof of what he has really accomplished for XERXIA.
You're absolutely right here. Close angle, flick to the side, Berserk gets out, able to escape scot-free, but that takes a little bit of damage. Good
that
play.
Works.
Blaze King from up on closest flash could be. Oh no, the timings didn't go his way.
Oops.
Okay, he lands the second no scope as well. So Surf doing well. Yeah, I see you, Surf. Great shot right there with another no scope through the wall. This time finds a fourth, and that's gonna be Surf cleaning things up.
Planted.
A very, very good round for XERXIA as Flip Jitters, the last one. Not for long.
I honestly thought that Boom could have made that even more worse, but yeah, the mistiming there to flash out by the sky really messed him up. Like this one, Blaze King was hoping that maybe his teammate can spot out the second contact, and then that's when he can flash out, but Surf just not really adhering to the speed of which his opponents can maybe match him. He goes further beyond.
Great point, Asra, and we talked a lot about tempo during the panel session. This is the momentum. This is the the tempo that we can expect from XERXIA. They want to go fast. They want to go Sonic the Hedgehog on everybody. But Boom Esports, they're a team that kind of likes to slow it down here. Who's going to be able to get that prevailing playstyle? I think that's going to be the dominant question as we go into this next round, especially with the operator. Boom Esports, they're going to want to take things a lot slower.
Can they? Berserk is already holding the operator here, and he can't really play slow when there's like two initiators that can flush out his spot. He needs to be that explosive, and maybe that's gonna be fine. If you check out the stats from Boom's few games before, Berserk actually has a positive kill ratio and is heavily influenced by sniper kills. So yeah, he's done very good as somebody who has to deal with a lot of tomfoolery from the other side, from their opponents.
Oh, technical pause right now is are experiencing a little bit of an issue with one of the teams here. We'll get right back into the action, but for those of you who are just joining us, welcome. This is the VCT APAC Playoffs already. It's been a wild couple of weeks, Asterai, and it's all come down to this. One of these teams will be knocked down to the lower bracket, and one of these teams will go on ahead and keep pushing forward here. I didn't really get to hear your predictions, Asterai. We didn't really get to talk about it, but in this map, now that we have a little bit of time to talk, any team you're particularly looking at to maybe make it through in this one?
For the whole tournament or just this series?
Just this one for now.
Okay. Probably gonna have to be Boom, because I've really favored the Indonesian teams as because of their ability.
Their scene's been crazy.
Yeah, because how they've evolved from what we saw previously. I mean, we've talked about this many times over, but I still can't believe how quickly they've jettisoned themselves as the other region to beat in Southeast Asia. It's honestly incredible.
I love it. I mean, I always knew that Indonesia always had it in them. Always been a region that could be a powerhouse. They started off fairly strong, I'd say, in the early days of Valorant, when we were casting like the Pacific Opens and the early times. But that was when I'd say a lot of the pioneering regions came about, and no one really had, I'd say, a strong dominance over the scene. Nowadays, now that we're seeing a lot of Thai superiority, surprisingly a lot of MYSG superiority in Philippines as well every now and then. Boom Esports kind of became, not Boom Esports, sorry, Indonesia started becoming a little bit of an afterthought. They kind of fell off. But nowadays, they're sort of, they're experiencing this, I wouldn't say golden age just yet, but they are experiencing a very, very strong boom in their play, in their level of play.
Honestly, I have no idea how that happened. Whether it's them just pouring time into watching how other teams work or just making better what was already there. Again, the speed at which this has happened has been incredibly staggering. Like, even for us, like, we saw how different VCT PH was when we come into stage 2. We thought it was going to be a huge barrier or discrepancy from like Team Secret to the other teams that we had in PH.
Get out
but
of my way.
They really did evolve during the off season, and the same could be said, even better for the Indonesia scene.
I agree, and I'm absolutely loving it. It's the level of
Deploying
competition
drone.
getting stronger and stronger. Close angle here. Operator. Dashes out, chases him with the tailwind. Gets around the bend right now, Surf. Oh, how far has Surf chased this kill? But Flip Jador will punish him for it. It's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange. In the end, they lose Surf, sure, but they get the site. They're going to get the plant right now and search a side. Good shot from Suchi boys, making full utilization of that operator. A little bit of that crossfire falling apart. I think Boom Esports expected that there would be a lot more backup ready and waiting for Berserks, but came down to just how far Surf chased for that kill. And they're gonna make a safe call off the back of it this early on. Well,
No.
poor timing. How does he win that?
Both of them were fiddling with their diddlies.
The utility.
Yes, exactly. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Okay. But I do have to go back, Asteroid, to the point that it comes down to the pace. This is the explosive kind of sudden. Well,
he was
that's
looking at that for a good 20 seconds.
Probably giving comms, right? But yeah. I go back to this point where it's a lot of this explosive playstyle that you're gonna see from XERXIA. Like, out of nowhere, Surf just pulls that? Like, how dare you? How dare you run into the site like that and just chase? Just fully, hands in the air, just like throwing caution to the wind and letting your teammates do the rest. It gets them the round.
Wave it like you just don't care. But to be honest, I think Boom Esports had it coming. Because first things first, Boom don't have no Sentinel. So they're coming into this game with them just being the ones to actually get that information. And even though I did say that I like the Viper pickup from Boom here, there needs to be a proactive follow-up from players. Not just like, oh, if we throw out, our smokes, our Viper smoke, it'll be enough. It'll discourage XERXIA from coming right in. But XERXIA can go fast and hard. And that's what overwhelms Boom here. They need to fight something in their coming buy round.
Absolutely, and they're going to have to rely on making the right calls on the defensive side. They're going to have to staff the right sites, just like what they're doing, what they did earlier on.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to just play things very, very smart. But not when Surf is watching those back lines just like that. You're going to catch Blaze King off perfectly, and that's a lot of information. XERXIA is completely winning the information game right now. They just saw someone pushing up from B. They're going to get smoked off, sure, but the moment they enter into the site, it's going to be an absolutely free site, and the round should be pretty much done.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, even though Surf has made his presence known into Hookah, it seems like Boom, well, they wanted to go for the 50-50. They wanted to overstack a site that they already know that will not be spotted by XERXIA as they try to maybe overstack it. It's just a pistol. It's nothing that you can really do other than that. If they can overwhelm Scary here and pick up the rifle, maybe they can make it even more expensive. But look at how they're just softening up the members of Boom left, right, and center. Still, the Blaze from Berserks, he's been boosted. Super dash. Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh, okay. Berserks, 3K. Maybe, just maybe. He's jumping up. Berserks! Holy guacamole! He might be even able to make it. He knows he's far away. He can go for the half and then challenge Juicy Boys back once again. He's got this. Oh!
He can stick it. He has a... No way! Berserks! Ah! Berserks! He gets the ace! With a few seconds to spare. 2 seconds exactly. 2.18, and he runs away. What an absolute monster. The left clicks and just able to perfectly time the half defuse. Completely outsmarting Sushi Boys in that one. Look at that fadeaway. Wow.
A Herculean effort for Berserks. He has lifted this Boom Esports above and freaking beyond. Oh my
You want
God. What a clutch. No.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
That's
the
up there.
clutch of,
That's
that is the
definitely
clutch
up
of
there.
APAC Challengers. That is, oh, I can't stop myself from just fanboying at that play. That is super hard, what he just did. Incredibly impossible. Near impossible.
Well, let's see if he's able to recreate that success, but sure enough, that one round alone has bought him a little bit of a ticket into VCT APAC history. That is something special that we just witnessed from Berserks, and if this is just round 6, that's right. In the first game, we get your butt ready. It's a roller coaster at feel about to unfold.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bumpy ride coming into this one. Both teams have brought their A game. Oh, that does absolutely nothing. There's another one on the swing though, but it seems like Cruz was left by his Brody. The shock, or rather, excuse me, the Hunter's Fury. Oh, he's getting used alongside the ultimate. It is actually doing so much damage to the defenders here. Scary. This has a good prediction shot where Flipster
30
was.
seconds left.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to take down the Beast himself for now. There's the dash already from Surf. Frostmind left his own devices to clutch this one. Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Great shot from Surf. He finds another double there. And I have to point out, the Jets are just popping off this game, man. It's just absolutely on fire. Stealing a round away just after losing one. It's just a back and forth. One of the more beautiful things about this game of Valorant right here that we're witnessing unfold before our eyes. You really can't predict how the next round is going to go. Just the moment you think that Boom Esports has got a great read on the defensive side, XERXIA just changes things up. But I do have to point out, XERXIA is winning a lot more of these rounds quite steadily, quite handily than Boom. They have a better read on the defense of Boom. Boom is kind of struggling to keep up with the map changes, with the pacing of XERXIA. And if they want to do it, I'd even say just call a timeout soon. Call a timeout like now, because XERXIA have just a better grasp on each and every individual round.
I'll approach this from a different perspective, from a different set of eyes. Boom already know that they're going to have a very tough time on defense. So they've created this roster that can hopefully survive on the defense, but be more impactful on the offense. So they're looking to at least get a digestible amount of rounds, but not really dominate the defense. Obviously they would want it, but I don't think they're expecting it to actually happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of time to think now for Boom Esports is what they're going to do. They don't have the best of money. Berserks has an operator. I'm surprised that they committed to it. See if Berserks can't get a pick. No, he can't even win the duel up against Fox, who is a Vandal. And oh no, it's just not looking good for Boom. They're just peeking one by one, and it's not clean. It's just a little discombobulated from the Boom side.
Yeah. I mean, I get it that his teammate was farther back from him, because they were expecting Berserks to actually hit the shot already. Back of the site, will get spotted. Yeah, Tevidal, there's no way he's going to be able to work this. Yeah, they leave nothing left to the imagination. No chance that he can get the value out of this shorty. 200 creds, by the way, or 150 creds, by the way, not going to happen.
A lot of it came down to Berserks missing that operator shot right now, but flips Jadur. Gets a good shot in. Well, Frostman was just trying his best to come close to picking that Vandal up, but will be denied in the end. 2-5, 3 rounds now, and the lead starting to grow a little bit more for XERXIA. Starting to wonder when the timeout will come in, probably after this one if they do lose, or now, potentially. They have been struggling to grasp the pacing and the positioning from XERXIA. It's just been that much better. XERXIA has a good read. Even through the smokes, they find the kills, and it just goes to show that the reads from XERXIA have been that much more solid, and lo and behold, we do have that timeout coming in from Boom. I appreciate that it's coming in fairly early, and this is, I think, the perfect time to do it.
Yeah. 3-round deficit against XERXIA Esports here again. You do see the problem that Boom has is that it seems like right now they have so much utility that they can use, but they try to spread it out because it's what, if you think about it on paper, it dictates that you have to have information gathered by Frostmine on A, you're going to have Blaze King on B, but Boom can go the other direction and maybe just double stack even triple stack a certain angle and be aggressive with it. If Berserks can't handle just solo peeking by himself, he needs to get that assistance from his teammates, and they might need to overdo it a little bit in one side and just play the retake on the other, because as you mentioned, the speed at which XERXIA takes the site, especially with Surf being this clean and this good, isn't really gonna help Boom if they separate themselves too much and die too early in the rounds.
You're absolutely right, and early rounds are, I think, where this match relies on a lot of the time. Those early pickoffs that are coming in from XERXIA. Berserks has gotten, even though he's had an amazing clutch, an amazing ace. A lot of these rounds he starts off by being the first one to die, and now he's taken down to like half HP without even having seen anyone. You have to wonder what exactly is going on with Boom, because they are trying to make these aggressive plays, but XERXIA time and time again, they're waiting for him, they're ready, and then they punish Boom every time they try.
Yeah, they're creating these pockets of power for Boom, to be honest, but it's not phasing XERXIA at all, since they have the proper utility and good utility usage to actually flush it out. Exactly this. There's a power pocket for XERXIA here, or for Boom here, and one drone basically dismantles that. It allows Surf to push in onto Hookah, and look at how already panicky Boom are, because they don't really have the utility to fight back. So all that they're really hoping for is initial fast first kills, but they're not getting it.
Yeah. The fast kill's not coming Boom's way, because XERXIA are so happy to play so far back. And the moment they have a good read, they're going to straight up commit onto that site. And lo and behold, they do. They go onto A with very little contention. And right now, Hunter's Fury will be deployed, including the orbital strike. But it's thrown in the right place as Frostmine does get a kill off of it. 12 seconds left.
10
They're
seconds
still going to be able to get that spike plant off, but it buys a lot of time. I think Surf's speed just got spotted. Yes, it was. Fox is able to respond now. Berserk gets a nice double here. So much flashes, but Blaze King is able to win the duel, get the double, get another round for Boom. And even though we didn't really see I'd say a very good picture of what just happened, I think it's fairly safe to assume that Boom Esports, with those retakes, playing him nice and patient, XERXIA may have gotten a little bit ahead of themselves.
But definitely got to give Frostmine the round there. His delay tactics was what pressured XERXIA to be that pinned down to try to just hopefully get the spike planted ASAP. That being said as well, Cruz, I honestly thought he could have committed more or have gotten more for that. I would have wanted to see his POV as to how he maybe whiffed the second kill, if ever. But, man, yeah.
All in hindsight now as we move towards round number 9. Boom Esports finding a little bit of footing in this half right after being so desperately challenged. And okay, a lot of okay, that's good. That's a good start for Boom as Frostmine works hand in hand with Berserks to get a little bit of a tag through, because this wall has been denying vision for both sides, sure. But now that Boom has a better read on how to utilize it, they're getting the damage in, they're getting the tags in, and it's netted them an early kill in the round.
Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, Elu. But this time, it works in favor of Boom Esports.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Insanity in general is what you have to be able to play in a match like this and stay safe.
Oh yeah,
it's just absolutely, the tension's probably running high for a lot of these players as we get closer and closer to the halftime right now, 3-5. It's still very much doable for either squad. And the fact that Boom Esports has taken that round previous. Okay, hold on. Blaze King. Oh, he somehow loses that duel. Wins that duel, excuse me. Pulls out the Seeker, gets fully flashed. He's still alive, and he's alive for long enough for the backup to come in, but Sushi Boys is ready for Berserk to swing out. Now it's brought to a 2v3. Heal from Cruz will get his team the better spot here. Great snake bite to force them off a couple of seconds longer.
Yeah, and it actually forces.
You want to find it?
Has the spike right now. I thought it was Cruz. I think he gave it to Scary. Yeah, perfect. So that's going to be at least a healthy person that will be planting the spike here and now. The jiggle peek, and he actually almost defused or stops the planter from coming right in. Boom Esports though getting a bit frustrated as they almost had the stop on the plant, kind of overcommit to just fighting already XERXIA when they could have maybe taken a breath there.
I agree. I like that little jiggle peek through the Cosmic Divide. It was a great idea. It's just unfortunate he wasn't able to really hit the shot. But this is the thing with Boom Esports right now. Yeah, you got the first pick, you got the earlier round. How are you able to convert it into rounds? Sorry, you got the first pick, how are you going to be able to convert it into rounds? It's XERXIA who's been having a little bit of a better of the mid-round, a little bit of the late round to make those calls and face the adversity that they are being challenged with right now. Now, Surf is going to get a good spot, misses all the shots. Kevital goes down, that's the backup right here, taken away. 4v5 right now, and here towards mid. Blaze King will be able to get away. They're still going to be leaving Berserks there, but now he's out in the open. Not really a lot of utility to work with, not really a lot of weaponry, but Flips Jadar on the flank will be snuffed out. Scary just destroys him right around the bend here, but Frostmine's got the backup of Surf right now, and he's going to get another one. Frostmine with 2 big kills, just on a ghost, mind you, and still has 3 more to find. I don't imagine he'll be able to pick up a weapon, but the teleports will come in, so now it's a chance for him to maybe get a weapon.
If they go back to A, he will have a rifle already. Look at that. Frostmine, the ghost fighter.
Spike planted.
But this time, it's not going to work out. It should not. It's 3 versus 1. There's nothing that he can honestly do at this point. Flipsitter, I'm pretty sure, had to destroy the trademark from Sushi Boy because he was still alive, and I didn't see anything on the minimap when he was already on A short, unless Sushi Boy didn't plant anything or all of his trademark spotted Flipsitter coming in from that flank. Yeah, it was already pretty told what was going to be coming from behind for XERXIA.
Absolutely. Well, yet again, it's going to have to be a save here from Frostmine. We'll be taking this weaponry into the next. And XERXIA secures that 7-5 halftime score at least. And they could even extend it to 9-3 should they win the next couple rounds. This is starting to be crunch time here for Boom. Remember, this is Boom's map pick. They avoided Icebox, and that was, I think, honestly, a very, very big gamble. Because, yeah, sure, they are afraid of playing Icebox against XERXIA, who is one of the best teams in Asia on the map Icebox. But at the same time, Boom had a very, very good win rate on it. So there must be a lot in their minds, a lot of respect. But the question is, was there too much respect that they go ahead and pick Bind this earlier on and against XERXIA, who is pretty much comfortable on everything?
I guess you have to pick your poison, right?
Let's play.
We've mentioned this before, that sometimes you just want to have the lesser maps that you're comfy with or confident with just out of the board already. If you do good, then great. If not, at least it's already out of the pool already, and you have to just go with maps that you're more okay fighting.
I think Icebox would have been the play. I think you're absolutely right on the money there. But okay, that flash does get forces a couple of utility out inside of XERXIA, but not really that much to worry about. It gets them a little information that there are players here, and there's so much utility being used for Boom, and this is what I'm concerned about. Boom are really, really utilizing their utility earlier on. When it comes to the retakes, they're forced to jump peek like this. They're forced to get information this way, and peaks like that are going to cost you a player. XERXIA are doing just that much better of bleeding out and slowly choking out the defense of Boom Esports. Meanwhile, Boom Esports, they're giving away too much too early.
At least they still do have another controller to work with. The problem with that is Flipsitter actually already has used his wall on B long. So any smokes that they can use maybe for retake will be pretty scuffed coming into this fight. As again, XERXIA pretty, what's the word here? Painless as they get that A main or A control.
Oh, Berserk's on the flank. He's able to pick up one. Oh, Sushi Boy's ready for it now. And this is going to be a very difficult site to retake towards A. Let's see if they can do it. They already lost the Viper's wall, but Flips Jadar swinging on Sushi Boys. That's a shot. Frostmine coming in with another. Scary in a 1v2. Got the angle on a 1. Can't adjust the spray. Almost, but no cigar. Blaze King takes it around for Boom Esports, keeps it interesting, but it was so expensive. And Astra, I want to go back to your point earlier on. I think a lot of the reason why Boom Esports are struggling, especially on the early rounds, especially with the early utility usage, is because they don't have that Sentinel, like you said.
Yeah, there really is no stopping power. It's just smokes, to be honest. Also, gotta say, yep, Flipsitter, his months and his pedigree as a former duelist gives him so much confidence that even on a Viper like that, he's like swing, and then he gets.
He'll wide swing an operator like that, right?
For
and
real,
still
for
win the
real.
duel. Even when the operator has his, oh my god, he's just crazy. This is the reason why FlipJitter is really one of the best players around. But on the other side, XERXIA, I think they're just that much better a solid unit right now. Sushi Boys, okay, he takes a lot of damage. We'll go back to Cruz for some healing. To be able to top him up, no problem. The Cosmic Divide will be utilized. Hunter's Fury as well on top of it. Surf, punish Tebatal. How is he already here? How is Surf already on site? This is a very big lapse in the judge. Okay, well, he just wins that as well, doesn't he? So Surf getting a 2 big kills. Should be another round for XERXIA, especially now that they have full control over all of the parts of the site that they need to get that spike plant down. Retake will be difficult for Boom. How are they going to handle this?
Well, they could maybe flash out for Blaze King here. You can see that they are already prepared to go do just that, but the crossfire for XERXIA is so damn good that it's not really going to make anything happen. Frostmind does sneak out one. Not going to happen, or not going to progress even further. Here's the thing. Boom, if you've seen the motion that they've done on the minimap for like the past couple of rounds, they've actually given up so much AE short control that is actually allowing Surf to run through onto the site. And you wonder what happened in that previous round, in this last round in the first half. 3 members of Boom were fighting for B main. I think XERXIA snipped this out because they've done this multiple times already and they did it again and it worked.
Yeah.
So their guesses would have been absolutely correct if they wanted to just keep pushing Surf onto short and swing out onto bats rather than getting control in U-Haul. It always was the answer for XERXIA, and it keeps giving them the rounds on A side.
You're right on the money there, Asteroid. The reads are just absolutely perfect for XERXIA. They see 3 players pushing on Shower. Hey, guess what? Surf's already on A side through short, and you're just able to punish them time and time again. Boom Esports, a very, very big lack in their defense there, especially with the lack of a sentinel. I get what they were trying to achieve, trying to accomplish, but you're starting on the defensive side. But all things considered, they don't have a sentinel. Their defense was pretty bad. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
They still ended 8-4. This is very salvageable. Now that they're on the attacking side, and now that they have that double controller that you talked about earlier, this is what we're going to be. I think we're going to see a much better turnout here for Boom. But they're going to have to play this really well. Tebatal still only on 1 kill after 13 rounds. Definitely have to see him step up a little bit more.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is what I was already guessing that Boom were trying to do, is to just have a better attacking side, because this is the map that they picked up. So whether it was attack or defense that they were hoping for, that they started with, they would have gone all out on the offense ever since. That being said, also just wanted to go back in that last round. It seems like Boom really are very uncomfortable with the defense here, because if you saw, they already made a lot of noise on bats, and they doubled down so much that they forgot that A short was still an angle that they have to back off of. They had a certain chance to maybe have actually rotated out and could have actually caught Surf by himself.
But it needed to be faster.
Yeah, but they kind of tunnel vision on something. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
They needed it to be just that much snappier. They needed it to be that much cleaner. They stalled out too long. And in the end, they sacrificed so much map control. Surf walked straight into the site. But moving on to the pistol, it's going to be full control over towers. What they're looking for right now. They do have it. And with the double controller, what are they going to try to achieve? Scary just denies Berserk through the smoke right there. And that's, oh my god, they're just getting these kills without even having seen them. And this is the difficulty of buying. But Tebatal gets his second kill. Scary's able to pick up another. Right click from Sushi Boys. Yeah, great. But Tebatal now in a 1v3. He needs an ace to basically secure this, and he even gets tagged from the back. Pretty much done here. XERXIA, they secure the pistol and will secure themselves a 9-4. XERXIA are just looking so much cleaner than Boom right now.
Yeah, that bite is such a death sentence. Frenzy is good, but when you're concussed like that and your fire rate goes to the toilet, that weapon just does absolutely nothing. It is horrendous when that is the thing that happens to you. That being said, man, the timing, the reads on XERXIA right now from Scary is so good. He immediately knew what Boom Esports wanted to do. That wall was not only for them to isolate Spice, it was also for them to break down utility. And he guessed it right, just started pop-shotting. And he wouldn't have gotten punished. They didn't have vision on him. He just had that one portion of A-side exposed. That's basically it.
There's too much that XERXIA is ready for. that I think Boom were expecting. Oh my god, okay. Okay,
Spike
Surf
down,
with a quick
B.
double. Looking for more here as he gets closer. Blaze King is able to get a pick up onto Cruz though. Susie Boys, he wants more. He's out for blood. Towards that A side, Scary looking to hold the line against Blaze King. Blaze King will be able to potentially sneak through here as up here towards default. Blaze King not looking the right way.
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna get finished off through the box there. This is pretty much the round already. But Boom Esports have gotten 2 kills, and I think that's already pretty much worth it.
Yeah, there's nothing else that they could have maybe hoped for. Maybe if Berserk had his blades again, but maybe. Thinking about it, Boom haven't really gotten anything other than that fantastic round from Berserk. So he's 10 kills right now. So half of those was that highlight round that he got. So that means that out of how many rounds is this? 13 rounds, 14 including this one. He's only had 5 kills minus again the ace that he had. So that's not really a good metric considering Berserk is one of the key factors to how Boom create their attack from.
You're right. It's just they're unable to string 2 rounds together. They get a brilliant, stroke of genius round delivered to them by Berserks, but the round after that they fall flat on their feet, and it just doesn't look like a very convincing defense nor offense at the moment. But now we're going to be seeing the gun round really come in. This should be telling us how the rest of this match can play out. Boom, I love them on Bind. They played so well before. But up against the defense of XERXIA, it's going to be quite difficult. A completely different story. Look at how XERXIA is controlling the map. They have everything. They have hookah. They have invested 2 players on it and another player towards B. And the crossfire is working swimmingly. Easy shots right now for XERXIA. As they simply control the map perfectly. Utilization of utility. Stebatol is only able to get 1 before Cruz just wins. It's a stomp right now. I didn't think it would be this, I'm not going to say bad, but I didn't think it would be this lopsided, this one-sided 2 rounds into the game. XERXIA just truly are above and beyond Boom in every single facet right now.
The setups is that just better. The coordination that we see from XERXIA outmatches the, let's call it the ferocity that Boom want to do. Boom has some setups to kind of soften the site itself, but not enough that it really phases the, again, coordination that XERXIA want. That being said as well, I think if we ever have an MVP, it's not going to be Sir for me. It has to be Scary. His utility usage is just off the charts right about now, and you can already see Boom just, yeah, they've had enough. They're just panicking.
Yeah, I needed to be calling a timeout, I think. There should be a timeout in the next round after this because Fox is farming people right now. That's a nice squad kill. Yeah, they're eco kills, but it's definitely going to help him. Already has the Hunter's Fury. We're seeing a very stark contrast. It's already map point. That's right. This is not what we expected from the 2 best in the regions. Indonesia, this is the best team they have right now.
Right here.
They're, I don't know, they're in their heads too much. It's heartbreak.
Well, XERXIA for a reason. This is a team that I have just difficulty trying to understand how they play, but that's actually a good thing. Just means that there's so much XERXIA have prepared for. They have so many strategies. They have so many ways of operating rounds that it is very difficult to kind of understand how they play.
Well, or die here. They're gonna have to play their hearts out. Finds one. Oh, that's lovely. That's nice timing on the orbital strike on top of the Trailblazer. They get 2 to start things off. They need to find 3 more. Surf is here towards Lance. He's not gonna give it up. He wants to hold it, control it, but they're pushing the other facets of the map here. They want to control over spawn as well. And it's going to be a very tough retake here. I'm fairly certain this should be a round for Boom unless an absolute miracle happens. But miracles have happened earlier in this game. Let's see how this plays out. But Surf, Jiggle peeks right around the corner, only able to spot 1 good flash, but it's good enough to only find 1. Cruz somehow find another. With Jador brings it back, and Tebatol finds the last one. And somehow, Boom managed to avoid getting knocked out, not knocked out, sorry, taking a loss on this one and moving to map number 2 and at 13-5. They hang on a little bit longer.
I still can't think that this is going to be a comeback for Boom. There's just such a big hurdle, such a long gap that it's not. I don't think it's going to work. But
7 rounds.
If it does, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I totally
It
forgot
took
the
me a while
number.
to do the math. But that's how long. The moment you mentioned it, I was starting kind of 5, 6, 7.
Yes. It really is so difficult when we finish just only kindergarten. No,
It's a miracle we finished kindergarten.
yeah,
no?
Miss Rebecca would be so disappointed in us.
Thank you, Miss Rebecca. You're an angel. But you got us through. Now flips the dirt, able to get it straight up onto Surf, and that's the Viper's pit. Scary though, does find Blaze King, so that's a big pick off to find here. 3v4. All they got to do is spray through. Maybe they'll get lucky. Maybe they can find a pick off. But instead, they're waiting the wings to spike. They can't plant. They're scared to plant because the bullet tracer's right around them.
Well, they're gonna have to at least force Sersha's hand to start moving in. If Sersha just keeps doing this and Boom Esports maybe run the clock down and they still get delayed, that would be absolutely hilarious.
But it works more for Sersha because there's a flag already coming in.
True enough. This is gonna be difficult. They even saved the Sova draw. This is yeah, okay. I don't think Frostbite is gonna make. Okay, never mind. The secret came out. That's the final nail of the coffin. Goodbye, game 2.
A little bit underwhelming, this victory here. Definitely thought it would go a little bit longer. But a 13-5, what a statement made by Sersha, showing that they are still here potentially. Taking down one of the tournament favorites to get out of this and move on to Masters. But instead, Sersha, look at them, a sigh of relief, like they won that. No way, they play that perfectly and they know it.
Oh yeah, for sure. So ever since Sersha started playing, minus the default that they had against Bleed, they have not dropped a game at all. So they are coming off of a win streak high. And it really shows, or it makes sense because of how they play. It is absolutely pristine. Like, it's squeaky. Everything is just answered by them over and over again, round after round.
Yeah, I just want to point out 4.3 KDA on Scary. You're absolutely right about pointing him out, Asarai. The guy's a beast. 4.3 KDA with a 252 combat score, and his utility every single round was perfect. I know Surf is at the top. I know he's the kill leader. It's a Jet up there. But Scary, he was really the standout in this game.
I cannot deny you that one. I also mentioned that already. His utility usage really hindered the offense here of Boom. You saw Boom making some setups, but even they had difficulties just trying to go through what they've had, because I think they were expecting maybe one player would still be greedy enough to be out as they peek in. They find absolutely nothing, and there was like so many Sersha setups to delay them. Sersha, all they really have to do was just shoot through smokes, and you already see so much damage, even if not kills, damage just ruin their day. And that has happened so many times, whether it's pistol or rifle. Sersha just have all the answers again.
Well, Sersha take one step closer to going forward, and Boom take one step back. Maybe dropping down to the lower bracket. They still are alive, even if they do lose this series. But what a statement being made by Surf here. How many times? I think it was just the off timing peaks that came in from Surf, time and time again. Like, he knew just the right moment to catch the members off guard for the side of Boom. It's like they threw away the rule book for Sersha time and time again. This is the moment. This is one of the nicest aces that I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it didn't really lead to very much after it. After this one, a magnificent ace, they won 2 rounds after it, and that's it.
They absolutely handled Boom like they were not one of the strongest teams in Indonesia. Boom looked incredibly.
Yeah, that's Boom that they just steamrolled, man.
Yep.
That's just not some random team.
Boom just looked lost in this bind map. Like, we can sugarcoat it or anything, but that 35 is an absolute statement as to how dominant Sersha really are. That being said, though, it's still a best of 3 series. I will keep saying that again. There's always time for somebody to bounce back. I don't know how well Boom can bounce back, though, because Sersha just looks absolutely clean again and again.
Oh my god, yeah, Sersha is on another level right now. This is Boom that they just shut down from the sky. It's beyond words how they are so on point. But let's take a little bit of a breather for now. We still have a couple of games potentially maybe to witness. That was the map pick. If you just watched, if you just tuned in, that was the map pick of Boom. So this is already spelling disaster for the Indonesian team. But Can they recover in the face of it? We'll be finding out once we go to break here. Again, Ilustrado and Astra, your casters we will be delivering to you match number 2 right after this, so don't go anywhere.
Needs metabolizing, full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too
Just like in Encanto, Ilu, we have the surf tension coming out from XERXIA right now. And oh boy, is it putting Boom in a very, very dilapidated state. Welcome back, guys. My name is Azari. With me now is Ilustrado. And we'll be seeing if this second game will push down Boom into the lower brackets.
Yeah, the biggest rivalry within Southeast Asia now continues. Indonesia and Thailand, not just in Valorant has this rivalry been going on, but in other esports too. Just an amazing, amazing time here. But with a strong opening game like that from XERXIA, it's really looking like the boys from Thailand are looking to run things straight on over to the victory and on all the way over to potentially maybe Masters. They're just looking unbeatable and the one team I imagine that could stop a team like Boom. Okay, there's still Paper X. But in map number 1, Boom looks so completely underwhelming. The strats weren't making sense. The timing was off center. The pace was dictated by XERXIA the entirety of the game. It's just not the Boom that we were used to seeing.
And speaking of which, it seems like XERXIA are starting to take out top teams from different regions. They've taken down Made in Thailand and Full Sense in their own. They've taken down Onyx G. It seems like Boom is next on the menu. I wonder if they're also looking for maybe Paper Rex at some point in the
they've definitely got their size. Because you know what's amazing is in the tail end of last year, it was like, which is the better team? Is it XERXIA? You know, is it XERXIA really? Actually, back then it was X10. So is it X10? Is Paper Rex better? And then Team Secret comes in, and now it's like this holy trinity of Southeast Asia. But now Team Secret out of the picture, out of the conversation for this stage. Now it's only 2. You got 3 because Boom right now. So right now it's still kind of Boom. You still have XERXIA and you still have Paper Rex. That's the kind of matchups that we're hoping for. In this best of 3, we're gonna find out the answer. Is Boom really going to be able to keep up with X10, or is it going to be the new anticipated best matchup, Paper Rex versus XERXIA? We're about to find out here as we do get into Asian Select soon. But Asterai, any impressions for this upcoming game, the next map that we're going to be expecting to see?
Well, actually, I totally forgot what our next map was. I just said it to you a while ago and then I totally forgot. Oh, it's Fracture. There you go. I honestly don't know how this is gonna pan out because I haven't really seen that successful of a take from Boom Esports for this Fracture map, but it really depends. Their utility usage isn't that good. If they go for a double controller, it might actually be hindered because gotta say, XERXIA, even if they're not really overly confident with Fracture map itself, I will say that they will be overly confident with agents that actually do work well in Fracture, primarily Cruz, if he uses his Breach. He was one of the first players ever, I think, in Southeast Asia to start using the Breach earlier on in 2021 for VCT, and it works so well. Now that Breach actually has those changes and it looks much stronger, it could really mess up what Boom want to do, because it seems like Boom are just allergic to the utility usage, the good utility usage of XERXIA.
Well, here's the thing, Asterai. I want to go back to the point that you made earlier about the having no Sentinel thing. I think one of the reasons that XERXIA just had free reign on their attacking side was because there was no Sentinel to sort of, put them off tempo, to slow down the attack by that crucial couple of seconds. You can't do that on Fracture. This is really one of those maps where you have if you're starting on the defensive side, you're going to need to have multiple ways of stopping that attack because there's so many different angles that you can come out from. But let's find out as we go into Agent Select what exactly we're going to be picking up right now. I'm hoping we see more Sentinels. I love the chamber. On this map. I think it's phenomenal. We saw a lot of it before. I think they're considering the Cypher. We haven't seen much Cypher lately, Asterai, but we're seeing a double Cypher right now. And both teams having picked one up. And like you said, Cruz on the Breach, matched by Tebo Ball. This is definitely going to be interesting. But stage to start things off, that's not something we're used to seeing.
Yeah, well, it could work. The walls are actually really useful here because it feels like Fracture is very compressed, but there are some open angles that opponents can really use against you when you try to retake some back. And a wall is just what the Doctor ordered. It gives just enough cover that you can get that one bit of map control, and it can turn the tide of battle. That being said, I wanted to retract my statement with the Boom Esports one. They did play Fracture already against Made in Thailand and actually won that 13-10, but that was again Made in Thailand, who I feel like if you compare it to XERXIA is going to be just a huge stark difference. So this is still going to be exactly.
Well, and then match number 2 here, we're about to get into it, and we're heading into Fracture. And I'm absolutely thrilled here. One of the biggest matchups that we're going to be seeing in Southeast Asia. First map, I wouldn't say it's a disappointment, but it definitely wasn't the map that we expected to see here. Hopefully things turn a little bit different as we see Sushi Boys giving us a little bit of selfie action for this fun.
Right, and that's why we're seeing the Cypher. It's because of not the selfie, but the camera.
it's much more efficient than Chamber. Even though I always like Chamber on Fracture, the camera just gives you exact information of who's there, and that could actually be the key on what you want to do in the round. If you think that the top fragger is lurking and you spot it out with the camera, you can just play away from him and overwhelm a site that you know it's gonna not have the same bite, right? So situations like that is what kind of beats the trademark of Chamber, or even the alarm bot of Killjoy, where again you have to be near your utility, blah blah blah. Cypher's just better.
Oh yeah, there's just a bunch of instances I think where, especially on Fracture, this just makes absolute sense to pick that Cypher. But we'll go into a little bit of a pause for now because we do have one of the players dropping out. I'm gonna get him back into the action real quick. But for now, it's time for a little bit of a sit-down kumbaya session.
Just gather around the campfire and sing our campfire songs, even there is not. Yeah. It's CAMPFIRESONG song.
But is it the CAMPFIRESONG song? And if you don't think that you can sing it faster, well, you're wrong. So,
but it'll help if, you know, yeah.
You just sing along.
We have to watch another show.
Listen, there are these channels that stream non-stop SpongeBob, and I think that's the thing that you and I and a few of the other get together, all the other VCT casters.
Oh yeah.
We're not gonna do VOD reviews. We're gonna watch SpongeBob.
No, VOD reviews and SpongeBob coalesce. They go hand in hand.
I would really like to know how after this round, but for the meantime, we're getting into the game here. Round number 1, it's the Pistols. We do begin. Boom Esports looking to hold up on the defensive side. Look how far Fox has gotten. He's all the way down here, separate from his team. They're just gonna leave him. Meanwhile, the rest of Search is gonna wait, play back, hopefully hoping that Boom will make a mistake. This time, however, Boom pretty much content to just stay on towards their site and let the opponents come to them.
I will just add as well, and this is like super random, off topic from what you said first. What if you take SpongeBob quotes and use that as strats to do in Valorant, and you try to interpret it as much as you can? I'm just throwing out the ones only. Like, for example, firmly grasp it. Okay. I need Illustrado's reply on that, but it seems like he is fixing some things first. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen.
My mic literally just fell on top of my face.
Did you hear what I said, though, about the strategy? Or no? Or am I just gonna... Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Pistol is undergoing.
Okay, well, that's the Pistol entry from Service. He gets into the action. And it's going to be the A site that they do choose to push onto as Frostmind looks to hold the line up against Sushi Boy. Spike will go down. Gonna try to challenge it for now. We do have a player coming in, and this Frostmind yet again finding his second pick off. The wall is making things very, very difficult because if you look at the rest of the members of Boom, they really can't get in. It's very hard for them.
Sorry, how did Surf die from Frost to Frostmind when the wall was just still there?
I didn't actually see that, but the flash comes through. Great gravity well, timed perfectly. But Scary and Fox are going to be able to hold him off as Berserk brings us to a 1v1. Information, where is Scary? And he goes all the way around, turns his back. It's going to be him completely out in the open. Ghost versus Frenzy. And Ghost should be able to pick this up any day, all day. Scary won't take another one.
Yeah. That was pretty much an impossible round for him to have won, unless maybe he hit the perfect shot to that Frenzy, but that's not going to work out. Again, it goes back to my point that I think a lot more teams that are experienced with Fracture know that if they can just have a straight shot onto the site, defenders would not have any fight power against it, right? Especially when you have the breach that can just fault line, stun that particular person on site, and the fault line actually influences a lot of the surface area of any site here on Fracture. It just screws over that particular defender, and then the post plant is just going to be horrible for defenders because, again, it's going to be a 4 versus 5, and the setup, the post plant for attackers would just be well placed already.
Yeah, well, post plant in Fracture, definitely one of those situations that are a little bit more, I'd say, volatile, just considering the nature of the map itself here. But having said that, XERXIA has always been a team that knows how to make awkward positions into victory. We saw the case in point in the previous map, where no matter what you kind of throw at them, they're still going to be absolutely ready for whatever it is. Now, Boom, on the other hand, I said a lot of the same thing about them before. But it just seems like in terms of the individual reads and those small moments that are being eked out, XERXIA has just been marginally better to take round after round every single time.
Were they able to scout out that Boom actually force bought weapons already? Because I think I heard like a Spectre shot, but I'm actually uncertain if it was XERXIA that did that or not. Yeah, we're going to go back to the same play once again. Nobody's going to be on top of the site. It's at the bottom, I believe. Never mind. They've actually exited already, and it seems like it is just going to be that full-blown retake. The problem now here lies that Boom Esports way out of position. The timing on their repeats just snuffed out by XERXIA yet again, and Frostbite and Flipshooter alone in this 2 versus 4.
Well, still 4 players to find here. Boom Esports. This force buy might just bite them in the back, and Scary already has a good idea. Could be somebody waiting just behind. Frostmine does dispatch a Fox, and now the round is possible, but they have to break through that wall. I think it's going to be a safe call already. Maybe just exits.
Well, they might not want to lose these weapons, maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, they're going to save it. Interesting enough, Flipshooter is going to try to hold the fort sometimes, somehow with his Stinger, but it might have worked. It's fine. Stinger's a Stinger. If it was a Spectre, I think he would have just saved that, but yeah, XERXIA clean round once again.
Yeah, they want to just avoid giving up too much money, giving away credits to the side of XERXIA. They don't want to give that extra 300 because that's still a big deal at the end of the day. But again, I go back to the just the set execute of XERXIA, just proving that they're ready even on Fracture. This wall right here has just been so difficult to work with in the past couple of rounds. Boom Esports, they haven't really found a way to deal with it.
Yeah, told you, it is very strong, and again, that is like the primary use of Sage, at least for Fracture, right? And if you think about it, wait, that's not how Sage works. You have your slow orbs, you have your heal, you have your res. Okay, let's see if this works.
Well.
Okay, that is a punish play now.
I saw you scuttle.
Even on the weaker buy too from Boom, it's working out well for them. Okay.
Well, this actually is already turned topsy-turvy. This weaker buy is turned into very much a good chance. There's just a lot of topsy-turvy things happening in this half, and we're only 3 rounds in. Force buy and suddenly flips Jadar, finding the spike in the middle of nowhere, just completely isolated. It's all up to Scary. He gets great timing onto one, but that's all he does find. Boom Esports, they're going to be able to pick up a couple of weapons here. Should be an upgrade for Blaze King. So does Berserk find and drop for his teammate. He does manage to find that Spectre. We'll be dropping it instead and electing to just give it up completely. They're going to want a full buy. I don't know if they know this. Well, they probably do know. I don't think that XERXIA can fully buy right now. I think they might be fairly strapped for cash.
I'll argue that was a bonus round for them, so they should be able to buy.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sorry, the math has just been all weird because of all the force buys. So I thought they wouldn't have enough money, but they do.
Yeah, it's all right, man. Mr. Becca would be so disappointed though, but it's okay.
I know. I'm sorry, Mr. Becca. That's a core memory for you, isn't it? It's toward A side they do go. As we get closer towards that A, they do have Cypher traps around it. And they do have Frostmine right around the bend here, smoking him off. Yeah. Unable to get a line of sight onto anybody, but does hear the footsteps. Rolling Thunder. If Frostbite actually pushes out at the right time, he might be able to get a lot of value off this position. But towards A, they find themselves. And XERXIA yet again, how many times are they going to be allowed free reign on this A site? Way too many times right now as Flipshooter just finds Scary.
Okay, I will point something out after this retake because it seems like there still is some fighting power here for Boom Esports. It's still the 4 versus 4, very much doable here, and Berserk makes it an even possible trade. Never mind. Yeah, Foxy, beautiful on that lurk. Okay, so the point that I wanted to mention here, Elu, is how cleanly not just the executes for XERXIA are, but how they use their smoke agents. It's not just Scary, it's Surf as well as Sushi Boys with the Cloudburst and the Cypher Cage. and they just stack it on positions where Boom would want to actually re-peek. You saw that Frostmine location, right? Smoked out by Scary. But Sushi Boys also immediately puts down one of his Cypher cages. So if ever that smoke pops off, he can reactivate it again, and Frostmine just has absolutely no vision towards the site.
You perfectly said, Asaray. They just chain that utility time and time again, where there's just no cracks, there's just no opportunities for Boom to sort of slip in and maybe get a pick here and there.
Yeah.
It's just XERXIA completely soundproofing, waterproofing their attacks every single time. We're on the other side. Boom, they're getting their ship riddled with holes, and XERXIA are just looking so much more dominant. I don't know if this is a bad matchup for Boom, but that's a good way to bring things back. BlazeKing getting that pick off on the Scary, it's definitely going to help their case, but they're going to definitely need to do a lot more than this, especially when XERXIA firing on all cylinders.
Unfortunately, they can't pick up the weapon that they got. They still are afraid of the repeak that XERXIA has, because there really isn't any map control here from Boom. You can see how much they set up traps or, again, pocket power points. But XERXIA have done a really good job at just kind of going around that. So fast from Surf just to react to it. He doesn't even panic. He just looks exactly where the fault line was, and he knew immediately that someone was going to peek through. That neural theft not helping the case again for Boom, as every information garnered by the Thai team as they run amok and go straight for the A site.
Well, it's the A site once that they have found so much success in, and yet again they will be. This is really gonna sell that fake. That res, they know that res was near A. And so it's gonna buy so much time for the rotation for, you know, Boom Esports, they've fallen for it. They're going towards A site, 3 of them, but it's actually going towards B. Look at the beautiful chaining of utility. The Cosmic Divide, followed up by that ice wall, but Flip Jidder will be able to pick up one. Viper's Pit is available, can't use it. Sushi Boys does dispatch the Flip Jidder. And 3v4. Boom Esports yet again on the back foot.
They're not getting the value that they want with this fault line. I'm just going to say it already. Like, they're expecting someone to get hit, but you've seen multiple times Boom not really getting
walk
that
around
because, yeah, they walk around it perfectly.
A little bit of heartbreak here for the Boom fans, and everybody expected Boom to do a little bit better than this, but the game's still far from over. So far, though, it's not exactly the best state that we are seeing Boom in. They're being outread, they're being outplayed, they're sent to the wrong sites, they're sent packing home after each and every round.
One enemy remaining.
They're even getting picked off one by one post-round here. BlazeKing, I don't know if he'll survive. There's 4 players. No way. Scary he just drives by and takes BlazeKing. And that's still BlazeKing. That is still one of the best shots in Southeast Asia that you're just tapping out. It's crazy how good XERXIA is right now.
Yeah, they're just rating their opponents like a book. Fast read, look at that.
Nice. Must be nice to know how to read.
One enemy remaining.
I've forgotten entirely. I just.
Yeah. You know, it's okay. I'll give you a simple book maybe to with pictures and stuff.
A lot of
maybe
pictures.
and pop out art, you know, so you can really enjoy and learn.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Asarai, man. Maybe.
I appreciate you, liking my gift to you. Don't worry, I've spent no expense.
Speaking of expense, it's getting quite expensive for the Boom Esports side because they just keep losing players early on here. And it's the same execute. And it's the exact same execute that just keeps working for XERXIA. Boom Esports are not winning against... It's like they're not learning their lesson. Their approach is just completely wrong. They put the Viper's Pit down there towards main. And at the same time, they leave everything else completely wide open. It's just not working for me. Now Boom Esports are going to be forced to save. 3-man save it again. They're going to give up another round.
At least they don't waste the operator they've already given Berserks, right? So he can bring that into the next round if at all ever. But
if he survives.
It's not... Yeah. He will. He's on tower.
Yeah, he's so
It's
far
Flip Jidder that's going to look very...
They can't win a duel. They can't win a single duel right now.
Yeah.
I hate, trust me, Asarai, when I say I hate being reductionist in terms of analysis and saying a lot of it is coming down to, these individual fights. They're just getting outgunned. And certainly there are more elements than that in this game where, they're getting outread. It's the same execute, they just can't respond to it.
Yeah.
But you just look at the individual fights. Even the fights that Boom Esports, they have the advantage on, they're taking L's in terms of those 1v1 duels. So you have to worry what's going on with Boom. They're mental right now. They're not hitting their shots. Are they panicking? Are they nervous? This is just not what we expected to see, because XERXIA are just hitting everything and they're making all the right calls. All of the ingredients in the formula for success for XERXIA are just being hit.
Yeah. Everything nice. Just thrown into the mix there.
Do they have Chemical X, though? XERXIA. Yes, they do.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're XERXIA. Chemical X. Oh! That... dirty. That's very, very dirty. He played around Flipsitter's own wall against Frostmind.
And this is exactly one of those desperate... Yeah, they're all dead. That's it. They're all dead. It's just the individual. It's just the fight, time and time again. And the desperation that we're starting to see here for Boom Esports. They're trying to make those aggressive switches work. They're trying to make anything happen. But now Berserk is all alone.
Oh, that's a... He's shown himself. This is the problem now.
Is this a train
Everybody's
station?
running towards him. Okay. They have money. They can die to Berserks, and it's going to be okay because he's not really going to have all the money in the world to make anything happen.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, he knew he was already screwed. It's
Call a
either...
timeout now.
Yeah. For sure, for sure.
I do think they need a timeout, like, immediately. Although, in the meantime, I do want to... Yeah, there it is. Where is the... I'm like 100% prediction rate on my timeouts, by the way. Just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Is Rap's
I know that's
prediction
not
rate
really
100% because... Yeah. No, it's okay. As long as you're better than Raph, it's fine.
Well, no, Raph just predicted boom rate, I think, for this matchup.
Oh, yeah, so he's not perfect. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Totally good.
Know.
Yeah, okay.
Well, is this a... Is this a train station? I'm very interested because I saw like an arrival and departures thing. I know this is like a nuclear, like a fusion kind of, like a thing.
Mining station for something like a core reactor.
Yeah, no, it's Radionite. They
Radionite.
I think they mine Radionite here, but
yeah, you think they use the flux capacitor to accelerate mining the Radionite?
The oobly woobly is the
wow.
Accelerate the hyper. Okay, maybe not. Well, and timeout's still ongoing because Boom are just really struggling to get anything done. And you know what? This is just the third match of the day. There's another series after this, and Paper Rex South Built. That's gonna be interesting as well. Yeah. Maybe that one will be the surprise that we were hoping for, but for now, it's looking like XERXIA are just running away with. And look, I'm willing to bet you that 2 ice cream cones that they're going to be going for the exact same execute, that they did. And what? So it's only either one of 2 executes that they do. The one where they wall up the entrance towards the site, or the one where they walk close to the site. They only do one of those towards it. And guess what? Boom Esports, yeah, they get a lucky pick right now. It's still a 4v5, but every single time they get on towards the site.
They're gonna have to run away though. Tepatal has the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, there you go. You can just see them just go straight to A base. They're like, oh no, we're not gonna go straight on the site. We know what's gonna come. You're not gonna get the 1-up on us.
Oh, Cosmic Divide comes in. That's the showstopper to be used here by Berserks. Blaze King, okay, actually managed to find Cruz. Sushi Boy goes for a trade. Blaze King with a double, but Berserks following it up with another. Certs. And this is probably a round here for Boom. Great stuff on the retake to actually take another round. It's their second round. But Asarai, it's all. Look at how much it costs. How many ultimates did they use? How much did they actually use up for it? Meanwhile, XERXIA, they have literally all the money that they can ever need for another full buy. They're super duper rich here. Boom Esports, they're gonna have to find another round. They're gonna have to string two together to make a decent argument for them that they can actually win and get a decent score line in this first half.
Yeah. Okay, let's go away from the fact that they had to use all ultimates because that's already set in stone, right? What at least this gives Boom Esports is another round to kind of buffer over and figure out how they're gonna fight XERXIA once again. You immediately see that they want to get these aggressive push outs, and you can also see that they've abandoned any form of defense on the A side. Yes, there's traps, yes, there's cameras, but that's all set for just a bit of information and retake. They're starting to get more active with how they control, like, for example, Dish outside of B main. It is giving a lot more of a clearer picture here for Boom, and I think that just was given with the, what's the word here? The confidence that they got from that retake in the last round, even though it was because the ultimates really helped them out.
Well, you know, if I'm being honest here, I don't think that they have the best retake lineup on the Boom side. But we'll see if they can make it work. A lot of that success came from the fact that they did have those ultimates. But we'll see how it plays out now as Boom Esports. They're going to be going for that retake. XERXIA yet again having free reign toward that A side. A little bit of a mulligan from that last round here. Even the wall is going to be... No, it's the other wall that they do. Yeah, this one. It's only either one of those two that they like to repeat, rinse and repeat. But now, how will
Scary going?
Cage trigger. All the way around, apparently. Well, we'll find out where. That's a very good question, Asarai, as we do have that Rolling Thunder come out from Cruz. He actually does deploy it. Berserk finds the kill onto Cruz himself. Fox responds with another onto Berserk and flip Jadar. Able to pick up Surf. Now, it's Scary and Sushi Boys working hand in hand. The last player remaining is Tebatol, so far away. Gets a nice shot onto one, but there's no time. It's all done and dusted. Boom Esports will take another L here. XERXIA. I think the flank actually worked out.
Okay, I don't think it worked out, but because of how long Boom Esports took to actually get the site, it looks like it actually did so much impact.
No, it did. Look.
He got one kill. Yeah, he got one kill.
It sort of worked out.
It sort of worked out. But
let's just say that was a very, very big risk to go for that super long
it really
run.
was.
But to be honest, I think XERXIA sent him out there that far out because they know that Boom Esports took so long to go for those retakes, and they had so much utility still available to buy time for Scary to make that long, winding rotation.
Yeah, and since it's Astra, you know, if he can survive and just have like a star set already on the site. How does Surf know?
That is just ridiculous. Surf is... Oh, okay. Could he trade? Yes, he does. And they... Okay, 3v5
That's not even
already.
a trade anymore. Oh,
not even a trade. Not at all. Gets absolutely no value from it. Yeah, the res, but Tebatol up from above. Really, really good wall bang here by Berserk, but he gets traded out. Blaze King will find a nice double traded out by Cruz. 1v1. And it's the...
Can you hear the zip from that?
I think he can. I think he might have just
I think he did. He's starting to run already for B.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Because he was just around the edge of the zip line, I think, the hearing range, and I think he did make it.
Yeah, I think if you're underneath it, you still will be able to hear that, because he was zooming. Who's the better of the breaches?
Tebatol has his knife out. Cruz? Okay, well.
Oh, wow.
Positioning much better. Just Cruz reading Tebatol there. Because he heard the zip line, and then he just, you know, decided to cut him off from the closest path towards... He decided to cut him off at the closest path in between A to B, and that's obviously through mid. He made a really great read, and that's just another round for XERXIA.
Yeah, I was going to argue Cruz might have actually messed himself up, because if you saw how he moved, he actually bumped his shoulder on the wall right there. See? So, but nah, Cruz hits those shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have been screwed though if he did miss that. I'm pretty sure, because again, he wouldn't have time to have gone back into cover.
Yeah, and also he was right-clicking with the ADS, so that would have been a couple fractions of a second longer as well. So
yeah, wow, we are really deep diving into that.
Yeah, we're nerding it out. But
I have this spike.
What else can we talk about when this is basically another equal round? Boom have gotten 2 rounds, man, and it's just so difficult to make a case for their, you know, their defense right now when XERXIA is just running the same 2 executes over and over again. But okay, Breath of Life here. Tebatol manages to get a pick up on the Cruz. So that's at least... Okay, now we may have a round here because Frostbite has suddenly broken free and gotten that kill onto Fox. Scary holding the line here, but Jadar will get another kill on the Scary. But still a brought to a 2v1. Frostmine not able to get it. Surf closes it out 9-2. This is looking like a stomp now, Asteroid. Just for a second, a couple of seconds there in that round, you thought something incredible might just happen, but you know, it's taken away before it could manifest into anything.
Cage triggered. One enemy remaining.
Last round into the half now. I can't wait for the chance for me to shout, "Oh, that's Surf Ace!" but I'll have to throw it now because I don't know if that's gonna happen. Even though Surf can do it, XERXIA just gets kills together as a team.
Yeah, Surf is just really hitting everything right now, and I think it's just XERXIA in general.
No.
So what?
No. No way.
Oh man, Surf with the spray control right there is able to punish, but you know, desperation in the air. Flips Jadur. Will push the envelope a little bit further here.
The double swing could allow them for a fighting chance. There it is, the ignite onto Berserks. Cruz has already called out his Rolling Thunder, and he gets to choose. Once in front, Flip Shitter. Nice little utilization of the Viper's Pit. Catches Surf as well. And this final round in the first half, paying dividends for Boom Esports as they just let it go and just start ripping through onto mains here.
This is a great round for Boom Esports, but you know, I don't want to say it's too little too late. 9-3 is still a score that you can come back from. I mean,
switching sides.
It's still very much possible, but I'm still suspending my disbelief for now because, you know, Boom Esports, they do have the caliber. They do have the pedigree to be able to really bounce back into this. But for now, what I am seeing is XERXIA time and time again being absolutely ready, dictating the pace, being in better positioning, utilizing their execute utility on those executes perfectly. Meanwhile, Boom Esports, they're going to have to take this halftime pause and take a long, hard think about everything that's going wrong.
Look at the rounds showed to us right there. That fire icon just means that the spike has successfully exploded multiple times. That just means that XERXIA have always pushed Boom to play for retakes, and Boom has never retaken a site more than just, actually never. Maybe just the one time, but that's about it. So the success rate for Boom on the defending side, incredibly low. That being said as well, Fracture Field is an attacking map on my book, and Boom does have a very good roster, good agent pool here, agent selection, similar to XERXIA, that could be utilized for better attack, and you know Berserks is good for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna show you this really cool thing that I saw a couple of seconds ago. Hold on.
Okay. That's a hella random, but all right.
No. It's related to the game. I'll show it to you. It's something sent by one of the people in chat here, but we were talking about SpongeBob. Anyway, we'll go back into the game. It's still halftime, so we do have a little bit of time to burn.
If that's like a picture of Berserk wearing a SpongeBob, what is it, beanie or maybe speed trunks?
No, it's not. Anyway, we're back into...
Here.
Okay, I see it.
All right. Yeah. Shout outs to you, sir. Thank you for making our day.
We have literally nothing else to talk about.
Except
the game.
Okay, well.
Oh, I love that smoke setup. It doesn't leave you out to be exposed, and it gives you, let's say, a safer way to actually spot out Dish.
Yeah, you can peek one angle and still be kind of safe from the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's still similar. Okay, this is huge. XERXIA. Okay, Surf was ready for it, but still, Boom, Berserks is able to get one. Fox is able to trade things up 4v4. Now they know they're down here towards tunnel. Great flash to stave off the push for now, but Berserks will be rotating alongside Tebatal as they will be making their way towards A. Flips Jadur has gotten the site completely for free at this point, so it's going to be waiting, playing for retake on the side of XERXIA, but they're happy to play for retake. They have, I'd say, the flash. They still have a flash to utilize, and they still have 4 bodies to commit towards the site. And I think that the camera is still up. It's going to be a very good retake should it come to it.
They will have all the information that they need, but the problem now lies, do they have the firepower to bring it back? Okay, that's a nice little reuse on the smoke. Forces back the rest of the squad. They now break the camera, but XERXIA have gotten all the information that they need. They can still take time to actually wait for the smoke into space before anything else. Because if they go through this, again, they will take that passive damage from the Viper util. That being said as well, with only about a few of the players right here and now. Oh, okay, never mind.
Great
Clean.
shot from Blaze King, and that's going to be at least a breath of life, a little bit of a chance to get back into this. Them taking that pistol is actually crucial for Boom Esports. They do manage to at least get 2 more. They avoid getting XERXIA to double digits, and that's something that they really want to stall out for as long as humanly possible. I know that there's still 5 rounds to go, but if they can keep this ball rolling, if they can build up just as much rounds on this attacking side that XERXIA did a little bit earlier on, they will have a very good chance at coming back into this. But this remains to be seen. They will need to keep this anti-eco round fairly clean here. But Surf, yeah, that's the right way to do it. You can take out one of the players, take out the Marco player, the only one person who truly invested in. Oh, I take that back. Scary's able to get one, but falls back. The flash from Tebatol is too good.
I was going to say Tebatol, with the way that he used that fault line, seemingly feels more comfortable on attack with this breach than on the defense. This trap, no way. Okay. Very close, but no dice for Cruz there. He puts up 13, but he does have a teammate that will have him out just in case, and that's FlipZitter just holding the lurk. Another one. Maybe it's going to work now for Sushi Boys, but all eyes set on him. They're just going to go straight for the B site. He can't really do anything other than maybe pick up a weapon, which I don't think he can. And that is going to be about that.
Yeah, no more camera, just to give a little bit of information. He gets shot down so quickly. 5 to 9, so this is a pretty decent start here for Boom. They keep 4 players alive, which is, I'd say, more than decent. To get them a little bit more of that momentum, a little bit more of that their mojo back into the game. And the fact that they're going into this bonus round with 2 Bulldogs, that's actually a fairly good sign.
Because it means that they purchased some really strong weapons that can fight against other rifles, other more expensive rifles here. So
how are they going to utilize them? That's going to be the question here. It looks like they're going to be straight up stacking and going towards B. They leave a little bit of anti-lurk utility towards their towards the north side, towards the top of the map, but they're going to send everybody else down here towards tunnel.
Big stuff from Scary. Tebatol will go for the stun here. No utility will help him out. Even Surf can't do anything because I think he was afraid of something. Just couldn't help out Scary in the end there. Big little flash to come through. Great reactionary from Surf here, but the double swing from Boom Esports overwhelms. Cruz wants to dip his toes again onto underground. Doesn't work. And on the other side of the spectrum here, FlipZitter. Spotted out Sushi Boys. Fox now holding the lurk, holding the fort. It works out, and he's done enough damage that he does have the resurrection up and running.
Yeah, but that's information on where the last 2 members are for the side of XERXIA. So the rotation towards B, they know it's completely free. What I'd like to see is them take a lot more aggressive map control, just because they know exactly where the players of XERXIA are coming from. Now, Fox knows this. He's going to be trying to tap away because they might as well. They get a little bit lucky here. They've already found their way onto site. And Tebatol dispatches of Sushi Boys. Already a great game from him. And I think this is pretty much it as the barrel peeks out. Yeah, Fox doesn't get spotted through, and it's going to be 6 to 9. Suddenly, Asarai, we have a game on our hands.
Honestly, yeah, because again, I was expecting this to happen for Boom way back in like Bind, but that didn't work out. And here in Fracture, it is looking much cleaner for them. They have setups, it's working out for them. They're much more calm here. They're not overexerting themselves. They're using, again, their power points, but they're starting to push forward and use that aggression, that utility that Tebatol brings to the table to make it work swimmingly. And slowly but surely, they're just at spitting distance of where XERXIA actually are. And that being said, yeah, I just wanted to say, nice little double stack there from XERXIA. That's I haven't seen that before, but it's actually pretty good if they can get some value off of it.
Especially on a round where they don't really have the weaponry to play against the long angles. You know, having a double up setup like that maybe could net them a couple kills. But towards A site that they do start working their way towards, and Flipsider will be spotted. Now they know Flipsider does like to lurk from the previous round, so XERXIA might not be, falling for it, because the last time, XERXIA was Flipsider was cutting off rotations, and they know this. But full utility now will be deployed. That's going to be the flash to get them through the door. A site should be fairly open, with the exception of Scary, who will be naded out. I do think he will be, forced out. Frostmine getting a nice double. That should pretty much be the round here, as Fox is the only one left standing.
30
really not
seconds
too much
left.
to write home about. Just a really good, clean, equal round on the side of Boom Esports.
Oh,
Okay, wait
oh!
a minute, Fox with the triple kill for a second. You thought that he would have gotten that 180 adjustment, but definitely made that expensive. And just when I thought nothing to write home about, okay.
Oh, I mean, they've got it.
30
They got
seconds
economy.
left.
They built themselves a good bank, but that was so weird. Boom Esports.
If he landed that one,
he might have had a fighting chance. Yeah, he could have picked up the rifle. Nobody was going to refrag him. That was close enough. Yeah, for sure, Fox was nearing the point. Purchase on the operator is going to be something, and Surf is about to go for the swing. He hasn't given away his location here, but that utility, again, as I mentioned, very deadly. Forces out defenders so much. But, yeah, they won't have that as they push in.
they do like to flash this angle here. So Scary, I wouldn't be surprised if he just gets flashed a bit. But the Rolling Thunder, he's safe from it. He gets through. Berserks. Okay, he gets one. Scary does actually manage to find that pickoff. Still have a few more to find here. It's around the bend. Scary will hold the line and get a nice triple. Still alive here.
He needs their utility to try to flush him out, but he's already out of that one. Tebatal, his read is just a few seconds too late. Can't really do anything. Foxy through the wall. And then now it's Flipsitter with the dream. But Surf purchasing that operator gives waves of things for Searcher to utilize. And again, they still have the advantage. There was that set of rounds that Boom were utilizing, but they're still 3 shy of equalizing.
Well, Searcher have now managed to find double digits. That's going to be a little bit of a sigh of relief for them for the meantime here. Off the back of the great hold from Scary. As you take a look at the scoreboard right now, nobody really falling too far behind from Boom Esports side. Everybody's so close to one another. 13, 12, 11, 10. Literally almost as close as you can get. Search aside a little bit of a variation in the scores as we get into it here. Round number 18. It's another full buy here. Searcha have managed to challenge the economy of Boom Esports. I don't think that Boom Esports will have enough to buy if they lose this one. They might actually.
Yeah, regardless of that, they're now afraid of the situation that Searcha has put them in. And by that, I mean, again, it's the operator that Surf has brought to this table. When your opponents are too explosive, sometimes you just need to risk the one-shot, one-kill, and that really forces them out. Berserks. Foxy doesn't miss those often, but that's a huge step in the right direction. He's even got the showstopper, so Surf will have to respect this. He does have that open air just to dash away, but unfortunately he misses the shot onto Berserks. That would have been incredibly monumental if he actually got that kill off.
Yeah, but he gets the full control of the tower anyway, so that's still good for Boom. And it's gonna, in that Viper Spit, it's gonna make it so much harder for Surf to take it because he does have an operator in his hand. Could be a save call already. This is a very difficult site to retake, especially with the Viper Spit. And with a Snakebite, taking a kill like that about to cruise here, suddenly it's a 2v4. Surf will have to tuck tail run for the hills here, save that operator. They know that this round is done. Boom Esports have managed to find themselves 8 to 10, 2 rounds away, and Boom are clawing their way back into this.
Really are. The setups is just overwhelming, and these angles being flushed out, it's similar from what we saw when Searcha was the one on the attacking end. Surf, I like the moxie, I like the aggression, but he cannot lose this sniper. Oh, they were about to corral. If they had more seconds, I feel like Boom would have just ripped that operator away from the hands of Searcha, or Surf specifically there. Now, oh, this is fantastic. Blaze King has a wall. Can definitely utilize that to prolong the fight. or rather, not prolong the fight, but make side takes much easier for those fights.
Or prolong it if they get the spike down. True, might not be wrong on that one here, but aggressive peek here from Surf will be smoked off by great utility usage here by Blaze King. They know that they want to avoid those long angles with that operator, so will allow him a little bit more of a chance to get close as the operator is forced so far back here towards the side here. Flips to dirt. He snuck in so far, and he just won a duel up against Scary. That's a massive pickoff on that lurk here. Really well done from Flips to dirt.
And he just snuck right in. You know, it's a creeper in the night. Well, it's daylight.
Blow up your base.
Yeah. All your base belong to us.
Wow, you're old. So, Surf. Okay, the res does come in. Shot comes through from Surf. It's a good tag. It's a very nice way to start off the round. Suddenly they have the man advantage. They get flashed off here, but Cruz looking to hold the line with his teammates. Catching Flip Jador completely off guard. And here comes the Rolling Thunder. Blaze King getting a pick off too.
One enemy remaining.
And Fox is able to find the last, next 2 kills
30
rather.
seconds
Leaving
left.
only Frostmine. Really good adjustment from Sersha there to get things back into play after losing the first pick off onto Boom.
I don't know who got stunned, if it was Blaze King or Tabithol, but oh yeah, this pick was well timed for Surf there. I think it was Tabithol that got stunned. Blaze King did not save him in time. There it is. You saw this double peek out from Fox. He actually got 2 kills on Canteen. I think they weren't really expecting him to clear out the angle because he was coming out of Generator and then pushed out through Canteen from the B site. But that really messed up Boom Esports there. They were kind of hoping that maybe might have been able to survive, but XERXIA not even giving them that that nice little opportunity, if ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the operator, ever since it came into the picture, Surf has just, not just Surf, sorry, XERXIA has just been looking that much more confident in taking map control and giving it up. So much more control from them. Now, Boom Esports, they're trying to take a different approach here. They want to limit the power of the operator, so they're going to try the underground approach. They're going up from here. They are walled off, though, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to break through this. They're just going to spam through it immediately, going to give up their position already. But there's 3 members here for XERXIA's side waiting for that attack to start coming in.
An attack is about to commence now. There's a lot already coming into the corners. Cruz can't find the first pick. Finally does. Oh my gosh, he's actually holding on. Truly has a flash if he wants to delay the push from Frostbite even further. His teammates all around him. And Frostbite, he gets the kill through the aftershock. That is monumental right now for Boom Esports. Surf and Sushi Boys left to remain. But the spike is out of nowhere. The wall will have to be utilized here, as it will allow Tabithol to finally plunge it to the ground. And XERXIA will be playing a very weird game of cat and mouse. There's the peek out from Surf. Oh, they've given away the position for Blaze King, but again, Tabithol with a nice little 2-piece. Secures the round, all from that heroic effort from Frostmine.
Really good from Frostmine there. He was pressured, and then he absolutely just steps up. The aftershock, I do have to give massive props to Cruz. He held that line so phenomenally. He gets a 3rd kill with that aftershock.
Spike down.
Just, you know, throwing out the utility. He knows he's dead there, but he still does his best to take his, to take as much down as he can. He does get 3 kills. Without him, the round would have been very, very different. But now, Boom found themselves in a comfortable bye. XERXIA challenged a little bit. They have the Blade Storm to work with. And now it's towards B that they want to hold 3 players right on this entrance. But yet again, towards the tunnel they go.
Yeah, that's good. If somebody peeks out, they'll have like
he
3
didn't see
people.
the shoulder.
Did he? Or did he peek out of the door?
Sushi Boys was jiggling it, and I think he could have... I think so, actually.
Yeah.
And I think that I think Flips Jador didn't actually see. Or maybe he did because he's not moving, but Surf. Okay, he's able to get 1 pick off right now. No res available, but the wall will slow them down for longer. And Surf, honestly, the most, I'd say, replaceable or sacrificeable member, whatever the word is, of the XERXIA squad for now. But Sushi Boys does get 1. 3v4. There's 2 rounds separate these teams. Now the Rolling Thunder is available if they do go in towards that A site.
Oh man.
Sorry, B site.
Yeah. This is bad for Boom Esports because they had like the best
30
utility
seconds
to
left.
actually make something happen if they had more people to play with. They have
Conceal
Debatal's Rolling Thunder. Now I
Conceal
don't think if he should use this right here and now. I think he should save it when they still have that 5-man stack, and that's why you're seeing this as well, because they don't want to make that much noise, try to go for those dry contacts. It's still not going to work out in the end because, well, XERXIA just has more numbers. They can spread themselves out. There's that one lurk already coming from Sushi Boys, and they immediately knew that Boom Esports did not rotate at all. They were still at B main, stuck somewhere, and all XERXIA have to do, sit back, relax, and once they spot them, start shooting them down.
Well, this is it, ladies and gents. Match point now for XERXIA, as they are this much closer to taking a 2-0 against the Indonesian powerhouse. That is Boom Esports, and so far, one of the favorites of this tournament, XERXIA, the Thai squad, are proving why they're truly above and beyond everybody else. And they do not look like they have sacrificed everything. They do not look like they have fallen off. A lot of teams have come and gone in the pro scene of Valorant. A lot of teams have shuffled rosters so much, but XERXIA, this core 4, plus, you know, whoever duelist they choose has stuck together. They are proving that they are here to stay. 1 round left to go here for XERXIA. If they can win this one, they're going to be going on ahead and knocking down Boom Esports to the lower bracket. The journey will not end for Boom if they do get taken down to the lower bracket, though, because there still is another chance. But they do want to make this a little bit more difficult, and they do obviously want to be the ones to go through.
I love this setup. Smokes to blurred out vision, and you're not going to be able to see the tripwires clearly, so if you don't get the destroy on them with the satchels, there is an angle for Sushi Boys to shoot through the...
Oh,
there
you're right.
it is.
Right setup.
Spike planted.
No. That was deadly. 4 versus 5.
Rolling Thunder, a little bit of, I think, desperation right now, but BlazKing, he'll take anything he can get as he finds Sushi Boys now in the 4v4. This is it. XERXIA looking for the victory, the big 2-0. Can he get it? Surf misses that shot. It's Flipsider who does it. That's going to be another Rolling Thunder to come through here. Snakebite will delay, but not the turret. Flipsider to win that duel. Tebatal follows up, and Fox, the only one left standing. 1v3 here. If he can do this, can he come huge for his team? Camera will spot him out short. He can't get onto the site, sees the legs of one. But this crossfire is so difficult. He pulls out the wall. No way, he gets it to half. Can they break the wall? They're trying to run onto the site, and he does get taken down by Flipsider. 3 kills for him, and they avoid getting eliminated. But at what cost? They lose 3 players here, but they'll take it. XERXIA, they hang. Their lead hangs by a thread.
Wow. That was almost a smart play there. Thankfully, Flipsider immediately understood that he just had to start running in and hope to dear God that he had time to still take down Foxy, who, by the way, 18 frags overall. That is monumental for Foxy here. XERXIA, yeah, just call timeout.
If we get to overtime and Boom Esports win, that is going to be a massive blow to the momentum, to the confidence of XERXIA, who has spent a majority of the series in the driving seat. A majority of their time just battering down on the doors of Boom Esports, the big bad wolf, just yet again. And now it's not Boom that are the big bad wolves, it's XERXIA this time.
Well,
their logo is a wolf.
Yeah, let's see if they can hop and puff and take down my Chinny Chim Chim, or my mixing things.
That is a completely different fairy tale. That is a completely different fairy tale. It's
Okay.
blow the house. I'll hop and I'll puff and I'll blow the house down.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mother Maggie.
Yeah, well, I learned a lot more in kindergarten than you think I did, okay? Just let me have this.
It's okay, it's okay. I'm just glad to be part of your world, you know.
It's those small victories.
Yeah.
Oh, this should be 11-12 because XERXIA has elected to go for that full eco. Should be, I say. But still, they're making a great read because XERXIA are now putting 4 of their members here towards that A site. That's exactly where Boom Esports want to go. They break that camera. Not going to be hard committing just yet. We'll see how this plays out. They've snuck in Fox in a little bit of a sneaky position, and two players are holding close onto site. If they can get this entry onto Berserks, it's going to be massive.
Tepetal's fault line is going to be key here, for sure. His setup has to be on point, because Berserks, if he doesn't, he's going to get screwed. No! That is the
complete opposite of what you wanted to see. It goes absolutely haywire, and it sends them back to B.
Oh, well, they still have weapons, so it's absolutely fine. Flipsitter is still here for the lurk, so he knows that there's a couple of people right now, but they have no time. They either have to commit now, or they're gonna not have enough on the clock to actually make things work. Surf! Oh, he gets away, though.
He misses.
That's huge.
That's a big miss from Surf right there. But still, with 13 seconds left, Blaze King finds Sushi Boy. Take that 10. There's very little time. Frostmind is doing it. He's holding on. And okay, they're going to be fine. They're going to get that spike plant down. But Scary takes down Blaze King. Suddenly the 2v3. And there's weapons in the hands of XERXIA right now. Cruz looking to get lucky. Trying to find it. But they forced the Viper's pit to be utilized so early on. And Cruz, okay, he gets a dink, sure, but not the kill. He's going to get some information. And Scary, in a 1v3, he has been absolutely unstoppable in the previous games, but now he's identified. He's tagged. Can't wallbang this, sure, but they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, it should be 11-12 already. There is no way that Scary would be able to clutch this, but... Oh... Good enough that XERXIA, or for Boom, XERXIA actually had to commit to the site itself on A. So if they wanted to heavily rotate on B, there wouldn't have been enough time for Boom, or not Boom, but XERXIA to actually still set up some shenanigans on that B site. So even though Berserk did die, he died giving good information to his team. So even though that was a botch play for Boom, they still rallied back, which ultimately gave them that 11-12.
Oh, that round I think could have been very different had Surf gotten that kill as well and picked up the rifle.
100%
but
agree. Yeah.
Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, and we're now seeing the operator come back into Surf's hands. This was key in the previous rounds. This was one of those turning points in the game. Now they're going to try to make it work for them yet again. Looking for those aggressive picks here. They are waiting very patiently for those peaks.
Well, this is the final countdown. Last round for either loss or overtime. So the pressure is on for Boom to make something happen. And you can already see with how they're moving that they don't want to make any initial mistakes. They want to keep as many people alive because they also know that key utilities that they had or key ultimates that they would want to have right now in this round are not available to them. Ergo, Tepetal's Rolling Thunder. So they want to use as much time as possible, clear out as many angles as they can, and from seemingly coming through arcade with a 4-man stack, play the trade game as efficiently as possible as well.
Well, last round here in regulation, round 24. XERXIA, they're ahead for now, but Sushi Boy stunned up. It doesn't matter. He still finds Berserk, but Flip to Dirt will trade up. Now they're holding themselves onto this site. They still have Sushi Boy to hold the line. He's fully flashed. He doesn't get a kill. Frostmind and Tepetal, they get a piece. But Scary, he's gonna be able to bring things back here with 13 seconds left. They should have the plan. 2v2. And this one is for the big victory. XERXIA, can they retake this site? Scary pushing on closer. Not a lot of information. Surf has to use an operator on this retake. Will hold the line for the teammate. He's pushing in here. And it's Frostmind who does prevail. Great flash to come through. He flashes his teammate. Not too much to worry about here. Just to get a little bit more of a position here. Will he swap out? No. He's going to stick on the operator, but Frostmind doesn't work into overtime.
That was huge. Scary had to win that fight first on Frostmind. They knew he was trapped on default already. So it was all up to them to either get that trade or just whiff entirely, which the latter happened. Yeah, there it is. He knew he was there. And the crossfire was already set up. It seems like he wanted to get through. Oh, that's how he knew. Because the jump showed the top of the pigtail for Jet. Who knew pigtails would be so losing for teams?
Overtime now.
Ponytail. Sorry.
Ponytail.
Pigtails are great.
Ponytails
are evil.
They are. So you should have a pigtail.
Next time, if I have longer manes, dude.
Okay. Well, this game is. I said this in the panel session a little bit earlier on. Fracture is so important for Boom to take, and especially since they lost their map number 1. Okay, of course it's because they lost map number 1, but even if they did win, I just don't see Boom really winning so much on Haven. But now that we're in Fracture itself, how could any of us expected that this game would have gotten so close? Asteroids 12-12, things are neck and neck. All of the members of both of these teams are just basically contributing, you know, all of them pulling their weight. It's one of those games that you look at and it's like, wow, and nobody's falling too far behind. Not like in the last game here, but now it's A they go to. XERXIA looking to lead the charge, trying to get onto the site. Surf is maybe the entry here. We'll find nobody really to stop their push.
Tripwire. There it is. That's why the Cypher cages were used, so that they can just mess up Surf. Okay, 1-for-1 trade, so it's not too bad here for XERXIA. They still have the round regardless. Berserk's throwing some utility here just to maybe soften the initial. That wall is still huge. Even though it has segment down, it still pushes the murder hole for XERXIA to focus a lot of their firepower on. Cruz waiting for contact again to set up the fault line, but it seems like it's Tebadol that actually has a better utility usage. Berserk comes in swinging, but Scary hits the headshot, and XERXIA, they've had this beautiful crossfire, but how do they get this happening? Rolling Thunder, so huge. How does Cruz hammer Rolling Thunder at this point?
No way, he wins it! Cruz with a quad kill off the Rolling Thunder saves his team. I thought Boom had that, but suddenly out of nowhere he pulls around out the hat. Cruz again will be the hero of XERXIA.
Wait, how many kills did he get that round? Did he pick up 2 orbs?
You know what? I actually have no idea.
Yeah. Wait, okay.
No, I think he planted the spike, so that's 1.
Okay, 1. And then he picked up 2 orbs, which is 2. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't see him get any kills in that round.
Yeah, I don't think he got any kills.
Wow. Cruz, you absolute mad lad. If that's what he did, oh my God.
Wait. Did he not get a kill in that last round? We'll have to double check, but whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever happened, that was still insane. And XERXIA, man, I'm just going to say that was definitely a very esports clutch moment for Cruz. Very
100%.
stylishly done. Very stylish.
I do not disagree with that statement. I completely, wholeheartedly accept what you have just said with my whole mind, body, and soul.
Spirit and
whole body and spirit, mind, body, and spirit.
Mind, body, and spirit. No, soul works. Anyway, I haven't seen Soul yet, but I'm not talking about that later. Anyway,
it's a good show.
Esports now in the back foot, advantage for XERXIA.
This goes here.
And I really thought that was gonna go Boom's way. This has to be like a moment to think for Boom Esports because they have to stabilize. They have to keep themselves calm. That round could definitely get to them. Losing like that after a massive play from Cruz, the in-game leader. But Blaze King to stop it with a big double! Getting 2 members of XERXIA completely off guard. Let's get another one. Finds Fox. No, he doesn't land it. But still, it's going to be a nice trade. Flip Jadder finds 1. And on this flank, Scary looking to make that push happen. They do have control over the spike. The spike has been dropped in the middle of nowhere, but Fox, he's got a line. He's got a line on Tebadol. He punishes him and brought to a 2v2. Suddenly, XERXIA have a fantastic chance in this round. Orb would be available for Fox. If he can get an orb, might be able to go for a res here. There's an orb. So Fox is going to pick up the orb. They're going to go for that res. They're going to play for the 3v2 instead.
This is horrible for Boom Esports because they haven't picked up the spike as well. They were still so preoccupied about the wall that they forgot that Fox actually got all of these kills. As you mentioned, it's a 3 versus 1 now.
Defenders win.
They just win it. There's nothing explosive, but just pure, slow, steady burn from Fox. Blaze King ignited a whole set of rounds for Boom. And then Fox, the Sage of all agents, got multiple kills. So you knew a resurrection was just around the corner to happen.
Yeah, a great decision making there towards the end of those games, you know. It came to the ultimates that basically did it. The ultimate from Fox, picking up those orbs, just goes to show how important they are when it comes to the overtime. Every small difference, every marginal, tiny thing could be the difference between victory and loss. And Cruz was just absolutely phenomenal in the round before that, followed up by Fox, but Scary at the tippy top, followed up by Flips Jadder. Great game here, but unfortunately for Boom, it ends up with a 2-0.
Ends up with that 2-0. But they got way better on Fracture, to be honest. The bind left much to be desired for Boom Esports, but they almost bounced back. And it shows still that they are a team that you just do not want to mess with, right? So, yeah.
Absolutely. You just have to be on guard all the time. But it really came down to the wire here. Even the stats are so close to one another. The biggest difference in stats, I think, is just the objective wins. But, like, you know, that's obviously going to be different when it comes to overtime games like that. Somebody's going to have 2 more, but it's virtually the same.
I actually have no idea how that happened, but in the way that it feels like Boom should have lost that to how cleanly XERXIA played that first half. But Boom somehow, some way started to manage things. Their execution got way cleaner. There's still some botch rounds here and there, but not enough that it really costed them so much coming into the second half. And as we look at these highlights once again, it is pretty prevalent that once more the attacking side for Boom is just where they shine the most, where they can really rely on Berserks to really get the value here.
Absolutely. Clearly evidenced by the number of times Boom Esports were able to pull out rounds that they really shouldn't have. It was a heroic comeback. Unfortunately stopping short of the finish line and taking us to map number 3. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed. I thought we were going to map number 3. I thought we were going into Haven, but a 2-0 it was what we see, and XERXIA still looking like they're the kings for now. They still have another very, very big threat that they have to potentially deal with, and that's Papes will be playing up next. Up next against South Build, who are perhaps the next in line for the throne for the Philippine title after Team Secret.
Oh yeah, I still argue it's either that or Nows, and then a close third would be Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, it's just all up in the air, right, for all of these teams. One of the reasons why APAC is just so exciting to watch, man, is just each and every single region grows at such an exponential rate. Each and every single region is very, very different in terms of how they progress over the season. Now, and the teams that are coming into the mix, very much different than we saw a year ago. Case in point right now, Boom versus XERXIA here as we find themselves 2-0. XERXIA taking a big, big victory, dominant, almost letting it slip away from them, but in the end, they rolled it back. But now we're going to be rolling things back into a break because we do have to breathe a little bit. We're going to let the panel do all the breaking down and the discussion when we come back from this. Again, Illustrato and Asterai, we've been your casters, but we're signing off for now. But when we return, it's going to be the panel.
This is her queendom. Please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
Welcome back to the panel. Still here with my twin Raf, and someone's actually upset that his pick'ems were, it suffered a lot. But joining us today, here we have Dax as well in the panel. We talked about it a while ago, and I remember asking the panel if you guys think that it was going to be a fast pace, and it was a 50-50 answer that I got. It was depending on the map Beatos, but it seemed like it was a fast game during map number 1, and we actually get to see the difficulty or the long game on Fracture instead. XERXIA dominated Boom Esports during map 1, which was Bind. This was totally unexpected from Boom Esports, the top tier team coming in from Indonesia. What was the difficulty around Boom's play right there?
Well, for starters, there were so many uncharacteristic things of Boom. Just a lot of untimely peaks, a lot of unsupported jumps too, which once again, XERXIA capitalized on so much. Now, we've talked about XERXIA being one of those teams where if you really want to size up against them in terms of raw dueling power, it is very, very ill-advised. But as I say that, we saw a gem in the form of Berserk's 1v5. Absolutely masterclass and surgical.
You know, that happened, sure. Big moment from Berserk. The problem is, that was really it. That was the big boom of MiTH Esports, and everything else was a bit of a whimper. And the thing, when you face off against XERXIA Esports, this is a squad that has this system in place for so long already. And if you can't keep parity the way that you know how to play, then plays like when they're able to set up on those kind of sites, when they're able to basically get those kind of visions in the first place. And I'm expecting more from the side of Boom Esports, ways to blockade that vision, ways to manipulate the map. But many a time, it was just XERXIA finding their way in, especially thanks to the efforts of
30 seconds left.
I don't know, man. It was squeaky clean coming in from XERXIA during map number 1. But we were talking about it. There was one specific round where we saw the clear flaw. That was the time when Berserks had an ace in the defuse. I mean, how did he get away with that, knowing that it was a squeaky clean kind of setup coming in from XERXIA, Raf?
Berserks is like really good.
Maybe he's just too good. I can't hear Raf right now, but that is okay. Dax, how about you?
Well, I've been thinking just how that was played so well by Berserks, right? It was an incredible round, but it really was just small laps when XERXIA wasn't paying on attention. But you compare it to the end of that Fracture map, XERXIA able to scrap it out versus Boom Esports. They found the opening, they found the advantage on the Fracture map itself where they had those orbs right to use, and it has been an incredible run so far from Foxy and Cruz especially. These guys have really stepped up their play, stepped up that kind of leadership, and many a time in a pinch for XERXIA in the later rounds, it does feel like that's when they can rely on those guys.
I think
I'm
that
terribly
silence,
sorry.
Raph, I think that silence speaks volume for itself.
No,
on how
I feel like
Berserk's got it.
no, I said that. Oh my goodness, Berserk's is really good, but it does look like even on my end right now, the reality reactor. It's having trouble. Again, it's keeping both of us together in this universe. Of course, there's going to be difficulty.
Oh man, I mean, this is the first time the actual panel prediction went sideways when we weren't predicting, or I predicted XERXIA, and you guys went all the way to Boom Esports. I'm just telling you guys, it's a sign. Just follow my lead. Follow my lead right here. But moving forward on the latter part of the map, we've seen Fracture. This is the longest game that Boom Esports and XERXIA played out. But it seemed like Boom Esports went into default safe mode. It felt like Boom was saving up those utilities as well.
Oh boy, I mean, saving up, potentially yes, but disjointed is really the word that I've been looking at. Oh my goodness, once again, just super uncharacteristic of Boom. We're expecting quite a bit from them. They still have an extra chance though.
100%. But heading towards the next series, though, this is done and over with. It is a XERXIA win with a clean 2-0. But this next series is gonna be interesting because it's like the tale of two friends meeting up again. PaperRex actually tweeted the throwback photo facing off against the members of SBE when they were still in the Brand Esports roster. So without further ado, let's introduce the first team that we have.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Hello. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your tough, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like old ages.
Here we have it, PaperRex back at it again in the Asia Pacific stage. And as we look into the roster, of course, we are seeing Benkai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mind Freak Dax.
Yeah, this is a blueprint of success in SEA for PaperRex. Mixed roster, playing for the NYSU reason, they have just gone above and beyond so much of the potential that they have in the first place. And the thing is, it really feels like we're scratching the surface about this team, basically. PaperRex has played a bunch of default lineups, has just used their mechanical prowess, their absolute superiority against other teams to the best degree to potentially save some strats for the knockouts now. And we did get a glimpse of it. Remember that Fracture game where we had that Neon for Forsaken. He was just so selfless with his life. And coming into the knockouts right now, I'm really wondering what else we can get from PaperRex. Maybe maps they haven't played as of yet. I'm looking towards if we can get a bind map out of nowhere here, or something a little bit less standard, a little more on the utility side, because many a time we remember when they play on things like Haven instead, they would just play something simple like double duelist, when we know Jing himself, he doesn't even need to play that duelist anymore, so flexible in whatever PaperRex needs.
Talked about flexibility, but of course with that simplicity is mastery, and that's what PaperRex have been doing. Quite honestly, it does beg the question, which team can step up for them to get that depth that we're so used to seeing? But just the absolute strength that they've been displaying, I don't think they've really had a reason to.
I mean, they added up Jing here on the team as well. And as we call it, Jing right here is the yin to the yang of Forsaken. He's been popping off crazy and getting those shots in. But of course, PaperRex is facing an opponent here, an old friend of theirs. It's gonna be Southbuilt Esports.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Hello. Yeah. Nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your tough, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like old ages.
the pride of Philippines, Southbuilt Esports. Looking at the roster right now in front of your screens. Of course, we have Aziz, Flippy, Jack, Papi Chulo, and Pro as well. Raph, I know you have something to say about Southbuilt Esports. I think now is the time.
Oh, no, I don't. No, I'm kidding. Southbuilt, once again, very fabled, a very, very solid team from, where they're from. The thing is we've joked about this many times. Dax even mentioned that, oh, this is still upper bracket. Southbuilt isn't completely Southbuilt just yet. Hopefully, though, this is a matchup where they really can't afford to do that. They have to wake up. They have to get their gears going as much as possible because low bracket or upper bracket, the road is not going to be any less difficult.
Come on, with the top 8 we have right now, it already looks scary on both sides. And if you need things to go down south before you can pick it back up again, it might be a problem in the long run. But we're looking at players like Papi Chulo and Ja right now, right, to step it up. The problem is for Southbuilt Esports, though, there are those lapses where it looks like, why is Southbuilt really here right now compared to some of the PHFs? And on the other flip side, there are other times where Southbuilt looks just so clean. There's a bit of that inconsistency right now and disjoint on Southbuilt on what form they're gonna have coming into a game.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those anime pro tag buffs, you kind of squint your eyes at first, like what's going on? Southbuilt, why would you peek that? Why would you do that? And then comes halftime, they're like, oh, right, this is a tournament. And then they kind of flip the script, but once again, they really cannot afford to do that against PaperX. PaperX is PaperX.
Also, aside from that, I was talking about it already when it comes to the players right here, and we are going to be looking at the head-to-head. Jing is the yin to the yang of Forsaken. The addition of Jing has been phenomenal for the team of Paper Rex. His performance has been definitely on point as well. And another player to highlight here for the team of Paper Rex, not only Jing, is also probably gonna be Benkai. He had been so flexible for the entire team and can definitely switch up the gear if you need him to. But this is now the head-to-head on your screen. We are looking at Jing versus Aziz. And as we know, Jing has been popping off, going crazy over it. But Aziz has something in his pocket as well.
Yeah, it just feels like when you compare these two, these are the most high-impact fraggers you can have here. Sometimes for Southbuilt, live by the assist, die by the assist, and when he overheats, it does become a bit of a problem that we see for Southbuilt Esports. In the meantime, though, it feels a lot more stable on the Paper Rex front. You have Jing there, who has just been absolutely amazing at the frags, and that is why they picked him up, especially from his former roster. That's why they put him in LCQ. But then, it was Paper Rex trying to really fit in Jing more of the duelist role, and where does that really leave Forsaken? He can play anything, he can be anything at a high level, but you still want that Forsaken duelist, especially that Jet, if ever. So Jing has taken that mantle of flexibility, still has that absolute lethality. And when we see him on something like the Sage, it just feels like that Resurrects keep on coming online for Paper Rex. Second chances for even more ambitious plays. We remember that ace with the Sheriff to end it all on Icebox. Those are just King Jing moments that you can recall basically for Paper Rex.
And that's how he lost his medical license. Again, more of a harm assist than anything else. Jing, despite having that fragging power, it seems to be so omnipresent, as you mentioned. Doesn't need to be a main rifling agent, doesn't need to be a duelist. But another thing is that we kind of have to highlight that Aziz, like you said, we will live by the Aziz, they will die by the Aziz. Once he does get very hot, though, there is a certain bleeding effect that kind of wakes everybody on Southbuilt up. So that's something that Paper X have to look out for.
Maybe Southbuilt is definitely built different this time around. They can surprise us as well. And as we look into the map veto, we are going to be seeing the map picks and, of course, the map bans as well. While we're waiting at it, I would like to ask the both of you, what do you think PRX has right now that SBE doesn't?
I think the biggest one has to be, I kind of have to say map flexibility in this instance, because I wouldn't be surprised. That first ban has to be Fracture. No surprises there. If it isn't Fracture, okay, there it is. Because Southbuilt has constantly said, we are not going to be playing Fracture. This is the map that we do not like. We are going to be not accustomed to. And I was always thinking for this kind of matchup, what do you ban first? That Fracture map you're not ready for? Or Icebox just for the respect for Paper X? And it does seem like that the answer is clear here for Southbuilt.
Aside from that, I feel like if Dax wasn't going to see that Fracture ban go through, he would have shaved his head. It's like, there is no way I am missing this map veto. But yeah, absolutely. Another thing that Paper Rex has over South Built is the consistency to convincingly win, no matter what the bracket, no matter the stakes of the matches are. And although it does kind of put South Built in a bit of a subterfuge-like position to quite a lot of teams, it still shouldn't be the look they're rocking with.
Oh, they have been, and also aside from that, since South Built Esports compared to Paper Rex, we might head on and lean more towards Paper Rex. But this is the first map that we are looking at. It's gonna be actually Haven, which is one of the maps for SBE. I think this is a perfect map rather to start off the plays and how they can try to figure out how PRX plays as well.
Yeah, there's so much potential aggression here for South Build. They have a lot on this map, basically, on the PH side especially, and it has become the map of choice for them. Used to be struggles on the attacking side, figuring it out along the way. Problem is, when you compare it to any Paper Rex statistics, they've only really dropped one map all throughout their year so far here in VCT, and it does feel like it's always such an uphill battle against Paper Rex here.
That being said, it is a pick your poison type of deal. Paper X do pick split, which has been historically good for SB. As Dax mentioned, Paper X have been fantastic on all the maps. So this is a case of let's play to her strengths instead of acknowledging there's too much. Again, overly respecting is something that a lot of these teams have to avoid doing.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm really worried right now for South Build seeing that split map. They haven't had the best win rate here so far on the negative side actually this year. And when we see for South Build, they rely a lot on their defense to step it up. But on the attacking side, that's when they're going to be having those struggles. No surprise though. It has been a topic of contention here, Raph, honestly, that we have that freeze map being banned out. But it does feel like lately South Build is just not comfy with freeze whatsoever.
I'm glad you said that word because that's exactly the point I was gonna put across, because just on the eye test, right, if we put a hyper focus on Southfield, they're very comfortable in these maps. Even Breeze, that was banned. You could say the same about Ascent despite their meddling stats, but Paper Rex do take away that bind, as you mentioned, and Icebox, oh my goodness, it does go through.
Oh man, the decider map is gonna be very crucial for both teams that we have right here. Paper Rex have been performing in this specific map as well. We have seen them time and time again win the Icebox map compared to other international teams in the international stage as well. So this is quite scary for the team of SBE right now on the decider map. But I think, Dax, do you think there's also a big chance that SBE has that opportunity on this selection?
Yeah, let's look a little bit of a history. Actually, South Built and Paper X have faced off against each other in a community tournament, and they've won against Paper X on Icebox especially. They split it 1-1. It was Paper X winning out on split instead, so there is a bit of that familiarity on the Valorant side. I know there's a lot more history right behind them on the CS front, but it really goes to show that South Built itself, they're so willing to contest Paper X even in their lane. Problem is it going to be a fool's errand yet again to face off against a PRX lineup this hot right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about the comfortability of it all. Icebox, once again, being our decider. I feel like it's one of those maps, too, where you can play a lot with off timing, play a lot with trying to have those split-second adjustments to really throw them off their center.
Oh, I think it's time, gentlemen, to destroy Rap's pickin' predictions right here on panel as well. He's mad about it. He's like, why did you go up against me on that previous map? Now the DNA didn't work out here, bro. But this time around, it's finally time to lock in your predictions. I'm gonna start it off. I would say, like, with our history major right here, Dax sitting on the rightmost corner, I would want to say that with the decider map, it's gonna go into a 3-map series, and SBE performs on this specific map like Icebox, and they take game 1 rather. I would say it's gonna be on the side of South Built Esports.
Belief is a beautiful armor and makes for the heaviest sword. And again, this is just a little bit of a throwback to our local qualifier. The first time I ever got my pick'em right, Taylor was like, oh, because I'm your lucky charm. Now, I got all my pick'ems right without her. Suddenly, the one thing I go against, the streak dies. But I, once again, will have to disagree with dear sister. I think Paper X have been absolutely thorough. That's been lacking in South Build. I think this might be a 3-map series like you said, but 2-1 in the side of Paper X.
Wait. Are you guys telling me the plot of Valorant? Why is Earth 1 Terror and Earth 2 Terror having a scuffle here right now?
She's trying to banish me.
They're trying to get rid of you to take that Radiant along the way, but I will actually push it forward even more so. I'm gonna go on side of Paper Rex, but I think it will be a 2-0. Paper Rex will immediately get that hot start and just keep going at it. And we've seen Southfield Esports, they fumble there at the starting gate. They get stronger towards the finish line, but if Paper Rex is such a distance away already, expect them to just go at it and go into the next round.
Well, let's see and let's figure out who wins the predictions for tonight. But as we are now preparing for the next matchup, it's going to be Southfield Esports versus Paper Rex. So please, casters, do take it away.
Can't stop me, ain't no one on my level.
You know, many expected an MYSG versus PH matchup to happen down the line in APAC Challengers. Many expected Paper Rex to be here in the top 8. But who expected that it wasn't the Team Secret roster that you wanted? It will be the Secret Slayers in themselves instead. Southfield Esports. The script has been changed. And welcome, guys, to the final series of day number 1 of the knockouts. My name is Dax, and I'm here with a very special black and blue. We are together finally yet again, my friend. And what an interesting matchup to be put on, don't you agree?
It almost makes me wonder who was in charge of putting me on this, but I'm very excited at least to be back on the desk. It's knockout stage, man. Playoffs time, and definitely going to be playing our hearts out. So, opening map for the series, we're going to be split on, actually no, Haven to start things off. Information gathered for me was wrong. Haven to start things off. Okay, this is a map that was honestly one of the most bad maps for Paper Rex. So for them to leave this open begs the question, what do they have in store?
What they have in store is a pretty simple competition. Only difference right now is they're actually going to be running that Sky rather than the Sova. Still though, it's that double duelist lineup here from Paper Rex. They're going to be heat checking Southfield here right now, Mr. Black and Blue. And I feel like for Paper Rex, coming into the semifinals, coming into the upper bracket finals, the way to Iceland, they might have even more strategies in store. But this is the perfect map right now for Paper Rex to assess how strong Southfield really is here. They're going to have something tried and tested, a roster that has dominated the APAC scene, sure. But if Southfield comes out of the gate swinging and has an answer to this kind of Paper Rex lineup, especially as we see here, they have a lot in control with the Breach and the Astra right now, then Paper Rex might have something else, a different kind of tactic, and a new page of the playbook brought out for the rest of the series.
Ever since they have added Jing here, we saw him, earlier, rather late last year, but there was still some qualms about that. There was still, you can see a feeling out period between that Paper Rex squad, who have been very, very tight-knit ever since, even before moving to Valorant. Both of these teams are. By the way, this isn't the first time either of these teams have matched up against each other, even outside of Valorant, but it makes me remember now, Dax, the last time we casted Paper Rex, the last 2 times we casted Paper Rex, it was against PH teams in the former Brent Esports squad last VCT Challengers. But here we go again. Opening pistol now with Paper Rex on the defensive side, and Southfield looking to take things slowly towards Charlie.
Yeah, that's why I entered against like the Secret Slayers instead, and that is Southfield Esports. Here we go though, bring the fire at the end of the night. It's Paper Rex, and of course Mind Freak. This is just standard for him. Drive by now with a frenzy, teleports in the way, and safely he does, but he does get tilted by bullets eventually. And Southfield's Knights are about to get that takedown. Benkai goes scanned on out, and this is Southfield going full ham, full steam ahead, playing the Paper Rex game for the hard aggression, moving everything to the Vi in the back of this site. Spike now being planted 2v1. Ja and Pro trying to find the damage. We have the Astra here, the flexibility of Ja as a player. But Southfield, they're looking for that double peak opening here against the Vi, but he's wisely staying in cover. Trying to get the duels instead. The lineup was there, and Ja at least will save Southfield's bacon. FBE with the first point on the board.
Put some eggs on that too, because he was 1 click away from potentially winning that matchup there on the lineup. very, very close. Too tight for comfort for that South build squad, but they open up with a pistol, something notoriously not favorable to the top level PH teams. That was a moniker that previously it was Bren, now Secret, were carrying at the time, and it seems like South build are continuing the tradition for the most part, but hey, they win the pistol, so maybe good things to come for them, but there was a very, very expensive pistol, all things considered.
Swarm grenade. My friend, why are you so nonchalant about that? Southfield actually won the pistol round.
It's just a
they won the first round of the first series.
We're going
you guys
3
think
maps.
it's no big? It's like normal, right?
We're going
it
3
can
maps,
happen.
Zax. We can save it.
Do you know how often that actually happens? Not often at all. So Southfield,
I don't know.
They know that Paper.
I wouldn't know.
You know Paper X. You wouldn't know?
Yeah.
I think you would know.
Yeah, perhaps.
Paper X, they do want to try
Just
and
smells it.
capitalize on an early opportunity, right? But this is now Ja anticipating perhaps Ching is right here, shorty in hand, and here we go again. Smoke gameplay here from Paper Rex, try to be a little bit cheeky, but SBE is just able to get that A-long control first and foremost. Might be even easier. Few shots right now. Papichulo with covering fire. Ja with the takedown. And here comes SBE as this will be the one at the helm. There's the guiding light, but Flippy will go for cover. And it's clean right now for Southfield Esports.
Well, seems like a very clean second round. Ja cleans up Bankai, trying to go on the flank. And here comes Forsaken. Now this dude, he is arguably the prodigy of the Southeast Asia scene. So you can never count him out, but this is probably a bit above his pay grade. Maybe make it expensive, get a kill or two, and that should be worth it, especially with the Sheriff he's bought up. Try and get some credits flowing his way coming to round 3. So very good discipline from Southfield not to push that smoke on the short and wait for the proper time, but this is what I'm talking about, man. Forsaken, he's so deadly. He's already found the 2 that I said he needs to, just to make it worthwhile. You definitely find the 3rd here, as this is trying to challenge him, but nope. They know not to feed him any more ultimate orbs, not to feed him any more economy, and that should be the 2nd round in Southfield's way.
That's a good point there, Black and Blue, as Southfield will get this 2-0. It has to exude discipline right now. The mistakes we've seen from Southfield so far, the overextensions, the overheat, the eagerness to chase down the opposition, it cannot happen here, Paper X, because if you give these guys an inch, they will take a mile, they will take the series, and they will just be taking their hats to the next round. You mentioned it. Do not let someone can get that Blaze Storm early on. It's one of the bailout plays for Paper Rex when they're in the pinch economically, and especially if they don't get that kind of snowball momentum. The lineup of PRX doesn't really have much of the staying power, except perhaps what Benkai can do there, but Jing, of course, he just finds a quick little frag, and we're PRX mode again on, as that is going to be a good start here for defense. And oh, Forsaken, he adds one more.
This is where Paper X are so deadly. Yeah, they might be in the defense with the double duelist lineup, but great paranoia here coming from Mind Freak to help them support and really control that garage position. Parked in there right now. I don't think there's much Doc can do in this situation. Forsaken so clean against this bonus, and it might be called a bonus, but Southfield don't seem to be getting anything going their way. Papichulo can maybe find a frag here, then that's the best he can hope for.
Paper Rex, you know, defense is not really a role. It's just a suggestion. Starting location here for Paper Rex, and the guiding light right now will get the gong hit. And Divine does get the takedown. I think they wanted to feed that last kill for Forsaken just in case they need a Blade Storm later on. But that was just such a dominating round from BRX and pretty much the standard you expect from them. From the get-go, how do you even find these kind of kills? There's this distinct right now between Jing and Forsaken. We've talked about it a bunch during their matches, but this is how clear it is. Forsaken, Rank Demon, Jing also the same kind of case, and 2 is better than 1, and it does feel like it's an inferno Southfield is walking into.
It's very curious because when they lost Shiba, you'd have assumed that they were going to add someone else who had, you know, played more utility agents, but no, they were like, let's double down the firepower. How about we get like another kind of player that is very similar to Forsaken and just double down on that aspect of their game. And firepower is really where they, I guess, separate themselves from the pack. Arguably have 2 of the best aimers and mechanical players in the scene. Ja, he's going to try and challenge that fact, but Forsaken's going to get the better of him this time.
And so this goes down there. It really goes to show for Paper Rex, they know how to assimilate some old lofty competitions that Team SG roster. But now Southfield now, they're going for the push, and just the one who's woken on up on the ass right here. You can play many an agent, and especially here on Haven, we see the Southfield rotation, patroller roll, but he's still as deadly as usual. For now, though, Pro putting that spike down. Nebula here
Spike
in the way
planted.
of Benkai, hiding on the inside. Paper Rex loving this bit of tendency, and Southfield trying to flush them out if ever. But Mind Freak is walking in the wrong direction. Flippy will now get a spot on him. He's waiting, watching,
Enemy remaining.
crawling to get the backstab. All left to Benkai right now, coming in from the spawn area at least. Takes it up, finds the takedown onto Pro, but Ja is there again. And Ja rules, and Ja's too cool for the 3-1.
As you said, doesn't matter what role he's on, he doesn't mind finding and
Here.
slithering his way into some of those frags. It was Aziz who made that early contact versus Forsaken, but as you see, Ja never too shy to enter his way, even as that controller. And sometimes it does enable, very good mechanical players to frag out even more being on the controller, or, the third in, because first two take space, third guy cleans up, and that's where Ja really comes in for this team. So a bit more utility on the South build side, which is kind of helping their attacking favor. But Paper Rex, as you said, defense is only a suggestion. They pretty much play attack on both halves. They only change spawns.
I mean, come on, we just saw that Forsaken with the one tap a while ago. Jado's like, 1, 2, tap away. The mechanical prowess is something that Southfield needs to match right now versus a lineup like this from Paper Rex. But the Arc assist, friendly fire. Can't really go for the push, so Pro instead will be the one at the starting gate itself. Smokes to come on out here from the Seekers, but Forsaken now finds the blades anyway from the link. The updraft used to get that takedown, but it will be Southfield now putting the spike by the default in itself. Here we go though, retake coming in from Paper X. Forsaken already on the action, but it's Pro with the catch on him. Benkai though stays fights it too. Pro with the Dark though to try and get that vision, but it's all Southfield now trying to play on the back lanes. Paper X having the man advantage, and the high ground is here for Benkai. He's the watchtower here of Paper X, and his all-seeing eye will give them this round.
The Sentinel from up high, really closing things from down below. Give them that one round of a gap to work with. A South build stumbling on the post plant. They did get the plant down. They burned the Rolling Thunder to get that plant, but they still got some high impact frags to capitalize on. Papichulo not really finding his feet just yet to get that lockdown ready, but they got the Hunter's Fury and Cosmic Divide to potentially counter the Neural Theft if ever it does come. So the tail of the tape here is basically so much more utility on the side of South build. But can they really utilize that when Paper X are really playing into their game of taking those gunfights and winning it?
The thing is, Southfield is doing one thing to adjust against Paper Rex's aggression, to meet them in that kind of pitch combat. But the thing is, they're not going to be able to get that much out of the range of their utilities besides the initial push. And, well, at least that's a huge counter here by Southfield. Forsaken will get one, but that's about has been having that hot hand as a rifle here ready. But it's Southfield right now on the lesser buy, basically, and PRX can try to play their antics. And also here for Southfield, all about those scrims, and Papichulo walks into that one, Paranoia to fend them off, and PRX will get another kill here.
Benkai with the operator, surprisingly enough. They have a really good setup here on towards Garage as well, but one-way Cyber Cage, and that forces Southfield to try and regress somewhere else. Jop, seen him open things up with a Vandal here in the base side last time when they were playing Velocity on Haven, but no such opportunities are presented to him just yet. They're actually splitting up, potentially for an A split. And Flippy, the timing, very awkward here. They might actually gang up on him, but he's going to be completely blind as Devi finds the better of him. And Ja can potentially catch these rotators out, but not sure how well the timing will favor that.
Yeah, perfect. Divide. Jado trying to be the surprise, but Jing with the ding, and that will be enough to make it 3 right now. Well timed though, again by Paper X. Communication is absolutely key, and you can see Divide just had that notion to go for the flash play as soon as Paper X got more control towards the garage side. Scouted all around, and Southfield was nowhere nearby. And they realized the situation there, but this was an interesting fight to start things off. But Forsaken getting the pick off, it really goes to show that Ja has just been having the performance to remember here for the side of Southfield. Many ask, why is Ja flexing on the round? It's because he can. It's because that is what he can really accomplish here for the side of Southfield. Either he's playing the duelist or the controller, he can be potent. Potency, of course, is the name of the game here for PRX, and Jing is already aggressing, but Papi Chulo has the steady hand to answer that.
For a second there, I thought Jing had great timing to get the flank, potentially even more. And Forsaken does not land the shot. Very uncharacteristic from him. Divide, though, right there to support him, to back him up. Does get tagged up by the Hunter's Fury, able to dodge it for the meantime. They have to expect that the short play is going to be very set here. Ja will deny that from happening, but Flippy, good heads-up play on the Aftershock to try and get Divide down. That's what he succeeds in. 3v5, but the operator is still up, and any time that is alive for Forsaken, it can be very dangerous. He's rotated Bell to the Charlie side, to C side, expecting Southwood to come that way, but they're double committing here towards that Alpha site as a lockdown is placed next.
Come on, this is the lineup of the new world, basically, and Southfield able to get the punish. They just got that intel, the Aftershock from afar to get the takedown. Just because of that, they have the space now to try and go for that ace side, but well played here by Benkai yet again. 1 and 2, the man in the high tower will command you. Avoid the lockdown,
30 seconds
finds
left.
the takedowns anyway. And while Southfield Esports here will go for the Cosmic Divide, the damage has already been done. So even more of a commitment right now for Southfield. They're throwing all their eggs in this basket with this round. Spike planted, and watch out for the backstab here, but Pro, of course, his veteran prowess, he knew exactly what was coming. Got the takedown on the Mind Freak Slurk. 2v3 right now, though. It's Benkai low on the HP, but not low on the bullets. Still gets taken down onto one more. Here comes Forsaken right now with a jump peek, but Ja will just swing it. Realizes the opportunity in the armory. 4-3 as Southfield will go for the all-in, basically, and get that win.
Need a drop.
They did get the round, and they do shut down the operator, but at what cost? Off the lockdown, off of the Hunters, Fury, and the Cosmic Divide. Very, very big, high-impact utility ultimates spent just to make sure they secure the round. And Benkai, he has been a complete Tower of Sauron here, striking down any foe that looks his way with much insight that you'd expect from such a veteran. He's so deadly up on that heaven position time and time over. So Southfield, they have to find a way to shut this down, especially now that Forsaken is back on the up. But Jing has gotten a taste of his own medicine. Early damage done to him.
And that's the thing, a while ago, Southfield just skipping along. We're taking the spike to Isengard. Problem is, though, they just got caught skipping around there by Benkai. Keep an eye out for Paper Rex. He's really the anchor here for this defense to hold. It's more of the explosiveness for the advantage instead from Jing and Forsaken. Opto still in the hands here of the Jet anyway. Over at the short ankle. Blades here, ready for Aziz. Nice to though to bother the opposition, but still Aziz will actually peek it out and get the takedown. Not the right angle there for Jing. Nice pick off to start things off. And Southfield Esports is a little too eager with Paper Rex is ready at the helm. Benkai with a nice spray. And as this goes down now.
Well, camera up top. I think they've found it or have some notion about that. Actually, no, they haven't destroyed it. It's a garage. Definitely a real possibility here. But Divide, this is going to get them good information. They know there's presence here towards grass, but nobody's there to help him just yet. The smoke goes down, but I think Southfield, they're more than eager to try and push this. You're going to play stars of their own. They might play this contact-wise. They go on out, and Pro has no idea he's here. And Divide, so consistent in holding down the line. Flippy does get the frag, though. Paranoia, anxious, gonna have to wait. Papi Chulo holding down the back line, but all he's got is a Spectre. Very difficult to try and challenge with this weapon. But Flippy opens things up. Down to a 2v2. He can't go for the plant right now. But Papi Chulo is gonna have to find another opening here, especially with the Spectre. I think Benkai just saw his barrel stick out for a brief moment, and out comes the stun. Out comes a swing for Papi Chulo, perfectly comboed together, but they now know where Forsaken is, and he has to know that he has to play the timing here. Forsaken, so deadly in clutch situations, but that is where Papi Chulo is a maestro as well.
Big clutch perhaps, and he does it here! Call me senor as Papi Chulo will be the mister of the round. 5-3 right now. Southfield Esports, they're able to get away with it, but it got so dicey whenever you're around a smoke here, and PRX, they exemplify the meaning of being a smoke criminal. If they're not on the inside, they're around, but this is just so well played here by Southfield. Papi Chulo anticipating and waiting on the fault line. Flippy has been such a great addition to the Southfield roster, and many a time they could combo things up thanks to his setups, thanks to his plays, and just that absolute stability for this roster. This SBE squad right now, primed and ready, prepared the Paper Rex, and apparently they're the ones with the notations here right now, Black and Blue.
Papi Chulo, quality of frags over quantity has been his brand basically ever since the start of this VCT season. You have many amazing clutches, yeah, and you add one to the repertoire after that. They do know there's more value to be brought, though. Paper Rex, they have been so formidable when just being isolated. It almost seems like when they are down a man, that's when they play even better. That's when they land all their shots and win the gunfights. And Benkai plus Divai has been super good in that aspect. We've been seeing Jing earlier on get something going, but he's been struggling so far to find a good look here on this the latter rounds of the opening half. But now that we're going into another eco state, we know Paper Rex, sometimes this is where they really pull that hat trick out. So potentially have another card up their sleeve. It's looking like potentially maybe a push here to try and capitalize on this early aggression from South Build.
Well, I mean, look at their position right now. Paper X here is a squad that loves to anticipate pushes, basically. Nice flush out of Flippy, forcing Jing to back on the way. But that's why you see them have some sudden strength as soon as you get a pick off, because for the attacking side, one pick is all you need to start pushing onto the site. But Paper X, very cheeky, very eager to still fight on anyway, despite being a man down. And that's what swings things in their favor instead, because suddenly and everyone here on this roster get that kind of multi-kill. So it's something South Build Esports has to watch out for. I mentioned it a while ago, that their positions right now in their pushes, it's anticipating where PRX can be at the cost of, well, their utility advantage. But in that case, if Paper X still loses out anyway, it's a problem. And here we go. Cheeky angles read here by South Build again. Job will find Forsaken to start things off.
They were unknowingly both looking towards a lobby and realized how close of an angle it was for either side. Making their way, it's Sova going in first, and he's going to be the first one to die as well. Great shot here coming from Dubai. Benkai trying to place a close angle. He does have a frenzy in hand. Steal a kill every now and then, especially if given the proper concealment and cover to make that happen. Flash on out, Neural Theft is going to give them all the information they need. And now they know there's a flank watch, but the entirety of the push coming from Paper X is coming on that A-long position, and that's just going to be able to help South Build filter them down, funnel them into the crosshairs, and get them 6-3 to open up against the Eco.
Yeah, nice try though by Paper X. I don't really fault Benkai for using such an easy ult to get relatively in a round like that, because he got flashed out anyway. So if he dies, he can still contribute to the team from the grave. If they do go for the push and PRX has the initial pre-fire on, that could have been South Build's own demise, but you can really see that South Build has done their work. I wonder what kind of assists they do backstage as a roster right now.
I don't think that guy doesn't know much. But what I do know is that Paper X, at the very least, with Benkai expensing that, to be fair, it is a very quick to build ultimate. It's only 6 charges. They found the operator here Forsaken as well, which is normally something that Paper X do like to bank on, having that element of surprise with the op on the peak, and this is so dangerous, and that is exactly why. Great shot here from Forsaken to get them going back into the game.
Yeah, if you don't pop that little birdie, you should expect someone is there willing to go for the shot. And Paper X again, getting away with Paper X things. Forsaken with the first frag now to give them the advantage. South Build, they're going to need to flush out the opposition with something against Rolling Thunder into play. Does Forsaken dodge it though with the updraft? No, he's still stunned on up, but the blades are out instead. Does still give him a fighting chance. Jinko trying to go for the save. Looking to get on the board. Papi Chula is there, but the Vi right now over at the graffiti trying to make a different kind of artboard. Paper X with the hold. The Vi will get 2 here so far. The Vi then conquering, going for more. 2v1 now, Paranoia thrown. But Flippy, he has seen the rotation, but he cannot find Benkai there to his side. Paper Rex, they get away with it again. Still save the operator for the next round.
Very good positioning there by Benkai. Always in the right spot, in the right moment, to find the right kill when they need it the most. Paper Rex slowly crawling back into this one. It is generally an attacker side map, so as long as the SBE can get one more round, they'll be fine, but they do need pile on more because Paper Rex are starting to build up steam, and every time there's an operator in the hands of Forsaken especially, you know that it could be the impossible could be definitely made possible. He did have to burn the blades in that previous round. They are kind of dry for ultimate economy. So are South Build.
Yeah, South Build here. They're still trying to just get rid of that operator, and oh, Flippy, that is just magnificent.
That's one way.
You little rascal, you. Benkai though with the trade. But the job isn't done. Okay, sure, you get that kill, but Paper Rex has found ways to save that off for other players anyway. Wouldn't be surprised if they could find their notions towards that lobby later on. But here comes PRX now with the 1 kill. But South Build will change their fates and fights towards that C side instead. This is cleaner here from South Build Esports. They took advantage of the fact that Paper Rex was trying to go for aggression on the right-hand side. Got the kill on Forsaken or Paper Rex. expensive. Southfield was just there, ready and waiting.
Well, knowing that beforehand, you know, on the map, especially with so many lanes like this, it's just very enticing for a team, especially like Paper Rex, to go on that aggression, even on the defensive side. Knowing that, you see Flippy just waiting and waiting, pouncing at the right moment. They get the round off of it.
Yeah, the problem is for Paper Rex is they're still losing Rifle versus Operator right now, and you have these kind of sight lines here on Haven. Shouldn't be too often here for Southfield to get away with. That Southfield has just been absolutely impressive in that kind of duel, and understanding where Forsaken can come from. So really, research is key right now. Southfield, though, has decided to go for Cosmic Defiance to go towards that C-side, but close racing Carter, Papi Chulo, overrun by the speed of Jing and Forsaken together. The backstab might be key here. Aldron, though, will get the scout. Lear thrown on now, still though, Ja. He's in the corner, he's being cheeky here, Black and Blue, and might be Ja here to get the takedown, but Jing instead will get the kill. Forsaken now with a trade after his fellow creator, pretty B2, though, on side. Rolling Thunder yet again, Flippy with another one, just calling the elements of the earth here, like Captain Planet, but Captain now, near from assist, one capital effort to get that pick on. Flippy with another one, and Flippy, oh Flippy, where have you been all my life? And can you actually get the takedown here? The fight only with a Sheriff though, and he's flushing out Paper Rex. Can they even come in close? There we go! Flippy has just put things right side back up here for Untitled Esports, and they have a 4-round lead over Paper Rex in the first half.
The newest, the latest, at the very least, addition to this roster. Flippy stepping up big. We did not see him in VCT last year, but he is definitely a very big piece of this South-built puzzle. Why they have been more successful as the current year trended. South-built, to go into the half, have lots of momentum, something, unfortunately for their sake, uncharacteristic on opening map number ones. It's going their way so far, although this is a map pick that I feel like they were wanting to start this series off in the first place. Paper Rex knowingly banning Bind. It's a map that they haven't actually played at all since the turn of the year, and something tells me they've got something up. Maybe hiding strats for finals on Bind?
I don't know. I mentioned that in the panel. It's like, why haven't they played Bind yet? I wonder what's up there, but are my eyes deceiving me? Am I in an alternate dimension? Is this really Southfield Esports right now? Hello? 8-4? First half?
Quite unbelievable, isn't it?
I'm flabbergasted that this has actually happened, and it really just boils down to the amazing efforts here of Flippy and Ja, especially. Ja has just become basically the one to control the battlefield. Flippy, how many times has he had that Rolling Thunder for the side of Southfield? And when you have the Rolling Thunder, especially towards the ARC side, it is just such a potent tool to begin with. And if you can keep that up into the defense, many a time for the retake, Southfield will have that space to work with. And this is what I've been talking about Paper Rex for a long time already here for the APAC Challengers. Amazing roster. One of the best. For me, personally, the best alongside XERXIA right now to try and win this whole thing out. But if they're going to be running an outdated composition like this, they need to hit those shots. They need to have that firepower. And it comes in bursts. But we know for the Paper Rex playbook, it has to come as a whole chapter instead. And the fact that Southfield is able to answer the operator with a rifle, able to shut down the potential rampage of Jing, those are signs that Southfield has really done their homework and are trying to push the next generation of lineups forward here right now.
The next generation of old generation, at the very least.
The uncles of the Philippine scene. Look. You know why there's a lack of PH coaches? Because some of the players from Southfield should be coaches by now, but still playing.
I mean,
this is crazy.
Honestly, I might be wrong, but Pro might just be the eldest player competing still this far in. So there's definitely lots of experience that he brings to the table. But now on the pistol round, quite spread out. At the very least, it's Benkai trying to go here towards that B side and pull some aggro, but the rest of the push from Paper Rex are going to try and bulldoze this A side. Perfect flash to try and fend him back, and Forsaken capitalizes off of Flippy, who is not ready to take the fight. He finds the second on Aziz as well, and it brought down to a 3v3. Off of the flank though, Pro shall be caught out, and now this is looking very difficult for the retake to work out.
Yeah, Paper Rex, a squad that does never just basically gives up. This team can come back from any kind of margin, and they have the firepower and the prowess to do so. But John now in a 1v1 almost gets it versus Jing. But anytime, anywhere, it's a frenzy there that there's. 5-8, Paper Rex will win out that pistol. Very scrappy fight though, but it doesn't really matter for Paper Rex because they're happy to win it in that style.
Eyes down.
You know, knowing these two teams,
how they've been competing against each other for so long, how they played each other in the off kind of season. These teams are very big, basically yins and yangs trade-offs where they trade halves. One gets a very dominant half, the other team gets the second half very dominantly towards their way. One would win map 1, the other would win map 2. It really has been a super back and forth whenever these two teams play. So I'm expecting PaperX to continue their momentum in this round further towards the half. And Pro somehow finds a kill with a classic, but Forsaken's more than ready to capitalize off the space made by Jing.
Yeah, multi-kills are the bread and butter of PaperX, and here we go, Forsaken now. 1 kill away from the Blades, and he will get it this time. That's quick, that's clean, and even better right now for PaperX to have the economic virtues that they love to build on for their attacking side. So keep an eye out, the Blades bomb is gonna come whenever they need it in a pinch. This is the standard stuff here for PRX. Only losing 1 member is even better here for PaperX right now, because since we see here for Southfield, they can't really get a single ultimate faster than anything else. It might be Pro there, who's halfway done with the Hunter's Fury, but we know coming into this map, right, Southfield will be relying on things like the Lockdown, the Rolling Thunder, the Hunter's Fury, the Cosmic Divide for a potential retake, knowing the speed of PRX. Gun round is here for Southfield, but PRX is still on it like a bullet, and Forsaken! Do not doubt him! You have to believe in him, because he will get to in the blink of an eye!
Mind you, remember that highlight clip where Forsaken got an ace with his blades, and that was all within like 2 seconds? That was here. That was on Haven. So they're very not shy and really popping off on these kind of maps. Oh, just dead. Totally dead. Perfect paranoia to support Forsaken on his push. And this gun round, this bonus, is looking like even more than just a mere bonus for the side of PaperX. Everything going their way. Flawless round, looking like it.
It's not even just bonus, it's a miracle answered. PaperX, they do things on this sweet Earth Flippy though. He will get 1, at least shut down the Rampage of Forsaken, but it doesn't matter. Because in the end, that 4-8 gap has become 7-8. So doubt all you want, PaperX will believe in themselves. And this is just one of those all-hail Forsaken moments. You just see how quick he does. Flicks over to the left-hand side. Bro, too busy playing with his drone, tries to peek it out. But that's enough of a moment that PaperX and Forsaken needs. How many times do we see a slight advantage become a big one, courtesy of PaperX? This is just what they bring to the table. And looking at the gun disparity right now here, Black and Blue, everything Southfield built on that first half, it looks like it will tumble on down into the next one.
It has been raced away. It's only after these two teams to go the distance, to go very, very close to each other. And Forsaken just running as it's down there with a Vandal in hand. This should be a round that is very much so theirs. PaperX, their kind of game plan of basically bulldozing the site. Blitzkrieg is what they try and employ over and over. That lightning fast execute has really been where they've made their mark. I mean, they have the composition for it. They have the players for it, the roster to make that happen, and they're really leaning in to what their strengths are. So keep it simple. Support those 2 spears ahead, those 2 swords to really cut up the site. Let them do their thing, and that's what PaperX have been very successful in supporting over and over.
You know, they tell us not to scream when you're basically climbing a mountain right there, Black and Blue. Have you ever done mountain climbing?
No.
No? Okay, I haven't either, don't worry. It's just me giving a scenario here. But this is why you don't shout when you're near, like, a snowy mountain. It's an avalanche, a snowball out of control, and PaperX will be forcing Southfield to go for that timeout because they need it desperately right here, right now. Problem is, for Southfield, they still don't have the tools of destruction that they need at the ready. If they play too passive right now coming into the round, they're not going to be getting that Rolling Thunder. They're not going to be getting something like the Cosmic Divide, and PaperX can just go Rampage and say go next. Big investment though to play the op, but I gotta ask you right now, besides the potential ultimates that can come here from Southfield, what else on the defense? Because PaperX is just heating on up. 24 kills already for Forsaken. He has just decided to win this game here for PRX.
They have lots of almost ultimates, if anything, but what they can do, and it's kind of, I guess, a symptom of teams that do like to push in very aggressively, is when you kind of turtle down and you're not able to, rather on the attacking side, right, the opposing side, the defense here, Southfield, if they turtle down and PaperX are not able to force those fights early on, they can actually kind of play the longer game, play the retakes, and really try and catch them mid-plant. When they have the composition for that in Flippy with the breach, and that will really help enable that, as opposed to maybe a Sky who's more poised for staying in the site and continuing to fight. So, you stack up on A-Long to start things off. You can see them trying to make their way here into the B side. Clear plant. Nobody really there. Typically, you expect a breach, but they're pressing the issue. Paper Rex moving up even further. Pro, will he expect this? He goes for the swing and somehow still finds the kill. Here comes a counter layer, but still he doesn't mind. Great push from Pro. Somehow the Sova getting all these kills. That gives him the Hunger Spirit to help make this retake ever more viable.
Ages but a number as the reflexes are still key here. Assist though up in hand. Backside not being held by the Vi. But it's 5v3 and Paper Rex are all around the map to try and get the pinch. Flippy though paying attention as much as possible, and will he catch out the Omen by the tower? Seems like he does. Southfield right now reading the opposition. Guiding light though, gonna be the call here from the Vi to try and flash himself out of this one. Flash kill though, talk one, make that 2-3 overall. John now with the takedown over at the window though. It's Benkai trying to play it cheeky. We've seen him play with these spike situations before, and Benkai with the ball backs to get that takedown. Time not ticking, and Paper X hides of the century and again perhaps. Benkai, you master thief! What a clutch here from Paper X! How many times will you do it? The magician of APAC.
Such a close round there, and that's where you can see perhaps the operator not the best thing to be pulling in right now, especially when this has been struggling on that attacking side. I mean, how do you retake on the B side with an operator if the Vi doesn't even peek there from Gong? And knowing just how diligent he is and disciplined, he's not going to overpeak. And when he does, he throws out 2 flashes just to make sure that he's got the proper advantage. And with that, he finds 2 kills as well. Great job here from Paper Rex. South build looks stunned. They have an eco here to try and convert. I'm not too sure how successful that will be.
Correct, getting the first kill. Ja will get the trade here, go towards that A side fault line though to get the connection, slowing things down. I think our discussion just bore fruit there. Yes, Southfield Esports plays more passively, and in all honesty, I thought they had that one as soon as Paper X made that small mistake of bringing that spike along. Because I was like, you know, they're going to need those post plant. But the thing is, they got the kills there for Pro. They got that momentum to push back. But let's not forget, Benkai is just amazing with those spike situations. And he now even goes for the neural theft. It's 4v3. At least a frag has been taken here by Southfield. Problem is, though, he's apparently Benkai is basically the whole show. He knows how to juggle, he knows how to look good, and well, Paper X are on C side here already.
So many tricks this man has, and Flippy, that's a trick. Almost finds a second, but Mind Freak has got the better of him. Poppy Chillo landing the shots here. But Jing popping the Empress. This is looking pretty good, actually. Benkai has found his way all the way towards C-Long, and the weapons are going to favor him. They're both quite low. He should be able to clean up house, but they made it very expensive. Could come in crucial in the end. Benkai keep it locked down for now. Got that economy, lucky for them. They've got lots of it, but who knows? Could help once it comes 3-4 rounds from now for Southfield's favor. They do have lots of ultimates though, finally here at Dax to utilize.
Yeah, good point there. I was about to say it. Like, the ultimates are at least online. If you can't beat them, don't join them. Just outshoot them, outclutch them, and Southfield, they tried their damnness with the shares. Benkai is just so stable every single time. Post plant, look at that tap. It's just beautifully executed here by Benkai yet again. But it really feels like it's just such a hollow victory, knowing that Paper Rex has won every single round of their attack so far. 6 in a row and counting. The Seekers now will be scouting out what's there on C-side, and they do know there's a bit more than one player here. Forsaken though, able to go for the dash, as this would be on the right hand side. Nice frag though from Jot to start things off though, and they're still not exposing that the Jet is there for the backstab here. Might be a possibility from Jing. Jato is just holding things together. Jing finally with the takedown. It does become 3v3. More caution though then expected here by Paper Rex, and Southfield now answers back, rolling thunder, but Forsaken will use that altitude to fly even higher here. Doesn't care about the concuss. He will land there safely. Poppy Chulo though gets the trade anyway. 2v2. Oh, both low as you mentioned, and Poppy Chulo will get the takedown. The bias there. The 1v1 situation. It's all up to Pro. We call him Chris because he will just diss Paper Rex away. 10-9. The oldest player on this. So on bullet, and will finally give Southfield the defensive win they need.
Potentially even the eldest player in the entirety of VCT APAC, or hell, even around right for the active circuits. Man, he's like 33 and going. No signs of slowing down either. Did MiTH actually commit to that, or maybe I think Ja kind of baited him to thinking he wasn't going to look, didn't switch out to the last second, playing the mind games. But for Pro, like an absolute professional, just cleaning up house, even when he is in a lower HP state, finding the timing, going his way, and forces Forsaken now on the operator. If Paper Rex lose this round, they're going to be in a scrappy buy.
Yeah, here we have it. Big investment that Paper Rex loves to do. All in with the operator. Hot experience though here from Pro. And he's just been heating on up. It's crazy to think amount of experience, right, can help you in a pinch. You're getting by with the 8 years, you're getting by with the age. Doesn't really matter though, because you're still on point here, as shown by Untitled Esports. The Titos of CS, as we say in the Philippines, the uncles right now of the FPS scene. But Jing is just the next kind of breed, a new generation backhand, and Jing with the ding onto 1 and 2, and he's just pushing on forward. All hail Jing, perhaps as Forsaken will get one, but Pro again will prove to you that this old dog still has tricks under his belt. 3v2 right now, and Paper Rex, they thought that A-site was for free, but it's SBE still holding.
This old dog, well, he's not going to forget all the tricks he's learned throughout that. But Benkai, he's so deep. There's no way Southwood are going to expect him to be this far up. But Ja, if the timing favors him, he's able to catch off these two players in Garage, then he might just be in a very, very good position to potentially steal this round away from Paper X. Oh, he whiffs the shot. He gives his position away, and Benkai is going to catch Pro off guard. This is going to have to be a 1v3 clutch coming here from Ja. He finds the 1, he finds the 2. He knows where Benkai is right now. 7 bullets in the mag. Benkai playing behind his own cage. The spike is planted. Ja, he's not going to land the shot, and Benkai swings wild and lands true. 11-9, call the cops because a robbery has been done from Benkai.
Oh man, that was so close for Ja. He basically said, yo, I screwed up. I got this, guys, no problem. I'll still get the players coming in from Garage anyway. But what a round of hero. It started with Jing, there with Pro. Then suddenly Ja, Benkai, trading blows, getting those kind of takedowns. Does feel like they lost out on that opportunity to take advantage of the rotate. It was a 3v2, but they still held it together. Paper Rex double thinking, but even smarter for Benkai. Infiltrating, going further, and giving more of that back control Rex. And here they come now. Forsaken with the first, able to dash all the way as this is trying to scramble with the blade and get the job done. And it's 5v3, speed kills, and Paper Rex is just that kind of definition. All up now to perhaps the lurk here from Job, but these frenzies, can they even handle the firepower? It's Paper Rex putting themselves potentially on a map point scenario.
They are so fast, so ferocious, just completely in the blitz. Catches Southwood off guard. Now it is an eco round. They are going to have to play with their backs against match point of their own map pick. Oh, this is a map pick of Paper Rex now that I think about it. Surprisingly enough. It says above. Paper Rex, Mind Freak. He gets a kill on Papi Chulo, and barring a miracle here from Pro, this should be done and dusted. Match point secured by Paper Rex in very, very quick fashion on the second half. Almost flawless for the second half of theirs.
Yeah, the South built, they could handle it on the attack. They could take advantage of the lack utilities on Paper X side. But now, when they're on the defense, they feel the force. It's really just a makeshift dam trying to weather the storm of an upcoming typhoon. But when the high tide sweeps on in, it's Paper Rex who will reclaim that kind of territory. And it's crazy to think that this was a 4-8 scoreline a while ago, and Forsaken, of course, will just make it flawless there at the end. The execution from Paper Rex, it has been written in the stars. They are only 1 round win away. What else can South build to? They still have the 2 ultimates. They're gonna get the buys here. It's not the perfect buy, but they will make do. And I think here, Black and Blue, the best thing they can really accomplish right now is to force out a post-plant scenario, because there is just no stopping the 30 bomb and counting from Forsaken.
Yeah, not without a rolling thunder. And Jing, even if you try and throw a flashpoint at him, a breach flash, he's so quick. Turns around, dodges it, and then re-peeks to find 2 collats. He's just so insane in those moments. Bro, here playing with fire. He's able to get that extra ultimate orb. Comes a pull. Nobody really to be punished by that. Jing tries to aggress here towards the B side. Papi Chulo and Flippy ready to potentially counteract him as soon as contact is made. But there isn't any utility to stop that aside from the ones in Flippy's hands.
And they'll Southbolt now. They're trying to be safer on the angles here. They know what PaperX has been doing round after round, riding that kind of momentum. And while Surfs is up, Southbolt right now trying to just be lifeguards of their own lives here and are playing the waiting game. You can see they're anticipating a bit B push because they already have a lot of killjoy utility towards A. The stars there in C to slow down the tide. But does PaperX really care here as soon as they get towards that site? The answer might be, Forsaken already coming in close. This is a shot on the alarm bot, exposes he has the operator. But a nice smoke there from Mindfreak. Prevent Southbolt to have that vision. Here comes now the Lear in the push. Shock darts do fly on Vital, and PaperX taking advantage of all the aspects of a site. Lockdown though now will be into play. It's a timer ticking here, but Jing, he's gonna be ambitious. He will not be able to get the one there. This is what they take out, but the Viant Mindfreak instead with the kills out of nowhere. 2 down detained though, and Southbolt, they're on the hunt. Can we get a bit of protection here for the rest of PaperX? No, Southbolt, they're just going for the objective. Eyes on the prize, gets halfway, and this now sticking it, but here comes Forsaken. He anticipated, and it might be time here for PaperX to wrap it up. All left now to John in a 1v3 situation, and PaperX will still make it work here on the attack. 13-9, that got close, but you cannot doubt yourselves here if you're Southbolt, because PaperX will take every single moment in stride.
So close, so many rounds there. Like when Ja had the read on Bankai, could not land a shot. When they had the lockdown, detained 2 players. When the going gets tough, this team gets even better. And for the team of PaperX, man, they, as you said, defense is only a suggestion. Even on the defensive side, very, very aggressive. But when they go to the attacking side, you see why they picked this comp. You see why they have this roster and why they're the #1 team from the MYSG region, just completely bulldozing anything that comes across their way. And that is how they save the day here. In such dire moments, they get the job done. 13-9, Forsaken, he's your MVP.
It just works here for PaperX. You can put the doubts, you can always put the analysis before it, but PaperX will prove you wrong time after time in this kind of setup. It's just crazy to think how Forsaken has just gotten those takedowns. He did not skip a beat. He didn't really care about losing out to the rifles on the operator. He was just there time and time again. Bankai, though, impressive again with those spike plants and spike situations. For Southbolt, it really felt like they just lacked that kind of firepower coming onto the defense. They had all the tools they needed. They had the players like Flippy and Josh stepping on up, but just didn't come during the moments they needed to the most. And you can really see there's this vast difference of security for PaperX and Southbolt. There's still that doubt that creeps in for Southbolt. I really feel like if Aziz just stuck it, could have actually gotten that defuse since there was the lockdown detained. There was that cosmic divide to protect him, and I mean, it's debatable, yeah, but maybe Southbolt had the right idea to just go for the objective anyway rather than hunt down the opposition. But the highlights are here, and it did feel like we had half the highlights there for Southbolt at the start, and then it was just all PaperX later on into the game.
Yeah, as I said, the way these 2 teams typically go, one takes one half, the other's going to take the second. In that case, it's better how you end the game over how you start a lot of the time. For PaperX, though, keeping it very close in some of those individual rounds in the opening half, but the second half is really where they ran away with things. Ziz struggling to find his footing rather, throughout that series, and it's been Flippy who was stepping up during that opening half, but there's so many moments here on that second half where you really just see why PaperX is so deadly, because of that combo between Forsaken and Jing, because of how much space they can gain for each other. And look at that, like who lands blades like that? Only a player like Forsaken and Jing could, and that is why they really do kind of bank on just their firepower to win them these type of rounds, to just enable them to just completely run over anybody who comes across their way. And PaperX is how they really made the name for themselves.
Yeah, why fix what isn't broken, right? Why change things up when you can still play such a style? And while both teams have been looking impressive here, it's still the more consistent efforts and more sure efforts of PaperX that have brought them to win out this one. So he even goes in the way of PaperX, and it's a problem for Southbolt because the next one will be split. And we know that for PaperX rather, again, attack defense, it's all about the matter of suggestion. and those cheeky angles can lead to that kind of victory. Congratulations there to PPGL getting that first map win. Will South Build survive to keep fighting on in the upper bracket? Or will we have to rely on a lower bracket run yet? We'll find out in just a bit. But my name is Dax here with Black and Blue. We'll be going on a break. We return, it will be map number 2. PPGL versus South Build, the last series of the day. You don't want to miss it. And we'll be right back in just a moment.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta
Well, the rampage there from PPGL, it was just upon us on the attacking side, and once we saw it, all the efforts of South Build Esports gone in the blink of an eye. Welcome back, though, ladies and gentlemen, to the APAC Challengers. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and we just saw PPGL side to turn it up to 11, get to that 13 there on the second half, and win it out for that map number 1. But we're getting into map number 2. But I think it's time for us to talk about the elephant in the room. When you're facing off against PPGL, you need Herculean efforts to come your way. And we saw that especially against Persija, right? Paper Rex versus Persija. We remember that freeze map where Flinch was just amazing with the operator, just out-dueling, getting the shots, finding the frags. But last time, in the last map, we saw it there on Haven. This one factor all throughout the game.
He has been struggling so far in this series, and even the series right before this when they played against Velocity. So he has to kind of find his footing in this match. Otherwise, SBE, they need every single player on the server online, especially when you're going up against the indomitable tyrants that are Paper Rex, who have just been ruling everything with an iron fist, very swiftly commanding orders, and they've been very swift at executing it as well. So Paper Rex, man, they really have made their hallmark here, their trademark, to be just completely bulldozing anything in their way. Defense or attack, doesn't matter. But remains to be seen if they can continue that here on Split. It is a very good map for Paper Rex. They picked this for a reason. For SB to lose their map pick, they're going to have to try and bring things back on the map pick here of Paper Rex if they hope to ever extend it to the icy cold tundras of Icebox.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what we're gonna get here from Paper Rex. Do we get the double duelist right now where Jing plays something like the Raze? Do we get the legendary Sage from him instead? But whatever kind of comp they're gonna be running, you're really expecting Paper Rex here to still find those frags in the more narrow corridors and understand how to get the hell away from them. And it kind of begs the question here, Black and Blue. We've seen for South Build, one answer again is to try and keep parity with the positions. The other, of course, is to play the utilities. And while both of those aspects came in from Haven, it's going to be doing right now because we know, as a fact, South Build a legendary squad on the split defense, but not too much on the attacking side.
Well, typically the way you would play Haven, right, for most teams is more utility-based, and that's what they brought in for Haven. But I think we're going to get a very different look at South Build when it comes into split. Typically, this is where Job moves into the duelist. This is when they run double duelists in general, and that goes to tell you that they are looking to take the fight here right now. The problem is the shots just haven't been landing for some of the players here, and that is something that will kind of be a problem when you are playing on a composition that is meant to force fights and take fights. If you can't win those fights, then ultimately what does it bring as compared to one that's more based on utility? And so when we get into it, we could be wondering, are Southbuild just basically going to be playing into what Paper Rex want, into their hand, where they play a utility-heavy game and go more for the gunfights, wherein we know Paper Rex are one of the best when it comes to gunfighting skill.
Yeah, and it's looking to be such an uphill battle here for Southbuild Esports, even if they do win out the split map. We're going to be going into Icebox, and letting that through the map pool screams that there is that willingness to fight the Kings, basically, on that map. But at the same time, it still begs the question, what can Southbuild really do next year? Someone needs to step on up, and having Ja to go back to that duelist role, I think it will be one of the best things right now, since he's had the hot hand alongside Flippy. Problem is, though, I don't think we're going to be getting Flippy here now for the second map because Southbuild does rotate them. And when you have those hot players that you have performed on the first map, but you sub them out for the second, do you think that's like what do you think about that kind of call there, Black and Blue? Is it just because the rotation is bent, or do you think that momentum will be more of a priority moving forward?
It does kind of matter, obviously, like what they have kind of practiced and with who on it. So even though Flippy has had a hot hand, I don't think necessarily they've kind of practiced with having him play on split in general. So I'm not too sure if that's going to be necessarily something advisable for the squad. And so I think they're going to try and stick to their guns, stick to what they know. But knowing that, the last time these two teams did play against each other on split was Paper Rex kind of coming out on top. That was map number 1, and we know SBA typically do lose map number 1, if anything, before coming back for maybe a second. But in this case, it's against Paper Rex this time, who, as I said, just had the better of them on map number 1 and in split the last time they saw each other on split at the end of last year. So if the results are going to be that way, we might be looking at the Paper Rex 2-0 clean sweep to keep them in the upper bracket.
You know, it's crazy to think, though, as we get into Agent Select, that these two teams are meeting here in VCT APAC. Both squads, historically, they had a bit of that stubbornness really to the Valorant scene, still wanting to stick with CS for a while. But when push came to shove, they knew that this was the destination. And, well, we're seeing them here right now in the top 8 of APAC. But used to Black and Blue, a mirror matchup is upon us. And no surprise there for the side of Paper Rex to have Jing on the race, but the Vi on the stage. But I'm really excited to judge this here from South. Micro on the Omen now.
Well, Micro being on that Omen could give them a new look, one we haven't seen, although the look in the past with Flippy on it on Haven was looking pretty solid. Just never really turned out to be the case and worked in their favor in the second half. But we're getting a mirror match, and I think it's appropriate we're getting a mirror match on Split, considering that you look at these two teams, they look like pretty much a mirror image of the other in terms of where they came from and how they ended up here. As you said, Dax, you know, coming into this as a team, they pretty much were their own org's CS team, and they come into Valorant pretty much still sticking together. For the most part, Paper Rex, aside from Jing, this is the same exact roster that we were seeing from them like 4 years ago before Valorant. And same thing for South Built under a different org. This is still the team that we know from either side. They've matched up against each other multiple times in the past, so they know more than anybody how the opposing side plays, because they've been playing each other since before this whole VCT circuit started. And while it might have started before everything got going, they're gonna have to end this here right now in this series, because we know that whoever keeps that upper seed has so much more advantage, because you're going down to the lower bracket, you're potentially facing a team like VCT Esports, for example. That's not a position any team wants to be in right now.
Yeah, and we're getting the top two to go to Iceland, and staying in the upper bracket gives you that leeway, but also the cushion to just, okay, we can win out here, we can make it the grand finals, and we're good to go for Masters in the first place. I'm looking though for the side of South Build. It has been interesting in their recent history how they've been playing Split. It hasn't really led to much success personally, but at the same time, they're going to be changing it up with the Omen here rather than the Astra. And it always felt like for South Build, they just were lacking that extra bit of punch on the attacking side time after time. They would have the natural hold there based on their experience on the defense, but when it came to the attack, they just couldn't figure out how to even get through any of the nooks and crannies here on Split. And maybe facing off against Paper Rex is a blessing in disguise here, because PRX is a team that was willing to duel you anyway early on, willing to get that extra bit of advantage. And if Southfield just has the right players on the right ages right now, I think we have Pro right on the Sage. We do have Ja on the Duelist here that can keep up with parity with the kills, if ever.
Maybe that Sage is exactly what they need coming in from Pro. I mean, he was performing pretty amicably, especially on the defensive side a while ago as a Sova, but knowing how, you know, Paper Rex as a team are very kind of snowbally, avalanche heavy team when it comes to on their attacking side, especially that slower, those walls can really maybe slow things down for the side of Paper Rex when they go for that aggressive play of theirs that they've made so commonly known to be their brand. So we are getting kind of a mirror match, and so they can also do the same and revert that against Southfield. When it's Southfield on the attacking side, we're going to see exactly how things go. You know, and you've talked about how Southfield do struggle on the attacking side quite often here on Split. Didn't look like that during Haven, but it's a totally different battleground. We're going to be going to Paper Rex versus Southfield once more. We go again as map number 2 is about to commence.
Yeah, here we have it now. Paper Rex on your attacking side, Southfield on the defensive, and at least if Southfield can build out the momentum here for the first half, will be the biggest struggles into the second. But all eyes really are on Ja right now. He's the one taking the Jet Mantle assist. We'll shift on over to the Raze instead. And if he was able to do amazing things with the Astra a while ago, think what he can do first with Forsaken now on that Duelist Paralead here. X though, trying to scout out where they can kill Paranoid, thrown on up. Nice camera play into assist, getting the takedown. Southfield, they set up a trap, sprung it. Will please get the first kill. Pro right now with a wall on into the middle. Pretty standard from before. Southfield, they do know though that that's reinforced in time at the very least. And Ja with a surprise, even catching out Forsaken here.
Oh, Divide somehow gets that right click to connect, jumping up above. Brings it to a 4v3, but he's taken down very low once more. Ja almost getting the better of him once again. So, knowing that, they're probably going to try and slow things down for the meantime, get themselves healed back up. This defensive side is where Southfield really need to start building rounds. We know that their attacking side does often struggle. So for them to get the defense here will mean that as many rounds as they can get, they shall take.
Yeah, Paper Rex do a slow play Do like the fact that Benkai is trying to get even a bit of intel there towards the tower. At the same time, it's Papi Chulo on that A site. And he's one guy you want to avoid as much as possible here on the pistol round itself. Dark Cover Throne. Mind Freak giving at least Paper Rex some space to work with. Tripwire now will be broken. Papi Chulo can't get killed for free despite that. And Aziz, he's still holding these towers together. Already trying to, I'd say, redeem himself after that first map performance.
10 seconds left.
With a few frags along the way. Paper Rex, though, will be on site. They have walled out the screens area, buying time for themselves. With a 4v2, such a delicate pinch is incoming. And Paper Rex, will they be able to handle it? No, Aziz. He's looking for redemption here. Black and blue, he'll get the 4K to start things off. For Southfield, if he's online, they can fight.
They even paint him red off of the tree planted. But for Aziz, it's basically, okay, GG, NT, last game, let's go next. Let's try and get things back. If there's anything in this man's mind, it's probably, let's try and make up for it. It seems like to be the case, opening up with 4 kills. It's really good, especially on a raise, considering how long that ultimate of his can take to build up. 8 ultimate orbs ain't no small thing for Aziz. He's at least almost halfway, at least rather past that. Wait, but basically halfway through, so looking pretty good so far for South Built. Can they continue this on the second round?
Why are they winning pistols though?
I know,
What did Southfield have for dinner, right? He's like, these guys are winning the first round. When does that happen? And Forsaken, he's almost dead, 6 HP in the dream, but Jing will be alongside him. And it really goes to show there's just so much chemistry between Jing and Forsaken. They will be shorty buddies till the valiant effort indeed. But they have the gun advantage, they have the pinch, and that's done for the round. 2-0.
South Built here, 2-0. Very kind of surprising performances we're seeing from all the teams who are making it to this stage for the first time, at least in the top 8. You got MiTH, Persija, now South Built. And the kind of performing in different ways, doing different things we aren't necessarily used to from seeing their kind of open qualifiers and their own local qualifiers. So maybe things are just being turned bound here for the knockout stage. South Built opening up. They have to convert this bonus, knowing that their defensive rounds are where they really make the bank.
We're going to be getting into, well, another round here. Southfield Esports, they just are anticipating an early aggression from Paper Rex, but PRX are hanging back. They understand Southfield. They want to take those guns away from them. And Benkai, needing no help here in the sewers, is going to be backing on away, realizing a tripwire is right in front of him. But a nice wall here from Pro to slow things down, and Ja looking out for him. Catches out Mind Freak to start things off. Benkai, though, will bait things out. There's a walking trap and getting taken down there by the Cypher. Opening now towards that A side. Forsaken, though. And he caught on the tripwire, will be bothered. But Benkai still says bye to Papi Chulo. And look at how impressive Benkai is at opening up these kind of sites. You give him the time, you give him the space, he will seize the opportunity. And PRX now towards A.
Benkai's been so consistent in catching these rotations off guard and not that long range. There's nothing you can do against both Forsaken and Jing when they're coming your way. And Ja, he's gonna get spied out by this tripwire, so there's nothing he can do aside from updraft. Gives his position away though, in some sort of sense. It cannot even land the shot on the Jing. Single kill found on the Mind Freak. Okay, nice for him. But at the end of it, Paper Rex take the anti-bonus. Now South does have a bye.
Yeah, Benkai loved that tripwire position so much. He said, hey, Papi Chulo, can I borrow this tripwire position? I'll do it too. No problem. All good. For PRX, it's that Asians game that you don't really expect them too much. It really feels like the whole reputation of SEA is just someone go kill. Just go ham, go crazy, go overheat, right? But the squad who has been together for so long, like Paper Rex, with the leadership right behind them from the coaching staff and whatnot, they understand that they're players that can make opportunities if you just wait things out patiently. PRX, they will get that first round with less scratches than anticipated. Sato, though, now with the guns, and Jing and Forsaken together yet again, but Aziz actually finds it, but through the smoke, Benkai will do so as well. Vandals giving away positions, 3 rounds there basically. And for PRX, as of the moment, they do have at least a good test towards the high ground. Stuck towards the ramp though. John now falls to the hand of Jing. Boombot also looking for a target. Still Pro on the left-hand side. Down to Angel on that, forcing the push, and it's PaperX now getting the space that they need.
Smoke dissipates on the right time to catch out Ja, and that sends PaperX going on the rotate here towards the B site. This is looking pretty good for the PaperX squad here on their attack. Wall down to try and secure that rotation on in. And South Build taking things slow. We know that this wall is going to be very difficult for them to deal with if they don't melt it down now. And with that, have a chance to try and give them some information, but post plant here from PaperX is going to be very difficult to try and dismantle. They have a single smoke in the hands of Micro. Not much utility in the hands of PPGL either, aside from the cam here already burned, making sure nobody's waiting towards that mid position towards Male. But will they expect here, as soon as this tripwire is about to go out as well, him to be on top of the Raptors? I don't think they have any notion. PPGL finds one kill on the Raptor zone. He's been spotted out. Mindfreak does get the kill. PPGL brings it down to a 1v1. Very consistent in these clutches, but Cypher versus Cypher, and Bankai will once again come in clutch and come in huge. He is so reliable. 30 HP left on him too from that pull, and he's really good at shifting these mirrors in the favor of PaperX. When the opposing side, when Southfield do something, he just does the exact same thing in return.
Unstoppable Force meets an immovable object, basically two Cyphers that can clutch for the squad. In the end, PaperX had that man advantage, and well, Bankai again and again able to manipulate that battlefield and give the advantage here to PaperX. Feels like for Southfield though, they're struggling to keep on up. PaperX does get that kind of, I say, vantage points, and many a time as Ja there will fall, PRX able to shift gears so quickly that while Southfield is trying to capitalize on map control that they still have, that they're still able to basically work with, it's PRX able to step on through anyway, even though the scratches do come. Now the showstopper is available to here for assist, but Pro is spotted here by Forsaken. There we got pushed, but the Phantom in hand will get to Mindfreak with a takedown onto Micro even. Who's such a perfect pinch right now, but PPGL is still right here at the heart of the site. Finally, though, his last pulse will be heard. PaperX now will take this lead.
Round by PaperX, clean for the most part, and that's what they need to continue building this lead. If South Build can lock in here on his defensive side, I'm not too sure how high their chances are of making it on the attack. We might not even get to Icebox, so PaperX ultimates up a bound for pretty much everybody. I'm counting for Forsaken as well because I'm pretty sure he's going to get the kill in this round at the very least to get that up online. But same thing could almost be said for the Southfield squad. They do have that showstopper as well as the neural theft, so those could come in huge. Here comes the aforementioned showstopper, but this time with Jing. That's not going to connect. Actually, it does. They go 1-for-1 to trade, and PPGL, his neural theft is just going to pop right in the nick of time. He gets his hat through, but the res comes in as well, which is a huge ultimate for them to burn at this point.
Leaves a cap there. And here for Southfield, as of
I have the spike.
If he finds a few frags, it might help them out here. Operator though in hand for Ja, watching out for the middle. And at the very least, it was a great timing to pop that Cypher ultimate. It forced PaperX to double think about their plans. They couldn't actually push towards that B site, knowing the fact that Southfield was anticipating the rest of the crew right behind them. But a double fake instead for necessity. And Forsaken now trying to crawl on through. Will Southfield do be caught off guard? PPGL be prepared, but Mindfreak does get the takedown, and Forsaken will peek on that. Laps of judgment there from PPGL, forgetting that he's there on the backside. Micro will get the trade. Mindfreak is there though yet again. And look, PRX, they know what's expected. They know that it's usually towards the back of that B side towards the default. Cut through instead, take that, and Mindfreak, he cuts a path for victory here for PRX.
Oh, the fruit. Just so tempting there. You can see PPGL, he knew that Forsaken was in the back, but he wanted to dip and peek into B main to try and steal a kill away. In that, the temptation bites him in the back in the end of things as Forsaken cleans up on him, extending past his own utility and tripwire. Mistake, punished rightfully so by PaperX, and they played that contact super well as well. Stalling when they were kind of, losing some of that draft in their wings. They stalled, waited for the right opportune moment. When that wall was going to go down, that let them cross. It also did help them flex about and have more avenues to try and move when they actually went for the execution. Forsaken didn't even bother taking that default spot. All he had to do was position himself on the back of the site. It was more than enough to pressure PPGL and punish him for it. So Blades is up for Jop. He does end up Operator as well. They do have lots of ultimates to potentially use in this round, but the timeout, I think, is rightfully called for.
Yeah, well, getting the selfless play though here from Paper Rex. Forsaken is making space, trying to get that attention as much as possible. And players like Mindfreak and Benkai, they can capitalize on the fact that South Build is really trying to get in the way of those duelist entries. And it's a great adjustment here from Paper Rex that they've done many a time. But it's a little bit different because South Build is really looking for, I'd say, the likes of Forsaken and Jing as much as possible. If they stop that initial push, they're just going to have to clutch the rest of Paper Rex. But just this extra bit of space that PRX gets, the lack of sightlines that Southfield has ready for the trades, it really feels like that's a weak point right now of this SPE. We've touted Southfield to be such a strong defensive team. They know where to be looking at the right time for themselves. But in terms of each other, in terms of, well, trying to set up some crossfires, Paper Rex has just put a big blockade many a time thanks to their ambition. And, well, the score speaks for itself. It's 4-2 right now, and Forsaken actually whipping out the Operator even.
On the attacking side as well, something you don't normally see on a map like Split Breeze. Yeah, it's kind of fell into fashion, but not necessarily on a very compact map like this. So, okay, that bot, oh, he dashes forward, very risky, somehow gets away with it unscathed. I don't know how that works out, but it does. PPGL isolated here towards that A site. Only Sheriff to really use. Mindfreak TPs his way to the back of the site, and PPGL gets caught off guard here by Forsaken. He's looking to go even further. He gets tagged in the foot, left on 3 HP. Luckily, there's a Sage to try and capitalize, but Jane, what the adjustment on that flick. Catches this as well.
The attention span, man. He's like, no, this Boombot is just a bait. It's just a trap. And he finds a takedown anyway. Forsaken now pushes on forward. And these screens might be covered by the blood of SPE. There we got the shot. Blades are out. And here comes the knife out here. Shorty also, the backup weapon. Never forget that Forsaken has a full arsenal. 5-2. Even better here for Paper Rex. That was a lesser buy though for Southfield. Only heartbreaker though is leaving and losing that Operator, but you can see again for Paper Rex, the new frontier is the spawn if the opposition go even closer, go even further. And when they have that kind of gun disparity, they know what they can get away with. Forsaken, he just pushes the limits. Okay, sure, Mr. Knife doesn't matter because that was for the clip. This one, the shorty, the kill.
Well, bit of insult to injury with a shorty, but hey, we're gonna try even more of that. No operators on the side here of South Built. Not having the economy to really invest into that once more. Mid control trying to be seized by Paper Rex, but they're falling back instead. The alarm bells letting South Built know that Forsaken's still on that op and looking for anybody to hunt down. So they're not gonna give that opportunity just yet. Ja playing at the top of the ramps, but he is in a very committed position. Although he's a jet to back off safely, but there isn't necessarily much support to help him out there. All Micro can do is perhaps throw a paranoia if it's called for. Paper Rex, they're looking for a potential A split here. If they can take vents and take that rope into the rafters, this could work out for them. Although, with an Operator in the hands of Forsaken, it's easier said than done. So they might just look for picks instead towards this B-Heaven position.
I mean, it's pretty much the whole plan here for South Build right now. They do rotate Brodo to try and reinforce, but he's used his utilities already towards that B site. Forsaken, he's looking to run around these holes, streak on by, hold the attention yet again. South Build, they're gonna be hole monitors without the pass, but seeing right now. Quick little boops, moves him over to the site itself. Nice entry over onto Micro John. We'll get the trade though. Still a threat over onto the site. Nice tap down from John. Gets rid of the vibe. Benkai there. Over up to the corner. We'll find 2 in response. Assist. Now bring the showstopper to at least blow up Forsaken along the way. Left. Paper Rex, they need to desperately get that spike and put it down. Mindfreak not trying to take protection. Hard to watch both corners, but Assist will time it right to get that kill anyway. All left now though to Benkai right behind the screen here, right behind the billboard, and the wallbang is there from Assist. He found the read, he found the takedown, and it's SBE right now getting his third round rather on the board.
Very big guns to do that with only 8 rounds in the mag and go for a wallbang can be easily more punished with low bullets in the mag, especially if you dump it all. But 3 to 5 to get around, barely scraping by, but they do drop the Operator that was in Forsaken's hands. They had to burn the showstopper for it, but well done here. Coming in from South Built. Paper Rex, amazing entries once again from Jing, but more importantly, this is so consistent Benkai is in these kind of awkward, tight positions. He almost even clutched it out in the end if maybe the timing favored his way. If Existent get the perfect hard read on it as well. So, South built. Slowly building themselves up here, but Forsaken once again on the operator. They still have kind of a pseudo buy after this. But look at this aggression. How can you even expect him to be there that early?
You just have to remember, it's a Paper Rex guarantee. 10 seconds of the first frag's free. As Jing now decides to climb in. What's going on with Southfield Esports? They just line up to die. Jing there plays the rope. Steel Team 6 is coming in. And Jing doesn't even need to kind of go for the rescue because he's the ones getting the takedowns there. 5v2 suddenly in the blink of an eye. King Jing just gets the red carpet treatment and he mows down anyone in his way.
Just line up. Nothing working here for South build. Benkai finding the proper timing on the micro. It's all on the Poppy Chulo. He might be a clutch maester, but against 3 guns, no way, Jose. They take the round once again. This attacking side of Paper Rex looking completely indestructible, indomitable by all means. Even with a lightning fast play there of Jing. How do you even stop that? You got a Sage already in your comp. But Ja, he can't be alone in this position. He can't be the sole player to hold down heaven, because even in that aspect, he can't even be the angel to fly up above. So deadly Jing is early on in the round. That's where they really kind of secure rounds, don't they, Dax, here? In the first 20 seconds of a round, you can tell when Paper Rex have won a round.
Slice of pie and more so, it does feel like limits are being tested here for Rex. And Southfield just didn't expect that he would be that fast and that on time already to catch him out. They were watching those ropes. They wanted to see him mid-cross. The fact of the matter is, you know, right, cross the road, went there, and now it's Forsaken getting the frags instead. Simple push towards that A site. It's gun disparity. I think I take advantage of, but don't forget, Southfield make wonders happen with the Sheriffs. It's gonna be dicey here. Paper Rex needs to remember that in time. And again, Tripwire now does get spotted. Mind Trick will get 2 there. And PRX now only needing to hunt down Aziz, but this is the worst situation here for Southfield Esports. It's 7-3, and it's PRX on the attack. Growing pains indeed. They will grow even bigger coming into the second. And PRX now stamping on the opposition with authority.
Paper Rex, Mind Freak off of that matter as well. So good in winning those 1-to-1 duels. Finding everything. Wasn't eco. They found 2 kills on the Southfield's side. Potentially would have been better if they found more, but time and time over, Southfield are so close to breaking the economy of Paper Rex, but just never are able to get over that final hump. There's so many moments, even in the last map where, you know, Paper Rex would be low eco, but just wins a round if they need to at the very last moment. Forsaken's taking early damage. He's going to run and divide to patch him back up, but the showstopper is certainly going to make them flip the channel here. Southfield realizing they can't continue to aggress. They have to play back. They have to retake as a team, and this might be the first 5v5 retake we're going to see all game long.
Man, this is going to be interesting because Southfield, they just want to set up those nooks and crannies that Paper Rex will run into, but never a chance to really utilize them. This time now, respect gets respect. Oh, we are getting a push towards that A side. Camera though being set on up. Dark cover will be thrown as well, but Mind Freak now off angle yet again. Interesting corner to use. The 5 with a takedown. Benkai is right there in position. And for Southfield, this is a problem. They're expecting something. They're expecting an initial position, but Paper X is nowhere there. And as soon as they flinch over to the second, they're already getting shot up here by Paper X. The element of surprise, the element of quickness is in more ways than one the elements that Paper X here has. It's not just the speed of Forsaken and Jing getting on through, but the absolute, I'd say, imperative for Paper Rex, the way that they go to those sites, the way they go to those corners when Southfield is not expecting it, has become such a problem. And Southfield, they cannot be just assuming that Paper Rex isn't there, because case in point, Jing right now finally getting taken on down. But look at the action here. Micro will get 2. Nice peek from the ramps, at least avoiding the play there from Paper X. And we're finally getting the better read here from Southfield. But the scoreline doesn't lie. It's already 8-3. And this still can be a Paper Rex win if things go to plan. There's the res already from Divide. Forsaken brought back to the fold. Tower hold here from Southfield Esports, but it's such a desperate scenario. If PRX decides to rotate, the Southfield Esports defense will just completely collapse. But Brute Force is the way from Forsaken. Gets to take down onto one more. Mike right now with such an astronomical effort in this round. Can he get another one here versus Divide? 10 HP. The dream's still there. We get from the shadows. Trying to step in Micro to move on around. Judge right now will get caught. And while Micro will try to fight against the rest of the world, he's but a speck in the scheme of things. At least right now, his voice can't be heard because Paper Rex will rotate towards that B site.
This is almost looking like a certainly done half, 9-3 potentially. And that aspect could be a done map as well. Cannot find more as Mindfreak has been so cerebral with his TPs, man. Just always with that shadow step, being in such unorthodox positions, nobody really expects to have be played in. Now, with this kind of new Omen look we're seeing from lots of teams as he's received buffs, especially on a map like Split, so many off angles, off positions, off timings that he's really capitalizing, utilizing to the fullest extent. There's no way he even knew that he could have been there in that situation. So very, very nicely done here from Paper Rex. Mindfreak has been absolutely influential in a lot of these rounds. He's the second top frag, only one away from Forsaken actually. And a lot of that was him really plugging the holes that was left from the Paper Rex attack.
Yeah, and generally, while Micro had a good round there in the last round of the first half, it does feel like Paper Rex is getting so much more value here from the Omen. They're playing alongside those Paranoias. They're going for the dark covers. Mindfreak himself, he just wants to go into another corner that Southfield wouldn't really check. And then you compare it to the Southfield, where we don't see that too often from Micro, Aziz, and Ja. They're trying to set things up, but Paper Rex is already on the way. They're moving faster than what's expected. And I think a problem right now here for Southfield is that shift from Omen, from Asa rather, to Omen. Because many a time, I remember Southfield games where they're relying on things like Gravity Well to slow them down, the Nova Pulses, because it's a lot more readable where they're going to come from here on splits. And since they don't have that timing anymore, all their peaks, all their, I'd say, camps, they have been basically mistimed, misjudged. And here for Paper Rex, when they can get that kind of speed, when they can get those easier angles to just get 2 frags for free, then that's going to be a big problem. So Southfield Esports, the adjustment, yes, in terms of the composition is there, but in terms of execution, and I feel like in terms of the instinct also, they lost that along the way in translation from one patch to the other.
Seems like that has kind of been muddled in throughout. And whatever clear vision they had, Money Watchers are where they're in right now. 9-3, and Paper Rex win this pistol. Potentially that's the series done, closed off. That's going to send Southfield to face Boom Esports. They have struggled with in the past as well. Someone been searching, has been finding that kind of winning formula. Jay just completely demolishes as it's trapped in the corner. There's nothing Aziz could have done in that situation. He does get taken down. Divide barely be able to back off. Probably still answers back, but Jing and Divide are just going to clean up house for the rest of SB or trying to push on in. This seems like momentum, and not just that, mental has been broken potentially from the Southfield side.
The Jet, doesn't matter who's playing it, apparently. Nary a whimper of a contest right now versus Paper Rex. They know here for Forsaken Jing, that's plan A. Everyone else is going to be plan B if need be. And they can just stick on the way with the 2 prodigies getting those kills. But for Southfield Esports, Mindfreak, he uses back. So the way he was trying to set up the smoke, at least he gets a peek, and Forsaken will, of course, catch that kill to get that takedown. Here we go yet again with Forsaken. Finalizes the round with the last 2. But this is what I'm seeing here for Southfield. They're going to run the double duelist. They're going to try to rely on the Jet. But the fact of the matter is, they're just not really getting value with it, because they're getting not just outshot by Paper Rex, but outmaneuvered many a time. It's Paper Rex who's the one getting the jump on Southfield many a time right before they position, right before they set anything up. And even though Ja had an incredible game last time there on Haven, he's the one suffering here on Split, as this is the one taking top frag honors after a pittance of a game last time. So really, it's more of Paper Rex being the problem versus Southfield's duelist chemistry, basically.
maybe that 1-2 punch has been lacking in power this entire series, especially you're going up against a team like PaperX. This judge is just going to completely shred him apart. Here comes the paranoia, but still he gets away with it. He makes that dash actually work out, even while completely blind. Pro somehow just clean him on up, but there's no way they're going to get out of this scot-free. Mind Freak swings, gets a trade. Actually doesn't shut Pro down, who still wins that fight with a Sheriff in hand. Going for the peak here, does get the kill on the Jing, but still down to Pro to try maybe clutch this one on out. 1v2. Sheriff in hand is all he's got to work with, and spraying through. Benkai gets good damage as well and confirms a kill. Timing, luck not favoring Southbuild's side, but they're gonna have to will things back their way by their own hand.
Yeah, this is it. Pretty much do or die coming into the round. If they don't win this, they are gone from the series, gone from the upper bracket, and will have to basically rely on the old SBE standard of coming in from the lower bracket instead. But this was okay, an okay chance, honestly, from Southbuild. At the very least, they punished Forsaken. But I feel like here, when Pro just got stuck, it's PaperX who will make that pinch work out every single time in a 2v1. And those moments, you've seen it there on Haven, hesitation costing them. Southbuild, of course, a strong and I'd say smart team from the PH side. But PRX, they have just completely evolved into completely different beasts. And even if Ja got the jump on him, it doesn't matter. Forsaken will react inside, felt the bullets coming his way, and will use the judge to get that takedown. Papi Chulo, though, will at least open things up here for Southbuild. And that'll be 2 right now. Make that 3 as Assist gets on the board. Pro with the takedown. And here we go. Southbuild, they felt the pressure. They knew that their lives were on the line. And even though the paranoia play was there, Southbuild now using the smokes to their advantage. PRX put in the 1v4 straight.
That was, by the way, one click from a judge at that distance. Just deleted.
Best gun. Best gun, dude.
Best gun, perhaps, in the game. Cheaper as well than a regular rifle. I mean, there's a bonus here coming from PaperX, and so Southbuild, it's a round they should win, and they do. We're going to see if they're going to be able to continue that further on. Do not concede match point just yet. We go another round at the very least. PaperX, more than happy to give this one away. They have lots of cushion to work with. You know that as long as they continue their game and their momentum, they can close it out later in the half. Southbuild, even without much money. Seems like they want to hunt. No, never mind. Gonna save instead. Good round for them. Not too convincing just yet if this comeback's gonna really come to true.
If they lose more members than just the Jet, that would still be game over, honestly. But this was just interesting. The judge? Hello? Great gun? Number 1. Best gun. Why do we even bother with a rifle? Why do we even bother with a sheriff? Just play judge. You still win the game.
True. Why even spray when you can just click once and basically have a spray thrown at them? Buckshot.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, just to build on the point, Southbuild now should have at least money for now, money for later to force out if ever they lose this. So expect firepower here for Southbuild for the rest of the game at the very least. PaperX now trying to save on the money, actually. They have decided to go for the Blade Star investment, I believe, towards the middle. Wouldn't be too surprised if they play the op later on into the game. But Forsaken is on the hunt into the sewers. And Papi Chulo on the corner. No one expects him from. They'll give PaperX a taste of their own medicine. Gets the intel now. And here we go with Southbuild moving toward that B site. Nice kill from Jing, yes. But that's all PaperX will get here. By now, the only one left. Spike now being planted. Southbuild Esports, they need to keep controlling this round, basically. They need to have the survivors to build up these ultimates. It's a long way to go to get parity. PaperX now, no surprises with the gunplay, and no surprise the op in the hand of Forsaken.
I'm not sure if he was able to afford armor with that. Could be going for more of a glass cannon here for Forsaken. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't even need armor to be super effective with it. Driving gets tagged there with the sheriff in the end. If it was Vandal, it would have been a kill towards his way. But yeah, glass cannon is what PaperX want to go by. But if this doesn't work out, I could shatter their momentum.
It's not a matter of momentum right now, though. It's just a matter of strides here for Southbuild Esports. They need going at this. Nice way to use that smoke, though. And Pro will get the takedown as this onto the board. It does feel like Southbuild now ramping things up. Getting a bit more of that consistency they're looking for. We talk about momentum. It's such a big thing to push you forward, yes. But Southfield, it's just that matter of when they're having the good times, the good rounds, when they're having the bad rounds. And if they want to move further here into the knockouts, especially the upper bracket, they're going to need more consistent efforts from the rest of the squad. And that's pretty convincing. One thing they've done well this series, though, Black and Blue, is shut down the operator on the PRX side.
That's something that this team can be very high or rather hot or cold with. High up or down low. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Their aggression there towards the vent position, they kind of pulled the defense of Paper Rex towards going towards the A site. Now, as a plant will go down, I think Paper Rex are going to call for a save here, realizing they do not want to have to eco after eco after eco. They'll try and save the rifles to play another round further. In the 5v3, this should be the right call.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if someone there decides to try and get the op. Paper Rex has done a good job for that retrieval. But this is a rally here at Esports, and at the very least, they're giving us a fight right now after Paper Rex dominated in the first half. But isn't that the way Southfield really goes?
Weapon here.
They just get back the stride into the second. You have to keep an eye out, though, on what Pro will do later on. I feel like many chances here by Southfield will be by the efforts of the Sage, not just by a simple resurrection, no, but what he will decide to wall off later on. An aspect, perhaps, where Paper Rex is trying to set something up. When they go for something like the showstopper there from Jing, it really feels like there are just so many key players right now for Southfield that need to keep on that kind of consistency. But a round win is a round win, and that's another one here for Southfield Esports.
It's going to take a lot more rounds for them to get within that reaching distance. It's no joke to come back from 9-3, especially even more when it goes down very low, 11-3. Paper Rex looking very, very much so on point. Still full rifles abound because of that economy, rather that arsenal they were able to save from the previous round, so it does pay out. They have the judge on Device hands, which is more than enough for them to make good work with.
Southfield now. Work is not done. And while hard work will pay off here, still such a struggle against Paper Rex and the defenses. You can see just one lob divide. The slow orbs do come online and used up now to be a bother. I do like the fact, though, that Southfield isn't walking into, well, the Paper Rex setups, because Paper Rex is banking on a judge to work. If they can avoid that as much as possible, then things will be easier for them later down the line. But slow orb now thrown over to the fence to prevent a peek. Paper Rex up top the tower, and Johnny's gonna need a bit of that intel, but all he gets is a face full of lead. And Forsaken now, just showing who's the better duelist against not just one but two. There's the res, there's the wall, and Forsaken trying to get that head while it's levitating. But that's all he will get for now. 5v4 though, but the damage has been done. Forsaken making magic happen here for PRX.
Great peek on that. The double swing should have come on in. But the peeking one by one, that's how you certainly get
30
dusted
seconds
and done
left
against Forsaken, especially of all players when holding an angle. They are one away from that showstopper. Could potentially flip this script. They're very low on HP as well. As soon as they push out, Mindfreak has a paranoia ready. He goes for it. Here comes out a showstopper, as they said, but this time from Jing. He's gonna find his ass tucked right tightly in the corner. They cannot go for this. They're gonna be shredded apart, and that Mindfreak delivers 6-12, and now match point, series point seized by Paper Rex.
Match point.
You have a player who can just make value happen from one simple utility, and his name is Mindfreak. That was just perfectly played here by Paper Rex. They expected where Southfield Esports was coming from, and not only that, just getting Jing there at the right time, just removing any external affair here that Mindfreak needed to deal with. All he had to watch out for was the garage, knowing the showstopper was coming. He saw that that was just as they're stuck on the other side of that hut. And this is it. Match point now for Paper Rex. Can they wrap it up versus Southfield Esports? Or will we see an SBE rally? They still have the guns anyway. All the money in the world to work with. They still keep on fighting back. But if they lose this, their lives are forfeit in the upper brackets. And we will end the day with PRX moving on forward. Southfield though now trying to lead the start towards that B site. Wanting to get that heaven control. But again, Divide being spotted here with slow orbs. Timing is perfect here from Divide, but SBE even smarter now. They catch out Forsaken, they catch out Jing. They set up a firing squad and finally execute the duo that has been causing the trouble. Bonnie and Clyde meet Forsaken and Jing, but they're both dead. Southfield Esports now have gotten a foothold towards the A site. Benkai though will not be going down rather without the fight. He finds two, looks for the third, but Marker is there to get a double kill of his own.
For both sides, it's the two duelists who go down first. PRX, Jing and Forsaken, something similar happens to South Build where it's Ziz and Ja. Trends happening mirrors. Seems like smoke a lot. Devi, last one left alive, saving, very low economy. They don't really have anything to work with here. So they can bring it 7-12, but to come back 5 rounds straight at match point versus the defensive side of Paper Rex is a bit far-fetched. And dare I may say, it kind of was like Paper Rex maybe overheating in those moments early on when they sent Forsaken and Jing to go down all the way to A main, maybe cause some havoc. Stuff like that, I don't think we're going to see any repeat moments, scenarios of that once more. South Build, hold on for now. For how long truly will it stand up?
If you're going to be anticipating the Paper Rex push, you have to be quick on the Forsaken kill, because the way they do it, it buys enough time for Jing basically to try and go for those refrags at a safer angle. But if you shut him down so early on, there's no time for Jing to even get the angle. Jing's already getting shot along the way, and that's what happens there. Southfield Esports, even on the attacking side, they can defend. We saw it a while ago for Paper Rex, even the defending side that they can attack, and it's just that bit of restraint that can help out Southfield Esports in a pinch. But right now, restraint is going to be a bit of a problem if they slow walk this against the Forsaken operator. For them though, it's that mid take for the Jets, and now they're trying to clear out the side here with a showstopper. Benkai though will still find one anyway. Doesn't matter how far they get, some will die along the way, and Benkai will just sign attack of punishment over onto Ja. It's not the best time for him. Nice shot though for Forsaken to start things off. It's 4v3, and the chances here of Southfield just winding on over Forsaken right now. 2 winning up, make that a third, and here he comes yet again. The demon of SEA will just bring Southfield Esports to hell on the lower bracket. 7-13, Paper X wins it cleanly, and they will move on to the next round.
With that, Paper X put a staple in the map. 2-0, it shall be written. Victor will write history. In this case, victory by Paper Rex. 2-0, and this time they get the better of him once more on Split. Once again, and you can see they are elated with that. Just how purple is Benkai's room, really? Apparently super.
The colors of Paper Rex, you can get the black and white shirt, but their jerseys are just so colorful. Personalities also on the team, and what a win. What a statement there by PRX that they can just go for the power anyway. As we get the stats on, wouldn't be too surprised to see yet again who's at the top. It's Forsaken, 25 kills and a commanding round to end it all. And thing is, for the side of PRX, if you just have no answer for such a strong player like this, well, you're not going to really stand a chance in the long run. And while Southfield went for that rally there, black and blue, it was only a matter of time. One member of PRX would heat on up, and lo and behold, it's that operator for Forsaken.
Forsaken so deadly, 25 kills on him, almost a basically a 2.0 KDA, all things considered. This time it's the opposing Jet on Ja's side. Did struggle to get things going here for South Built. Split, a map that was notoriously pretty good map for them earlier on, rather later on last year, but just haven't been finding that same success in the past, in the recent moments here when we have seen them play Split, even locally. So that Haven map, for them to lose that map was a big point of contention on their own map pick. As soon as they lost that, perhaps the wind has been taken out of their sails as Paper Rex close off the series, as we know, 2-0, but a lot of that did come from just the base raw firepower of Paper Rex that we have known to love, but also from the cerebral play coming in from players like Mindfreak and Benkai.
You know, it does feel like that there was just a lot more playmaking there for the side of Paper Rex. You mentioned it, Mindfreak, Benkai, those guys making the plays from the subs. And the beauty of an Omen pickup is not just for you to set up the dark covers for the paranoia, but you can make plays for yourselves. And many a time, it was Paper Rex in a nook, a cranny, and a corner that Southfield does not expect them from. And this is one thing I pointed out a while ago. Sure, the Astra not being there and them are messing up their timings, but they still have to respect the fact Paper Rex is already here, knocking on their door, getting as close as possible. And for a team like PPGL, they will not hesitate. All their actions are as sure. So if they hold forward, they know that they can get away with it. And case in point, you know, moments there like Jing getting the kills onto the ropes. Forsaken here on the corner of the tower. If you do not look at that angle, you will be very dead because they will shoot first and they will shoot you down here for the side of PRX. And while Southfield had that rally there later on the attacking side, they just found the guns, they found those little bit of momentum. Still doesn't matter because for PPGL, it's only a matter of time until they win. It's only a matter of time since someone like Forsaken heats on up. And while it was a great effort there from Southfield, it still is that lack of, I'd say, duelist potency we're getting here compared to what we've seen for PPGL.
A very, very cold series for either duelist. If one's online, the other has to be as well, the same way Jing and Forsaken are, but just hasn't been coming Southfield's way like that. Can't out-brawn PPGL. You're gonna have to outbrain them. Maybe, potentially, that's why they look the best when they played a more utility-heavy game on map number 1 on Haven. So perhaps some changes could come in their way, could favor a bit more. But when you play the kind of brawl style that PPGL are so traditioned and conditioned to be playing in, they're going to lose, and because they're going to be playing into the hand of what PPGL want to do. So perhaps here this time though, PPGL, they continue to live on, not going extinct just yet, continuing that upper bracket run.
Yeah, there you have it, guys. So the end of our series and the end of our matches. We see who moves on to the upper bracket, who falls to the lower bracket, and that will continue tomorrow. But we're going to go on a break, and when we return, the panel will be breaking down the action of that series and the rest of the day. Dax here with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys for more here at the APAC Challengers.
Gotta bake the barley, but it take a little time. Be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know. Bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back to VCT Asia Pacific. We are still here and I'm your panel host. My name is Terror. Joining me today is my twin, Raph, and of course, Dax, who just basically finished casting as well. I also casted, but on the other podcast.
I did.
But
You
I was
did?
like,
You do
no,
that?
I'm going on a break, but don't go away because I'll be on panel too. That's basically it. I passed it on to the casters a while ago, and it was me, the caster as well. But moving forward, it was a dominating win here, coming in from Paper Rex, specifically for map number 1. I would say it was a very close match when it comes to map number 1 for SBE. But on the latter part, especially when Paper Rex picked the map split, it's just too difficult for SBE. They were in a reactive game style. They were in a reactive mode on how Paper Rex played the entire map or the entire series.
Yeah, what Taylor said. No, I'm joking. Honestly, you hit so many good points there. It did look like Southfield came out with, you know, their foot on the pedal. They looked very sharp. They looked like the Southfield that we would always love to see. But that slight weakness, the moment there was just a tiny bit of blood in the water, the momentum that Paper Rex took away from them was just absolutely demoralizing.
Yeah, what Raph said. Back to you, Taylor.
Oh yeah, cool.
No, I'm just kidding though. But really, it does feel like for Southfield, they had a good game plan at the start of Haven. First half, a lot of utility usage. Players like Ja, like Flippy are really stepping on up and giving Southfield many a time the advantage. But when it came down to it, when Paper Rex decided to put their foot on the door and decide to make it a duelist kind of game instead, this becomes a problem. The SEA scrap that I like to talk about, where it's just all about someone go kill and go ham. Paper Rex, they have players to do that. You have Forsaken, you have Jing, and when it's out, you know, they have that backline to help you out. But compared to Southfield, where in terms of regional success, we notice players like Chulo, we notice players like Flippy, and while Assist and Ja have been incredible, especially on the local side, they can pop off, there's not really that kind of those superstars that you compare to the side of Paper Rex. And, you know, basically, it does feel like it's a game of duelist difference if you want to put it in simpler terms, but in reality, it's just how this game was manipulated by Paper Rex. And when it came to split, you have to be forceful if you want either the utility game or the duelist game. And it was Paper Rex all throughout there screaming, we're fighting, we're dueling.
Yeah, exactly what Dax said. No,
right.
I'm just
Good
kidding.
night.
But it
job.
was
Good
actually
show.
also for map number 2 and honestly for map number 1 as well. There were many times that Bankai took and actually held down the fort for the entire team. If I'm not mistaken, for game number 1, it was almost as if 3 or 4 rounds that Bankai was actually able to clutch for the rest of the team of Paper Rex. And I just want to say Bankai is the man. You can really rely on this teammate for the side of Paper Rex. And it just seems like the timing of SBE is also actually off.
They are. I mean, Southfield, we have known them to be the kings of the underworld, but with a wolf waiting already in their lower brackets, this seems to be such a challenging run.
Very much challenging. So, and as we look and head into the brackets, we are going to be able to see what are the matches. I think it's actually a very, very good matchup coming in tomorrow. This is going to be very exciting for our knockout stage. And of course, obviously for day 1, we are looking at the teams. Full Sense, clean 2-0 against Persija. Bleed as well won against MiTH. Now they're facing off each other tomorrow. And Boom Esports lost to XERXIA. Obviously, they move in to the next stage. And Paper Rex with a clean 2-0. So tomorrow is going to be Paper Rex and XERXIA, Full Sense, and Bleed Esports. Raph, what are you excited about to see on the matchup tomorrow?
I'm still standing over this. What?
You got this. Look at the bottom. I'm gonna interject here. Look at the bottom matchup.
I was actually just looking at that. That's exactly it.
Esports, come on. That's
upper bracket first, guys. Save the best for last, you know? Save the best for last.
Fair. Me and Dax, we get a little too excited sometimes. We like to jump the gun, so to speak. But this Paper Rex versus XERXIA one, I am very much interested in that one.
Paper Rex or XERXIA. About you, Dax?
I'm looking at it right now. I've been thinking Bleed Esports versus Full Sense. The interesting part about it is while Bleed is trying to synergize the EU APAC playstyle they're having here right now, Full Sense is just that kind of superstar team, and we've seen John Olsen absolutely online with the rest of the crew. And I think it's gonna be a very big test here for Bleed. We know how Pitt is such a reliable player. He's able to just hold the line so many times. But against someone like, Full Sense, a team that really goes in your face, it's gonna be such an interesting test for the experiment that is Bleed Esports.
Okay, for the most exciting part now, I know that you guys are excited. What are the matchups that you are looking forward in the lower bracket? This is a make or break situations for the rest of the teams on the lower bracket stage. Let's go ahead with you, Raph, first.
I mean, did I ever expect Boom Esports to be in the lower bracket this early? No, absolutely not. In fact, I don't really expect any of these teams to be in the lower bracket, no matter where you put them, right? But yeah, once again, South Built, they are our flag bearers, the last great hope, and I feel like they really take that to heart. Boom Esports, now we are finally seeing them battle it out of adversity. We've never really seen them struggle up until this point. So once again, two greats are gonna clash. One is gonna remain on top, and well, obviously we have to bid farewell to the other.
I mean, I kind of did, because for me, XERXIA might be the upcoming grand finals, and we'll get a taste of it in the upper bracket. But on the other side here in the lower bracket, it's just the two squads trying to prove themselves here against some of the more big dogs that you have around us. Persija Esports, the story really to make it this far versus Made in Thailand. Again, illustrious org. It's just two illustrious orgs basically giving a chance to a roster that deserves it, and that's what you want to see here in APAC. Chances given to push forward and move forward into the rest of the region and maybe even the world stage.
This is going to be an exciting next following days. Like Dax said, we think that we are having already a taste of the grand finals with Full Sense, or rather with XERXIA. And of course, with that, we are going to be seeing them tomorrow. So let's see who will actually take the win or take the W on tomorrow's matches. But for tonight, it's finally over and done with all the series that we actually take a look at. So without further ado, it's finally time to say goodbye. Tomorrow's another day for us, guys. Thank you so much for being with us here in VCT Asia Pacific. And tomorrow is the same time, 11:30 for our broadcast days. And for this time, for the meantime right now, we have to say goodnight and goodbye to you. My name is Taylor. In behalf of my panelists right here, my twin Raph and Dax, thank you and good night.
Feeling area.